despite his illness, but now he seems to be in good health? I remember many top hospital experts and professors diagnosed his condition as incurable. Could it be he found that legendary doctor? In the midst of the crowd's speculation, Mr. Schur smiled. Everyone is concerned about my health. Here, I can assure you that my health has largely recovered. Our Schur family was fortunate to find a divine doctor who cured my pancreatic cancer. And this divine doctor is also present today. The entire venue erupted. There really was a divine doctor who cured Mr. Schur. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Master Wei, because everyone knew that Master Wei was the most renowned doctor in Western Sichuan. No wonder Master Wei was present at this event. There must be a deeper reason. Among everyone, only Master Wei himself knew that Mr. Schur was referring to someone else. However, as he followed Mr. Schur's gaze, Master Wei's eyes narrowed. Is it him? That young man just now? Master Wei wondered in his heart. Impossible, right? How could this young man be the divine doctor who cured Mr. Schur? He took a closer look at Yi Jing. On stage, Mr. Schur announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction will be personally conducted by me." The crowd became even more excited. Mr. Schur hadn't hosted an auction in years, usually leaving it to his grandchildren. It seemed the old man's illness was truly cured. Chapter 175. The illness is truly cured. Elder Schur personally presiding. Looks like there's going to be some high-quality goods today. Just the fact that Elder Schur is personally taking charge will probably make headlines in the news tomorrow. This watch auction hosted by the Schur family is already a major annual event in the provincial capital. Any small detail can make the news, and with Elder Schur personally presiding over it and having been cured of his illness by a divine doctor, it's certain to be the top headline across the province tomorrow. Moreover, the value of the watches auctioned this year will undoubtedly be higher than in previous years. Everyone below is bracing themselves, eager to make a splash in this year's bidding. Elder Schur, how is your health, Elder Schur? People crowded around, hoping to get closer to Elder Schur and engage in some small talk. After all, being acquainted with the head of the Schur family is itself a symbol of status and standing. However, Elder Schur didn't pay much attention to them. After a brief greeting, he directly walked over to Yi Jing. "Mr. Yi, how is our auction going? Please forgive us if we haven't been able to give you the best service. It's quite busy today with many people to attend to." Yi Jing smiled faintly. "It's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business." Elder Schur spoke in a low voice. "After the auction, may I invite you to the back room for a treatment, Mr. Yi?" Yi Jing, "Sure." From a distance, seeing Elder Schur ignore everyone else and specifically engage in conversation with Yi Jing, the crowd was utterly astonished. Who is that young man to be so highly regarded by Elder Schur? Wasn't it him who just dismissed Master Wei of Chuanqi Watch Industries' medical inlay technique? I thought he was just a servant from some family, but it seems he has earned Elder Schur's favor. We should keep a close eye on that young man later. Everyone began to pay attention to Yi Jing. The first auction item is a watch crafted by a master from Italy, the brand Gucci. Elder Schur began introducing the first watch. Wow! The first watch up for auction is already a high-end one. Usually, the first item is just a warm-up. It seems the standards this year have really been raised. As soon as Elder Schur finished his introduction, he declared, "The first Italian Gucci watch, handcrafted, starting bid 6 million. Increments of 50,000 each bid." Before the words had even faded, Zhao Zhongjie couldn't wait to speak up. "I bid 7 million. He was determined to win the auction for this first watch. Winning the first place in the auction could potentially put the Zhao family's name in the news tomorrow, bringing with it immense influence. But just as he spoke, a calm voice rang out from the side. "I bid 10 million. Zhao Zhongjie frowned. This person wasn't following the rules. Didn't the auctioneer, Elder Schur, just say increments of 50,000? This person had directly increased the bid by 3 million. Zhao Zhongjie continued, "I bid 10 million and 50,000. The person calmly continued, 15 million. Zhao Zhongjie's frown deepened. "Li Yu, do you know who this is? It's like he's deliberately opposing me. It makes me seem stingy. And this voice, it sounds so familiar." Beside him, Zhang Liu's face was extremely grim. It's not just you who finds it familiar. I do too. Isn't that the voice of my younger sister's husband? Zhao Zhongjie listened carefully and realized it was indeed Yi Jing's voice. What is he competing with me for? I'm fighting for the influence of the Zhao family, but for whom is he doing this? Is it for your Zheng family? As soon as he said this, Zhang Liu's expression also changed slightly. If it was for the Zheng family, should she support it or not? I bid 15,050,000. Zhao Zhongjie, still wanting to compete for the first place, tried to raise the bid again. But the next moment, Yi Jing's voice rang out once more, 20 million. Yi Jing's bidding style was to ignore the 50,000 increments and always increase by whole numbers, specifically by 5 million each time. It made it impossible for anyone to feel competitive against him. What is wrong with Yi Jing? Zhao Zhongjie was furious, slamming his bidding paddle onto the ground. Isn't he deliberately opposing me? How much money does he even have left? Zhang Liu reminded him, don't forget, he has the Shi family's VIP card, which is worth at least 50 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongjie snorted in frustration and didn't want to speak anymore. In his opinion, the watch was worth at most an extra 10 million, and 20 million was far beyond his expectations. Forget it. I'm not buying it. Zhao Zhongjie gave up on bidding. Even though this watch, being the first, could bring family influence, one had to act within one's means. Seeing Yi Jing bidding, Elder Shi chuckled. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully bidding 20 million. Hearing Elder Shi directly address Yi Jing with such respect, the crowd was even more astonished. Who exactly is this person? I don't know, but seeing how generously he spins, he must be a big shot. The first watch went for 20 million, definitely not an ordinary person. I heard earlier that he had a disagreement with Master Wei of Chuanqi watch industry, seemingly looking down on Master Wei's medical inlay technique. It seems these two might have a showdown today. If Yi Jing were just an ordinary servant, everyone would look down on him. But now that Yi Jing's identity seemed extraordinary and he had specifically targeted Master Wei with those remarks, it made people wonder if Yi Jing was about to make a move against Master Wei, possibly even with the backing of the Shi family, making Yi Jing deliberately speak ill of Master Wei. Today, there might be a good show. In the following auctions of several luxury watches, Yi Jing only made a few bids. He still had many friends to give gifts to, so he naturally won a few. Moreover, besides the VIP card given by the Shi family, he also had a bank card from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, which contained a vast amount of funds, several billion, and he didn't care about these small amounts. Next up, the 8th watch, the highlight of the evening, everyone. This is a Swiss luxury watch, a collaboration between Rolex and Omega, crafted by over 20 renowned European artisans from around the world. This watch has a starting bid of 50 million. The starting bid of 50 million made everyone hold their breath. Everyone knew that the main event of the night had arrived. The number 8 is usually where the Shi family places their grand finale item. After all, the Chinese have a natural affinity for the number 8, so the Shi family annually places their grand finale item in the 8th position. As soon as the introduction was made and the starting bid announced, everyone knew that tonight's auction item would definitely exceed 100 million. Chapter 176. Bidding. Master Wei from Chuanqi watch industry had not made a move all evening, but when he saw this particular watch, his eyes lit up. This watch is mine. He had come specifically for this watch. To him, it was not just a famous watch. The key was the large amount of blank space on the dial, which was the perfect spot for his medical Dao inlay, perfectly matching his method of enhancing value. If I can buy this watch for 100 million, after my medical Dao inlay, its value will directly increase fivefold, and I can sell it for 500 million in the future. Master Wei's eyes sparkled with the gleam of money. Last time, he had bought a famous watch for 120 million, enhanced its value with his inlay technique, and sold it to a celebrity in Hong Kong for a staggering 550 million. This time, he planned to do the same. How much could he make by inlaying for ordinary people? Not much. But by inlaying on such a valuable watch, he could make over 400 million in one transaction. It was a lucrative business. I offer 80 million. Master Wei raised his placard and spoke directly. His move served two purposes: to generate buzz for the watch and to announce that he, Master Wei, had set his sights on it, so no one else should bother competing. As expected, many people saw Master Wei's move and kindly refrained from continuing the bidding. They didn't want to offend Master Wei, as they might need his services in the future. Many people simply gave up. Of course, some still loved the watch and continued to bid a few times. But when the price reached 100 million, they knew Master Wei was determined this time, so they gave up. Let Master Wei have it. Yes, Master Wei will definitely increase its value. Competing with him is pointless. And Master Wei has already bid 100 million. The upper limit of this watch is around 120 million. How much more can we bid? It's not worth it. Although many still wanted to bid, they also had to consider their financial limits. Master Wei surveyed the entire room, making eye contact with many people. Many immediately understood the meaning of his gaze. Master Wei was asking everyone to give him face, to step aside, and in return, he would remember this favor. Everyone understood and stopped bidding. It seems I can get a bargain this time and buy it for 100 million directly, Master Wei thought with joy, saving himself 20 million. However, on the stage, Master Shi and the Shi family members were a bit displeased. Master Wei's influence was so great that a single glance made others stop bidding, directly reducing the auction's profits. Moreover, by setting this precedent, if he just gave a glance in the future, who would dare to compete with him? Was his face more effective than the auction's rules? Many people below naturally understood this logic and looked at the Shi family and the auctioneer Master Shi with amusement. Master Wei's actions would undoubtedly displease the Shi family, but it seemed Master Shi had no choice but to accept it. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I offer 120 million. Yi Jing's sudden bid shattered the silence of the room, making Master Shi on the stage's eyes light up. Finally, someone was bidding again, and this person, when Master Shi focused his gaze, he was overjoyed. Mr. Yi is bidding. Although the VIP card I gave him only has 50 million, someone like Mr. Yi should not lack money. A few treatments for high-ranking officials should cover the cost. Master Shi had no doubts about Yi Jing's financial means. Good. Mr. Yi bids 120 million. Will Master Wei continue? Before he finished, Master Wei's dissatisfied voice rang out. I offer 130 million. This time, Master Wei increased the bid by 10 million directly, aiming to raise the price and make Yi Jing back off. Master Shi was overjoyed. The auction could finally make its profits. The Shi family members behind him also gratefully looked at Yi Jing, especially Shi Jiashu, who was excited and happy. Master Wei glared at Yi Jing angrily. This young man had just bid once, making him pay an extra 30 million out of thin air. And earlier, he had even argued against his medical Dao inlay. This person, he must deal with. From the look in Master Shi's eyes, his illness must have been cured by this Mr. Yi. Master Wei's eyes darted around, already thinking of ways to suppress this Mr. Yi. Before he finished his thoughts, another voice rang out beside him. I offer 150 million. Yi Jing spoke calmly, making Master Wei's head buzz. Who was this person to compete with him? I offer 160 million. Master Wei was also provoked. And the key was, he had the means to increase the watch's value and recoup the money. Yi Jing said calmly, 200 million. To him, these amounts were just trivial sums, mere numbers. Damn it! Master Wei was so angry, he wanted to smash the bidding placard in front of him. His hand was even trembling. Especially when he heard Yi Jing raising the price so abruptly, he had no idea how much more Yi Jing could afford. 200 million, 200 million. Master Wei's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom. This price had far exceeded his budget. Even after he finished the medical Dao inlay, could he still sell it for over 500 million? Would anyone buy it? It was uncertain. I give up bidding. Master Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He thought of a better idea. An idea to directly acquire the watch without spending a single cent. Master Shi on the stage chuckled. Good, 200 million. Mr. Yi wins the bid. Immediately, An attendant brought a card reader to Yijing. Please swipe your card. Yijing nodded, taking out a card from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and a VIP card. He had an 80% discount on his bid. From a distance, everyone's eyes were fixed on this spot. He actually bid 200 million. Does he really have that much money? Yes, this Mr. Yi. I've never heard of him in our provincial capital before, yet he's so generous. Nearby, Zhao Zhongjia also sneered coldly. Can Yijing really come up with 200 million? Chapter 177, 200 million. Many people also had doubts about Yijing's financial resources. Was there even a prominent family surnamed Yi in the entire provincial city? Many people thought about it and couldn't come up with any. This Yijing sounded quite confident when bidding, but now that it was time to actually pay, no one knew if he could really come up with the money. The staff responsible for swiping the card came over to Yijing, who took out 2 cards and swiped them successfully. All right, payment completed. Thank you for your support of the auction. We will package all the watches for you after the auction ends. Everyone was a bit stunned. 200 million in funds, plus the several times Yijing had already spent, totaling over 300 million, were all paid in one go? Where did Yijing get such financial strength? Many people deepened their interest in Yijing, and quite a few were already thinking of approaching him to make connections after the auction. After all, someone with such financial resources must be doing big business, and perhaps there could be opportunities for cooperation. Zhao Zhongjia, who was nearby, was also stunned. Did Yijing really come up with that much money? Zhang Liyue was also quite surprised. She had always thought that while Yijing had some connections and could know a lot of high-level figures, he didn't have much money himself. But now, Yijing casually spent lavishly, directly taking out over 300 million in funds. Where did he get so much money? Zhang Liyue was full of doubts. Even if her younger sister Zhang Qingxian gave it to him, it was impossible to give so much, right? Zheng's flagship group was in a phase of rapid development and needed money. Although the company had a high market value, the liquidity might not be able to come up with that much idle money. After all, those funds were still needed to purchase raw materials and expand channels. Could it be that Qingxian took the funds originally meant for purchasing raw materials and expanding channels just to let Yijing show off? It must be. Zhang Liyue was extremely angry inside. This Yijing, just for his own selfish desires, for bidding on these luxury watches, directly used the Zhang family's funds meant for company operations for his private use. It was unforgivable. This Yijing is just living off my younger sister, eating soft rice, yet he dares to use our Zhang family's money. That's our Zhang family's money. It includes my share too. Zhang Liyue was furious, thinking that after returning, she must report this to her grandfather. Ideally, she could use this incident to remove her younger sister from her position as president. On Yijing's side, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan had already opened their mouths wide in surprise. The two women naturally knew that Yijing's money did not come from the company but all from himself. Yiji, where did you get so much money? Lin Yanan was also shocked, her mouth wide open. Brother-in-law, over 300 million. Your wealth could rival the entire company's operating funds. Yijing said calmly, it's just a small amount. Just a small amount? The two women didn't know how to react. Over 300 million in cash was just a small amount in your eyes? Even big entrepreneurs and bosses with a net worth of several billion couldn't casually take out 200 million in liquidity. Their money was mostly tied up in fixed assets, and no one had that much cash on hand. Yiji, what exactly is your background? Zhang Qingxian was now a bit unsure of her fiancé. Yijing just smiled faintly and didn't say much. In the distant private box, Master Wei's expression grew colder. Enjoy it for a while. That watch will only stay in your hands briefly. When you actually get it, the watch will change hands. Master Wei had already thought of a cruel method. By then, not only would the most expensive watch in Yijing's possession become his, but everything Yijing had would become his as well. Thinking of this, Master Wei dialed a phone number. On the other end of the line were his disciples and subordinates. This time, coming to the provincial city, Master Wei had brought a large number of people from Chuanqi watch industry. He was here to make a big move. It seemed the startup funds were already in place. The following few auctions were rather uneventful. Eventually, the auction ended. After receiving several luxury watches, Yi Jing left the auction with Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanan. At the door, they met Zheng Liyue and Zhao Zhongjia, who were also leaving. Yi Jing, why did you use our Jing family's funds? Zheng Liyue directly questioned. Do you know how important these funds are for our Jing family, which is developing at full speed? She shot an accusing look at Zheng Qingxian, second sister. You really are something. The family's money is public funds. Didn't Grandpa tell you? Public funds are strictly for public use, and private funds are absolutely not to be mixed. How could you give the money to Yi Jing to satisfy his personal whims? Zheng Qingxian quickly said, No, I didn't give him the company's money. And sister, didn't you say that at this auction, we could expand our Zheng family's influence? I think Yi Jing did quite well. Not only did he buy the first luxury watch, but also the most expensive 8th watch. Isn't this enough to expand our Jing family's influence? I guess tomorrow's headlines in the provincial city will be about our Jing family winning the first spot at the Shi family's luxury watch auction, right? Isn't this a great thing for our Jing family? Zhao Zhongjia showed a trace of jealousy. This first place should have belonged to their Zhao family, but it was snatched by Yi Jing. Zheng Liyue sneered. Do you think I'll believe that? His own money? Does he have that kind of money? That's not a small amount. It's over 300 million. If he really had that much money, when our Zheng family was in crisis and needed to collect debts, why didn't Yi Jing just take out that money? Instead, he just watched our Zheng family fall into crisis? When others heard this, it did make some sense. Only Yi Jing knew that back then, he had also given Zheng Qingxian an opportunity, but Zheng Qingxian also didn't believe Yi Jing could solve it, which led to Yi Jing indirectly solving it through his connections. Zheng Qingxian couldn't say anything. Seeing Zheng Qingxian at a loss for words, Zheng Liyue felt even more certain, immediately saying, Well, I was right, wasn't I? When we get back, I will definitely report this truthfully to Grandpa. Chapter 178. The Principal Issue. Zheng Liyue could almost see herself retaking her position as the president. After all, misappropriating company funds was something her grandfather strictly forbade. Even if you were his favorite son-in-law, what could you do? This was a matter of principle. You just wait, Zheng Liyue said, pulling Zhao Zhongjia along as she prepared to leave. But at that moment, a voice rang out from the side. Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. Although the words sounded respectful, anyone could hear the sarcastic tone behind them. Master Wei, along with his students, disciples, and henchmen, appeared in front, blocking Yi Jing's path. Before the auction, you already had objections to my medical diamond inlaying technique. During the auction, you even engaged in malicious bidding with me. I want Mr. Yi to give me an explanation. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Yi Jing frowned. This Master Wei was clearly here to cause trouble. What? Did I say something wrong when I called your diamond inlaying behavior pure stupidity? Inlaying a few diamonds gives you medical effects? That's a joke. As soon as Yi Jing said these words, he saw the students and disciples behind Master Wei looking furious. The henchmen even reached into their pockets, as if feeling for baseball bats or firearms. This scene startled Zheng Qingxian, who quickly whispered, Yi Gu, stop talking. They outnumber us. Lin Yanan also turned pale and quietly sent a message to the company's security department, asking them to send people over immediately. Everyone could see that Master Wei and his group were aggressive and had malicious intentions. Zheng Liyue and Zhao Zhongjia also turned pale. Yi Jing, be more respectful to Master Wei. Is this how you talk to him? Zhao Zhongjia also shouted, Yi Jing, what gives you the right to criticize Master Wei's diamond inlaying technique? I think it's great. I even wanted to ask Master Wei to inlay diamonds on my watch, but he's too busy to even consider it. The two of them spoke up in succession, trying to distance themselves from the situation. Who couldn't see that Master Wei was here to cause trouble? This man had money, power, and even mastery of medical and diamond inlaying skills. Who wouldn't give him some respect? Opposing him would only lead to disaster. So the two of them were smart to distance themselves. Yi Jing, we'll settle our accounts with you later. With that, Zhang Liyue angrily left a remark and quickly dragged Jiao Zhongjie away. She was taking a gamble, hoping that Master Wei wouldn't stop them. Fortunately, it seemed their target was only Yi Jing, and they didn't care about the two of them. Phew, we finally got out, Zhang Liyue sighed heavily, unable to help but complain. This Yi Jing is good for nothing, spending our Zhang family's money and provoking someone like Master Wei. What are we supposed to do now? No, I need to go back and tell Grandpa about this. Jiao Zhongjie nodded. You should hurry and let your grandfather consider our options. Master Wei is different from others. He's not like the other wealthy families in our province. Master Wei has a strong influence, and with so many people accompanying him to the city, he's obviously here to make a big move. We must make sure the Zhang family doesn't become his first target, used as a stepping stone. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue's face changed. Right, I need to hurry and tell Grandpa. A short while later, Zhang Liyue returned to the Jing family residence. Grandpa, something big has happened. Her exclamation brought out all the aunts and uncles of the Zhang family, along with many of the younger generation. What is it? Zhang Liyue, leaning on his cane, came out. The aunts and uncles of the Zhang family also asked, What's wrong, Liyue? Didn't you and Qing Xian go to the Shi family's auction? What happened? They all thought that since the Zhang family had attended the Shi family's prestigious watch auction in such numbers, they must have made a big impression, bringing honor to the Zhang family. But now, seeing Zhang Liyue in such a hurry, they wondered what had happened. Zhang Liyue quickly recounted everything she knew in a few sentences. Grandpa, not only did Yi Jing spend the funds our flagship group had set aside for purchasing raw materials and expanding channels, but he also provoked Master Wei. You need to think about what to do. These words struck everyone like a bolt of lightning, leaving them speechless and stunned. Yi Jing spent our Jing family's public funds? Unforgivable. Public funds are public funds, private is private. That's a rule Grandpa set long ago. Even our younger generation wouldn't dare touch the public funds. How could Yi Jing do such a thing? The aunts and uncles were all furious, some even trembling with anger. I always thought Yi Jing was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He helped our Zhang family out of trouble several times, and I thought he was doing it out of kindness. It turns out he was after our money all along. I bet he's been treating our flagship company as his own private property, using the public funds whenever he pleases, making it his own little kingdom. Zhang Liyue's face turned ashen. Although he had always been optimistic about Yi Jing and sided with him, this time, misusing company funds had truly crossed his bottom line. And Grandpa, the misuse of funds is actually a minor issue. The real problem is how to deal with Master Wei's anger. Master Wei is the leader of the watch industry in Western Sichuan, with numerous students, disciples, and henchmen under his command. That's a formidable force. Yi Jing provoking Master Wei is practically inviting disaster upon our Zhang family. Yes, Grandpa, you need to think of a solution quickly. If Master Wei strikes with full force, our entire Jing family might be wiped out. Zhang Liyue, though his face was dark, didn't fully believe everything Zhang Liyue said. He knew his eldest granddaughter was skilled at exaggerating things. His gaze turned to the few younger Zhang family members who had also attended the Shi family's watch auction. Did your elder sister tell the truth? If there's even a single mistake, point it out, and I'll reward you. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue's face changed slightly. It seemed her grandfather no longer fully trusted her, which was different from the past. However, the younger family members beside her all spoke up in support of Zhang Liyue. Chapter 179, 300 million in funds. Grandpa, what big sister said is true. That Yi Jing really spent 300 million in funds, all of which were from our Jing family's public funds. 300 million. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this practically using up all the liquid funds of the entire Jing flagship company to buy luxury watches? This was all their Zhang family's money, the money of every Zhang family member. How did it end up benefiting the Yi fellow? A group of people immediately grew anxious and shouted, Grandpa, we can't let Yi Jing continue like this. He's spending our Zheng family's money. He's going to destroy the Zheng flagship group, Grandpa. This is the heart and soul of our Zheng family. Grandpa, please take back the management rights, and we can't let second sister remain as the president. She's now completely lovesick. Everything she does is for Yijing, and she's practically giving away our Zheng family's interests to him. Is that acceptable? Our Zheng family can't afford such a huge loss. Both the older and younger generations of the Zheng family were urging Grandpa Zheng to reclaim the power. Grandpa Zheng also frowned deeply. Continuing like this was indeed not an option. But how did Yijing manage to suddenly access their Zheng family's funds? Grandpa, the most critical thing now is how to deal with Master Wei's revenge, Zheng Liu said, which made everyone's hearts tighten. Yes, what about Master Wei? This Yijing is truly hateful. He's brought such a formidable enemy to our Zheng family. What are we supposed to do now? Grandpa, maybe we should sever ties with Yijing. It's him who provoked such a powerful enemy, not us. Even the Shi family holds Master Wei in awe. How can our Zheng family afford to provoke such a formidable enemy? Everyone kept urging, and Grandpa Zheng was feeling a migraine coming on. I'll think about this matter. Let's wait until Yijing and Qingxian return. Grandpa Zheng also felt that the Zheng family might truly be on the verge of collapse. If the company's liquid funds were all spent, and they had provoked a powerful enemy, then they really would be in a precarious situation. Could it be that Yijing really harbored the intention of destroying the Zheng family in one go? Even Grandpa Zheng himself was hesitant, let alone the older generations and the younger ones who thought even more. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zheng Qingxian felt much better. It seems that the day I reclaim the position of president is not far off. Meanwhile, Master Wei led a large group of disciples and henchmen to surround Yijing, Zheng Qingxian, and Lin Yanan. Yijing glanced at these people indifferently. Speak. What do you want? Master Wei snorted coldly. You're quite calm, quite a bit of presence. I only have one condition. I want you to publicly apologize for your ignorance and to vindicate my medical diamond technique. Yijing chuckled. Your so-called medical diamond technique is just a scam. You want me to apologize? What are you thinking? Master Wei harumphed. Then there's nothing to discuss. He waved his hand, signaling his men to close in. He also gave a few of the henchmen a subtle nod, instructing them to pay attention to the $200 million watch and seize it quietly. At that moment, a large group of people poured out from the auction. Stop! How dare you cause trouble at our Shi family's watch auction? Shi Jiashu led over 100 people, swarming out, and Master Wei's eyebrows furrowed at the sight. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't want to completely sever ties with the Shi family, a local powerhouse, at least not yet. Moreover, he had no fundamental conflict with the Shi family and even needed to use them to achieve his goals. At the entrance of the auction, I naturally have to give the Shi family some face. Master Wei disdainfully looked at Yijing and said generously, a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet, I won't bother with you today. But if you ever badmouth my medical diamond technique again, I will definitely come after you. After saying that, Master Wei led his group away. Yijing just smiled indifferently. If Master Wei didn't do anything else, he might still keep his life. But if he really didn't know what was good for him, then the consequences wouldn't be pleasant. Shi Jiashu came forward. Mr. Yi, you might have offended him during the auction. Do you need our Shi family to provide some bodyguards for your safety? Yijing shook his head. No need. When they returned to the Daiwan villa, Yijing sent out several courier packages. These expensive watches worth millions or even tens of millions were sent to Qinghuang, Punyang, his sister Yi, Bai Shui, and others. In the manor, Bai Shui was tending to the garden. When she received the courier and saw Yijing's name on the package, her heart blossomed with joy. I thought you'd forget about me after going to the provincial city. She looked at the exquisite women's watch in her hand, holding it close to her heart, feeling exceptionally happy. Qinghuang, who was on a mission, also revealed a rare hint of joy on her usually cold face. Then, she immersed herself back into her task. She must not disappoint her master's trust and must quickly uncover the clues. Everyone who received the watch was overjoyed. To them, the value of the watch was not the most important thing. What mattered was that it was a gift from Yijing, which was priceless. At the Shi family residence. Have you contacted Mr. Yi? There's only one last treatment left. Master Shi was feeling anxious. The last treatment was originally scheduled after the auction, but unexpectedly, such a big disturbance occurred at the auction, and even when Yijing left, Master Wei went to intercept him, disrupting Master Shi's arrangements. What exactly does Master Wei want to do? Master Shi was fuming. I never even invited him to this watch auction. He came all the way from Chuanqi watch industry. And now, he's ruining my auction rhythm, ruining my good fortune. The Shi family members were very dissatisfied with Master Wei, and it almost caused them to lose a lot of money at this auction. It was only thanks to Yijing breaking Master Wei's rhythm. Just then, a servant came to report from outside. Master Wei has come to request an audience. Master Shi's face immediately darkened. What does Master Wei want? Doesn't he know that our Shi family is the least welcoming to him right now? Get rid of him. Master Shi directly issued an order to expel him. But after a moment, the servant returned, pale with fear. Master Shi. Master Wei said, he said. The servant couldn't even speak. Master Shi frowned. What did he say? Chapter 180. Won't live long. The servant said, he said you won't live long. Grandpa Shi and the rest of the Shi family were immediately furious. What does this Master Wei mean by that? Could he possibly come to our Shi family to kill someone? This Master Wei is truly arrogant in his actions. The members of the Shi family were all somewhat enraged, and Shi Jiashu even wanted to gather numerous servants and enforcers to go out and demand an explanation. Grandpa Shi, however, furrowed his brows and said, Don't act rashly. This Master Wei isn't that foolish. If he truly meant us harm, he would have barged in already instead of politely sending a servant to report. Let him in first and see what he intends to do. A short while later, the reluctant members of the Shi family led Master Wei and one of his disciples inside. Seeing that Master Wei had only brought 2 people, the expressions of the onlookers softened slightly. At least it seemed that Master Wei wasn't here specifically to cause trouble. Master Wei, you bluntly said I won't live long. What do you mean by that? If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be leaving through that door, Grandpa Shi said. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Shi family members immediately locked the doors and looked at Master Wei with malicious intent. Master Wei was indeed very influential in the watch industry of Western Sichuan and could slightly suppress the Shi family outside. But now they were in the Shi family's stronghold. Could Master Wei really conjure up a few hundred men out of thin air? Master Wei shook his head. Everyone, I come with goodwill. You've misunderstood me. You all know that while I'm more famous for setting diamonds on luxury watches, my true skill lies in the field of medicine. My fame for setting diamonds also stems from blending medical knowledge into it. I believe you've all heard about this. The crowd furrowed their brows. What did Master Wei want to say? Grandpa Shi still had a hint of displeasure on his face. Get to the point. Based on your behavior at the auction and your reckless actions at the auction entrance, our Shi family doesn't welcome you. Master Wei remained calm and found a seat for himself. Grandpa Shi, you're not in good health, are you? And it's not fully recovered, right? Grandpa Shi's expression slightly changed. How did Master Wei figure that out? But he quickly regained his composure. Where did you hear that from? However, your information is outdated. My illness has already been cured by Mr. Yi. Master Wei scoffed disdainfully. Cured? He only treated the symptoms. It's a superficial fix, making you feel like you're in good health, but in reality, your illness has worsened to the point where it's almost incurable. That's why I said you're on the verge of death. Grandpa Shi's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. What do you mean? Shi Jiashu, beside him, was even more anxious. The renowned Dr. Yi was the one he had invited, and now this man was claiming that Ye's treatment was fake? Just an illusion? You're spouting nonsense. Shi Jiashu angrily retorted. You're just making things up. Master Wei calmly shook his head. Whether you believe me or not, a small demonstration will prove it. Grandpa Shi's brows were now deeply creased. Who wouldn't be concerned about their own health? After falling ill, he had been in low spirits for a long time and even considered not attending the Shi family's watch auction. It was only after Yijing cured his illness that he decided to participate again. This showed how much his physical condition affected his mood and mindset. So now, another doctor suddenly claiming that his illness was still problematic. Although Grandpa sure remained outwardly calm, inwardly he was beginning to feel anxious. What do you mean? Grandpa sure asked. Master Wei replied, think carefully, members of the Sure family. After Mr. Yi treated you, didn't you go to the hospital and find that all the indicators were improving? Then, you simply believed in Mr. Yi and let him continue with acupuncture and medication. But have you ever considered that these improving indicators and the sense of well-being could be fabricated? For example, I have dozens of methods to make the indicators of pancreatic cancer appear to improve, and just as many ways to make you feel exceptionally comfortable every day. But do you know that in reality, a seed of illness has been planted in your body? Your true pancreatic cancer hasn't been cured. Instead, it's worsened due to these medications. Before, you might have had 3 months to live, but because of Mr. Ye's treatment, you might only have half a month left. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Many members of the Sure family looked anxiously at Grandpa Sure. Could it really be that Grandpa Sure only had half a month left to live? Although Master Wei had a bad reputation, his fame in the medical field was significant. His medical skills were also highly regarded, so his words couldn't be entirely dismissed. Sure Jia Shu's face darkened. How can you prove what you're saying is true? He truly feared that his grandfather might pass away in a few days. Many of the Sure family's business inheritances hadn't been passed down yet, and he really didn't want his grandfather to be gone so soon. Grandpa Sure himself also furrowed his brows deeply. He even felt a hint of anxiety and sensed that his abdomen was starting to hurt again. How can you prove it? Master Wei said, it's very simple. Grandpa Sure, today should be the last day Mr. Yi was supposed to treat you, right? Grandpa Sure nodded slightly. In fact, Master Wei had only spent a small amount of money to gather all this information from the outside. Master Wei continued, usually, after he treats you, you feel exceptionally comfortable, but after he leaves, after some time, you start feeling abdominal pain again, right? And today, since he hasn't come to treat you, your pain has been intensifying? Grandpa Sure's forehead began to sweat slightly, because as Master Wei spoke, he realized that the pain in his abdomen was indeed intensifying. It even felt worse than before Mr. Yi treated him. Could it be that my pancreatic cancer hasn't been cured? These days of feeling better were just an illusion? Master Wei said, I also heard that Mr. Yi treated you with acupuncture. All right, then I'll perform a practical test on you. He took out a set of silver needles, imitating the procedure. I'll use these needles to pierce your pancreatic area and perform a test strip check. Chapter 181. Color change of the test paper. If you still have pancreatic cancer, the color of this test paper will gradually deepen. If your pancreatic cancer is truly cured, the color of the test paper will be very light. After hearing Master Wei's words, the entire Sure family fell into tension. Could it be that Grandpa Sure's illness hasn't really been cured? Was it all a trick by Yijing? Grandpa Sure said, all right, then test me. Master Wei smiled subtly, and after bringing in the jade pendant he had casually placed on the table, he put it away. This jade pendant was his exclusive treasure. Once placed out, it would naturally begin to emit a certain smell. Ordinary people wouldn't be affected, but for those with weak constitutions, like Grandpa Sure, it would cause abdominal pain. This was the source of Grandpa Sure's abdominal pain earlier. Now, Master Wei, holding a needle, came to Grandpa Sure, and in full view of everyone, began to perform the puncture. It hurts. Grandpa Sure was in great discomfort, as a needle was inserted into his abdomen. Bear with it. Master Wei applied some topical anesthetic to ease Grandpa Sure's pain slightly, then placed the punctured silver needle onto the test paper. All right, you'll see what color it turns into soon enough. Master Wei crossed his arms and walked away, returning to his seat where he leisurely sipped tea, watching the group with a subtle, amused smile. His medical skills, of course, were fake. However, he did have some rudimentary knowledge of medicine. Combining this basic medical knowledge with these deceptive tricks, he had managed to deceive these wealthy families. This was his expertise as Master Wei. He had previously been deceiving people in Western Sichuan, but recently, he had inadvertently offended someone powerful. Thus, he had come to the provincial capital to see if he could establish himself here. Today's attempt to discredit Yi Jing was his first step in doing so. By belittling another renowned doctor, he aimed to elevate himself as the true master. It's changing. SSS, why is the color so dark? What should we do? Could Grandpa really be critically ill? The Sure family members, seeing the change in the test paper's color, grew anxious. This isn't right. Sure Jiashu stood up seriously at this moment. Can he really determine that Grandpa is definitely unwell just based on this test paper? I still trust modern medicine. We need Dr. Li to come and measure before I believe it. Sure Jiashu looked at a servant beside him, who quickly ran out. Dr. Li was a physician from a nearby private hospital and had a close relationship with the Sure family. Especially after Grandpa Sure fell ill, Dr. Li visited the Sure family almost every other day to treat him, almost becoming his personal doctor. Shortly after, Dr. Li arrived with several portable testing instruments. Soon, various test results were out. This can't be. How could it be so bad? These values, how could they have turned out like this? It was fine just a few days ago. Sure Jiashu almost cried when he saw these values. The hard facts now told him that Yi Jing was a fraud. He hadn't cured Grandpa Sure's illness at all, and had even made it worse. Next to them, Master Wei subtly gave Dr. Li a glance, and then came before the Sure family members. Under the onslaught of substantial financial incentives, bribing a private hospital doctor was all too easy. Moreover, everyone has their weaknesses, and Dr. Li's was conveniently grasped by Master Wei. Grandpa Sure didn't notice Dr. Li's expression. He was currently only concerned about his health. The abdominal pain was real. The results from the machine showed very poor data. Scoundrel! All of Grandpa Sure's emotions finally boiled over into a seething rage. How could Yi Jing deceive him like this, treating him like a fool? Grandpa Sure was so angry he was practically itching to grab a knife and chop Yi Jing into pieces. Sure Jiashu also looked like he had been deceived. Yi Jing, you actually dared to deceive me. Not far away, Sure Jiaxian, the eldest sister, and the old lady, who had long disliked Yi Jing, were now even more aggressive. I've always disliked that Yi Jing, and you still chose to believe him. Now he's been exposed by Master Wei. If it weren't for Master Wei, you'd still be in the dark. Do you really have to wait until Grandpa passes away before you wake up? You even gave that person a VIP card, and what's the result? He spent your money, enjoyed your VIP card, and in the end, deceived you. The entire Sure family was in a panic. It wasn't just about being deceived. Grandpa Sure's health had now deteriorated to the point where he only had half a month left. What were they to do? Grandpa Sure was also struck as if by lightning. When he still had 3 months left, he could still slowly allocate resources and gradually delegate some responsibilities to the second and third generations, allowing Sure Jiashu, Sure Jiaxian, and others to take over. But now, with less than half a month left, everything was too late. Could the Sure family be facing a disaster? Just then, a servant rushed in. Grandpa, Mr. Yi sent a package. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Sure knew what it was and his expression changed slightly. It must be the medicine he sent. Earlier, he told me that after today's acupuncture, he would prescribe a medicine for me, and I wouldn't need to call him for acupuncture anymore. Just take this medicine. Everyone opened the package. Inside were 3 packets of medicine, along with a prescription and handwritten instructions by Yi Jing on the intervals for taking the medicine and various precautions. Damn it, what nonsense. This isn't medicine, it's a deadly poison. The Sure family members were so furious they wanted to throw the package out immediately. Next to them, Master Wei pretended to be magnanimous. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. Let me first check Yi Jing's medicine. Maybe he really meant well for Grandpa? Sure Jiashu angrily said. What good could it be? It must be something meant to deceive us. Master Wei took the package and identified each of the Chinese herbs inside. Everyone, look, this is Pu Huang, this is Chuanxiang, this is saffron, this is sanqi. Master Wei identified each medicinal herb, one by one, and finally said, "See? These herbs, with a total cost of just a few dozen yuan, are ultimately nothing more than painkillers or blood-activating agents." Chapter 182. The illness is incurable. The herbs from Yijing only serve to relieve your grandfather's pain, making him feel more comfortable. If you continue taking his medicine, it won't cure the illness, but it will alleviate the pain. Master Wei spoke these harsh words. Yijing is not bad, knowing to forcibly relieve the pain for Grandpa Shi in his final days, so that he doesn't feel the agony of pancreatic cancer in his abdomen. The more Master Wei said this, the more the Shi family felt they had been deceived. This Yijing is truly despicable. He's been fooling us for so long, and we actually thought he was a miraculous doctor, believing he had cured Grandpa's illness. It was all an illusion. Grandpa, it's all my fault. Shi Jiashu felt extremely guilty, believing he had caused his grandfather's suffering. If it weren't for him finding this so-called miraculous doctor, perhaps his grandfather would have gone to another major hospital and found a skilled physician by now. Wait, wasn't there a skilled doctor right here? Thud. Shi Jiashu directly knelt before Master Wei. Master Wei, your medical skills must be able to treat my grandfather, right? Please, save my grandfather. Although the other Shi family members didn't kneel, they all pleaded one after another. Yes, Master Wei, please save our grandfather. Master Wei sighed lightly. Alas, who told me to be a compassionate doctor? Since I've encountered this situation, I can't just stand by and watch someone die. He stood up, sighed, and said, Rest assured, this illness is severe in others' eyes. But for me, it's not incurable. You've heard of my medical diamond dinlaying technique, haven't you? The Shi family members nodded repeatedly. Although they found Master Wei's arrogance off-putting, they couldn't deny the prowess of his diamond dinlaying technique. After all, the case of the cured Hong Kong Taiwan celebrity was a living example. A person on the brink of death was brought back with just a watch. Master Wei said, I've seen the watch you auctioned off to Yijing earlier. The dial and surface of that watch are perfectly suited to my diamond dinlaying technique. At that time, I'll use some medicinal herbs to soak the diamonds, combine them with the arrangement of the diamonds, and wearing that watch will gradually treat the pancreatic cancer. Shi Jiashu's heart stirred as he asked, So, does that mean we need to retrieve the watch from Yijing? Master Wei nodded and sighed. At the auction, I wanted to use my reputation to forcibly buy that watch, because I had already noticed that Grandpa Shi's condition was critical. Although he seemed spirited at the auction, it was all due to Yijing forcibly suppressing the pain with medication. At that time, I planned to buy the watch and use my diamond dinlaying technique to treat Grandpa. But I didn't expect you to misunderstand, treating me as an enemy and considering Yijing a good person. Alas. Master Wei sighed deeply, as if particularly heartbroken. Only then did the Shi family realize they had misjudged Master Wei. Master Wei, it's all our fault. We apologize to you. Shi Jiashu led the way, and the entire Shi family voiced their apologies. I said Master Wei is on our side. How could he harm us? If it weren't for him exposing that fraudster Yijing, we'd still be in the dark. Most importantly, Grandpa might have been killed by that Yijing. That would be the greatest loss for our Shi family. No, I must confront Yijing and get that watch back. The younger Shi family members couldn't hold back and wanted to take action, but Grandpa Shi stopped them. What kind of behavior is this? Are we the Shi family, a family that resorts to violence? Grandpa Shi's authority was still strong, and with a single rebuke, the young ones dared not speak. Directly attacking is the lowest form of action. We have better methods. Grandpa Shi, as an elder who had long managed the clan, had plenty of ideas. With just a little thought, he came up with a plan. Master Wei, this plan will require your cooperation. I need to set a trap to lure him here. Like this? Master Wei, listening to Grandpa Shi's words, couldn't help but laugh inwardly. These wealthy clans are truly easy to manipulate. With just a few words, they were already actively helping him devise strategies, and the plans they came up with fit perfectly with his next moves. In that case, I'll make a few adjustments to this plan. Master Wei intended to refine the layout to better align with his upcoming plans. This way, he would firmly establish himself in this provincial city, fully opening up his reputation. Master Wei and Grandpa Shi, two cunning foxes, quickly agreed on a strategy. Yijing received a call from the Shi family at his villa in Daiwan. Why isn't Grandpa Shi calling me to give the final needle? Instead, he's inviting me to some medical conference? And he's invited a whole group of medical experts from the provincial city? Yijing didn't mind. After all, he was just being paid to do a job. Once he completed this final needle, the transaction would be over. The next day, after bidding farewell to Zheng Qingxian, Yijing arrived alone at the Shi family residence. This time was different from the last. Previously, the Shi family had welcomed him, with even Shi Jiashu, the eldest grandson of the third generation, treating him with high respect and guiding him directly to the innermost part of the villa. But this time, there were many people present. A steady stream of medical peers, many of whom ran renowned Chinese medicine clinics in the provincial city, with many even sporting the title of Miracle Doctor. Why invite so many so-called miracle doctors? Yijing frowned. Although he didn't mind being observed during treatment, he certainly didn't like being pointed at and judged. Moreover, after reporting his identity, the Shi family didn't even send someone of significance to greet him. Instead, they just had a servant lead Yijing into a large room, where he was left to wait with a group of miracle doctors. What exactly is the Shi family trying to do? If it weren't for the unfinished transaction with the Shi family and their previous decent attitude toward him, Yijing would have left by now. At that moment, a loud voice echoed, "Master Wei has arrived." Following this announcement, it was as if the entire Shi family came alive, with many people excitedly rushing out. "Master Wei is here. The medical conference can begin. Quick, call everyone in." Chapter 183, Medical Convention. Yijing frowned. How did the Shi family manage to invite Master Wei? There must be something going on with the Shi family that I'm not aware of, and it's likely aimed at me. Yijing remained calm. He was ready to face whatever came his way, confident in his abilities and unafraid of any petty schemes. "Come in." A servant from the Shi family called out to the gathered medical experts. All the medical experts began to file in, with Yijing being swept along with them. In another small room, Shi Leoi and Master Wei were watching Yijing through a monitor. It seems he's quite composed as he enters, showing no signs of anger or annoyance. He's quite a character indeed. The Shi family members behind them commented. Master Wei snorted. Most scammers are quite calculating. They tend to appear calm on the surface, otherwise they'd be exposed. This is a skill for scammers. Without it, they wouldn't be good at what they do. The Shi family members behind him respectfully said, "Master Wei, you really understand them. You've seen right through them." Master Wei couldn't help but smile smugly. Shi Leoi grumbled. "When he was conning me, he was just as calm. I was really taken in by his act." He then turned to Master Wei, respectfully saying, "Master Wei, once you acquire that famous watch, please use your medical diamond setting technique to treat me. I beg you." Master Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. "That can be arranged, but the diamonds I use have been soaked in precious herbs for 10 years, and the process of diamond setting will consume a great deal of my energy." Shi Leoi, being an old fox, immediately caught the hidden meaning in Master Wei's words. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Master Wei. We will show our gratitude appropriately. We believe our sincerity will satisfy you. That Hong Kong-Taiwan celebrity didn't spend over 500 million to buy your famous watch. This time, the medical diamond set watch you make for me will be just as excellent. Our Shi family will not offer less than that amount." Master Wei's mood brightened considerably, his smile almost reaching his ears, but he managed to suppress his laughter. The Shi family's money was really easy to make. If he had known earlier, he should have left Western Sichuan for this provincial capital sooner. It was truly a place of gullible people and abundant wealth. "All right, Yijing has entered. We can begin our real medical convention." Master Wei stood up, and his underlings immediately draped a pre-prepared coat over him. "Master Wei, we'll be counting on you." Shi Leoi respectfully bowed to Master Wei. After Master Wei left, Shirleyoi felt a lingering doubt. Jashu, why do I feel something's off? Next to him were Shir Jashu and Shir Jusin, his eldest grandson and granddaughter, who had been guarding Shirleyoi day and night, fearing the old man might suddenly pass away. After all, Master Wei had said Shirleyoi had only half a month left to live, and no one knew which day might be his last. What if it was today? So, the two had been following him closely, at least showing filial piety in front of other family members. What's wrong, Grandpa? Is there something wrong with your body? Shir Jashu quickly approached, while Shir Jusin hurriedly brought some painkillers and water. At this moment, the two had put aside their previous grievances and were solely focused on ensuring their grandfather's well-being. After all, if he died, their own interests would suffer the most. It's not that my body is uncomfortable. On the contrary, I feel better. It's like, Shirleyoi thought carefully, whenever Master Wei is around, I feel something is off, and the pain in my abdomen worsens. But when Master Wei is away from me, like now, the pain in my abdomen disappears, and I feel very light, with a surge of energy. Shir Jusin quickly advised, Grandpa, don't overthink it. Master Wei has explained this phenomenon. He said your body is already critically ill, and this sudden surge of energy is actually a sign of returning light, a phenomenon that occurs just before death. The more often this happens, the worse your condition becomes. It's best to maintain the state of pain and discomfort, as that indicates your body is still in a low state and has a chance to recover. Shirleyoi felt a chill in his heart. The fact that his body felt better was actually a bad sign. Under the influence of this thought, he quickly calmed himself. It seems my body is acting up again. I can't. Come and help me up. Shir Jashu and Shir Jusin, the cousins, quickly came to support Shirleyoi, feeling relieved. At least this meant their grandfather still had a chance. Everyone arrived at a grand hall. Numerous physicians and renowned doctors took their seats. I heard today's medical convention is hosted by Master Wei. Master Wei is highly skilled in medical diagnostics and is also known for his medical diamond setting technique. If we're lucky today, we might get to see it in action. The main purpose of the renowned doctors attending today was to observe and learn. At that moment, a servant from the Shir family announced loudly, Master Wei has arrived. Everyone immediately stood up to greet Master Wei. Please sit down. Master Wei entered with a few students, smiling warmly. Today, we are borrowing the Shir family's esteemed venue to hold this medical convention. Why did we choose the Shir family? Because I discovered that Shirleyoi's health has taken a turn for the worse. I'm sure you've all heard about it. Shirleyoi has been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and has been seeking treatment. The doctors and renowned physicians began to discuss among themselves. I've heard about Shirleyoi's condition. Late-stage pancreatic cancer, diagnosed as inoperable. I not only know about it. A month ago, Shirleyoi trusted my medical skills and visited my clinic. But by then, his condition was already beyond saving. Many of them had some knowledge of Shirleyoi's condition. Master Wei said, but just a few days ago, a fraud appeared by Shirleyoi's side. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yijing. Yijing fully understood what Master Wei was up to, but he remained calm, ready to watch Master Wei perform this act. Chapter 184. The Swindler. A swindler has appeared by Master Shir's side? The crowd buzzed with discussion. What kind of swindler is so brazen as to deceive a wealthy family? This is truly courting death. If this gets out, not only Master Shir, but even we, his peers, will break his legs. Over the din of the crowd, Master Wei raised his hand to quiet them. Everyone, the swindler's methods are very cunning. First, he used some pain-relieving drugs to make Master Shir feel that his condition was improving. Then, by exploiting the special properties of certain medications, he tampered with the test results, making Master Shir believe his pancreatic cancer was getting better. Little did he know, all of this was part of the swindler's plan. What's most despicable is that these drugs only temporarily alleviate the symptoms, but they accelerate the deterioration of Master Shir's health. These words set the entire hall ablaze with outrage. This man is worse than an animal. This swindler is utterly detestable. He's tarnishing the reputation of all medical practitioners. Master Wei, please tell us who this person is. We must bring him to justice, dismember him, and ensure he never harms anyone again. The longer this person exists in the world, the more people will fall victim to his deception. Indeed, Master Wei's ability to incite anger was formidable. With just a few words, he had elevated the crowd's hatred for Yi Jing to its peak. Master Wei's gaze finally settled on Yi Jing. There's no need for me to identify him. The Shi family can speak for themselves. All eyes turned to the Shi family. At the forefront, Shi Jiashu and Shi Jiaxian helped an unsteady Master Shi walk forward. It hurts so much. Master Shi, who had been feeling relatively well while seated, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen upon approaching Master Wei. He didn't realize it was Master Wei's doing, the jade pendant soaked in medicinal liquid that Master Wei was holding. Master Shi's condition seems to have worsened significantly. Just a few days ago at the auction, Master Shi could still stand and speak with vigor. Who would have thought that was a temporary resurgence, artificially induced by medication? Now it seems Master Shi's health is truly deteriorating. Master Wei said, although our traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, we also embrace a wide range of diagnostic methods, including those from Western medicine. We even learn from each other's strengths. These test results from Western medical instruments are a true reflection of Master Shi's condition. He presented the tampered-with test results, which he had bribed the private doctor to alter, for everyone to examine. Now, no one could deny the truth. The irrefutable evidence lay before them. Master Shi's condition is indeed worsening. The pancreatic cancer has spread, and many indicators are dangerously high. Yes, for Master Shi to be able to walk out with assistance is already a miracle. If it were another patient with weaker willpower, they would probably be bedridden by now. Everyone admired Master Shi's strong willpower. Master Wei, please tell us who the swindler is. We've all agreed that Master Shi's condition has been delayed because of him, and that despicable swindler has made Master Shi's condition even worse. Master Wei looked at Master Shi. Please, the Shi family should speak up and reveal who the swindler is. Yi Jing calmly looked at Shi Jiashu and Master Shi. He wanted to see if the Shi family had fully sided with Master Wei. Shi Jiashu stepped forward, pointing angrily at Yi Jing. It's him. He's the swindler. I was the one who believed his words and allowed him to treat my grandfather with acupuncture and medicine. It's all my fault. Shi Jiashu's eyes reddened, and he nearly broke down in tears. This grandson of the Shi family is a filial child, but he was deceived by this swindler. So the swindler is him. This Yi Jing. I feel like I've seen him before. Isn't he the one from the recent luxury watch auction? The crowd had a clear memory of the recent auction, especially the incident where Yi Jing had spent lavishly to acquire the most expensive watch. It left a lasting impression on everyone. Yi Jing shook his head calmly. Since the Shi family had completely turned against him, he saw no point in staying. Fine, if you say I'm a swindler, then I'll leave. Yi Jing had no desire to interact with the Shi family any further. Although he had treated Master Shi's condition to a large extent, without the final sealing needle, all previous treatments would be in vain over time. In other words, Master Shi's illness would relapse, and without Yi Jing's treatment, his condition would worsen again, leaving him with only 3 months to live. But what did it matter to Yi Jing? If the Shi family didn't trust him, he had no interest in chasing after them for treatment. Wanna leave? Master Wei signaled, and immediately 7 or 8 men blocked Yi Jing's path and closed the door. Hand over the watch you swindled from me. Master Wei revealed his true intentions, demanding the watch. Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. So all this effort was just to get this watch from me? Master Wei raged. That watch was originally meant for treating Master Shi, but you stole it. If you still have any shred of conscience as a medical practitioner, you should return the watch. The doctors and healers present murmured among themselves. No wonder Master Wei was so determined to win that watch at the auction. It was for treating Master Shi. Unfortunately, Master Shi himself probably didn't realize he had been deceived. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have auctioned the watch. In other words, the watch originally belonged to Master Sure, but this swindler got his hands on it. What is he planning? Does he want to hike up the price? Most likely. Now only Master Wei's advanced medical techniques can use this watch to treat Master Sure. This swindler is probably holding onto the watch, intending to sell it at a higher price. Chapter 185. A Duel of Medical Skills. Many of the medical practitioners were glaring angrily at Yijing. Yijing looked calmly at Master Wei. What? Do you really think I'm a fraud? That the needles I administered are fake? Master Wei said smugly. Of course. Your medical skills are very low. I can tell at a glance. What? Do you still want to argue? Or do you want to compete with me? Let's pick a patient right here, right now? Yijing retorted sarcastically. You still want to pick a patient? I think you have a serious illness yourself. Master Wei had a significant hidden ailment, though he was unaware of it. Master Wei retorted angrily. What are you talking about? I'm giving you a last chance to prove your innocence. Of course, if you lose, you'll have to leave that prestigious watch behind. Yijing chuckled. And if I win? Master Wei snorted coldly. Then, of course, you can take the watch with you. Yijing shook his head. No, that's too boring. If I win, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me, admitting that your medical skills are nothing but a scam. There was a loud uproar among the crowd. This fraud is so arrogant. He dares to challenge Master Wei, even after Master Wei gave him a chance. This fraud must be desperate, so he's spouting nonsense. Let's just watch the show. A group of doctors, renowned physicians, and the Sure family members were all waiting to see Yijing's humiliation. Master Wei pretended to be magnanimous. I won't bully you. This patient here, can you tell what illness he has? Master Wei pointed casually at someone in the crowd, but that person was someone he had arranged in advance. Yijing glanced at the person and immediately knew that the person was perfectly healthy, except that he had taken some medicine beforehand, which should be about to take effect. Yijing followed Master Wei's lead and said, This patient has no other problems, just a stomachache coming up soon. With a little treatment from me, it will be cured. Master Wei was stunned. How did Yijing know that this person would have a stomachache soon? That was something he had arranged in advance, giving the person some medicine. Yijing looked at Master Wei. What? Did I get it wrong? Master Wei replied awkwardly. You got it right. But how will you treat it? The surrounding doctors and renowned physicians were extremely curious as they watched the duel. I didn't see any stomach problems with this person. Yes, at first glance, this person doesn't seem to have any stomach issues. But since Master Wei is so skilled, if he says there's a stomach problem, then there must be. I didn't expect this fraud to be able to figure it out too. It seems this fraud has a few tricks up his sleeve. Everyone looked suspicious. Master Wei's face had already turned somewhat pale. He hid the antidote in his sleeve even deeper. The fake patient he had arranged would only be relieved of the stomachache after taking his antidote. Then, he would pretend that this was the medicine for stomach problems, and it would cure the patient, claiming that the medicine had taken effect and everything was fine. But Yijing's actions had clearly exceeded his expectations. Treating this kind of person is simple. Yijing walked over to the fake patient and said, Stand up straight. The fake patient didn't know what Yijing was going to do, and instinctively stood up straight. Bang! In the next moment, Yijing kicked the fake patient hard in the stomach, sending him flying back 4 or 5 steps and landing on the ground. Immediately, his already uncomfortable stomach, after suffering this heavy blow, began to churn violently, and he couldn't hold back any longer, vomiting wildly. The medicine he had taken beforehand was naturally all vomited out. How is it? Still in pain? Yijing smiled faintly and walked up to the patient again. If you're still in pain, I can give you another kick to help you get everything out of your stomach. The fake patient waved his hands frantically. No pain. I'm not in pain anymore. He was just an insignificant extra earning 200 yuan from Master Wei to act in a scene. He certainly didn't want to take another kick for just 200 yuan. No pain is good. Yijing looked at Master Wei. How about it? Is this method of treatment acceptable? The surrounding doctors and renowned physicians were stunned. What kind of treatment method was this? So violent? But why did it seem to work? Some of the more skilled physicians looked at what the fake patient had vomited, and their eyes narrowed. They had already guessed that the patient was fake. The members of the Sure family also looked displeased. What kind of treatment is this? How disgraceful. If every doctor treated patients like this, wouldn't it be a complete mess? The Sure family members looked even more disdainful of Yijing. But Master Wei keenly noticed that some of the more skilled physicians present were looking at him with a change in expression. You know how to use needles, don't you? Next, let's compete in acupuncture. Master Wei knew he had to show some real skills. Today, not only would he not get the prestigious watch, but he might also lose face in front of these local renowned physicians, making it hard for him to establish himself. Acupuncture? Sure. Yijing said lightly, but who are we going to treat? Master Wei's expression turned sinister. We'll treat each other. You give me acupuncture, and I'll give you acupuncture. Let's see whose skills are better. The silver needles in his hand had some special mechanisms. With this trick, he had previously caused many medical experts to suffer. Treat each other? Yijing thought to himself, you're just asking for it. All right, let's begin. Seeing Yijing agree, Master Wei felt relieved. His silver needles, when first inserted, would make you feel lively and comfortable, but by tomorrow, the medicine on the needles would turn into poison, rendering you bedridden. Within 3 days, you would die. But that poison was extracted from a special grassland in Southeast Asia, and with current medical technology, it was impossible to detect what kind of poison it was. By then, not only would they not be able to trace it back to him, but Yijing would also have no cure and would have to wait in agony for death. The crowd quickly cleared a space in the middle for the two of them. Some less skilled doctors sighed. Master Wei is willing to risk his own safety to expose the fraud. Master Wei is truly righteous. However, the more skilled physicians were now silent, instead casting suspicious and questioning glances at both Master Wei and Yijing. Chapter 186. Who is the real fraud? Master Wei calmly gazed at Yijing. I'll start by giving you the first needle. How about that? I see you're physically weak, with kidney deficiency. Let's start by treating your kidneys. Yijing smiled faintly. Sure, why not? With a flick of Master Wei's hand, a silver needle swiftly pierced Yijing's upper arm. This spot was a major vein, and once the needle was inserted here, the poison could spread rapidly through Yijing's bloodstream to his entire body. He used flying needles. Impressive. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Those who could use flying needles were no ordinary practitioners. Master Wei boasted proudly. What do you think of my flying needles? The surrounding crowd immediately began to heap praise upon him, almost elevating him to the heavens. All right, your turn, Master Wei said nonchalantly after the first needle was in place. After all, Yijing seemed lively and energetic now, but it wouldn't be long before he would suddenly collapse, with no way to trace the cause back to Master Wei. By then, even if Yijing refused to hand over the prestigious watch, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't be around to argue. Yijing picked up a silver needle and, using the same flying needle technique, jabbed it into Master Wei's neck. Huh? That's the 9 needles of the Mystic Gate? Several renowned doctors in the audience immediately stood up. Experts could tell the difference at a glance. Yijing's seemingly casual move was, in fact, the authentic 9 needles of the Mystic Gate, also executed as a flying needle. He used flying needles too. This Yijing also used flying needles, and I feel like his technique is even better than Master Wei's. Yeah, he's supposed to be a fraud, yet he used the long-lost 9 needles of the Mystic Gate, and even as a flying needle. Is he really a fraud? The crowd began to question themselves. If they were to perform it, not only could they not use the 9 needles of the Mystic Gate, but they also wouldn't be able to execute it as a flying needle. This Yijing is amazing. Many in the crowd were already impressed by Yijing's skill. Even if he was a fraud, he was a highly skilled and capable one. Among the crowd, an elderly and respected doctor suddenly stood up. He bowed deeply to Yijing and then asked, Mr. Yi, where did you learn the 9 needles of the Mystic Gate? As soon as he stood up, the crowd exclaimed, It's Master Gu Xuaning. The Gu family is most renowned for their mastery of the 9 needles of the Mystic Gate. I heard the Gu family's use of the 9 needles is truly extraordinary. Why is he showing such respect to Yi Jing? Yi Jing glanced at Gu Xuening. My master taught me. What about it? Gu Xuening's breathing quickened. May I ask who your master is? The source of the Gu family's 9 needles of the Mystic Gate was also an old master, but they had never had the chance to meet again. Could it be that Yi Jing's master was from the same lineage? Yi Jing shook his head slightly. My master forbids me from revealing his identity. Gu Xuening was deeply disappointed, but still respectfully said, Your mastery of the 9 needles of the Mystic Gate far surpasses mine. Here is my business card. I hope you can visit the Gu Pharmacy after the medical conference to exchange insights on the 9 needles. I would be honored to seek your guidance. Yi Jing smiled faintly. We'll see. I might not have the time. The crowd couldn't help but glance at Yi Jing more closely after hearing Gu Xuening's respectful words. Is this Yi Jing really a fraud? Yeah. Why is even Master Gu showing him so much respect? At that moment, Yi Jing suddenly said, Master Wei, why hasn't your poison been triggered yet? Master Wei's expression suddenly changed. What are you talking about? Yi Jing smiled calmly. Isn't there poison in the needle you just gave me? He picked up a small cake from the banquet table, removed the needle Master Wei had used from his body, and inserted it into the cake. Within moments, the cake turned black and blue. It's poisoned. The crowd gasped and stood up in alarm. Being medical professionals, they all turned wary eyes toward Master Wei. Master Wei panicked. What are you talking about? The needle was already in you. Maybe you smeared the poison on yourself? Yi Jing sneered, refusing to admit it until you see the coffin, huh? How about you take the rest of your needles and stab them into this bread? If I'm not mistaken, you used colorless poison, which doesn't take effect immediately but will cause sudden death within 3 days, right? Master Wei, is it really that what you're after? Master Wei's face turned pale. How did Yi Jing know all this? And if he knew, why did he still let Master Wei insert the needle? Didn't he fear death? Suddenly, Yi Jing's arm muscles twitched, and a stream of liquid flowed out from the needle hole, turning the cake even darker. The poison didn't enter your body? Master Wei exclaimed in shock, only realizing he had blurted out the truth afterward. He was too astonished. How did Yi Jing control it so that the poison didn't enter his body after the needle was inserted? Yi Jing said calmly, in the art of medicine, when mastered, one can control their body's muscles and bones to perform corresponding actions. Stopping the poison from entering the body is a basic skill, something a real doctor should know. It's not something you, a fraud, can learn in a few years. After Yi Jing finished speaking, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Even the slowest among them now understood that Master Wei had been deceiving them all along. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Shi family patriarch and Shi Jiashu were even more dramatic. So, the Master Wei they had trusted for days was actually the real fraud? And the one they had dismissed as a fraud was actually the true master? Shi Jiashu was filled with regret. How could the Shi family have treated Yi Jing so poorly? Now that they had offended him, would Yi Jing still treat his grandfather? Yi Jing continued to expose Master Wei. That fake patient earlier was also drugged by you in advance, wasn't he? I kicked the poison out of his stomach with a single kick. As Yi Jing explained, more and more people began to understand. When they looked at the vomit on the ground, they realized the truth. As for the medical report you mentioned about Patriarch Shi, Yi Jing shook his head and clapped his hands. The private hospital doctor was brought out by several Red Dragon enforcers. I was bribed by Master Wei, so I fabricated the fake medical report. It was all Master Wei's idea, not mine. Chapter 187. Weeping uncontrollably. This doctor had clearly already been subjected to Red Dragon's interrogation, his spirit broken, and he immediately confessed everything upon arrival. I'll confess, please stop tormenting me. Those test results were all falsified by me. They're fake. The actual test results for Mr. Shi are here. The doctor from the private hospital hung his head in defeat and produced a thick stack of genuine test reports. Master Wei's face changed dramatically, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He realized that people had already begun to suspect him. Once everyone saw the test reports, wouldn't they truly uncover his deception? Let's go. Master Wei quickly signaled to his disciples and subordinates, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Yijing said calmly, "Master Wei, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Yijing's words brought Master Wei and his group back into everyone's view. Is Master Wei trying to run? Seems like there's no need to look at the test results. Master Wei is obviously trying to escape out of guilt. So Master Wei is the real fraud. So that whole thing about mutual acupuncture was actually an attempt to poison Mr. Yi, and all of us were being played by Master Wei. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, revealing loudly, "I know why Master Wei isn't operating in Western Sichuan anymore and suddenly came to our provincial capital. His fraud was exposed in Western Sichuan. Look, this is what my friend from Western Sichuan said." The person raised his phone, showing WeChat chat records that detailed Master Wei's fraudulent activities. Master Wei's head was spinning. "You're all framing me." He tried to rely on his disciples and subordinates to fight their way out and escape. But the Sure family, now fully aware, would never let him go. The Sure family members, filled with resentment, surrounded him and attacked mercilessly. "You fraud! You've deceived the Sure family so badly. We almost fell for your tricks. You put so much effort into deceiving us." Even Mr. Sure, trembling, stepped forward and kicked Master Wei a few times, feeling a bit of relief. "That's not right. My body still feels weak. Just being near this fraud makes me feel terrible, with a sharp pain in my abdomen." Yijing kicked, and a jade pendant fell out from Master Wei's waist. "This pendant has been soaked in medicinal liquid. I'm sure the esteemed doctors here understand its effects." Many of the doctors present picked up the pendant, gave it a sniff, and their faces changed. "Mr. Sure, the medicinal liquid in this pendant has no effect on ordinary people, but if someone already weak inhales it, it will cause discomfort and severe abdominal pain." Mr. Sure finally realized he had been deceived. "So, I won't die in half a month? And Mr. Yi has already treated my illness to a great extent?" Mr. Sure looked at Yijing with difficulty. "Mr. Yi, I misjudged you. It's all because I was bewitched and believed that scoundrel Master Wei's lies." The Sure family members beside him were also filled with regret. If they had trusted Yijing, perhaps his grandfather's illness would have already been cured. "Please, Mr. Yi, continue treating my grandfather. Finish the last acupuncture session. Please treat him, Mr. Yi." Yijing said calmly, "Didn't you think I was a fraud? Why should I perform the acupuncture?" Shi Jiashu was at a loss, slapping himself repeatedly. "Mr. Yi, if the last acupuncture session isn't performed, what will happen to my grandfather?" Yijing ignored him, but one of the doctors spoke up. "The last session is crucial, like completely closing the faucet. Although the previous sessions have greatly improved the condition, if the last one isn't performed, the condition will continue to deteriorate, and the hard-won recovery will be lost again. Ultimately, he will still only survive for 3 months. So this last session is extremely important and must be performed. In fact, because the timing of the last session was delayed, your grandfather's recovery will inevitably be worse than it could have been. Even so, it must be performed as soon as possible, or the situation will only get worse." Shi Jiashu and the other Sure family members were dumbfounded. Because of their ignorance and foolishness, their grandfather's condition had already worsened irreversibly. And if they didn't let Yijing perform the final acupuncture, their grandfather wouldn't survive beyond 3 months. "Mr. Yi, please. My grandfather will die." Tears streamed down Shi Jiashu's face. "What happens to your grandfather has nothing to do with me," Yijing said, turning to leave. Shi Jiashu, frantic, kicked Master Wei viciously in the stomach. "You damned fraud. You even dared to deceive the Sure family. We almost fell for your tricks." The other young Sure family members, also furious, joined in, punching and kicking Master Wei. Thinking about how much respect they had shown Master Wei, they felt sick to their stomachs. "Mr. Yi." Shi Jiashu knelt on the ground and crawled over on his knees. "Please forgive us. It's all our fault for being ignorant. We believe that scoundrel Master Wei's lies. Please treat my grandfather one last time. We will never trust Master Wei again." "Sister, You all should also kneel down to Mr. Yi. Shi Xian didn't hesitate either, kneeling down with a thud. After all, her grandfather's life was more important than anything else. As long as her grandfather was alive, she still had plenty of opportunities. But if her grandfather was gone, not just her, but the entire Shi family would face disaster. Clatter. Including Shi Xian, a large group of young Shi family members all knelt down in front of Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, this card contains 600 million yuan. We were bewitched and intended to give it to Master Wei as payment, but now we offer it to you as the consultation fee. Please make one last effort. The many medical experts and doctors present watched silently. In their hearts, they also hoped that Yi Jing would make one last effort. Not for anything else. As professionals, they just wanted to see the rumored complete version of the Xianmin 9 needles. Mr. Shi also looked at Yi Jing with pleading eyes. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. I should have always trusted you. Bent over, he was about to kneel. Yi Jing, seeing the younger generation kneeling on the ground, sighed and helped Mr. Shi up. All right, I'll perform the last sealing needle for you. Mr. Shi, overjoyed, stood up, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 188. The 9 Needles of the Mysterious Gate. The medical experts nearby were also ecstatic. It seemed they were fortunate enough to witness the true 9 needles of the mysterious gate today. Previously, Yi Jing had only demonstrated the first needle of the 9 needles, and that single display had left them utterly astonished. Sit still. I'm about to begin the acupuncture, Yi Jing said, flicking a silver needle that swiftly landed on Mr. Shi's body. Immediately after, 8 more needles followed in quick succession. All the medical experts widened their eyes in amazement. This is the complete version of the 9 needles of the mysterious gate, so powerful. The technique is unbeatable. And look at the effect. Quick glance at Mr. Shi's body. He's already starting to sweat slightly. Clearly the needles are taking effect. All 9 needles are flying needles. Incredible. This skill far surpasses that of the Gu family. The crowd marveled and praised endlessly. Finally, the 9 needles of the mysterious gate were completed. Yi Jing calmly said, "From now on, take the prescription I've given you. Within 10 days at most, the pancreatic cancer in your body will be completely metabolized. Then, take the medication for another month to consolidate and prevent recurrence." Mr. Shi repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Mr. Yi, words cannot express my thanks. He quickly signaled to Shi Jiashu, who promptly handed over the 600 million yuan bank card to Yi Jing. Yi Jing reluctantly accepted it. How does your body feel? The group of renowned doctors immediately surrounded Mr. Shi, eager to see the effects of Yi Jing's 9 needles of the mysterious gate. My body feels better than ever before. Mr. Shi's face glowed with health as he smiled. The pain in my abdomen is completely gone. The surrounding nerves affected by the pancreatic cancer were numb before, but now they seem to be revitalized. Mr. Yi even said that the remnants of the cancer haven't fully metabolized yet, and once that's done, I'll feel even better. Several of the renowned doctors immediately took Mr. Shi's pulse and examined him. After the results came in, they all bowed in congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Shi. You've finally recovered. The diagnosis shows that the pancreatic cancer has indeed improved. Congratulations. Your pulse was previously very chaotic and erratic, but now it's smooth and steady, just like a normal person's, even better than some middle-aged individuals. The crowd offered their congratulations. Mr. Shi smiled broadly, and the Shi family members were ecstatic. Yi Jing said calmly, "Now, don't you think I'm a fraud anymore?" Shi Jiashu blushed deeply, and Shi Xian didn't dare to look at Yi Jing, quickly retreating. Mr. Shi waved his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Yi, your medical skills are unparalleled. You are the #1 divine doctor in the province. I don't think anyone would dare to question that, right? The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, the medical experts present represented almost everyone in the provincial capital, and Yi Jing had just made a grand display in front of the entire medical community of the province. After leaving the Shi family, Yi Jing looked at Long Yi of the Red Dragon, who had been waiting respectfully. "Handle that Master Wei for me." Long Yi bowed respectfully, then turned to glare viciously at Master Wei beside him. You fraud Wei. You dared to tarnish our Mr. Ye's reputation. Your entire life will be spent in confinement. Master Wei was terrified. He wasn't afraid of the wealthy and powerful families, as he had the skills to deceive them. But he was most afraid of people like Long Yi of the Red Dragon, who wouldn't give him any chance to argue. Long Yi, spare me, please. Master Wei, seeing the Red Dragon closing in, was filled with fear. After returning from the Shi family, Yijing found that the entire medical community of the provincial capital was abuzz with rumors about him. I heard there's a Mr. Yi in our provincial capital who knows the 9 needles of the mysterious gate, and his prescriptions are unmatched. Even ancient lost formulas are known to him. He even exposed that Master Wei from Western Sichuan. Such a man truly boosts our local pride. Many in the medical community not only admired and respected Yijing, but also recognized him more. After all, Master Wei from Western Sichuan had come from afar to challenge them, while Yijing had helped the local medical community defend their honor. Returning to the Daiwan villa, Yijing noticed Zhang Qingxian was in a hurry, looking very anxious. What's wrong, Qingxian? Zhang Qingxian said anxiously, I need to get some medicine quickly. My father is sick. He asked me to take him to the hospital. Yijing asked, what's wrong? Is it serious? Zhang Qingxian, he's just saying his head hurts. Usually a headache from a cold goes away after a few days, but his has lasted for 2 weeks and is getting worse. I'm afraid. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. I'm afraid there's something growing in his brain. Yijing comforted her, don't think too much. There are many reasons for headaches, and a brain tumor is the least likely possibility. In that case, I'll accompany you back home. Seeing Zhang Qingxian's panic, Yijing offered to accompany her. Otherwise, with her current state of mind, she might not even drive safely. Zhang Qingxian nodded heavily. At this moment, she felt incredibly weak and needed a strong support. Seeing Yijing willing to accompany her, she leaned on him. Yijing, thank you for agreeing to come with me. In the past, I would handle such things alone, and I tend to overthink, scaring myself half to death. Yijing couldn't help but smile. You're creating anxiety for yourself. Don't worry, things aren't that bad. The two drove to the Zhang family's ancestral home. Zhang Qingxian's father was waiting at the gate. As soon as he saw the Mercedes arrive, he waved frantically. Over here, Qingxian. Hurry up and take me to the hospital. This headache has lasted for 2 weeks, and no matter how much cold medicine or painkillers I take, it just won't go away. Zhang Qingxian's father was extremely anxious, and I feel very stuffy around my temples. Could it be a blood clot or fluid buildup in my brain, or even a tumor? I heard from some old men basking in the sun that a neighbor in the nearby community, Lao Lu, suddenly felt a headache, went for a checkup, and it turned out there was a parasitic worm in his brain. What if that happens to me? I ate some raw seafood a few days ago. Zhang Qingxian's father was becoming increasingly paranoid, suspecting everything as the cause of his headache. Oh, Yijing is also here? Zhang Qingxian's father had previously held a strong dislike for Yijing. However, since Yijing had connected with the Duan family and Tonghui group, his attitude toward Yijing had softened slightly. Uncle, your condition isn't serious. Chapter 189. Not a serious illness. With just a glance, Yijing knew what illness Zheng Fu had. It was simply due to a disturbance in the endocrine system, causing some discomfort in the cranial nerves, nothing serious. Your illness, I have a prescription here. Take the medicine as directed, and it will naturally be regulated. Hearing Yijing say this, Zhang Qingxian felt a bit more at ease. Although she wasn't sure how proficient Yijing was in medicine, at least someone saying something reassuring at this moment made her feel better. Zheng Fu, however, frowned. What do you know? I've heard from those old fellows that if the headache goes away within a few days, it's nothing. But mine has lasted 2 weeks without improvement. There must be something serious. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately preventing me from going to the hospital? Zheng Fu looked suspiciously at Yijing. You're not trying to hasten my death by delaying my treatment so you can inherit our family's fortune, are you? He was now extremely precious. Thanks to his daughter becoming the CEO of Zheng's flagship group, Their branch had risen to prosperity. In the future, when dividing the family assets, they would get a significant share. Yi Jing, as a soon-to-be son-in-law, was clearly coveting his family's fortune. Yi Jing gave a helpless smile and waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that such a narrow-minded person tended to assume everyone else was fixated on his small piece of land. I'm not that meaning. Your illness is really nothing serious. It's just a case of endocrine imbalance leading to nerve pain. Simply taking some medicine to regulate it will be fine. Here, I'll write a prescription. Yi Jing directly took out paper and pen from the car and wrote a prescription. This was Zheng Qingshuan's company car, often used for signing contracts and organizing thoughts on the go, so Zheng Qingxian always kept several pens handy. After writing the prescription, Yi Jing handed it to Zheng Fu. Just follow this prescription to get the medicine, and after 2 days, your headache will be gone. Zheng Fu scoffed. When did you become an expert in medicine? Just by looking at me, you can tell it's endocrine imbalance and not something wrong with my brain? How can I trust you? Compared to you, I trust those CT scanners more. They make me feel at ease. He refused the prescription, not even taking it in his hands. Zheng Qingxian hesitated slightly. How about this? I'll keep the prescription. Zheng Fu chuckled. Anyway, I won't be taking your prescription. Many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are just frauds. You, Yi Jing, aren't even a professional TCM doctor, yet you dare to prescribe for me. I wouldn't dare take your medicine. Daughter, take me to a big hospital for a thorough checkup. I need to get a proper examination. Zheng Qingxian nodded. It's better to get checked out to ease our minds. She was genuinely worried that her father might have something serious in his brain. Yi Jing said beside her, then I won't go. Since he already knew Zheng Fu was fine, going to the hospital would just be a waste of time. Zheng Fu snorted coldly. When you're needed, you don't go. Truly ungrateful. Come on, daughter, let's go. Only a biological child is reliable. They say a son-in-law is half a son, but I think that's nonsense. Zheng Fu shook his head and urged Zheng Qingxian to drive. Zheng Qingxian quickly spoke up for Yi Jing. Dad, Yi Jing has other important matters. I've arranged something crucial for him at the company. He came to see you during his free time. Zheng Fu snorted a few times, but didn't respond. A moment later, the car arrived at a high-end private hospital. In the past, Zheng Fu would only go to public hospitals, waiting in line all morning without getting many tests done. But since he became wealthy and his daughter became the CEO of Zheng's flagship group, he had become arrogant, only visiting the most expensive private hospitals. After all, there was no need to wait in line here, and all tests were completed quickly. Moreover, the doctors employed here were experienced retirees from public hospitals, all experts and renowned physicians. After a series of tests, the doctor said, Uncle Zheng, after going through all these tests, there's no major problem. There's nothing growing in your brain. You can rest assured. Zheng Fu was puzzled. Then what's causing my headache? I've been taking medicine for 2 weeks and it hasn't gotten better. Despite his doubts, he felt much more relaxed inside. Zheng Qingxian also breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a serious organic lesion, that was good. The young doctor smiled. That's something you should ask our expert, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu is a renowned physician who retired from the provincial hospital. He was once a national-level expert. You can ask him. Anyway, it's definitely not a big issue. You can rest assured. Zheng Fu nodded, carrying a stack of test results, and couldn't help but start complaining. Look at all these tests, and there's nothing wrong. Isn't all this money just wasted? He complained to his daughter, Qingxian, why didn't you stop me? Spending so much money like this, how can I not feel heartbroken? The various fees at this high-end private hospital were quite expensive. Zheng Qingxian muttered quietly, earlier, Yi Jing said there's nothing wrong with you, but you insisted on getting checked. What could I do? Zheng Fu, what did you say? Zheng Qingxian quickly replied, I mean, it's better to get these tests done to ease our minds. At least we've ruled out the worst-case scenario, and the rest are all good scenarios. Zheng Fu laughed heartily. Right. At least we know what the bad scenarios are. And now that our daughter is the CEO, we don't lack this little money, right? In the future, all the family assets will be ours. Zhang Qingxian nodded helplessly. Let's go to the outpatient department to see what Dr. Lu says. The two entered the outpatient department and met the white-haired, youthful-looking expert. Dr. Lu didn't have many patients, as not many people could afford to come to this private hospital. Soon, it was Zhang Fu's turn. While Zhang Fu and Zhang Qingxian waited, Dr. Lu was discussing something with two other elderly experts. When it was Zhang Fu's turn, he quickly brought over the stack of test results. Your illness, it's not a big problem. Firstly, there's no organic lesion, just some endocrine issues. Hearing this, Zhang Fu felt it sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Dr. Lu, do I need to be hospitalized? Or just take some medicine? Zhang Fu quickly asked. Dr. Lu smiled. Yes, just take some medicine. Zhang Fu nodded. At this moment, he saw Zhang Qingxian take out a prescription. Hearing what Dr. Lu said, she naturally thought of what Yi Jing had mentioned earlier. Chapter 190. Seen at a glance. Brother Yi actually saw through my father's true condition at a glance. If we had believed Brother Yi earlier, we wouldn't have needed to come for a checkup. Zhang Qingxian took out the prescription in her hand. Could this prescription also cure my father's illness? She trusted Yi Jing quite a bit, so she had been keeping this prescription carefully. Hearing that Dr. Lu's diagnosis was the same as Yi Jing's, her first thought was whether this prescription was equally effective. Dr. Lu, could you take a look at this prescription? Could it cure my father's illness? Dr. Lu glanced disdainfully at the prescription Zhang Qingxian handed over. What kind of prescription was this? It was just scribbled on an A4 paper. Could this even be called a prescription? However, the customer was always right. Private hospitals like theirs needed to serve these wealthy individuals, well, to ensure a steady flow of money from them in the future. Let me see. With this thought, Dr. Lu took it and casually glanced at it. He had only intended to give it a cursory look, express some respect, and then offer a few casual comments. But as soon as he looked, he couldn't stop. The combination of these herbs. As he read, Dr. Lu's hands began to tremble. By the end, his entire body was shaking slightly. Zheng's father, who had been nearby looking at some brochures, became curious. Dr. Lu, why are you shaking? Are you sick? Zhang Qingxian, however, thought of something and exclaimed excitedly, Dr. Lu, could this prescription be extraordinary? Dr. Lu nodded heavily. Yes, yes, yes. This prescription is extraordinary. It's an ancient formula for regulating the nerves. Such a prescription is rarely seen nowadays. He even put on his reading glasses to examine it closely, asking them to wait a moment. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dr. Lu ran to the side, holding the prescription. Quick, go get the director. Let him see this prescription. The other senior experts were curious. What's going on, Lao Lu? Why so excited? Dr. Lu replied, just take a look and you'll know. An employee immediately ran off to fetch the director, while the other experts gathered around, curiously studying the prescription. This is an ancient formula for treating the nerves. Wow, Lao Lu, where did you find this ancient formula? My goodness, such a prescription still exists? Lao Lu, you're going to make it big. This prescription could sell for at least 3 million. Director Lu shook his head. This isn't a prescription I found. It was prescribed by a great master. It was brought in by the patient. The group was astonished. Who is it? Can you introduce us? Director Lu shook his head. I don't even know. Let's first have the director take a look. If he confirms it's an ancient formula, we'll approach the person. The doctors waited eagerly. Moments later, the director rushed in. Where is that ancient prescription? Director Lu quickly handed over the prescription. The director glanced at it and grew excited. Yes, this is the formula from the ancient prescription. Director Lu, where did you find it? Director Lu replied, it was brought by the patient. The director personally approached Zhang Qingxian. May I ask who gave you this prescription? Zhang Qingxian. It was Brother Yi. She was a bit confused. Why was the director showing so much respect? What was going on? And Brother Yi wasn't even a professional doctor, just someone who occasionally dabbled in medical knowledge, right? Why were they treating this prescription as if it were written by an expert professor? Could you please ask this Brother Yi to come over? We would like to sincerely discuss with him. Zhang Qingxian reflexively replied, but Brother Yi is very busy. It wasn't that Yi Jing was really busy, but Zhang Qingxian knew he was too lazy to deal with such matters. Even when it came to the Zhang family, unless it involved her directly, Yi Jing wouldn't bother getting involved. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingxuan's face turned slightly red. He truly was her fiancé. Whenever something involved her, Yi Jing would step in. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about other people's affairs. What's he busy with? He's always free. Zhang's father, who had been browsing some pamphlets nearby, chimed in when he heard their conversation. My son-in-law is always idle, doing nothing but living off others. You want to see him? I'll call him over right now. The director and Dr. Lu's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhang, if you can get Mr. Yi to come, we'll immediately arrange for this checkup and all diagnostics and medications to be free, plus we'll give you 2 free annual health checkups for 10 years. Zhang's father's eyes widened. 10 years of free checkups, twice a year, and all these tests for free. Even though he was the father of a CEO and shouldn't lack money, Zhang's father had a habit of being frugal. Such a deal was too good to pass up. Calling his son-in-law over was no big deal. Wasn't that freeloader always at their beck and call? All right, you can't go back on your word. Zhang's father excitedly called Yi Jing. Yi Jing, come over quickly. Qingxian and I are at the hospital. The director and Dr. Lu were thrilled. They were about to meet a legendary master of ancient medicine. Mr. Yi will be here soon. Director, shall we also call Professor Wang? He has a deep knowledge of ancient prescriptions. Yes. Call Professor Wang, Professor Zhang, and the experts from nearby hospitals. They've always wanted to know about such ancient formulas. Soon, a large number of doctors, experts, and professors flooded in, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the medical sage who had written the ancient prescription. What do you think the medical sage's background is? What does he look like? Probably an old doctor living under an alias somewhere, or perhaps a physician at a pharmacy. He must be quite old, otherwise he couldn't have developed such an ancient formula, which requires a lot of time and effort. As the group murmured, they kept glancing outside, eagerly waiting. Finally, Yi Jing arrived. Who are you? Move out of the way. As soon as Yi Jing entered, a group of young doctors rushed over and shooed him away. Don't you know a big shot is about to arrive? Standing here like this is unacceptable. Move aside. If we offend the big shot, the higher-ups will hold us accountable. Chapter 191. Step aside quickly. Yi Jing was puzzled and thought the hospital was preparing to welcome some inspection by a leader. So, he stepped aside. The president, experts, and professors stood in a line at the front of the hospital entrance, holding flower wreaths and unfurling a banner that read, "Welcome to the experts' inspection." This must be for some leader's inspection, thought Yi Jing as he maneuvered around the group. A few hospital leaders glanced at Yi Jing for a brief moment before shifting their gaze elsewhere. Clearly, Yi Jing was not the person they were waiting for. In their minds, the old expert and renowned doctor they were expecting would surely be coming from another clinic, possibly even wearing a white coat. Not long after Yi Jing entered, a man dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, with an air of an elderly sage and a demeanor of an experienced doctor, walked through the hospital doors. Hello. Are you Mr. Yi? The old man was taken aback. You know me? This old man was indeed an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but he had come to the hospital today for his annual health checkup. Of course we know you. The ancient prescriptions you've written are what we admire. We absolutely love the ancient prescriptions you've written. The elderly TCM doctor was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You like the prescriptions I've written? He was a bit bewildered himself. He was just a regular doctor running a small private clinic, yet he had garnered the appreciation of the hospital leaders. Had he become that impressive? Do you have any other prescriptions we could take a look at? The hospital director rubbed his hands together, and the other experts and professors eagerly looked at the elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor. No problem. Seeing someone appreciate his work, the elderly TCM doctor immediately took out a pen and paper, along with his prescription sheets, and began writing. Here, this is the prescription I usually use for treating colds caused by excessive heat, and this one is for relieving back and waist pain. As soon as the elderly TCM doctor produced the prescriptions, the group felt something was off. The ancient prescription they had seen earlier was written on a simple A4 sheet, not on such a standard prescription form. And when the elderly TCM doctor started writing, their brows furrowed even more. This was not right. The handwriting was completely different from that on the ancient prescription. President, this isn't the same person, is it? Could we have mistaken him for someone else? Director Liu quietly pulled the president aside and whispered, "Could it be that we've mistaken someone else?" The president also looked puzzled, thinking, "With so many people at the entrance, it's possible we made a mistake. Let me ask him." The dean produced the ancient prescription written on A4 paper. "Is this prescription yours?" Upon seeing the A4 paper, the elderly TCM doctor's anger flared up. What kind of rubbish prescription is this? Not writing it properly on a prescription form, but scribbling it on an A4 paper. Before he could say more, the president and Director Liu had already given him a disdainful look. "Security, escort this man out. This old man has been deceiving us all this time. What a waste of emotion. We really thought the renowned doctor had arrived." The group of experts and professors immediately dispersed, all looking expectantly toward the entrance, wondering why the real renowned doctor hadn't arrived yet. The elderly TCM doctor was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been fawning over him. How had their attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees? What was going on? In the next moment, 4 or 5 burly security guards came up and carried him out. "No, I'm here for a health checkup. I'm your customer." The elderly doctor shouted loudly. "Isn't your private hospital here to attract customers? I'm here for a checkup." However, the security guards, not daring to disobey the director's orders, carried out the task without hesitation, dragging him out forcefully. Inside the hospital, Yi Jing found Zheng Qingxian. "Qingxian, why did you urgently call me here?" Zheng Qingxian was a bit embarrassed. "Yi Gu, it wasn't me who called you. It was the people from this hospital." Her face reddened as she said, "After I showed them the prescription you wrote, they suddenly wanted to meet you." Yi Jing understood at once. It must have been his ancient prescription that caught the attention of the hospital staff. However, he didn't mind. After his performance at the medical conference at the Shi family's estate, the entire medical elite in the province already knew of his reputation as the renowned Dr. Yi. Letting a few more people know wouldn't make a difference. "I didn't plan to call you here, considering how busy you are. You can't just come running every time someone calls." "But my dad." Speaking of this, Zheng Qingxuan's face turned red. "My dad insisted on calling you over because he thought there was a small benefit to be gained." "I'm sorry." Zheng Qingxian lowered her head, fidgeting with her feet, unsure of how to apologize to Yi Jing. After all, they weren't even married yet, and she had been using Yi Jing in various ways. Yi Jing smiled. "It's all right, it's a small matter. So, where are the people from the hospital?" He looked around, but saw no one from the hospital. "I don't know either." As Zheng Qingxian was speaking, her phone rang. "Miss Zheng, where is the renowned doctor you mentioned? Is he almost here? What kind of vehicle is he using? We'll go out to welcome him." Zheng Qingxian quickly replied, "My Yi Gu is already here, in the clinic." There was immediate panic on the other end of the line. "He's already here? We didn't even notice." This must have left a terrible impression on the renowned doctor. "I'm so sorry. Please convey our apologies to the renowned doctor for us. We're on our way right now." Before hanging up, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard on the other end, likely heading towards them. "What exactly do these people want from you, Yi Gu?" Yi Jing had taken the call and heard it himself, so Zheng Qingxian hadn't heard them address Yi Jing as the renowned doctor. "They just want to discuss the prescription with me." Zheng Qingxian was curious. "Yi Gu, how did you come up with that prescription?" Ever since the hospital staff saw it, they've been really surprised. Yijing smiled lightly. I found it in an ancient book. Oh, Zhang Qingxian nodded slightly. Her father, standing beside her, snorted coldly. You just got lucky, huh? Just happened to come across it in an ancient book, and it seems to have impressed Director Liu and the others. All right, I'm going to get some medicine. Daughter, are you coming? Zhang Qingxian quickly said, All right, Yi Gu. I'll accompany my dad to get the medicine. Wait for me for a bit, okay? As the father and daughter departed, the president and a group of people arrived in full force. Excuse me, are you the renowned Dr. Yi? Chapter 192. Are you the great Dr. Yi? When the hospital director and others saw Yi Jing, they were momentarily stunned. Why is he so young? He is completely different from the vigorous old man they had imagined. But now, in Chief Lu's office, there was only Yi Jing. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Yes, the ancient prescription you have in your hands was written by me. You wrote it? Several people showed disbelief. How old are you this year? That ancient prescription is written in archaic Chinese. Just studying those ancient characters would take at least 20 or 30 years. Then studying ancient medicine? All the old great doctors I know who can write ancient prescriptions are at least over 50 years old, some even 60 or 70. This ancient prescription must have been written by some elder in your family, or perhaps you picked it up somewhere, right? Many experts and professors did not believe that such an ancient prescription could have been written by a young man. Young man, quickly introduce us to your elder behind you. Yes, young man, we want to meet the real great doctor, not his disciple or assistant. These experts and professors all thought that Yi Jing was just an assistant, disciple, or student, and none of them wanted to talk to him. Yi Jing said indifferently, This prescription was indeed written by me. He only explained this much and was about to leave. Whether these people believed him or not had nothing to do with him. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from the side. Are you Mr. Yi Jing? As soon as that person spoke, everyone fell silent. It's Professor Zhang. He is the most skilled and highest-ranking great doctor among the nearby hospitals. It seems Professor Zhang knows this person? Everyone looked over with curiosity. Professor Zhang hurried over in 3 steps. You really are Mr. Yi. The Mr. Yi who exposed Master Wei from Western Sichuan at the Shi Family Medical Conference. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted. Everyone stared in shock, looking at Yi Jing with incredulous eyes. This young man in front of them was actually the Mr. Yi who had shined at the Shi Family Medical Conference. Everyone gaped at Yi Jing, unable to reconcile the young man in front of them with the Mr. Yi in the rumors. What an oversight. Oh, it's all because of my eyes. Mr. Yi, it was our mistake earlier. We really should go get our eyes checked. So you are the Mr. Yi who exposed Master Wei. We have long heard of your fame. I just now noticed your extraordinary aura. That ancient prescription was actually written by the Mr. Yi who exposed Master Wei. That makes sense now. Once everyone learned about Yi Jing's true capabilities, they immediately understood. Perhaps only a master like Mr. Yi, such a great doctor, could have written such a prescription. After all, Yi Jing was now quite respected in the medical circles of the entire province. Yi Jing said indifferently, It's just some empty fame. Mr. Yi, we would like to ask you about this prescription. Everyone was filled with intense desire for knowledge. Seeing the strong thirst for knowledge among the crowd, Yi Jing briefly explained some of the medicinal combinations in the prescription. Although he only spoke for a few minutes, his words were like golden advice, instantly enlightening everyone present. There are so many intricacies here. I was too narrow-minded before. I never knew medicines could be combined like this. Today, listening to Mr. Ye's lecture has been truly enlightening. Everyone was filled with admiration and praise. After explaining the prescription, Yi Jing did not linger and directly found Zhang Qingxian to leave. Yi Gu, why did those hospital people look for you? At this moment, Zhang Qingxian and her father had also come out from the pharmacy. Yi Jing casually replied, They just asked where I got that prescription from. Zhang's father snorted coldly beside him and said, So, did you tell them the truth? Yi Jing smiled casually, Yes, I told them I found it in an ancient medical book. Zheng's father's cold expression finally disappeared, replaced by a smile. Not bad. At least you were honest and didn't deceive them. As a son-in-law of our Zheng family, basic integrity is a must. In this regard, you should learn from Qing Xian. My daughter has been very well raised. She has many virtues, and there are many things worth learning from her. Yi Jing smiled and said, yes, Qing Xian is very good. Compared to her sister Zhang Liyue, Zhang Qingxian was not just good. She was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, truly a goddess among goddesses. If it weren't for the engagement Yi Jing still had and the issues he needed to resolve, he might have considered marrying Zhang Qingxian as a good option. Dad, why are you saying such things? Am I really that good? Zhang Qingxian was a little embarrassed and blushed. Zheng's father proudly said, of course, my daughter is the best. Otherwise, how could she be the president of Zheng's flagship company? How did we get all those contracts and orders? Wouldn't Tonghui Group look up to us? Isn't that all thanks to you? Zhang Qingxian quickly said, no, these aren't my achievements at all. These were clearly Yi Ji's achievements. Zhang Qingxian carefully glanced at Yi Jing beside her and found that he didn't seem to care at all. It seemed that these so-called orders and the favor of powerful organizations meant nothing to him. Zheng's father said firmly, no, it's your achievement. I know Yi Jing helped you a bit, but Yi Jing is just our son-in-law. His position is just a small leader in the company that you arranged for him. When he goes outside, isn't it more because of your status as the president of the Zheng family? Zhang Qingxian could only smile wryly. Her father was really biased in speaking for her. But wasn't every father biased towards his own daughter? After returning to the Daiwan villa, Yi Jing had just relaxed when his phone rang. Mr. Yi, can I ask you for a favor? On the other end was Long Yi of the Red Dragon. Yi Jing said indifferently, speak. Long Yi on the other end immediately became excited. Previously, he only knew that Yi Jing was the head of the Yi Divine Palace, so he had more fear and obedience towards Yi Jing. Even though Long Yi was the underground emperor of the entire province, he was also very respectful towards the Yi Divine Palace, which could dominate the global underground world. But in the past few days, with his well-informed sources, he had learned that Yi Jing had shined at the provincial medical conference, which revealed that Yi Jing was also exceptionally skilled in medicine. Mr. Yi, I have a friend who has fallen seriously ill, and I have been seeking medical advice everywhere. Chapter 193. It turns out to be you. Who would have thought that the most skilled doctor in the entire provincial capital would be you? Long Yi of the Red Dragon, at this moment, was also deeply moved. It turned out that Mr. Ye's abilities were so extraordinary. No wonder he had gained the favor of so many influential figures. Tell me, who is it that made you come to ask for my help? Yi Jing inquired. Long Yi quickly replied, it's the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Jiayao. I have a deep friendship with the head of the Mu family, Mu Fengchun. When I first came to the provincial capital to make a name for myself, it was Mu Fengchun who supported me, allowing me to rise from a rookie to where I am today. I owe him this debt of gratitude. Now, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Jiayao, is seriously ill. She has been treated for 3 months without any improvement. It's driving Mu Fengchun crazy. I've also introduced some renowned doctors to the Mu family, but none of them have been effective. Recently, I heard that the Mu family found out about a miraculous doctor who exposed the so-called medical master from Western Sichuan, Master Wei, at the prestigious doctors' conference hosted by the Shi family. So, the Mu family has been searching for this miraculous doctor, hoping to invite him to take a look. I realized right away, that must be you. Long Ye's tone was filled with unparalleled respect. In the past, his respect for Yi Jing was more out of fear and awe. But now, for the first time, he was truly seeking help from Yi Jing, and his posture was even lower. All right, arrange a time, and I'll go with you. Yi Jing, who had been helped by Long Yi a few times, was willing to lend his hand. Yi Jing was that kind of person. If you respect me, I'll respect you even more. But if you provoke me, then sorry, your end will be quite miserable. Half an hour later, Long Yi personally drove a Porsche to take Yi Jing to the Mu family residence. Long Yi and Yi Jing made their way into the Mu family manor. What does the Mu family do? Their manor is so grand. Yi Jing, looking at the Mu family manor, was puzzled. It seemed even more magnificent than the residences of the Shi family and Liu Yongjun of Tenghui Group. Long Yi lowered his voice, as if he didn't dare to speak loudly here. Mr. Yi, the Mu family deals in import and export business, but because the products they handle are quite sensitive, they tend to be low-key. Yi Jing asked curiously, what kind of sensitive products? Long Yi replied, they are essentially helping the country with business. They import some high-tech equipment that our country doesn't have from abroad and then sell some of the finished products abroad. Yi Jing's eyes lit up as he smiled. That's quite commendable. The Mu family is helping to earn foreign exchange. No wonder the Mu family is not well known in the entire provincial capital, yet their manor is so luxurious. This was a low-key giant in development. The money the Mu family earned didn't compete with other family clans and companies in the provincial capital, but it was extremely profitable. It was even possible that the wealth the Mu family accumulated was more than that of all the other family clans and wealthy companies in the provincial capital combined. No wonder Long Yi, a powerful figure in the underworld, who was usually so arrogant elsewhere, was so low-key here in the Mu family, a hidden great clan, that he didn't even dare to speak loudly. However, it was likely that only a true behemoth like the Mu family could have supported Long Yi to rise to prominence in the provincial capital in such a short time. Xiaolong, you finally arrived. Is this the miraculous doctor you've brought? A man had been waiting at the entrance for Long Yi and Yi Jing, but when he saw Yi Jing, he couldn't help but be taken aback. I thought you were bringing the Mr. Yi who exposed Master Wei. You're not saying this young man is Mr. Yi, are you? Long Yi gave a helpless smile and said, Brother Jinglin, this is Mr. Yi. He may look young, but his abilities are high, his skills are strong, and he's more skilled than all the renowned doctors in the entire provincial capital. Mu Jinglin then carefully examined Yi Jing and showed a few more respectful attitudes. So you are Mr. Yi. My apologies, my apologies. I've been dealing with too many renowned doctors recently, and they're all white-bearded old men, so I have a bit of a mental habit. Please forgive me. Although Mu Jinglin's tone was a bit off at first, he quickly corrected himself. Yi Jing nodded slightly and said, it's not your fault. The field of traditional Chinese medicine is indeed becoming more and more popular. If it weren't for his innate talent and the teachings of his master, he wouldn't have learned so quickly. It's good that you're not offended. Mu Jinglin respectfully said, your name, Mr. Yi. I only became aware of it after this medical conference. I didn't expect you to be even more skilled than many renowned doctors. I realized then that our provincial capital had such a medical expert hidden among us. This time, my younger sister is seriously ill, and it's a matter of great concern for the entire family. Would you please come with me and take a look at my younger sister's condition? Mu Jinglin spoke with skill and showed his attitude. Yi Jing nodded and followed Mu Jinglin inside. Long Yi, along the way, put away his usual arrogant and fearless attitude, behaving very obediently. Once inside, a guard stopped them. Brother Jiang, this is the miraculous doctor I brought to treat my younger sister. The guard, named Brother Jiang, was clearly just a servant of the Mu family, but he looked serious and solemn, exuding an air of superiority, and didn't give Mu Jinglin any face. You can wait over there. And Mu Jinglin, the second young master of the Mu family, was also very respectful towards Brother Jiang. All right, Brother Jiang. After going to the side, Long Yi asked Mu Jinglin, who is this Brother Jiang? He looks so impressive. Mu Jinglin shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Jiang is someone we can't afford to offend. He's a military man, sent by the higher-ups specifically to assist my grandfather. You know our family's business involves foreign trade, and it's with special products, so the higher-ups can't completely trust us. Long Yi immediately understood. So that's how it is. It seems that in the Mu family, Brother Jiang's position is second only to your grandfather. Mu Jinglin shook his head. No, in family affairs, he is indeed second only to our grandfather. But when it comes to foreign trade, sometimes the decisions he makes, even my grandfather cannot object to. It's almost as if his position is equal to that of my grandfather, with mutual checks and balances. Long Yi instantly showed deep respect for Brother Jiang. Although he was just a guard, he represented the intentions of the higher-ups. Mr. Yi, please rest here for a moment. I'll go and ask about the situation. After settling Yi Jing, Mu Jinglin went over again to ask Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, we've known each other for years. Can you tell me what's going on inside? Why do we have to wait? Brother Jiang said, it's the miraculous doctor your older brother found who is currently treating the eldest daughter. Chapter 194, The Apple of One's Eye. The old master said that no one is to be seen until the divine doctor has finished treating the patient. Mu Jinglin immediately felt a surge of vigilance. Did Ruagu also invite someone? Who doesn't know that his little sister is the apple of the old master's eye? Whenever someone mistreats his little sister, the old master will step in and deal with them decisively. Whenever there's something good at home, it's always given to his little sister first. This time, he and his brother, Mu Jinglin, were secretly competing to see who could first invite the divine doctor to treat their little sister. After much inquiry, Mu Jinglin finally learned about the existence of Yi Jing, the divine doctor. But where did his brother find his divine doctor? Zhang Ge, can you tell me where my brother found the divine doctor? Zhang Ge replied, I can't tell you this. I heard he invited a specialist from Shanghai, who is quite renowned internationally. Mu Jinglin's eyebrows shot up. An international specialist, coming from Shanghai. This is troublesome. If he manages to cure his little sister first, then what's left for me, the second brother? No, I have to get in, Zhang Ge. Look, I won't let the divine doctor in first, just me. Is that okay? We're all family here, so please make an exception. Zhang Ge shook his head. No can do. Unable to persuade him, Mu Jinglin turned and walked out dejectedly. But in the next moment, he suddenly turned and ran, trying to rush in. If he didn't make a move now, he would be completely out of the game. However, Zhang Ji's reaction was swift. Clearly a military man, he moved like lightning and instantly subdued Mu Jinglin. Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm outside, Grandpa. I've also invited a divine doctor. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Mu Jinglin resorted to shouting. From within came a stern voice. The treatment is in progress and requires silence. Why are you shouting? Get in here right now. At the old master's command, Zhang Ge released Mu Jinglin. Mu Jinglin quickly gestured with his eyes to Dragon Lord and Yi Jing, urging them to enter quickly. Dragon swiftly led Yi Jing into the room. Once inside the room, the distinctive smell of disinfectant common in hospitals hit their noses. Why does it smell like a professional hospital in here? Yi Jing glanced around, and Mu Jinglin whispered an explanation. My grandfather takes my little sister's illness very seriously. On the first day she fell ill, he moved the entire intensive care unit and operating room equipment from the provincial hospital to our home. In fact, our home now has more advanced and comprehensive equipment than many hospitals. He even forcibly brought in several expert doctors who monitor my little sister's vital signs daily. Yi Jing was speechless. This man in the special technology trade certainly has a lot of clout. Such a brazen move, and yet no one has reprimanded him. If it were an ordinary person, the police would have already come knocking. This Mu family must indeed have deep roots if they can pull off such an audacious move. Not only did the provincial hospital not complain, but they also seem to have tacitly approved it, likely with someone high up backing them. You all, once you're inside, keep your mouth shut and don't make a sound. Don't interfere with Professor Qian's treatment. At Old Master Mu Fengchuan's command, Mu Jinglin immediately fell silent. Dragon nodded slightly at Mu Fengchuan, who, recognizing Dragon, reciprocated the nod but was too preoccupied with his granddaughter's condition to engage in further conversation. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense, with the servants frozen in fear, not daring to speak. Even when walking, they did so cautiously, afraid that even the slightest noise would incur the old master's wrath. Fengchuan, your granddaughter's illness is not easy to treat. Professor Qian looked around and shook his head. Yes, what should we do? Mu Fengchun, at this moment, was just an ordinary old man, his face filled with sorrow. His little granddaughter was fine just a few months ago. How could she suddenly be on the brink of death? Professor Qian, can my sister's illness be cured? Mu Jingtai, the eldest of the third generation, was also anxious, glancing subtly at his younger brother Mu Jinglin. When he saw that Mu Jinglin's so-called divine doctor was just a young man named Yijing, his tension eased slightly. How divine could such a young doctor be? Could he be more capable than the esteemed Professor Qian? Professor Qian is well known in Shanghai, and even international patients travel thousands of miles to seek his treatment. This illness, in essence, is a type of heart attack, but it's complicated, involving many heart conditions. Even in surgery, it's not something that can be quickly resolved. You can't just transplant a heart, can you? The best approach is through internal medicine to slowly regulate the condition. Although Mu Fengchun didn't understand these technicalities, he nodded repeatedly, sensing from Professor Qian's tone that, perhaps, it could be treated. Mu Jingtai also showed a glimmer of hope. Good, as long as it can be treated. At this moment, instead of continuing the treatment, Professor Qian turned unhappily to the side. Who are these people? Mu Jingtai quickly explained, this is my younger brother, and the doctor he invited. Professor Qian shook his head. With other doctors present, I will not continue the treatment. First, let the unnecessary people leave. Hearing this, Mu Jinglin became anxious. Yijing was the one he brought in to treat his little sister, and they had just managed to get in. If they were asked to leave now, all their efforts would be wasted. No, Grandpa, let us stay here. What if Professor Qian can't cure her? Then we'll be here. Mu Fengchun hesitated slightly after considering this. In his mind, as long as his granddaughter's illness could be cured, it didn't matter who did it, Professor Qian or someone else. Having another doctor here would only increase the chances of success. However, he still had to give face to Professor Qian. Otherwise, if the esteemed doctor really refused to treat his granddaughter, that would be a big problem. Then you should step aside for now, Mu Fengchun said. No, let them leave directly, Professor Qian insisted. This is non-negotiable. My treatment method is a closely guarded secret. I don't mind the patient's family being present, as they don't understand the technical aspects, but fellow practitioners absolutely cannot be present. Mu Fengchun nodded, his expression serious as he addressed Mu Jinglin. Take your people and step aside. Mu Jinglin's face fell. Since his grandfather had spoken, there was nothing he could do. Just then, Yijing spoke calmly. Are you Professor Qian? Are you still treating patients? Do you know you're already terminally ill? Chapter 195. What do you mean? Professor Qian chuckled disdainfully. What do you mean? Instead of treating the patient, you're diagnosing me? Yijing said, your feet tremble. You often feel tired when walking, and your legs frequently swell. Am I correct? Professor Qian's expression slightly changed, but he quickly adjusted. He immediately realized that despite Yijing's young age, he was a true master of medicine, accurately identifying his symptoms in an instant. However, the more he understood Yijing's capabilities, the more determined he was to get rid of him. Mr. Mu, I reiterate, please remove any irrelevant people from here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will not treat your granddaughter. Mu Fengchun immediately issued an eviction order. Second son, take your people away quickly. Long Yi from the Red Dragon Group also hurriedly added, Brother Fengchun, this is a real divine doctor. A genuine one. Why not let him take a look first? Mu Jinglin, hearing this, felt a surge of hope. Long Yi from Red Dragon had a life and death bond with his family's patriarch. Maybe his words would work? However, Mu Fengchun completely ignored him. Get out quickly. Don't make me say it a second time. In Mu Fengchun's mind, there was a clear balance. Professor Qian was well known and had directly stated that he was very confident in treating his granddaughter. On the other hand, the so-called divine doctor brought by Mu Jinglin was just a young man in casual everyday clothes, not even wearing proper medical attire. In contrast, Professor Qian not only wore a white lab coat with the emblem of a prestigious hospital in Shanghai, but also had numerous award medals hanging on it. The comparison made it clear who should be asked to leave. All right, we'll wait outside for now. Mu Jingtao had no choice but to lead Yijing out. Once outside, Yijing chuckled and said to Mu Jinglin, "If your little sister really takes his medicine, she'll probably start vomiting blood soon." If I'm not mistaken, the medicine he plans to use is the recently purchased international high-price drug from Shanghai. It has a strong stimulating effect on the heart. Once taken, the heart will start working overtime. If luck is on her side, it might even clear the blood clots. But the greater probability is that her heart won't be able to handle the load and will start malfunctioning. If not rescued in time, she might even go into cardiac arrest and die from shock. These words left Mu Jinglin stunned. "Mr. Yi, is what you're saying true? Please don't scare me. She's my only little sister. She used to follow me around every day when we were kids. Please, you have to save her." Yijing calmly replied, "Hopefully, I'm wrong." He glanced at Long Yi beside him. "Should we leave now?" Long Yi immediately pleaded, "Mr. Yi, I know you're a busy man, but could you please stay a little longer and see how things go? If that mediocre doctor from Shanghai really harms Mu's little sister, we might still need your help." Seeing Long Ye's earnest plea, Yijing nodded, "All right, we'll stay a little longer." If it had been Mu Jinglin asking, he wouldn't have given the man any face and would have left immediately. But since Long Yi had helped him multiple times, he owed him a favor. Moments later, a panicked shout came from inside. "Why is she vomiting blood? What's going on? You incompetent doctor! How did you make my little sister vomit blood?" Mu Jingtai exclaimed in panic. "Quick, someone come here." The doctors and nurses from the provincial hospital, who had been forcibly brought back by the Mu family, rushed in nervously. "Why did she suddenly vomit blood? Her heart rate is too fast. What did you give her?" "The patient's blood pressure is spiking." The atmosphere was tense as doctors and nurses scrambled. "We need to resuscitate her immediately. Administer adrenaline." Everyone was in a frenzy as they started the emergency treatment. Mu Fengchun was dumbfounded. His granddaughter had been seriously ill for months, but this was the first time she had required such urgent care. "What happened today?" He angrily glared at Professor Qian. "It's you. You're the one who made her vomit blood after giving her that medicine. You incompetent doctor." Mu Fengchun was so furious he wanted to tear Professor Qian apart. "No, my medicine is fine. It's a 500 million yuan miracle drug. It's just been developed internationally." Professor Qian still insisted on his miracle drug, but seeing his granddaughter's condition worsen, with her breathing shallow and weak, the Mu family was thrown into chaos. Mu Jinglin took advantage of the confusion to rush in, panicking. "Grandfather, quickly let Mr. Yi take a look. He predicted all of this earlier. He said that once Professor Qian's medicine is taken, my sister would start vomiting blood. He also said it's because the medicine is too strong, causing the heart to overwork." Mu Jingtai, though panicked, still knew not to let his younger brother seize the opportunity. He immediately mocked, "You're talking nonsense. Did he say that earlier? I didn't hear it. You're just making it up after seeing the situation, aren't you?" Mu Jinglin shook his head repeatedly, agonized. "I'm telling the truth. These were the exact words Mr. Yi said outside just now." Mu Jingtai sneered. "Fine. You say these things when no one hears you. Who knows if you're just making it up after coming in?" Mu Jinglin was desperate. "Grandfather, you have to believe me. Let Mr. Yi treat my sister. If we delay, Mr. Yi said she'll go into cardiac arrest and shock." Mu Fengchun was also panicking. "Quick, let him in." He was now desperate, willing to let anyone save his granddaughter. Expensive miracle drugs? He could afford them. Other divine doctors? He could invite them, as long as they could cure his granddaughter. Yijing and Long Yi were finally allowed to enter. "Everyone, calm down." Yijing's calm voice instantly stabilized the frantic doctors and nurses. Just like in the provincial hospital, when the director spoke during an emergency, their hearts would settle. "Move aside, let me save her." Yijing separated the crowd and took out 3 silver needles, inserting them around Mu Yuan's heart. The previously gasping, winded Mu Yuan immediately calmed down. The life monitor, which had been beeping incessantly, instantly stabilized to normal fluctuations. She's calm now. Her heart rate is back to normal. Her blood pressure has dropped. The Mu family members all breathed a long sigh of relief. Their gazes towards Yi Jing were filled with gratitude. Chapter 196. Could it be him? Mr. Yi, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. I misjudged Mr. Yi earlier. His skills far surpassed that so-called Dr. Qian from before. With just a single move, Mr. Yi has controlled the condition. Such medical skills are rare even in the entire province. Next to them, Long Yi immediately said, Brother Fengchun, everyone. This Mr. Yi is the renowned divine doctor of our province. You must have heard about the medical conference at the Shi family, right? The crowd suddenly froze, then seemed to recall something, all turning to look at Yi Jing in shock. Could it be him from the medical conference? So it was him. I remember that name now. No wonder his medical skills are so remarkable. Everyone revealed expressions of shock, and even Mu Fengchun, who was beside them, slightly startled, bowed to Yi Jing. So it's Mr. Yi. I've heard much about you. When they turned to look at Professor Qian again, all showed expressions of anger. This man was no better than a swindler, using some so-called international high-tech medicine, exorbitantly expensive, yet not only ineffective but even counterproductive. Mu Jingtai was even more furious. He had gone to great lengths to invite this Professor Qian, thinking he could gain his grandfather's praise and take credit for saving his sister. Instead, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. You quack. Mu Jingtai dragged Professor Qian out. In fact, her illness hasn't been completely cured yet. Yi Jing shook his head and said, the few needles I used earlier only protected her heart and allowed her to survive, but the heart blockage in her body hasn't been resolved. Mu Fengchun grew anxious. Then what should we do? The other members of the Mu family also urgently asked, Mr. Yi, please suggest a method. How can we treat her? We can't let our young lady perish like this. Even Mu Jingtai was anxious. Mr. Yi, please speak. No matter the cost or the precious herbs required, we are willing to pay. Mu Fengchun, the elder, even said, as long as it's within our Mu family's means, feel free to ask. Yi Jing calmly replied, no need for precious herbs. Just 1,000-year-old ginseng will suffice. Mu Fengchun waved his hand. That's easy. Their Mu family's business was vast, and their connections extensive. Such 1,000-year-old ginseng, which might be a lifetime's pursuit for ordinary people, was something Mu Fengchun could acquire with a single phone call, 10 or 8 of them if needed. Within just half an hour, someone delivered 1,000-year-old ginseng. Brother Mu, I've brought the ginseng. Who is ill? The visitor was from the Chun family. Mu Fengchun, it's still my granddaughter's illness. We've called many doctors, but only today's Mr. Yi seems to be making some progress. Chun Kuan beside him realized, so it's still your granddaughter. I was startled, thinking something was wrong with your health. Mu Fengchun looked troubled. If only it were my health. I'd rather take my granddaughter's illness upon myself. Chen Kuan sighed. Your indulgence towards your granddaughter is becoming excessive. Get lost if you have nothing to do. I'm still worrying about my granddaughter. Mu Fengchun directly issued an expulsion order. After Chen Kuan left, Mu Fengchun quickly approached Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need? Yi Jing, nothing else. Just prepare a large wooden barrel filled with cold water. Soon, a large wooden barrel that could submerge a person was brought in, filled with cold water. Is there anything else we need to do? Everyone curiously looked over. Why would treating a disease require a large wooden barrel? Yi Jing calmly said, Next, I need all of you to leave. Only I should remain here. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions slightly changed. Who didn't know that the Mu family's granddaughter was still a maiden, and she was currently unconscious? If Yi Jing were left alone, a maiden and a young man, alone in a room, who could know what might happen under such circumstances? If Yi Jing were to take advantage of the situation under the guise of treatment, who else would know? Even Mu Fengchun hesitated. Mr. Yi, is it really necessary? Can I stay? Yi Jing shook his head, already showing signs of impatience. Are you treating her or not? If not, I'm leaving. He had come here purely out of obligation to Long Yi. If the Mu family wasn't cooperative, he had no intention of staying. Nearby, Mu Jingtai, the eldest son of the Mu family who had just sent off Professor Qian, returned and, upon hearing this, immediately exploded. Well, so you, the so-called divine doctor, are a swindler too. That Professor Qian wanted to swindle money, and you want to take advantage. Second brother, what kind of treatment is this? Needles and medicine are one thing, but why a wooden barrel? Do you know what evil intentions he has? This barrage of accusations made Mu Jinglin also hesitate. He looked at Yi Jing and Long Yi with difficulty. Can we discuss it? He was also worried about his sister's reputation. His sister hadn't even married yet, still a maiden, and being alone with someone in a room, possibly even needing to undress in the wooden barrel. How would his sister's innocence be explained in the future? How could she marry then? There was also a certain Ruat brother glaring fiercely, making things even worse for him. Yi Jing slightly shook his head. If you disagree with my treatment method, then please do as you wish and seek another expert. I won't be of service. With that, Yi Jing stood up and prepared to leave. Long Yi, feeling helpless, pleaded with a look. Mr. Yi, please, can you stay? Yi Jing ignored him and directly headed for the door. Stop! Mu Fengchun, the elder, suddenly spoke up, letting out a heavy sigh. All right. Compared to my granddaughter's life, her reputation can wait. His expression suddenly turned stern, his gaze fixed firmly on everyone present. There are a total of 17 people in this room right now, including all doctors, nurses, and servants. Today's events, I want you all to keep to yourselves. No one is to spread this outside. Otherwise, you know the methods of Mu Fengchun. His words were icy, lowering the temperature of the entire room. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. Mu Fengchun even gave Mu Jinglin a meaningful look. Go make everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. If anyone violates it, I'll ensure they lose everything and never recover, living a life of perpetual misery. Mu Jinglin also hardened his expression, his gaze fierce as he looked at everyone. Everyone quickly lowered their heads. They truly dared not leak anything. Chapter 197. Please proceed with the treatment. All right, Mr. Lin, you can proceed with the treatment in peace. After Mu Fengchun had everyone sign confidentiality agreements, he ushered everyone out. Mu Jinglin was the last to leave, closing the door behind him. Inside the room, only Yi Jing and his granddaughter remained. He stripped his granddaughter of all her clothes and placed her in a wooden barrel. Then, several silver needles were inserted into various parts of her body. In total, 36 needles were inserted. The granddaughter, who had been unconscious, let out a soft moan when she was stimulated, and her fair body gave Yi Jing a sense of impact. Yi Jing only glanced at her briefly and didn't look further. The Bai Shui at his home was several times more beautiful than this granddaughter, and with Zhang Qingxian, who was a stunning beauty, he had no interest in this granddaughter. SSS. After a while, steam began to rise from the granddaughter's body. Even the cold water in the barrel started to heat up, turning into warm water. This step was to force out the residual heat in the granddaughter's body and then cool it down with the cold water. Next, Yi Jing sliced a piece of the Millennium Ginseng and placed it in the granddaughter's mouth to ensure she had energy to absorb. Outside, everyone was growing impatient. Why hasn't Mr. Yi finished the treatment yet? Mu Jinglin paced back and forth anxiously. Dragon Lord also couldn't sit still, constantly glancing at the inner room. Mu Jingtai sneered, "You've invited a wolf into your house. How do you feel now, knowing you're afraid?" He looked at Mu Fengchun. "Grandpa, I think my second brother and this dragon are just bringing a fraudster into our home. This fraudster specializes in seduction. What will happen to our sister's purity?" "Shut up." Mu Fengchun glared at him fiercely. "What do you know?" Mr. Yi exposed the fraudster Master Wei at the medical conference at the Shi family. Who was Master Wei? He had immense prestige throughout Western Sichuan, yet Mr. Yi still exposed him. This alone proves that Mr. Ye's medical skills are trustworthy. Mu Jinglin also nodded. Mr. Yi is very famous in the medical community of the entire provincial city. Brother Ruo, don't slander Mr. Ye's reputation. Mu Jingtai sneered. Reputation? Was he famous before? Isn't he just famous because of this medical conference? Others were also a bit stunned, as if that was indeed the case. Mu Jingtai continued. Have any of you heard of Yi Jing's name before? No. This fraudster became famous overnight because of the Sure family's medical conference. Do you think that because he exposed the fraudster Master Wei, he is a genuine doctor? No, in my opinion, he is also a fraudster. It's just that his deception is more sophisticated. Dragon Lord quickly assured, Young Master, you're wrong about this. I can guarantee that Mr. Yi is not a fraudster. I've worked with him for a long time and know him well. He knew that Yi Jing was from the Yi Divine Palace, and someone who could control such a place couldn't possibly be a fraudster. Mu Jingtai shook his head. Dragon, you've worked with him for a long time. But did you know he could cure and save people before? Didn't you only find out recently? Didn't you only learn about it through that so-called medical conference? He fooled everyone into thinking he was a master with his sophisticated deception in that one instance. So this time, he fooled his way into our Mu family. After saying this, many people actually thought there was some truth to it. Yes, Grandpa, maybe you should reconsider? The longer this drags on, the worse it is for our granddaughter. At first, Yi Jing might have really been treating our granddaughter, but as time drags on, who knows what malicious intentions he has inside? Under everyone's persuasion, Mu Fengchun wavered. His granddaughter was his most beloved, and he couldn't let her be defiled. He turned and was about to head inside. Dragon Lord blocked the door. Brother Fengchun, maybe wait a bit longer. Don't be hasty. Mu Fengchun glared at him. What, are you in cahoots with that Yi Jing? Dragon Lord gave a wry smile. Brother Fengchun, I understand your anxiety and it's natural to take it out on me, but consider this. What if Mr. Yi is in the midst of a crucial treatment? If you interrupt him now, it could only delay your granddaughter's recovery. Mu Fengchun sighed. How could I not know that? But he's been inside for so long. He glanced at his watch. It's been half an hour already. The treatment should be about done, right? Dragon Lord shook his head. Not yet, Brother Fengchun. Trust me just this once. I've known your granddaughter for many years, and I've watched her grow up. Don't you think I'm worried about her too? But now she's unwell and needs a doctor's care. Please trust me. Mu Fengchun pondered for a few seconds and said, All right, I'll give him another 10 minutes. 10 more minutes passed, and Mu Fengchun couldn't sit still any longer. 40 minutes had passed. Whatever was happening inside, it should be almost done by now. The Mu family members were all clamoring nonstop. Grandpa, we can't wait any longer. That guy must be up to no good inside. Just then, the door to the inner room creaked open. The doors opened quick. Everyone quickly looked inside, and Mu Fengchun, unlike an old man, dashed over in one step. Mr. Yi, how is my granddaughter's illness? Mu Fengchun was frantic, not only fearing that Yi Jing might have done something to his granddaughter, but also worried that the illness wouldn't be cured. This Yi Divine Doctor was one of the hundreds of divine doctors he had sought out, and if he couldn't cure it, Mu Fengchun didn't know what to do. But the next moment, a single word from inside made Mu Fengchun feel like he had been struck by lightning, leaving him petrified. Grandpa. The next moment, the granddaughter, dressed and standing gracefully, walked out on her own. Grandpa and Brother Ruo, Brother Air, you've all been worried about me. I'm fine now. I'm cured. Seeing the granddaughter walk out on her own, everyone was overjoyed and burst into tears. Sob, sob, sob. It's over. It's really over. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Mr. Yi is truly a divine doctor with miraculous hands. His medical skills are too profound. At this moment, everyone had forgotten how they had doubted Yi Jing and slandered him earlier. To cure the young lady in just 40 minutes and have her walk out of the room, fully recovered and conscious, was an exhilarating experience for everyone present. Mu Fengchun looked up and down at his granddaughter, his nose tingling, and he almost cried. Chapter 198. This is my life. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. Mu Fengchun tightly grasped Yi Jing's hand with both of his aged hands. Please tell us, no matter what you want, as long as it's within our Mu family's ability, I will not hesitate. My granddaughter is my life. Yi Jing shook his head. I don't need anything. He came purely because of the favor from Dragon Lord. How about this? Mu Fengchun was very tactful. Since Mr. Yi didn't want anything, he couldn't simply not offer anything. He took out a diamond-like card. This diamond card contains 100 million yuan. It's not much, just a small token of our gratitude. After a slight hesitation, Yi Jing accepted it. This amount of money was insignificant to him, but it was a way for the patient's family to express their gratitude. If he didn't take it, the family might feel upset. After leaving the Mu family, Mr. Yi, please accept my bow. Dragon Lord of the Crimson Dragon completely humbled himself. From now on, you are my great benefactor. Any command you have, I, little dragon, will follow without question. Dragon Lord had completely submitted to Yi Jing in his heart. Yi Jing smiled faintly and nodded. At the Mu family, watching Yi Jing's departing back, Mu Jinglin quietly approached Mu Fengchun. Grandpa, now that little sister is better, shouldn't we find her a suitable husband? Mu Fengchun glared at him. What kind of schemes are you plotting? Your little sister has just recovered, and you're already thinking about her marriage? Normally, Mu Fengchun would have kicked Mu Jinglin away by now, but this time, he only scolded him once. Such treatment was usually only given to Rouge Mu Jingtai. It seemed that the divine doctor he had found today, who cured little sister, had greatly improved Grandpa's attitude towards him. I'm not plotting against little sister. I have such a good relationship with her. I just want to find her the best match. How could I be plotting against her? Mu Fengchun snorted. Then tell me, let's see what nonsense you can come up with. Mu Jinglin quickly lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that others couldn't hear. Grandpa, what do you think of Yi Jing? Mu Fengchun said, he has the true skills of a medical master, and he is neither fearful nor arrogant. His aura is very strong. Even your grandfather and your Jiang brother, when facing those few in the upper echelons of the country, feel somewhat inferior. But this Yi Jing, Mu Fengchun reflected on the recent events, thinking, his aura is indeed formidable. I believe that even when confronted with those truly powerful figures behind the scenes, he would not feel the slightest bit intimidated. Such a person, with ability, confidence, and charisma, will eventually rise like a dragon. At this point, he suddenly realized, are you suggesting that we marry our little granddaughter to him? Yes, Mu Jinglin said, since Yi Jing is a good candidate for a son-in-law, and just now he was alone with little sister. Although Yi Jing didn't actually do anything, if this gets out, it might not be good for little sister's reputation. But if we marry little sister to him, such rumors would naturally collapse on their own. Mu Fengchun also seriously considered this matter. All right, have someone investigate whether Yi Jing has a family background and if he is still single. I will seriously consider it. Yi Jing had Dragon Lord drop him off at Daiwan and then got out of the car. He walked towards his villa, taking the opportunity to also take a stroll. The scenery here at Daiwan is indeed quite nice. The fact that villas can be built here also indirectly proves that this is a place of excellent scenery. Huh? Yi Jing? Are you Yi Jing? Yi Jing was walking ahead when a Maybach suddenly stopped behind him, and a woman inside called out. Yi Jing turned his head and asked in confusion, who are you? The woman quickly said, it's me, Bai Qingxia. Don't you remember? We were desk mates in high school. Yi Jing's memory immediately recalled those high school days. Have you come to the provincial city to develop? Yi Jing smiled as he looked at his former desk mate, Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia smiled, yes. After graduating from university, I stayed in the provincial city and didn't go out. I also met my dear husband now. It was clear that her husband was doing quite well, driving a Maybach, wearing a Vacheron Constantine watch, and his suit likely cost tens of thousands. Right now, we just bought a villa in the Daiwan Villa complex and are going to take a look at our new home. Bai Qingxia spoke with a sense of pride. What about you? How are you doing now? Her husband, Zhang Yuan, said, "Don't ask. Look at your old classmate. He has to walk home, can't even afford a taxi. Why hurt his self-esteem?" He seemed to be speaking for Yijing, but his voice was loud, as if intentionally saying it for Yijing to hear. Yijing smiled faintly and didn't argue with them. His level was too high, already beyond what these people in the middle and lower strata of society could reach. So, he couldn't be bothered to argue with these insignificant people. After all, they were high school classmates, and there were still some nostalgic memories. "Yijing, would you like to come and see our new villa?" Bai Qingxia, having made a name for herself in the provincial city, really wanted to show off in front of her old classmate. Sure, why not? Yijing saw that Bai Qingxia still had some of her high school demeanor, and her words weren't as harsh as her husband's, so he agreed. Great, hurry up and get in the car. Bai Qingxia was very excited. Her husband, Zhang Yuan, smiled. Come on, give it a try and see how this Maybach feels. Yijing sat in and smiled. It's quite nice. He had even ridden in a stretched Lincoln, so he didn't feel much difference, but he was just flattering his high school female classmate at the moment. Unexpectedly, this made Zhang Yuan even more smug. When we get to the Daiwan villa, don't be so shocked that your eyeballs fall out. A moment later, they arrived at the Daiwan villa. Is this it? Yijing was a bit dumbfounded. This could be called a villa? First of all, the location was at the foot of a mountain, with no mountain view whatsoever. In comparison, the villa he lived in every day on the hillside of Daiwan had a beautiful mountain view, with a distant view of the entire provincial city. Secondly, this so-called villa was only 2 stories high and very cramped, just a little bigger than a typical duplex, and it was part of a row of identical houses, completely mass-produced. Even the garden below was tiny, giving no sense of private space at all. This is too far from the villa I live in. This can't even be called a villa. It's more like a garden house. Yijing shook his head, but Bai Qingxia and Zhang Yuan were extremely satisfied. Ah, after a lifetime of hard work, we finally bought our own villa in Daiwan. What a sense of pride. Bai Qingxia was particularly excited. Yijing, come and take a look at the scenery here. Zhang Yuan said sarcastically next to him. You probably haven't seen such scenery in your entire life, have you? Chapter 199. A scenery I've never seen in my life. Yijing gave a faint smile but said nothing. This kind of scenery where you couldn't see anything from the foot of the mountain, he indeed hadn't seen in his lifetime. What he had seen were all the vast, unobstructed views from the middle and high altitudes of the mountains, where you could take in the entire provincial city at a glance. Bai Qingxia, all right, we've seen the villa. What do you think, old classmate? Zhang Yuan chuckled. I reckon he's already envious to the point of no return. All right, Qingxia, let's not keep teasing our old classmate with these things. After all, not everyone can reach our level. The vast majority of people live a mediocre life, barely scraping by with a comfortable standard of living, owning an ordinary apartment and a small car worth 100,000 yuan, which sums up their entire life. Like you and me, who can afford to live in a villa at Daiwan? Besides us, how many are there? Zhang Yuan laughed quite arrogantly, as if he were the winner of life at this moment. In reality, however, the only reason he could buy this villa was that, apart from the 1% of his own efforts, the remaining 99% was due to his father's support. It was then that Bai Qingxia remembered to consider her old classmate's feelings and quickly said, Okay, Yijing, let's go eat. Today's encounter with you is also a stroke of fate for both of us. We were high school desk mates a few years ago, and today we happened to meet by chance. We should at least get together and have a meal. Honey, let's go to the Xinhong restaurant downstairs to eat. Didn't you say that after we bought the house, we would go to Xinhong restaurant to celebrate? The Xinhong restaurant was a high-end private dining establishment where a single meal could cost over 100,000 yuan. This sum, compared to the villa, was naturally just a small amount. But who would be willing to spend 1 or 2 hours eating a meal that costs 100,000 yuan? With that amount of money, there were so many other things one could do. Sure, today is a happy day, and with your old classmate here, we have to go. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, driving the Maybach with the two of them towards the city at high speed. Soon, they arrived at the Xinhong restaurant. Yijing felt that the name Xinhong sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yijing, have you been to the Xinhong restaurant before? Zhang Yiyuan asked with a smile. Yijing shook his head. This is my first time. That's normal. I can only come here occasionally, Zhang Yiyuan chuckled. It's only when I accompany my father to discuss business here that I get to come a few times. This place isn't something ordinary people can afford. Those who can enter here are either rich or noble. Bai Qingxia saw Yijing's surprised expression and thought he was shocked by the price. Bai Qingxia quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, old classmate. Today my husband is treating. You won't have to spend a penny. Just go in and eat without any worries. Just bring your appetite." Zhang Yiyuan laughed. Right, even if we let you pay, you couldn't afford it. Consider this as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. At this moment, Yijing finally remembered where he had heard the name Xinhong before. It was the Xinhong from Xinhong Finance. The owner, Nie Baichuan, had gone out of his way to curry favor with Yijing, though later, Yijing used the Dragon Lord of Qilong more often, and this lesser underling was used less frequently. He wasn't sure if this Xinhong restaurant was a side business of Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Finance. They arrived at the 6th floor of the Xinhong restaurant. The view here was indeed quite nice, and it was a rotating restaurant with each room being an independent booth embedded within the rotating structure. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The waitresses here were all high-standard beauties, looking like TV stars. "Just the standard meal will do," Zhang Yiyuan quickly said. "The one that costs 100,000 yuan?" The waitress nodded and left. Zhang Yiyuan quickly explained to Yijing, "Don't be fooled by the name standard meal. But this standard is far more luxurious than what's outside. It's equivalent to a super deluxe feast at an ordinary restaurant." Bai Qingxia also nodded, a bit in awe. "That's right. A standard meal for 100,000 yuan. Who's ever heard of that? Adding the room fee and all that, it'll come to around 120,000 yuan in total. Where else can you spend that much on a single meal?" Eating a meal that costs 120,000 yuan for 3 people was indeed quite expensive for ordinary folks. If you order the deluxe feast, it would directly cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Zhang Yiyuan added a few more words. Bai Qingxia smiled sweetly. "All right, dear. A standard meal for 100,000 yuan is already very rare. I'm satisfied just to have this experience once in my life." Zhang Yiyuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry when I propose to you. I'll definitely come here and order a deluxe feast worth 1,000,000 yuan for you." Bai Qingxia showed a sweet expression. After a while, the dishes started to arrive. "Sir, this is the caviar chocolate pudding. This is the seafood treasure curry, from London, with beluga caviar, top-grade white truffles, and decorated with Australian prawns. This is the gold flake sundae, using vanilla ice cream from the South Pacific, paired with vanilla beans from Madagascar." As more than 20 dishes were served, both Zhang Yiyuan and Bai Qingxia were dazzled by the sight. "This isn't right." Zhang Yiyuan sensed something was off. "Is this the 100,000 yuan standard meal? How come I feel that even the deluxe feast worth 1,000,000 yuan that my father and I ordered last time to entertain a client wasn't this luxurious?" Bai Qingxia didn't understand all that, but just seeing these more than 20 dishes from all over the world made her heart flutter with joy. Her husband was too good to her. Bai Qingxia didn't forget to invite Yijing. "Yijing, don't just stand there. Eat whatever you want. These are things we hardly ever get to eat in our lifetime. You probably don't get to eat these often, so consider this as a treat for your taste buds today." Bai Qingxia couldn't hold back anymore and, after taking a few beautiful photos, quickly started enjoying the food. Only Zhang Yiyuan felt something was amiss. "This isn't right. This isn't right. The dishes are getting more and more luxurious, far exceeding the level of a 100,000 yuan standard meal." Zhang Yiyuan was uneasy, afraid that if they had been served the wrong meal and they had already eaten, they might have to compensate the restaurant with a loss of 1,000,000 yuan. He had heard that the backer of Xinhong restaurant was Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Finance, known for his connections in the underworld. If they were indeed expected to compensate, he wouldn't dare refuse. "All right. Stop eating for now." Zhang Yiyuan's face looked a bit uneasy as he stopped Bai Qingxia and Yijing from continuing to eat. Yijing smiled. "Why? Once you're here, just enjoy the food. To be honest, These so-called delicacies, Yijing actually ate every day. Chapter 200. Take it home and taste it. Speaking of this gold leaf sundae, every time Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanan passed by this restaurant, they would buy one to take home and taste. There was also the Buddha jumps over the wall made with 9-headed abalone, top-grade Tianzhou shark fin, premium dried scallops, and sueo chocolate, which Zheng Qingxian often packed up. Since the rise of Zheng's flagship group, Zheng Qingxian no longer lacked money and had become a solid little rich woman. She and Lin Yanan often enjoyed delicious food, packed it up here, and took it back to the villa in Daya Bay to share with Yijing. Zhang Yin stopped them. Wait, don't eat yet. What's wrong, husband? Bai Qingxiao was puzzled and asked. Zhang Yin frowned. It seems the restaurant served us the wrong thing. He waved to call over a pretty waitress. Excuse me, what standard was served to us? The waitress smiled. Dear customers, what was served to you is the super luxurious meal at the 5 million yuan standard. Zhang Yin's heart skipped a beat. Indeed. And this wasn't even a luxury meal at the 1 million yuan level, but the top-tier 5 million yuan super luxurious meal. Isn't this a mistake? Zhang Yin's cheeks twitched. He felt a bit of a pinch even at the 10,000 yuan level, but this was 5 million? A full 50 times more. He didn't even have that much cash in his card. Sir, there's no mistake. Is this table Zhang Yin's table? Zhang Yin was a bit confused. Yes, I am Zhang Yin. The waitress smiled. Then there's no mistake. Although you paid for the 10,000 yuan standard meal, our boss decided to upgrade you to the 5 million yuan super luxurious set meal. Please enjoy at your leisure. Also, our boss said he will come over personally to pay you a visit later. After saying that, the pretty waitress left. Zhang Yin was a bit dazed. What was going on? He wasn't familiar with the owner of this place, Nia Baichuan. Bai Qingxiao looked at him with admiration. Husband, you're amazing. You actually managed to get the owner to upgrade our meal. We're eating the 5 million yuan super luxurious meal. She enjoyed her meal even more now. Yijing, sitting beside them, also had a suspicion arise in his mind. It seemed that Nia Baichuan knew he was here and had the restaurant upgrade the meal. Probably, Nia Baichuan was on his way here as well. Then let's eat. Yijing knew this was Nia Baichuan's way of showing respect, so he continued eating without hesitation. Zhang Yin thought for a moment and laughed. I guess it's because my father has some business cooperation with Nia Baichuan. He values me, so he upgraded the meal. But I can't really let Nia Baichuan come over to visit me personally. I should go over to visit him instead. After all, he's an elder and much more powerful than my father. The three of them enjoyed the meal together. Yijing, what are you doing for work now? Zhang Yin, knowing that he was highly regarded by Nia Baichuan, felt even more self-satisfied. He felt like he was already on top of the world, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Nia Baichuan. Yijing casually replied, I'm not doing much. Oh right, I have a small supervisor position at Zheng's flagship company. In fact, he was too lazy to get involved in any affairs of Zheng's flagship company. Zheng Qingxian felt it was not good for Yijing to have no title at all, so she planned to give him a vice president title. But Yijing really didn't want to manage those things, so he let Zheng Qingxian arrange a minor supervisor position for him, one where he just collected money without doing any work. Zheng's flagship company? After a slight pause, Zhang Yin blurted out, I know the president of Zheng's flagship company is Zheng Qingxian, right? She has a son-in-law named Yijing. Could it be? Yijing nodded. Yes, that's me. Ah. Bai Qingxiao was surprised. Yijing, did you become a son-in-law of another family? She remembered that Yijing was quite competitive in high school, always striving and fighting for everything himself. How did he suddenly become a son-in-law of another family? Yijing said indifferently, not really. In fact, he had an engagement with Zheng Liyue. However, he didn't like Zheng Liyue, and Zheng Qingxian was eager to transfer the engagement to her. But so far, Yijing hadn't gone to get the certificate with Zheng Qingxian, so this son-in-law title didn't really count. What do you mean? Not really. You son-in-laws are just too proud to admit you're son-in-laws. Zhang Yin laughed heartily. What's the big deal? Eat soft rice if you have to, as long as you don't worry about food and clothing, and have a big tree to lean on. People like us have to struggle and fight for ourselves. It's tiring. Zhang Yiyan glanced at Bai Qingxia and smiled. But we can choose our own beautiful wives and live freely. Bai Qingxia blushed when she heard the compliment. Today she was too happy. Not only did she get to eat the 5 million yuan super luxurious meal, but she also found out her husband had a good relationship with Nie Baichuan. You son-in-laws sometimes have it tough. It's quite pitiful. The wife's family tells you to do something, and you have to do it. Zhang Yiyan shook his head, showing a look of sympathy. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside. Which private room is Mr. Yi in? Zhang Yiyan was startled. That sounded like Nie Baichuan's voice. Mr. Yi? Who was that referring to? Was there some big shot here with the surname Yi? But the next moment, the voice directly headed towards this private room. Nie Baichuan is here. Zhang Yiyan quickly stood up. I'll go welcome Nie Baichuan. Just as Zhang Yiyan stood up, Nie Baichuan entered. Nie Baichuan, you're too kind, Zhang Yiyan quickly said with a smile. I don't deserve such attention, yet you still treated me to such an expensive, super luxurious meal. Nie Baichuan was puzzled. Who are you? Zhang Yiyan quickly replied, I'm Zhang Yiyan. Didn't you just have them serve me this super luxurious meal? Nie Baichuan said indifferently, Oh, it's you. It's just that your table was registered under your name at the front desk, and I was worried they might have served the wrong meal. He then ignored Zhang Yiyan and looked at Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, you came here and didn't even tell me. I specifically instructed the front desk that if you came, they should immediately inform me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come over to pay my respects. Nie Baichuan respectfully crouched at Yi Jing's feet. Please let me know if there's anything unsatisfactory, and I'll have the restaurant make it again. Yi Jing casually smiled, very satisfied. Chapter 201. Just let me know if you need anything. Bai Qingxia and Zhang Yiyan, who were standing nearby, were completely dumbfounded. The renowned General Nie Baichuan was actually bowing humbly beside a mere house-in-law son-in-law, showing such respect? Was this a dream? The two pinched their thighs hard, and it hurt. Nie Baichuan, Mr. Yi, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know. Yi Jing nodded slightly. All right, I'll call you if I need anything. Nie Baichuan quickly replied, Yes, then I won't disturb you. After saying that, Nie Baichuan left directly, waiting outside to see when Yi Jing might need him. Yi Jing, why is General Nie so respectful to you? Zhang Yiyan dared to breathe a sigh of relief only after Nie Baichuan left and quickly asked. Bai Qingxia beside him also looked over curiously. Yi Jing casually smiled. I don't know. Maybe he thinks I'm handsome. Zhang Yiyan scoffed at this. So what if you're handsome? What good is it? Can it fill your stomach? The esteemed General Nie wouldn't just give you a super luxurious meal worth 5 million yuan just because you're handsome. There must be some unspoken reason behind this. Zhang Yiyan's mind quickly turned, and he figured it out. I get it. It must be because of your status as a house-in-law son-in-law, right? General Nie actually wants to curry favor with Zheng Qingxian of Zheng's flagship company. Isn't that right? Yi Jing smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. He and Zhang Yiyan were only acquaintances for today. This was only because they were high school classmates. After tomorrow, they might never cross paths again in their lives, so Yi Jing couldn't be bothered to explain much to him. Bai Qingxia beside them asked doubtfully, But dear, isn't Zheng's flagship company just average? It's not worth General Nie being so respectful, is it? You don't understand, Zhang Yiyan said. Zheng's flagship company was indeed average before, but recently, they've received orders from the Duan family, Tang Hui Group, and done many big things. Now, Zheng's flagship group is no longer what it used to be. It's normal for someone like General Nie to try to curry favor and show respect. All right, let's finish eating quickly and check if the famous doctor has arrived. Zhang Yiyan chose to come to Xinhong restaurant today, partly to celebrate buying a villa, and partly because he heard that a renowned doctor from the provincial capital, Gu Qingyang, would also be present at Xinhong restaurant today. His father had recently fallen seriously ill and needed Dr. Gu Qingyang to treat him. Yes, important matters come first. Bai Qingxia, as an unwed fiancé, understood the priorities. I'll go out and see if I can run into Dr. Gu by chance. If we can meet him, that would be the best. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort. You know how elusive that doctor is, often impossible to find. After hurriedly eating a few bites, Zhang Yuan quickly went out first. Bai Qingxia said to Yi Jing, take your time eating. I'll go out and take a look. Yi Jing nodded slightly and finished his meal at a leisurely pace. After a while, he left the room. Once outside the private room, he saw Bai Qingxia and Zhang Yuan kneeling in front of Gu Qingyang. Dr. Gu, please, my father has been seriously ill and has sought medical advice everywhere. We've heard that you are the expert in this field. Our whole family is counting on you to save my father's life. Gu Qingyang frowned. Don't kneel here. What is this behavior? He came here to enjoy himself, not to treat patients. In such a public place, someone kneeling in his way, making it impossible for him to refuse. What was this about? Even as Dr. Gu, he needed some private space and didn't want to be disturbed. After all, who would want to work 24/7? Dr. Gu, if you don't agree, we won't get up. Zhang Yuan knew this was his only chance to meet Dr. Gu. If he didn't get Dr. Gu to agree here, he might never see the doctor again. Dr. Ge's face showed displeasure. I can't treat your father's illness. Please find someone else. He disliked such patient families the most, inflexible and lacking in tact, not knowing when or where to ask for help. Dr. Gu also had his pride. Refusing in front of so many people? It would make him seem heartless. Not refusing? If everyone did this, how could he ever have any rest time? Being begged everywhere he went? Please, Dr. Gu. Hearing Gu Qingyang's refusal, Zhang Yuan immediately panicked. Please, no matter what your requirements are, we'll agree to them. We're willing to pay 1,000,000 yuan as a consultation fee. It's not about the consultation fee. Gu Qingyang's expression grew even uglier. Being such a renowned doctor, did he lack money? And just 1,000,000 yuan? Was that an insult? Seeing Gu Qingyang's attitude, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of despair. Could it be that he really couldn't get Gu Qingyang to treat his father? Yi Jing walked out and said, Bai Qingxia, haven't you managed to invite the famous doctor yet? Bai Qingxia didn't know what to say. She could only plead, the doctor won't agree. In the next moment, Bai Qingxia and Zhang Yuan were astonished to find that the doctor, who had been extremely cold to them just moments ago, had suddenly changed his attitude by 180 degrees. You know, Mr. Yi? Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, we're all on the same side. Why the big ceremony of kneeling? I can't take it. Gu Qingyang quickly helped Zhang Yuan and Bai Qingxia to their feet himself. Then, ignoring the bewildered pair, turned to Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, since our last encounter at the medical conference, I've been hoping to meet you again to seek your advice on some matters. It seems fate hasn't been on our side, as I haven't been able to run into you. Could we have a proper discussion this time? Yi Jing was now a banner figure in the medical community of the entire provincial capital. All so-called famous doctors and experts took pride in being able to have a word or two with Yi Jing. So as soon as Gu Qingyang met Yi Jing, he immediately stuck to him like glue. Before Yi Jing could speak, Zhang Yuan beside him had already caught on to something. Medical conference. Mr. Yi. Connecting this with how General Nia also addressed Yi Jing as Mr. Yi earlier, he suddenly shuddered, looking at Yi Jing in disbelief. No way. This house-in-law son-in-law actually has such a significant hidden identity? The Mr. Yi from the medical conference is him? No wonder Dr. Gu would be so respectful to him. Yi. Mr. Yi. Zhang Yuan stammered, quickly saying, It was my fault earlier. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Please, save my father. Chapter 202. The most renowned physician in the entire province. Those words just now were unintentional. Please don't take offense. Zhang Yuan now wished he could slap himself a few times. Earlier, in order to show off his own excellence, he had belittled Yi Jing in every way. But now, he had to beg Yi Jing. Would the latter agree? Bai Qingxia also realized this and crawled over on her knees. Old classmate, Yi Xianxing, please save Zhang Yuan's father. I'm his fiancé, and I don't want to lose my father-in-law so soon. Zhang Yuan and Bai Qingxia, both husband and wife, pleaded tearfully. Yi Jing said calmly, Tell me the symptoms. Zhang Yiyuan quickly described his father's condition. Yijing casually said, "This illness is neither light nor severe. It doesn't require my intervention. Someone at Gu Qingyang's level would suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiyuan's face showed both pain and despair. It seemed Yijing still wasn't willing to agree. This was a roundabout way of rejecting him. Yijing himself wasn't agreeing, and Gu Qingyang wasn't willing to take over either. Both were just passing the buck. Of course, after what he had said about Yijing earlier, how could Yijing not be upset? Bai Qingxia also sighed inwardly. She had treated her old classmate fairly well, but her husband's mouth had been too foul, repeatedly saying things that must have hurt Yijing. However, to their surprise, Yijing turned to Gu Qingyang beside him and said, "Take this case." Gu Qingyang, who respected Yijing greatly, immediately agreed happily, "Yes, Mr. Yi. Don't worry, I'll take this case." Even just for Yijing's reputation and the opportunity to be on good terms with him, Gu Qingyang would agree. If he could build a good relationship with Yijing, perhaps Yijing might give him some guidance in the future. Such a top figure in the medical field, a single word of advice from him, would be enough for Gu Qingyang to ponder over for half a lifetime. Yijing asked, "How would you treat this case?" Gu Qingyang was slightly stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. This was Mr. Yi offering to guide him on the spot. It turned out that Yijing wasn't just assigning him a task, but using this opportunity to actually point out his shortcomings in medicine. After carefully considering the symptoms Zhang Yiyuan had described, Gu Qingyang explained his reasoning, presenting his diagnosis and treatment plan. Yijing nodded slightly, then pointed out a few deficiencies. "Got it." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Gu Qingyang was ecstatic. Just Yijing's few words alone would benefit him immensely. He could even improve several of the prescriptions he had been using, all based on Yijing's guidance. Such improvements would elevate those prescriptions to a whole new level. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a genius." Gu Qingyang bowed deeply, his body bent low. Zhang Yiyuan beside him also understood that Yijing was doing this to ensure Gu Qingyang could better treat his father. "This old classmate of yours is truly noble." Zhang Yiyuan felt deeply ashamed beside him. "Earlier, I was worse than a beast, deliberately poking at his wounds, intentionally mentioning his shortcomings as a son-in-law. I'm so regretful, I really want to slap myself now." Bai Qingxia said, "This old classmate of mine has always been very kind since we were young. Of course, it's also possible that he's on such a high level that he didn't even take what you said to heart." Zhang Yiyuan nodded. "It's just strange to me. If your old classmate has such incredible skills, why would he willingly go to the Zheng family to be a son-in-law, doing something so undignified? Usually, a son-in-law would suffer humiliation in his mother-in-law's family, have no say, and be ordered around daily." Before Bai Qingxia could answer, someone entered from the doorway. "Look, it's Zheng Qingxian." "Wow, the president of Zheng's flagship group. Zheng Qingxian and Miss Lin Yanan come here every day, either buying a gold foil sundae or a top-tier Buddha jumps over the wall." Zhang Yiyuan and Bai Qingxia, hearing the discussions around them, finally understood that in their eyes, the exorbitantly expensive Xinhong restaurant was just everyday fare for Zheng Qingxian and Yijing. In the next moment, Zheng Qingxian also noticed Yijing over here. She immediately bounced over. "Yigu, you're here too." Zheng Qingxian affectionately hugged one of Yijing's arms. Lin Yanan beside her also smiled and approached Yijing, sharing some stories from the company today. Shortly after, Zhang Qingshuan's friend, a similarly beautiful and somewhat international-looking Huang Yuyan, arrived and also got close to Yijing. The three beauties surrounded Yijing, chatting about today's amusing events. Whenever a matter at the company, such as a minor issue involving Ruoruo or Xiao Xiao, exceeded the three women's abilities to handle, Yijing would intervene, leveraging his connections to resolve it. As time passed, the three women, whether facing challenges or amusing situations at work, came to enjoy sharing these experiences with Yijing. This scene stunned Zhang Yiyuan and Bai Qingxia. Weren't sons-in-law supposed to have no freedom? Yijing seemed not only quite free but also surrounded by three beautiful women, and Zheng Qingxian didn't even seem jealous. The next words from Zheng Qingxian left the two of them dumbfounded. "Let's go." Yi Gu, back to the Banyan Bay mountain villa. Yan and Yuyin, let's go. The three women surrounded Yi Jing and left together. Zhang Yiyuan's speech faltered. Qingxia, did Zhang Qingxian just say that the three of them are living together with Yi Jing? Bai Qingxia also stammered, it seems true. The three women are living with Yi Jing. Was this the life of a son-in-law, someone with no dignity? If so, Zhang Yiyuan would want that too. Moreover, Zhang Yiyuan caught a key phrase. Banyan Bay Mountain Villa. They had worked hard for half their lives, plus the support of their parents, just to buy a townhouse at the foot of the mountain. And yet, Yi Jing lived in a top villa halfway up the mountain, enjoying the most unique and beautiful scenery. At this moment, Zhang Yiyuan only wanted to slap himself hard. All the things he had said earlier, not a single one gave him any sense of superiority, but now they all seemed like slaps in his own face. Qingxia, your old classmate is too amazing. Yes, too amazing. Back at the Banyan Bay Villa, Zhang Qingxian asked curiously, Yi Gu, were those two your classmates just now? Yi Jing smiled. One of them was my desk mate from high school. We just happened to meet, so we chatted for a bit. He hadn't expected that his casual conversation would leave an indelible impression on the two. Chapter 203, Semiconductor Cooperation. When Yi Jing finished his shower, he found Zhang Qingxian, Lin Yanan, and Huang Yuyin whispering to each other nearby, not knowing what they were discussing. Yi Jing wiped his hair and asked, What's going on? What are you talking about? He thought the three women were still discussing the two classmates from earlier. However, Zhang Qingxian said, We're discussing a big business deal for the company. Do you know the Mu family in our provincial capital? The ones in the tech business. Yi Jing nodded slightly. I know them, I guess. What's the matter? He had just left the Mu family after treating the youngest granddaughter of Mu Fengchun, so he was somewhat familiar with them. Huang Yuyin added, I've just returned from abroad, and I've noticed a trend. The future development will definitely be related to high-tech, especially chips. The development of chips in our country will see a peak in the coming years. After observing the entire provincial capital, I found that only the Mu family has the capability. I want our Jing flagship company to align with the Mu family, which would give us another avenue for growth. Yi Jing smiled. Although I don't understand company matters, I know that tech-related things aren't something you can just dive into, right? Don't you need technical accumulation? Lin Yanan quickly chimed in, Brother Yi, actually, one of our older projects at Zheng Flagship Group has always been related to tech chips, but it's just peripheral to the industry chain. Developing alone, we certainly can't expand much, but if we can align with the Mu family and become a part of the entire industry chain, our future prospects will be much brighter. Zhang Qingxian continued, We've been discussing this at the company all day today. I finally decided that we need to pursue this. If it works out, it will become the company's top business. Huang Yuyin also nodded, Indeed, the company's development has hit a bottleneck. Only by finding new breakthroughs can we grow further. She had previously thought of joining one of the world's top 500 companies in the country, but with the growth of Jing Flagship Company, she now wants to work with Zhang Qingxian to build the company into one of the world's top 500. We plan to visit Longting Technology tomorrow with our products to discuss cooperation. Longting Technology is one of the companies under the vast tech industry chain of the Mu family, and their products align well with Jing Flagship companies. Yi Jing nodded slightly and smiled. All right, I support you in this. After returning to his room, Yi Jing called Mu Jinglin. Mu Jinglin had been anxiously waiting for Yi Jing's call. Because his younger sister's illness couldn't be completely cured in one go, further treatment was needed. Yi Jing had mentioned that he would call later to explain the treatment. Mr. Yi, my younger sister's condition? Yi Jing casually said, I'll send you a prescription with 5 herbs on WeChat later. Follow this prescription to prepare the medicine for your younger sister, and she'll be fine after about half a month. Mu Jinglin was overjoyed. His younger sister's illness had worried the entire Mu family. Even his elder brother Mu Jingtai had used this situation to compete for power and influence. Now that his younger sister's condition was stabilized, his own position was also secure. Didn't you see how the old man has been looking at him more favorably recently? Before, he would often kick him, but now he knows to maintain his dignity in front of outsiders. This was grooming him to be the next generation's successor. Mu Jinglin was excited, knowing that all this was brought about by Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, please feel free to make any requests. My grandfather's health has also been declining in recent years, and we might need your help in the future. Since learning that Yi Jing was the best doctor in the entire provincial capital, Mu Jinglin wanted to build a good relationship with him, not only for his grandfather, but for himself. Who knows when he might need Yi Jing? A doctor of this caliber is like having a second life. Yi Jing said, "There's actually something I need your help with right now. Tong Hui Technology, is that part of your Mu family's business? I have a friend named Zhang Qingxian, the president of Jing Flagship Company. She has some peripheral products in the chip field that she wants to collaborate with your family on. What do you think?" Mu Jinglin immediately smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. This is easy." Yi Jing expressed his doubt. "Are there any technical barriers or accumulation issues in a tech company?" Mu Jinglin laughed. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. This type of technology is still in its infancy in our country. In other words, we can bring anyone along. When your people come, we'll guide them from the start." Yi Jing felt relieved. The next day, Zheng Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan arrived at Tonghui Technology. "Hello, we've made an appointment to discuss cooperation. We're from Jing Flagship Group." Zhang Qingxian stated their identity. The receptionist smiled. "All right, please wait in the reception area, and we'll arrange for an executive to meet you shortly." Zhang Qingxian and the others quietly observed Tonghui Technology's interior. This tech company is so advanced. Just the entrance is very high-tech. If we can cooperate with this company, our company will see great development. Lin Yanan also said, "Yes, our previous products were all low-end, making money through volume. If we can move into the tech route, we'll be making money through high-end products, which will increase our profits." Huang Yuyan smiled. "Not only will the profits be higher, but it's also a great service to the country and its people. While making money, we'll also help the country enhance its international competitiveness." Zhang Qingxian laughed. "Yuyan, coming from abroad, your vision and perspective are indeed high." Meanwhile, behind a large floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, a figure sat at a desk, looking down. Then, Shi Weiping took out his phone and chuckled as he called Zhao Zhongjia. "Zhongjia, guess who I saw in our company?" Zhao Zhongjia asked with confusion. "What? Who did you see?" Shi Weiping chuckled. "You're not married to Zheng Liyue, are you? I saw your wife. Oh wait, that's Zheng Qingxian, right? They do look quite similar." Zhao Zhongjia frowned and said, "What is she doing at your company? Isn't your company a tech company? I remember that Zheng's products are not high-tech, or are they?" Chapter 204. It seems to be about collaboration. Zhao Zhongjia recalled, "I think my wife mentioned something about a tech product. Could they be here to discuss a collaboration?" Shi Weiping nodded. "I checked the reception's appointment schedule. Zhang Qingxian is indeed here to talk about collaboration. I'm in charge of this area. Zhongjia, what do you say? Should we let them through or not? With our brotherhood, I'll listen to you." Zhao Zhongjia sneered. "She's in competition with my wife. The better she does, the fewer resources my wife gets from the Zheng family. Here's what we'll do. Block her here. Later, I'll have my wife come over to talk about the collaboration. That way, the credit will go to my wife. Later, I'll treat you to a meal and give you a big red envelope." Shi Weiping laughed heartily. "Brothers like us, do we need to talk about this? Just find me a few more girls like the last one." Zhao Zhongjia smirked. "Don't worry, this time my connections are even better. How about some tall, fair-skinned Russian girls from the north?" Shi Weiping's eyes lit up. "All right, you've got the resources. Good, I'll take care of this for you." Shi Weiping looked down at Zhang Qingxian and the other two women below, a cold smile on his face. He waved his hand, summoning a few of his colleagues, and they whispered among themselves. The group all revealed sinister smiles. "Great, Teacher Shi. You've got these resources. Why didn't you call us before? Only when there's something to share, do you come to us?" Shi Weiping smiled. "It's just that there wasn't an opportunity before. Don't worry. If this deal goes through, there will be plenty more of such good things in the future." The group exchanged knowing smiles. A moment later, The reception informed Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and Lin Yanan. Your appointment time has arrived. Please proceed to the second conference room for discussions. Zhang Qingxian perked up, quickly standing up and adjusting her mindset. Let's do our best. We must secure this deal. Huang Yuyin smiled. Don't worry. I've done my homework in advance. There aren't many companies in the country doing this. We're among the first batch. As long as the Mu family's requirements aren't insanely strict, our chances are pretty good. Lin Yanan also took a few deep breaths, clearly quite nervous. The three women entered the second conference room, but no one was on the opposite side. Half an hour passed, and no one appeared at the door. Huang Yuyin frowned. What's going on? Didn't they say it's our appointment time? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Lin Yanan said, I'll go ask. She went to the door, grabbed a passing staff member, and quickly asked, Excuse me, is the person we're supposed to meet not here yet? The staff member shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I'm not in charge of that. You'll just have to wait. Maybe the higher-ups delayed the meeting. Lin Yanan had no choice but to return and report honestly. It seems the people from Tonghui Technology haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Huang Yuyin looked at her watch. An hour had already passed. She sensed something was off. Look outside. It seems like someone is deliberately watching us, walking back and forth, as if to observe our reactions. Zhang Qingxian wondered, could it be that the company is testing us? Huang Yuyin showed a displeased expression. I don't think so. It seems they're trying to intimidate us. I'm not sure if this is the company's intention or just someone's personal idea. Huang Yuyin had an ominous feeling about the upcoming negotiations. Having experienced many things, she was instinctively aware that something was amiss. After a while, the people from Tonghui Technology finally arrived. Sorry, we were in a meeting earlier, and it got delayed. We're late. Shi Weiping smiled, his words apologetic, but his tone lacking any sincerity. Zhang Qingxian quickly stood up. It's all right, it's all right. Tonghui Technology is a leader in the tech field in our entire province. It's normal to be busy. We can wait. Have you had a chance to review our product materials? Shi Weiping exchanged glances with the people beside him. We've looked at the product. However, I have a few questions for you. Zhang Qingxian knew the critical moment had come. She quickly straightened up, while Huang Yuyin, though sensing something was off, prepared herself for the occasion, opening the various materials they had prepared in advance. Shi Weiping said, Do you think technical accumulation is the most important for a tech company? What advantages does your Zheng flagship company have in this regard? Before Zhang Qingxian could answer, Shi Weiping continued, We've looked at your product. The technological content is still too low compared to our Howen group. In fact, the products of Zheng flagship company, which were considered peripheral, were already in the relatively excellent category. Huang Yuyin had done her homework in advance and compared them thoroughly. With her extensive experience and broad perspective, she had confidence in this path, having prepared thoroughly. But why did these people from Tonghui Technology make them sound so inferior? I don't think so, Mr. Shi. Our products at Zheng Flagship Group, although not the top, are certainly among the first rate. Huang Yuyin couldn't help but refute. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingxian sensed the hostility from the other side. The tone seemed to indicate they didn't want to continue the collaboration. Shi Weiping said, Miss Huang, I know you feel it's unfair, but the tech path is a narrow bridge. Being first-rate isn't enough. We need the absolute best. Huang Yuyin shook her head. I understand, but I've compared our products. We're only about 2 months behind in technical iterations. With overtime, we can catch up. More importantly, we have the advantage of lower costs. I specifically marked this in the comparison materials. Shi Weiping continued to shake his head. No, we currently don't consider costs, only technical level. He had already prepared his argument. With Zhang Qingxian, he would deliberately emphasize only the technical level to reject them. When Zhao Zhongjia's wife, Zheng Liyue, came later, he would say that after comprehensive consideration, they found that cost is also an important part of the production chain, and mentioned that Zheng Flagship Group's technical level is also good, and could catch up to the top with a bit of effort. After all, with his mouth, he could say whatever he wanted. You might as well go back. Chapter 205, Crying. I'm sorry, but this cooperation cannot be approved here. After Shi Weiping finished speaking, he shook his head and stood up, ready to leave. Ah! Zhang Qingxian was dumbfounded. Wait, our product is so excellent, don't you want to take another look? Her tone was almost pleading. What makes you think you have any face? Shi Weiping sneered. You really overestimate your product. With this level, you want to enter the tech industry? Go back and study your textbooks. Improve your basic knowledge first. It seems you don't even understand what a 3-year-old child knows. After saying that, Shi Weiping turned and left. Zhang Qingxian stood there, on the verge of tears. Woohoo, they're so insulting. Am I really as stupid as a 3-year-old? Her eyes were red, and tears were about to fall. Huang Yuyin comforted her. Don't overthink it. Our product is actually very good. I feel something's off here. Zhang Qingxian asked in confusion. What's wrong? Huang Yuyin lowered her voice. Let's talk about it outside. A moment later, the 3 women were outside Tonghui Technology. What's the problem? Zhang Qingxian asked, completely puzzled. Huang Yuyin said, I think Tonghui Technology has no intention of cooperating with us from the start. I noticed it when they deliberately ignored us at the beginning. Zhang Qingxian asked, is it really not a problem with our product? Lin Yanan also encouraged their team, yes, it's definitely not our fault. Let's go eat a big meal to cheer up. I'll treat. Zhang Qingxian finally smiled. Okay, let's go eat hot pot and have some fun. The 3 women headed into a nearby high-end hot pot restaurant. At Tonghui Technology, Zhao Zhongjie arrived. Brother, how's it going? Did you get it done? Shi Weiping laughed. Don't I always handle things for you? Don't worry, I've already sent Zhang Qingxian and the others away. As soon as your wife arrives, I'll approve it immediately. Zhao Zhongjie smiled. Good, you're a true friend. Let's celebrate tonight. Shi Weiping replied, why wait until tonight? We'll follow your lead now. Zhao Zhongjie confidently said, all right, let's head to the private club. I'll call over those white-skinned girls I know. He took a moment to send a message to Zhang Liyue. Wife, I've taken care of the Tonghui Technology matter. Go ahead and finalize it. Zhang family affairs will be in your hands from now on. Zhang Liyue, seeing the message, was overjoyed. Kiss from your wife. I'll reward you well tonight. After sending the message, Zhang Liyue couldn't wait and quickly went to find Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa, I've thought of a major direction for our Zhang family's future development. Zhang Liyue used her strengths to gather the entire Zhang family. Grandpa, uncles, aunts, and cousins. I found a great opportunity to make money. Our Zhang family has always focused on low-end products, which have generated some income, but it's all small money with low profit margins. I've noticed that both internationally and domestically, technology is the major trend. I plan to take over the chip scrap project and collaborate with Mu's Tonghui Technology. If this cooperation succeeds, our Zhang family will ride the wave of the times for the next 30 years. By then, won't our Zhang family be soaring to success? The aunts and uncles immediately praised, Liyue is right. The future direction is definitely technology, and with the Mu family, a major tech powerhouse, supporting us, our Zhang family will surely ride this wave. Grandpa Zhang also seriously considered it. He could see the potential of this development trend, but could they really ride it? How confident are you? Grandpa Zhang asked. Zhang Liyue immediately presented a comparison report. This was the report Huang Yuyin had spent half a month compiling and summarizing. However, Zhang Liyue had her own confidence in the flagship group, so it wasn't difficult to secretly copy this report. Grandpa Zhang carefully reviewed it, nodding with approval. Not bad. You've put in a lot of effort. Even though you're no longer the president, you're still doing what a member of the Zhang family should do, always keeping the family in mind. Being praised by Grandpa Zhang, Zhang Liyue felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the credit for this report belonged to someone else. However, she had long since learned to be shameless in order to secure her position. Of course, I'm not like Qingxian, who only thinks about herself and her boyfriend, Yijing, without considering the rest of the Zhang family. Since Qingxian took over, our Zhang family's fortunes have plummeted. These words struck a chord with everyone. The parasitic members of the Zhang family, who only wanted to live off the dividends without working, agreed wholeheartedly. Liyue is right. Liyue should be the president of our Zhang family. I think both Flagship Group and Tianyuan Company should be managed by Liyue. Yes, I agree. Under everyone's comments, Grandpa Zhang's impression of Zhang Liyue improved. Although this eldest granddaughter had her flaws, she still cared about the family overall. All right, this matter will be left to you. Great. Zhang Liyue excitedly ran out. She was eager to go to Tonghui Technology and finalize the deal, gradually reclaiming her position. Yi Jing calculated the time. It should be about time for Zhang Qingshuan's meeting to end. He called Jing Qingxian to check in. Qingxian, how's it going? As soon as the call connected, Yi Jing heard the sound of hot pot and singing, indicating a lively atmosphere. He thought Zhang Qingxian had successfully secured the cooperation and was celebrating. But the next moment, Zhang Qingxian started crying. Brother Yi, I failed Wu. That person said I'm not even as smart as a 3-year-old, that I don't even know what a 3-year-old knows. Zhang Qingxian had been forcing herself to be cheerful, singing and eating, suppressing her unhappiness. But as soon as Yi Jing's concerned words reached her, she couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Chapter 206, a series of demeaning remarks. Yi Jing's expression changed slightly. What? Did you not manage to close the deal with Tonghui Technology? Zhang Qingxian sobbed. Yes, they even demeaned me. After hearing this, Yi Jing's face turned grim. He had only entrusted Mu Jinglin with this one task, and yet the man couldn't even handle that? Yi Jing immediately dialed Mu Jinglin's number. On the other end, Mu Jinglin was in the midst of discussing a major project. He had already instructed his subordinates that no matter what, they were not to disturb him while he was meeting with a client. But when he saw the caller ID, he quickly rushed out. Those behind him were puzzled. What's wrong with second young Master Mu? Who is on the phone that he's showing such respect? I don't know, but it must be someone important. Mu Jinglin hurriedly ran outside and picked up the phone. Mr. Yi, what instructions do you have? Yi Jing questioned sternly. Didn't I tell you to treat Zhang Qingxian well when she arrived? Is this how you treat her? Mu Jinglin was stunned. What happened, Mr. Yi? I haven't even met Miss Zhang yet. Rest assured, once she arrives, I will definitely discuss the cooperation with her and offer her the best terms. Yi Jing said, no need. Zhang Qingxian has already been to Tonghui Technology and was even driven out. What? Mu Jinglin was shocked. Is such a thing possible? He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that his subordinates must have botched the task. It was also his fault. He had been too busy entertaining a major client and had forgotten to give proper instructions. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will immediately investigate this matter and give you an explanation. At Tonghui Technology, Zhao Zhongjie laughed. Brothers, rest assured, the venue and resources I've arranged will definitely satisfy you. Shi Weiping certainly understands this. Shi Weiping laughed heartily. Yes, I can vouch for that. The venues Brother Zhao Zhongjie arranges are always the most enjoyable and unforgettable. Besides, I'm about to get promoted soon, so this is also a celebration in passing. The few people around him exclaimed in surprise, Brother Shi is getting promoted. Finally reaching this day, it wasn't easy. Brother Shi has been in this managerial position for 5 years. It's about time for a promotion. Shi Weiping modestly said, this wouldn't have been possible without the help of many brothers. In any case, tonight we have 2 great occasions to celebrate, so let's have a great time. Everyone laughed heartily, already imagining the fun they would have tonight. But the next moment, news from the front desk made their smiles disappear. President Mu is here. Which President Mu? Second young Master Mu. As soon as this was said, the entire company, from top to bottom, fell silent. Second young Master Mu was their direct superior and also in charge of discipline. Within the company, he was known as a living yin wang, a term used to describe someone who is ruthless and strict. If caught by him, one would be severely punished, even if not fired. So when the news of second young Master Mu's arrival spread, everyone immediately returned to their workstations, pretending to be busy, regardless of whether they had work to do or not. Zhao Zhongjie said, I can't leave nor stay. What should I do? Although Zhao Zhongjie was not an employee of Tonghui Technology, he had heard of Second Young Master Mu's fearsome reputation. Moreover, although the Zhao family was considered a first-tier family in the provincial capital, compared to the Mu family, a true giant and low-profile dragon, they were like small fish in a big pond. Not to mention Zhao Zhongjie. Even his father would have to bow his head in front of Second Young Master Mu. Shi Weiping suggested with a smile, Zhao Zhongjie, doesn't your Zhao family have some cooperation with us? Zhao Zhongjie then remembered that their Zhao family had a very small cooperation with Tonghui Technology, though the order volume was minimal. All right, then I'll just say I'm here to discuss cooperation. Zhao Zhongjie laughed. A moment later, Mu Jinglin stormed in with an imposing manner, followed by a dozen members of the disciplinary team. This was the Mu family's own disciplinary team, with the authority to inspect all personnel and leadership in the more than 20 companies under the Mu family. Quietly, don't speak. Don't let Second Young Master Mu notice us. Shi Weiping whispered. However, what he least wanted to happen, happened. Second Young Master Mu seemed to be targeting them specifically, leading a dozen people straight towards their direction with an imposing manner. Please don't come here. Go to the other workstations. Shi Weiping kept praying in his heart, but this time, his prayers were in vain. Mu Jinglin directly stood in front of Shi Weiping and pointed at the three of them. You, and you, come with me. Mu Jinglin's face was extremely grim as he led the dozen people into the conference room. Shi Weiping was dumbfounded. I've been performing well, haven't I? How did I provoke this demon? The colleagues around him were also confused. They hadn't done anything wrong either. Why was Mu Jinglin coming in with such a fierce demeanor? Moreover, Shi Weiping was about to be promoted soon, so this wasn't the time for punishment. The other colleagues at Tonghui Technology looked on with amusement. How did those three, Shi Weiping and the others, provoke Second Young Master Mu? The reputation of the living Yama is no joke. Those three are in trouble. As long as it's not me who suffers, I don't care. The colleagues at Tonghui Technology were secretly laughing and joking, completely different from the tense atmosphere earlier. They had been afraid of bad things happening to them, but now they just wanted to watch the show. Who dares to go eavesdrop and find out what mistakes Shi Weiping and the others made? I dare not. If the living king of hell hears about it, I'll lose my bonus for sure. I dare not either. Anyway, as soon as Second Young Master Mu issues any orders, the results will be announced soon, so we'll just wait and see. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Shi Weiping and the others, with grim expressions, entered the office. Is this how you treat my esteemed clients? As soon as they entered, Mu Jinglin launched into a tirade, leaving the three of them dumbfounded. Esteemed clients? Where were the esteemed clients? The only people they had received today were the women from the Zheng family, and such people would never catch Mu Jinglin's eye. The three exchanged glances, suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. Could it be that those women had some connection with Mu Jinglin? The next moment, Mu Jinglin indeed said, We have a good cooperative relationship with the Zheng group. How dare you obstruct such a cooperation? You are audacious. Especially you, Shi Weiping, who is about to be promoted to a higher position. Chapter 207. Where is your awareness? Shi Weiping, is this all the awareness you have? Is your sense of smell gone too? How can you even be considered a senior executive at Tonghui Technology? Shi Weiping now fully understood that those women must have some connection with this Second Young Master Mu. From this moment on, all your positions are revoked, and you three are expelled from the company. Furthermore, a notice will be issued, prohibiting any similar companies from hiring you. Second Young Master, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Shi Weiping was utterly shocked. This was going to ruin him. He had lost his job. The high-ranking position he was about to secure was gone. Even the chance to work at other similar companies was now gone. How was he going to survive? It seemed like he wouldn't even be able to find a job anymore. Second Young Master, I was wrong. Please revoke your decision. The others nearby were also terrified. Second Young Master, it was all an accident. Please give us another chance. We will definitely handle the negotiations with Zhengjia Qijin Group properly. We really didn't know anything before. The three of them were sobbing and begging for forgiveness, even clinging to the legs of the second young Master Mu. The second young Master Mu kicked them away and strode out. Then, the people behind him announced the decision directly. All employees of Tanghui Technology, listen up. From today, Shi Weiping and the others are stripped of all company positions due to work negligence, and a notice will be issued prohibiting any related tech companies from hiring them. Whoosh! The entire Tanghui Technology was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this in shock. What on earth had Shi Weiping and the others done to deserve such a fate? Zhao Zhongjia, who was nearby, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that what I asked Shi Weiping to do led to this outcome? It shouldn't be. Zhao Zhongjia tried to calm himself in his mind. Such a small matter. Why would the Mu family get so angry? But the next moment, he saw Shi Weiping and the others, their eyes red, walking out. Zhao Zhongjia. Shi Weiping glared at Zhao Zhongjia with a look of hatred. It's all your fault. You've ruined us. Now, the three of them wished they could tear Zhao Zhongjia apart alive. Zhao Zhongjia was shocked. Could it really be that what he had just said had caused this? It's not my fault. Zhao Zhongjia quickly ran away. Shi Weiping and the others were in complete despair, seeing the looks of their colleagues, as if they were looking at dead men. Without the approval of Tanghui Technology and the Mu family behind it, in the entire province, which tech company would dare to hire them? The three of them were completely finished. Mr. Yi, do you think this handling is satisfactory? Mu Jinglin immediately called Yi Jing and reported the results. Yi Jing was quite satisfied. Mu Jinglin said, "Don't worry, I will immediately reach a cooperation with Ms. Zhang and announce it to the public." After hanging up the phone with Yi Jing, Mu Jinglin personally called Zheng Qingxian. "Hello, I am Mu Jinglin from the Mu family, representing Tanghui Technology." Zheng Qingxian and the other two women were still at the hot pot restaurant, and after receiving the call, they were momentarily confused. Isn't it? Which director at Tanghui Technology is named Mu Jinglin? But the next moment, not only Zheng Qingxian was stunned, but Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan were also shocked. Mu Jinglin. Could it be the second young Master Mu from the Mu family behind Tanghui Technology? Mu Jinglin, on the other end, seemed to have heard the whispers of the women and said with the warmest and most pleasant voice, "Yes, I am the second young Master Mu from the Mu family. Now, I am representing Tanghui Technology to extend the most sincere invitation to you. I would like to invite you to cooperate with us." Zheng Qingxian stammered. "Our products, weren't you not interested in them?" Mu Jinglin quickly said, No. I have personally reviewed your product materials and found that not only are your technologies quite advanced, but your cost control is also very excellent, which is exactly what Tanghui Technology urgently needs. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. We need to have a good discussion about the cooperation between our two companies. Zheng Qingxian exclaimed, No need, we're not far. We can go there ourselves. After hanging up the phone, she still couldn't believe it. Huang Yuyin, Lin Yanan, is this real? The second young Master Mu behind Tanghui Technology actually personally called me and invited us back. Lin Yanan happily said, It seems Tanghui Technology does have discerning people. Huang Yuyin also smiled. It's definitely a good thing. Let's go over and talk. She also had a doubt in her mind. Why did Tanghui Technology's attitude change so drastically after those people had been so dismissive of them earlier? Could someone have done something in between? When the three women arrived back at Tanghui Technology, they felt that everyone's gaze towards them was different from the front desk. Hello, are you Ms. Zhang, Ms. Huang, and Ms. Lin? Please come this way. The front desk treated them like VIPs, leading them all the way upstairs. Please come to the first conference room. The first conference room is usually opened only when receiving the most esteemed guests. And all along the way, everyone looked at them with respect and a bit of curiosity. They had already guessed that the dismissal of Shi Weiping must be related to these three women from Zhengshi Qijin Group. As soon as the three women entered the conference room, they saw Mu Jinglin already waiting inside. and he was accompanied by several senior executives. Ms. Zhang? Mu Jinglin smiled. I've reviewed your company's products. They are very excellent. This is our company's senior executive, Mr. Lin. You will be handling the specifics with him. Zhang Qingxian nodded and began discussing some specific cooperation details with the senior executive. After a round of discussions, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyin exchanged surprised glances. The terms offered by Tenghui Technology were too tempting. The preferential treatment for their Zhangshi Qijian group was too much. When they came out of the Tenghui Technology Company, the three women still felt like they were in a dream. How could this be? Tenghui Technology's attitude changed so drastically? Lin Yanan still couldn't believe it. Zhang Qingxian also said, yes, the first time we came, we were directly kicked out. But the second time, the company seemed like a completely different place. Their attitude towards us was so good. Especially this second young master Mu, from the Mu family. Lin Yanan giggled. Could it be that this second young master Mu has a thing for you? Zhang Qingxian blushed. Don't talk nonsense. This can't be heard by Yi Gu. You know, I am utterly loyal to Yi Gu. No other man can even catch my eye. Chapter 208. Change in Attitude. Lin Yanan laughed. All right, I understand. The two women started to playfully tease each other. Huang Yuyin, however, did not join in their playful banter. Instead, her gaze sharpened as she looked into the distance. She had just caught a glimpse of Mu Jinglin from Tenghui Technology respectfully inviting Yi Jing into the company. Did I imagine that? Huang Yuyin was too far away to see clearly, so she blinked a few times and looked again at the entrance of Tenghui Technology, but now she could see nothing. Maybe I really did imagine it earlier. A thought flashed through her mind. If it was indeed Mu Jinglin who had so respectfully invited Yi Jing in, that would explain the drastic change in Tenghui Technology's attitude. Zhang Liyue, full of confidence, arrived at Tenghui Technology. My husband said everything has been arranged for me. Now, all I have to do is come and reap the rewards. Zhang Liyue was excited and happy. If she succeeded in this, she would have the confidence to ask Zhang Leoi for a position. She approached the reception desk and inquired, I'm from the Jing family, Zhang Liyue. I'd like to discuss a potential collaboration regarding the byproducts of tech chips with your company. Here is my product information. I'd like to speak with your supervisor Shi Weiping. Is he available now? Zhang Liyue exuded the aura of a strong woman, as she had served as a president for many years and naturally carried that presence. The receptionist quickly replied, Hello. You're from the Jing flagship group, right? You're here to discuss collaboration? The receptionist was puzzled. The people from the Jing flagship group had already finished their discussions and left, hadn't they? However, since 3 people had already been fired over this matter, she, as a mere receptionist, didn't want to take any risks and offend anyone from this company. Jing flagship group? Zhang Liyue smiled faintly. Yes, that's right. If she could successfully handle this matter, she might be able to reclaim the Zhang flagship group under her name in the future. All right, please follow me. The receptionist didn't dare to make the decision herself and decided to bring this lady upstairs to let Mu Jinglin decide. Currently, the entire company, from top to bottom, no one dared to take the matter of the Zhang flagship company lightly. Everyone was afraid of being implicated and suffering the same fate as Shi Weiping. In the first meeting room on the top floor, Mu Jingtao was entertaining Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, this time it was my fault. Do you find this resolution satisfactory? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Satisfactory. Earlier, Zhang Qingxian had called him, and the joy in her voice made Yi Jing feel her happiness even through the phone. That's good. Mu Jinglin finally relaxed. He was particularly afraid that Mr. Yi would be unhappy. After all, not only did this man need to continue treating his younger sister for some time, but he was also crucial for his father's future medical needs. Moreover, Mu Jinglin had done a little investigation into Yi Jing. Without investigating, he wouldn't have known that Yi Jing had excellent relationships with the Duan family, the Tenghui group, and the Miao and Shi families, among other prominent families in the province. Such a highly connected divine doctor was someone Mu Jinglin dared not underestimate, nor treat as an ordinary person. Mr. Yi, I would like to invite you to visit the Mu family again to check on my younger sister, and also to take my grandfather's pulse to see if he has any hidden illnesses. If there are, we can take preventive measures. For this consultation, we are willing to pay you 20 million yuan. Yijing nodded faintly. I'll go when I have time. He wasn't particularly interested in the consultation fee. After all, 20 million yuan was just a small sum to him, not worth much. The main reason was that the Mu family's attitude towards him was good, such as their cooperation in handling Zhang Qingshuan's matter. Yijing didn't mind helping them out a little. Mu Jinglin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. Just then, the secretary hurried in and whispered, Mr. Mu, someone from the Zhang flagship group is here and wants to discuss collaboration. Mu Jinglin was slightly startled, then looked at Yijing. Why is she here again? Didn't I already have Lin and the others finish the talks? Yijing also felt puzzled. When he spoke with Zhang Qingxian earlier, she mentioned that the three of them had already returned to the company. Yijing asked curiously, who is it? The secretary quickly pulled out a tablet and displayed the surveillance footage from another room. The footage showed Zhang Liyue. Zhang Liyue? Yijing chuckled. What is Zhang Liyue doing here? And how did she know about Jing Qingshuan's collaboration talks? Yijing didn't know about Zhao Zhongjie's behind-the-scenes manipulations. After thinking for a moment, he said, You handle it first. I'll wait here. Mu Jinglin was also unsure, so he nodded. Soon, Zhang Liyue entered the first meeting room. Hello, Mr. Mu. Zhang Liyue was puzzled as to why it wasn't the Shi Weiping that Zhao Zhongjie had promised to meet her. However, this Mu Jingtao was clearly of a higher status than Shi Weiping. If she could strike a deal directly with this Mu Jingtao, the weight of her words would be even greater. Mr. Mu, I'm here to discuss collaboration. Here is our company's product information for you to review. Mu Jinglin took it and was a bit dumbfounded. This was the same material that Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan had shown him earlier. Why was he being shown the exact same thing again? Mu Jinglin said, I think I've seen it before. Zhang Liyue smiled. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan from our company came to discuss collaboration with your company. Since you've seen the material, I'll be straightforward. The matter they didn't manage to finalize, I'd like to discuss it further with you. In the next room, Yijing listened to their conversation and had a realization. He said to the secretary who had been attending to him, Bring up the surveillance footage from Shi Weiping's side for me to see. A moment later, Yijing saw Zhao Zhongjie's figure on the screen and smiled knowingly. So that's how it was. He took out his phone and sent a message to Mu Jinglin. The message only contained 3 words, Get her out. Yijing had thought that Zhang Liyue might have some big move to pull off, but after waiting, it turned out to be just this petty scheme. It was quite disappointing. Zhang Liyue was enthusiastically introducing the product, waiting for Mr. Mu to agree to the collaboration. But the next moment, she saw Mr. Mu glance at his phone and immediately change his attitude towards her. Chapter 209. How dare you? Mu Jinglin scoffed. With a product like yours, how dare you even present it to me? He shot a glance at the nearby executive, signaling him, and then left without another word. Ah! Zhang Liyue was stunned. Wait, wasn't everything going smoothly just now? Why are you leaving, second young Master Mu? Please, let me explain in detail. Our product has strong competitiveness and excellent cost control. The executive, understanding Mu Jinglin's hint, immediately stood up and blocked Zhang Liyue from chasing after him. Zhang Liyue, right? How dare you think your product is any good? Do you even know what level our company is at? What level are you? Have you no self-awareness? The executive didn't mince words with Zhang Liyue. Get lost. Zhang Liyue was dumbfounded. The change in attitude was too drastic. Mr. Lin, please, take another look. Could there be some mistake? I'd like to meet your supervisor, Shi Weiping. Zhang Liyue remembered her husband Zhao Zhongjie mentioning that Shi Weiping would definitely give her this opportunity. Shi Weiping? The executive sneered. You want to see him? Fine, go outside and see him. Here's his number. Contact him directly. The executive coldly tossed a business card at her. Zhang Liyue felt something was off. Why would she need to meet him outside? When she walked out in a daze, She asked the receptionist who had been friendly to her earlier. "Excuse me, where is Mr. Shi Weiping?" The receptionist, unaware of what had just transpired upstairs, was still very polite to Zhang Liu. "Shi Weiping?" The receptionist smiled. "You didn't know? He's already been fired by second young Master Mu." Ah! Zhang Liu was stunned, feeling extremely unlucky. What kind of person did Zhao Zhongjie find for me? Totally unreliable. Fired at a critical moment, and he didn't even help me finish the task before getting fired. After cursing a few times, Zhang Liu had no choice but to leave. It seems that partnering with such a large tech company, our Zhang flagship group, is still a bit lacking. Zhang Qingxian glanced reluctantly at the Tang Hui Technology building behind her. This opportunity seemed to be slipping through her fingers. Half an hour later, Zhang Liu returned to the Zheng family residence. A group of Zheng family members were anxiously waiting there. "Sister, how did it go? Any news? Sister, did you seal the deal?" The Zheng family members were all eager, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Liu's face was somewhat unsightly as she waved her hand. Even Grandpa Zheng, leaning on his cane, came out. "How did it go, Liu? Did Tang Hui Technology agree to our cooperation?" This tech cooperation was essentially opening up a new path for the Zheng family, so everyone in the family was extremely concerned. After all, once this path was opened, the Zheng family would be branching out from their low-end, low-profit industries into high-end, high-tech, high-profit sectors. It would be a massive qualitative leap. Zhang Liu carefully organized her words. "Grandpa," I went, "but it seems they're not currently looking to expand and cooperate with other companies. And I noticed that, besides us, many other companies haven't been able to secure a partnership either. I think it's likely that the Mu family isn't planning to expand externally yet. We'll just have to be patient and wait a bit longer." Zhang Liu intentionally didn't mention her own shortcomings, instead blaming the Mu family's reluctance to expand. Her explanation convinced everyone present. That's true. The Mu family has always been very low-key over the years, even after becoming one of the top hidden powerhouse families in the province. They've always been very cautious. Given their unique business, they're quite prudent about expansion and partnerships. It's likely they haven't planned to cooperate with other companies in recent years. Grandpa Zheng, while slightly disappointed, didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it wasn't that the Zheng family was inadequate. It was that the Mu family simply wasn't interested in cooperating with other companies. Didn't every other company fail to secure a partnership? All right, let's disperse. The Mu family's opportunity will likely arise in a few years. Liu, keep an eye on this matter. When they're ready to open up for cooperation, we'll act. With that, Grandpa Zheng was about to head back inside. But at that moment, a younger member of the Zheng family, scrolling through their phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look at Tang Hui Technology's official account. They just announced they're going to cooperate with other companies. And this product, it's so similar to ours. It's practically the same." Everyone quickly pulled out their phones and checked the official account. Indeed, all eyes turned to Zhang Liu with suspicion. "Sister, what's going on?" How could Zhang Liu just say that the other party had no intention of cooperating, and then immediately afterward, they announce a partnership? Zhang Liu panicked and quickly glanced at her phone, her brows furrowing deeply. Could it be that Tang Hui Technology has already finished cooperating and the contract is signed? We were just too late. Grandpa Zheng nodded slightly. It's possible. Alas, we missed the opportunity. But the next moment, as everyone scrolled down the article on the official account, they erupted in joyful exclamations. Sister, it's your achievement. The company Tang Hui Technology mentioned as their partner is none other than our Zheng flagship group. No wonder the product they announced looked so familiar. It's our product. I saw it when I visited the company last time. Everyone was overjoyed. When Grandpa Zheng saw the name of the partner, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest in excitement. We're partnering with Tang Hui Technology? We're connected with the Mu family? Grandpa Zheng could hardly believe it. This partnership, seemingly just a piece of paper, meant that the Zheng family's business had finally transitioned from low-end, low-profit industries to high-end, high-tech, high-profit sectors. It was a monumental leap in quality. Liyue, well done. Grandpa Zheng couldn't help but praise her, and the rest of the Zheng family members gathered around Zheng Liyue like stars around the moon, showering her with compliments. Zheng Liyue herself was in a daze. Could it be that after I left, second young master Mu took a closer look at my product materials and changed his mind? It must be. But we haven't signed the contract yet. How could they announce it unilaterally? Zheng Liyue herself was puzzled and confused. Chapter 210. Stunned? While everyone was celebrating and Zheng Liyue was feeling a bit puzzled, Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanan returned happily from outside. Grandpa, everyone, I have good news to share with you. Zheng Qingxian exclaimed excitedly. Our Zheng Corporation has signed a cooperation contract with Tenghui Technology, which is under the Mu family. She finished speaking and eagerly awaited everyone's reactions. In her expectation, everyone would be overjoyed and come to congratulate her. Zheng Qingxian also planned to use this opportunity to improve her relationship with the family members, as they would all be guests at her wedding in the future. It was better to have good relations than to become enemies. She also hoped to receive the blessings of her relatives when she married Yijing. However, the anticipated scene did not occur. Instead, everyone was looking at her with amusement. Qingxian, your news is a bit too late. One of the younger members chuckled. We've already finished celebrating, another added. Qingxian, are you here to congratulate our eldest sister too? Someone else teased. Even your congratulations are late, second sister. You're not very punctual. Zheng Qingxian was confused. No. What is there to congratulate our eldest sister for? What good news does she have? Everyone laughed. Because our eldest sister has signed a cooperation contract with Tenghui Technology. Don't you know about this? Even Grandpa Zheng chimed in. Qingxian, come over here. Your eldest sister went to Tenghui Technology, and as a result, they announced the cooperation. This is a great piece of news for our Zheng family. You are now the president of our flagship company. In the future, you must discuss the cooperation with Tenghui Technology with your eldest sister. Zheng Liyue was ecstatic in her heart. To discuss things together was a roundabout way of acknowledging that she had half the authority of the president. Of course, I will definitely discuss things with my younger sister. Zheng Liyue was overjoyed. Regardless of whether the contract was later signed by the Mu family and Tenghui Technology, as long as she achieved her goal and could share the president's authority, it was enough. With her tactics, she could easily sideline Zheng Qingxian with a bit of maneuvering. Zheng Qingxian was puzzled. But Grandpa, I signed this contract? What does our eldest sister have to do with it? What? The entire Zheng family residence was in an uproar. The contract was signed by Qingxian, and it had nothing to do with the eldest sister? Second sister, don't joke around. Are you trying to steal the credit from the eldest sister? Even in matters like this, there's a sequence, right? The eldest sister already came back and shared the good news with us. And today, it was the eldest sister who went to Tenghui Technology. What does that have to do with you, second sister? Zheng Qingxian looked at Zheng Liyue in disbelief. Eldest sister, did you also go to Tenghui Group? Why didn't you mention it? Grandpa, the contract was indeed signed by me. Look, I still have the original contract here. Zheng Qingxian quickly had Lin Yanan bring out the contract. As soon as the paper documents were presented, everyone fell silent. The name written clearly in the section for the signing of the contract on behalf of Zheng Corporation was Zheng Qingxian. This can't be fake, can it? Zheng Qingxian asked curiously. Eldest sister, the contract was clearly signed by me, Lin Yanan, and Huang Yuyan at Tenghui Technology. It was signed by their second young master of the Mu family. Many people at Tenghui Technology can testify to this. Why did you come back first to claim the credit? Zheng Liyue's face alternated between pale and red. She finally understood why Tenghui Technology had suddenly announced the cooperation. It was not due to her efforts at all. What she couldn't figure out was why the second young master of the Mu family had been so dismissive of her, yet he had turned around and signed the contract with Zheng Qingxian. What was going on? It really was Qingxian who signed the contract. Grandpa Zheng confirmed after examining it, his face breaking into a smile. Deep down, he truly hoped that the company could be firmly in Zhang Qingshuan's hands. However, he also believed in fairness and reason. If Zhang Liyue had indeed made a contribution, he would have to reward her, or else the younger generations of the Zhang family would follow suit. Qingxian, from now on, our Zhang family's ship will depend on you to steer it, Grandpa Zheng said. Around him, the aunts and uncles who had been the most vocal in praising Zhang Liyue earlier now all changed their tune, showering Zhang Qingxian with compliments. Andy always thought you were great, Qingxian. In the future, our Zhang family will depend on you. Second aunt will rely on you too, Qingxian. And when will you arrange for my little Jean to join the company? Qingxian, you've opened up a new path to wealth for our Zhang family. Our good days will depend on you from now on. Zhang Liyue, watching everyone flock to Zhang Qingxian, felt a pang of jealousy. She quietly called Jiao Zhongjie. Honey, what's going on? It seems Shi Weiping has been fired. At that moment, Jiao Zhongjie was in a club, surrounded by several fair-skinned beauties. I'm busy right now, don't want to talk. We'll discuss it later. Jiao Zhongjie was already in a foul mood. Originally, the Jiao family had some cooperation orders with Tanghui Technology, all of which were facilitated by Shi Weiping. Now that Shi Weiping had been fired, those cooperation orders were naturally cancelled. The Jiao family had lost orders worth 200 million yuan, and Jiao Zhongjie's father had scolded him mercilessly over the phone. He just wanted to soothe his wounded heart in the company of these fair-skinned beauties and had no intention of dealing with Zhang Liyue. Over the next few days, the cooperation between Zhang Corporation's flagship company and Tanghui Technology officially took effect. At the same time, the production of chip byproducts by Zhang Corporation's flagship company accelerated. Have our production lines been running at full capacity? Zhang Qingxian asked anxiously. Lin Yanan quickly replied, yes, we're going all out. The factory is operating 24/7 with workers on 3 shifts and machines running nonstop. Zhang Qingxian frowned in worry, but the production capacity is still not keeping up. Yu Yin, do you have any solutions? Huang Yuyin also expressed her helplessness. Ever since we started cooperating with Tanghui Technology, the demand for orders has skyrocketed. Our previous production efficiency just isn't enough. This cooperation with Tanghui Technology had certainly brought a significant boost to their profits. However, the problem was that their small-scale production efficiency was far from sufficient to meet the demands of a major client like Tanghui Technology. The only solution is to expand the production lines, Zhang Qingxian sighed. But expanding requires money. Chapter 211. Need for funds. Huang Yuyin nodded. There's no other way. This is the necessary path for the expansion of our group. Lin Yanan also nodded in agreement. To expand the company, it was essential to first invest money. All right then, I'll take care of this matter, Zhang Qingxian said. Yuyin and Yanan, you two should focus on the docking with Tanghui Technology for now. The docking with Tanghui Technology also required a lot of manpower to handle. This task is all on you now, Huang Yuyin said with a hint of heartache. Finding investment funds is the hardest job. Zhang Qingxian put on a brave smile. It's fine. Who else would step up if not me, the president of this group? The next morning, Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan left first. Yi Jing asked curiously, why didn't you leave with them? Usually, the 3 of them would leave together for work in the morning. Zhang Qingxian, while applying makeup, replied, I have to meet an investor separately today. Yi Jing, is the group short on funds? Tell me. If Zhang Qingxian asked, he could immediately arrange for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to provide investment, as much as needed. Zhang Qingxian, yes, due to recent business expansion, our production capacity is insufficient, so we need to seek new investment. I have an appointment with Keijeshi Investment Commerce, a financial investment company, to discuss with their representative whether they are interested in investing in our group. Also, I won't be back for lunch today. After saying this, Zhang Qingxian left. An hour later, Zhang Qingxian arrived at the headquarters of Keijeshi Investment Commerce. Hello, this is our company's information. We are currently collaborating with Tanghui Technology. Zhang Qingxian explained the situation and gave a professional smile. You can see the prospects of our company, Mr. Tang. Do you have any investment intentions? After speaking, Zhang Qingxian looked nervously at Tang Ziyan. Tang Ziyan laughed heartily. Let's not rush this matter. He put down the documents, showing no interest in them. Miss Zhang, I've been paying attention to you personally. I remember the head of your Zhang family used to be Zhang Liyue, right? Tang Ziyan smiled faintly. Zhang Qingxian nodded. That's right, but I don't think it's related to today's investment discussion. Oh, it is related, Tang Ziyan said with a smile. Your previous head, Zhang Liyue, had a rather aggressive style of doing things, which I didn't like at all. What I prefer are people like Miss Qingxian, with a unique charm and a gentle demeanor. Your style of doing things, your beautiful appearance, is exactly the type I like. Zhang Qingxian didn't catch the hidden meaning in Tang Ziyan's words and smiled. Since you appreciate my style of work, would you consider investing in our company? Tang Ziyan smiled. I said, let's not rush this. We can talk slowly. He looked around. Besides, I don't like discussing matters in such a formal office setting. I prefer coffee shops, more relaxed and romantic. Zhang Qingxian nodded. She knew many business people prefer discussing matters in coffee shops, restaurants, or other relaxing places. All right, let's go to the coffee shop downstairs? No, Tang Ziyan smiled. I know a coffee shop behind our company. It's better, more romantic. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Qingxian nodded. She was too eager to secure this investment. All right, let's go. Half an hour later, Tang Ziyan led Zhang Qingxian to a coffee shop. This coffee shop? Zhang Qingxian wasn't stupid. She instinctively felt something was off. The coffee shop was open for business, but there were very few people inside. Each seating area was a small booth, often occupied by couples. Through the gaps, she could see some couples kissing and touching each other. Isn't this a couples-themed coffee shop? Zhang Qingxian felt a bit awkward. Upon entering the coffee shop, she realized it was indeed a couple's theme, and since it was in a secluded location, fewer people came, which only emboldened the couples to engage in more private activities. Isn't it inappropriate for us to be here? Zhang Qingxian quickly said. Tang Ziyan smiled mysteriously. What's inappropriate about it? As long as we have a clear conscience, where we go doesn't matter, does it? Tang Ziyan smiled and made a gentlemanly gesture, inviting Zhang Qingxian in. Well, all right then, Zhang Qingxian decided to go along with it for the sake of the deal. She thought she could just stay low-key and hide in a corner where no one could see her. However, she also kept a watchful eye, quietly sending a message to Yi Jing and sharing her location. Yi Jing, seeing the message, frowned and immediately took a taxi towards the coffee shop. Inside the couple's coffee shop, after ordering 2 cups of coffee, Tang Ziyan led Zhang Qingxian to a small booth for couples. The entrance had a curtain, making it difficult for anyone outside to see what was happening inside. Qingxian, I really admire you, Tang Ziyan said with a sly smile. The investment matter is easy to discuss, but you'll have to pay a price. Zhang Qingxian frowned. What price, Mr. Tang? Please say it. As long as it's something our company can do, I won't hesitate. Tang Ziyan smiled. I'm not asking your company to pay any price. You know, I like you personally. He reached out and touched Zhang Qingxuan's delicate hand. Look at this cold little hand. Let me warm it up for you. Tang Ziyan chuckled. Zhang Qingxian instinctively pulled her hand back, her expression stern. Mr. Tang, please respect yourself. I'm a married woman. Tang Ziyan laughed nonchalantly. Do you think I don't know about you? You're still unmarried. You haven't fiancé, but he's just a son-in-law of the Zhang family, with no job of his own, following you around, right? What's the point of marrying someone like that? If you follow me, with my control over Kayajeshi Investment Commerce and your control over Zhangshi Flagship Group, we'd be a perfect match. Then, wouldn't we both benefit? Tang Ziyan's plan was clear. He wanted both wealth and beauty. As he spoke, both his hands moved towards Zhang Qingxian. No, my Yi Jing is very good. Mr. Tang, please respect yourself. My Yi Jing is on his way, Zhang Qingxian said anxiously, frequently looking outside. Chapter 212. Sitting down in discomfort. Tang Ziyan laughed heartily, his voice filled with arrogance. What can your Yi Gu do even if he comes? Isn't he just a freeloading son-in-law? What can he possibly do? Even one of my lowly servants holds a higher position than him. Tang Ziyan gently squeezed Zhang Qingshuan's hand, finding it exceptionally soft. Zhang Qingxian quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushing red as she stood up and made to leave. She had already realized that Tang Ziyan had no intention of discussing investments. If she stayed any longer, she didn't know what underhanded tactics he might try. "You're not going anywhere." Tang Ziyan's expression turned cold, and from the small booths nearby, several figures abruptly stood up. When Zhang Qingxian saw those figures, her expression stiffened. The booths were not occupied by couples, but by pairs of burly men, their eyes coldly fixed on her. Zhang Qingxian had no doubt that if she tried to rush out, these men would immediately surround her without hesitation. "Sit down." Tang Ziyan spoke again, and Zhang Qingxian had no choice but to sit down, feeling wronged. "Director Tang, you should understand that I am the president of Zhengshi Flagship Group. If you harm me, it will lead to serious consequences." Tang Ziyan smiled faintly. "What kind of consequences? You mean retaliation from the Zheng family? A mere Zheng family is nothing I fear." At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cafe. "Qingxian, are you all right?" Yi Jing's voice rang out, and Zhang Qingshuan's face lit up with joy, a strong sense of security flooding her heart. It felt as though as long as Yi Jing was here, she was safe. However, the thought of the several bodyguards nearby made her heart tighten. "Yi Jing, be careful of the booths nearby," Zhang Qingxian whispered cautiously. Yi Jing glanced at the booths, nodding in understanding. "Don't worry, these people can't hurt me." He strode directly into the booth, and just as the burly men were about to rise and attack, Tang Ziyan indifferently waved his hand, causing the men to retreat. Tang Ziyan's face showed a look of indifference. "So you're Zhang Qingshuan's fiancé? You're just a dependent son-in-law, in other words, a good-for-nothing who lives off his wife. Tell me, what are you after by getting close to Zhang Qingxian?" Tang Ziyan continued calmly. "It's nothing more than money. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Leave Zhang Qingxian and hand her over to me. How about it?" Tang Ziyan spoke with complete confidence. To him, someone like Yi Jing, a mere son-in-law, was only after money and had no dignity. Only someone like him, with status and position to match Zhang Qingshuan's, could be considered a proper match. "You think you can buy Zhang Qingxian for 10,000 yuan? Do you think she's a commodity to be traded at will?" Yi Jing's mocking expression made Tang Ziyan's face turn ugly. "You, a mere live-in son-in-law, dare to lecture me? What right do you have to stand before me and preach?" Tang Ziyan impatiently waved his hand. "Fine, I'll give you 20,000. You think you can swindle more money out of me? 20,000. Now get lost." He assumed Yi Jing's words were just a ploy to extort more money from him. Throwing a bit more cash at him would be enough to get rid of him. Yi Jing sneered, "If you really gave me 20 billion, I'd leave immediately." Tang Ziyan's face changed dramatically. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't fetch 20 billion, let alone his entire KH2Z commerce and trade, which was worth less than 20 billion in total. Yi Jing said coolly, "What? So poor? Can't even come up with 20 billion? Tang Ziyan exploded in anger. "You're looking for trouble." At his outburst, the several bodyguards immediately stood up and approached the booth. Yi Jing acted first, slapping Tang Ziyan hard across the face. "If you want to talk business, then talk business. Don't involve women in your schemes." The bodyguards rushed in, but they were no match for Yi Jing, who quickly subdued them all. Zhang Qingxian felt a wave of relief. She knew Yi Jing had some skill, even capable of defeating some martial arts champions, which was why she felt so secure. "Don't you dare leave." Tang Ziyan immediately began dialing a number, preparing to call for reinforcements. "Sure, I won't leave. Let's see who you can call," Yi Jing said without urgency. Zhang Qingxian, however, was anxious. "Yi Jing, you should leave quickly." After all, no matter how strong Yi Jing was, he was still just one person, and even if he could handle 6 or 7 people, if Tang Ziyan called in too many, Yi Jing would be outnumbered and likely suffer. After a moment's thought, Yi Jing took out his phone and stepped outside. He wanted to investigate what background Tang Ziyan had. Seeing Yi Jing leave with his phone, Tang Ziyan sneered contemptuously. That's all he's got. Using the phone as an excuse to run away. Isn't that the classic escape routine? Zhang Qingxian, you must have chosen him because of his background as a martial arts coach, right? I know you must be lacking in security. But a man like this can't truly bring you security. He's just good at fighting, right? I can easily hire a capable bodyguard who can take on 3 or 4 people at once. Why bother marrying someone like that? Look at him, using the phone as an excuse to run away. Tang Ziyan scoffed. This kind of person is all about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhang Qingxian glanced back and saw that Yi Jing really seemed to be making a phone call and leaving. Could it be that Yi Gu was really scared? But recalling the first time Yi Jing had rescued her heroically, she thought, no, Yi Gu must be making a real phone call. Maybe there was an urgent business matter that required him to step out for a moment. He definitely wasn't abandoning her. Director Tang, let me confirm one last time. Can we discuss the investment properly? Otherwise, I'll leave right now. Zhang Qingxian took out her small handbag, ready to leave. Tang Ziyan waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry. I was just joking earlier. Of course, we can discuss the investment. Zhang Qingxuan's expression softened slightly, but she didn't leave immediately. However, we need to discuss the terms. Tang Ziyan's eyes continued to roam over Zhang Qingxuan's figure, especially when he saw that the seemingly capable Yi Jing was now making a phone call and leaving. His confidence grew. With Zhang Qingxuan's fiancée not daring to interfere, who else could stop him? He gave a subtle nod to the bodyguards nearby. The bodyguards immediately understood, their expressions turning playful as they quietly retreated, even thoughtfully pulling down the curtains of the booth to block the outside view. Chapter 213. The curtain is drawn. Once the curtain was drawn, no one outside could see what the couple inside was doing. As soon as the others left, Tang Ziyan became even more unrestrained. He lounged comfortably in his chair. You're not looking for a 500 million investment, are you? To be honest, this is a rather large investment. If we were to follow the normal procedures, I would need to apply with our company, and it would take at least a month. Can you wait that long? Zhang Qingxian shook her head with a bitter smile. Our company's cooperation with Tenghui Technology was rather sudden, and we didn't have much time to prepare. So we need a lump sum of cash to immediately expand our production capacity. That's why I need the funds to be disbursed within 2 or 3 days. Truthfully, even 2 or 3 days was a bit tight. Zhang Qingxian needed to secure the funds immediately and expand the production lines to keep up. Isn't that the case? Tang Ziyan chuckled. You need to break the rules to get the funds, and I need you to break the rules to be with me in the future. Isn't this a win-win situation? How about it? Take your time to think it over. Zhang Qingxian felt a wave of disgust. It turned out that Tang Ziyan was still asking her to do this kind of thing. Seeing Zhang Qingxian hesitate, Tang Ziyan decided to add fuel to the fire. Look, if you can't make a decision, then let's take it slow. He straightened up and moved closer to Zhang Qingxian. Anyway, I've already cleared the place out, and no one can see what's happening in here. Zhang Qingxian turned her head and saw that the main lights in the cafe had been turned off at some point, leaving only some dim pink lights. With the poor lighting and the curtain blocking the view, anything could be happening inside without being seen from the outside. The few couples that were left in the cafe had also been cleared out by the burly bodyguards. Unknowingly, the cafe was now left with only her and Tang Ziyan. Where's my brother Yi? Zhang Qingxian became anxious and kept glancing outside. Tang Ziyan sneered, don't think about him. He's definitely long gone by now, probably several kilometers away. He's just a mediocre fighter. He can handle a few people, but as soon as he heard I was calling for backup, he ran off in fear. Tang Ziyan's eyes gleamed with a hint of wickedness. Come on, Zhang Qingxian. No one can see us here. As long as you serve me well and make me happy, then I'll break the rules for you this once. What do you say? I don't ask for you to marry me, just one time to make me happy. No one will know, and we'll both be satisfied. Why not? Zhang Qingxian struggled. No, I need to go find my brother Yi. Your brother Yi is gone. Tang Zian deliberately frightened her. Didn't you see the signal I gave to those bodyguards just now? The backup I called has already arrived and captured Yi Jing, who was trying to escape. Now, no one can save you. Whether you struggle and resist or submit and serve willingly, the outcome will be the same. It's better to change your attitude and be proactive, so we can both enjoy it, don't you think? Meanwhile, outside, Yi Jing was on the phone. On the other end was the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Has the background check on the Cheage's investment and trade company been completed? The head quickly replied, It's been completed, Mr. Yi. The parent company of Cheage's investment and trade is a small company that cooperates with us under the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and relies on us for survival. In the eyes of others, it was a massive, behemoth company. But in the eyes of the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, it was just a small company. Yi Jing chuckled, So, it's just a company that relies on the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce for survival. Cut off all cooperation with Cheage's investment and trade company. The head quickly replied, Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll handle it immediately. I guarantee it will all be cut off within minutes. After hanging up, Yi Jing headed back toward the cafe. But as soon as he approached the entrance, he saw over 20 bodyguards blocking the way. Who are you? You can't go in. These bodyguards were clearly in better shape than the previous ones and seemed to have some martial arts training. They were obviously the backup Tang Zian had called, and since they hadn't arrived earlier, they didn't recognize Yi Jing. Were the previous ones sent to the hospital? Yi Jing's words made everyone's faces change. They immediately realized who he was. You dare come back? You've got some nerve. Kid, you're going to get it today. Whatever you did to our guys earlier, you're going to get 10 or 100 times worse. The 20-plus bodyguards immediately swarmed toward him. They were stronger, in greater numbers, and looked at Yi Jing as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Inside the cafe, Tang Zian also noticed the commotion outside. Oh, your brother Yi is back? Tang Zian pulled aside the curtain and looked outside with amusement. Zheng Qingxian also showed a look of surprise. Brother Yi is back. But the next moment, when she saw the many strong, martial arts-trained bodyguards Tang Zian had called, her face turned pale. Brother Yi, run. You're no match for them. Brother Yi. Zhang Qingxian shouted desperately, almost breaking her voice. Tang Zian chuckled lightly. It's no use shouting. My men have surrounded him. He's going to end up with at least a broken leg or arm today. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian started to cry. Brother Yi was going to be crippled because of her? Tang Zian. It's his own fault for not running away properly and coming back here recklessly. Outside, surrounded by the bodyguards, Yi Jing calmly glanced at them. I'll give you one last chance. Run now while you still can. Otherwise, you'll end up like the previous bodyguards, all in the hospital. The bodyguards burst out laughing. You? With just you? We've got 20 of us and you're alone. We're going to have some fun with you, slowly, until you're crippled. Yeah, let me think about how to play with him. Daring to mess with our director Tang, you really don't know how you're going to die. The group of bodyguards rubbed their fists, ready to avenge their comrades who had been beaten earlier. But the next moment, before anyone could see how Yi Jing moved, they felt two black shadows slamming into their faces. In just a few seconds, all 20-plus bodyguards were knocked down, lying on the ground. Chapter 2:14. It's all over. Although Yi Jing's strike wasn't particularly heavy, it was enough to keep these men on the ground, unable to get up for quite some time. Yi Jing crouched down and patted the faces of a few bodyguards who had been the most aggressive earlier. You wanted to toy with me, didn't you? Is this how you toy with me, lying on the ground? Are you trying to show me how to lie on the floor? And Mr. Cough Cough. The bodyguards, seeing Yi Jing, were filled with terror. How could this man be so strong? In an instant, he had taken down all 20 of them. Such strength. Even if the CEO of Kaijitu Investment and Trade were here, with all his bodyguards, they wouldn't be able to stop him. What kind of powerhouse had Tang Zian provoked? Mister, we were wrong. Inside, Tang Xian's previous calm demeanor instantly vanished. How? How is this possible? He stood up abruptly, forgetting about Zhang Qingxian, and quickly tried to lift the curtain to escape through the back door of the cafe. But he had barely risen when the cafe's front door was kicked open by Yi Jing with a loud bang. The door shattered into pieces, one of which hit Tang Xian's back with a heavy thud, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Yi Ge! Zhang Qingxian rushed over, looking at Yi Jing with joy. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Yi Jing nodded. I had some things to take care of earlier. It's fine now. Zhang Qingxian quickly moved closer to Yi Jing, feeling that only by his side was she safe in this unfamiliar place. Yi Jing, you're finished. Tang Xian spat out blood. His eyes filled with venom as he looked at Yi Jing. You're finished, Yi Jing. You injured me. Your life is over. As a senior executive, I'm not someone you can afford to provoke. You'll pay for this recklessness for the rest of your life. You'd better wait. Don't even think about leaving. Tang Xian had countless ways to put Yi Jing behind bars. Seeing this waste spend his life in prison, wouldn't Zhang Qingxian still end up being mine? Yi Jing, annoyed by his foul mouth, kicked Tang Xian hard in the stomach, silencing his cries of pain. The next moment, Tang Xian's phone rang, and because he didn't answer, it kept ringing repeatedly, as if something urgent was happening on the other end. Damn it, who would be calling me at a time like this? Tang Xian saw it was a call from his assistant and was instantly furious. He had often scolded this assistant, and now, at this moment, the call was like a punching bag delivered to him. What the hell are you so anxious about? Haven't I told you before? Stay calm and composed. What's with all this panic? The assistant on the other end spoke hurriedly. Director Tang, all the companies we were collaborating with have announced the termination of our partnership. Tang Xian froze. What did you say? Say it again? He thought he must have misheard. The assistant's voice was filled with despair. This matter, those dozen companies have all issued announcements, stating that all cooperation with Kaijitu Investment and Trade has been terminated. How can that be? A dozen companies. Tang Xian was shaken to his core. Why would these companies suddenly cancel their cooperation at this time? It was too coincidental, wasn't it? The next moment, the assistant's voice was on the verge of breaking. Director Tang, 3 banks have also called, stating there's an issue with our company's business. They've determined that we can't repay the loans and are demanding early repayment. If we don't comply, they'll come to seal our company within half an hour. What? This time, Tang Xian was truly shocked. The cancellation of cooperation, while infuriating and surprising, still left him with some foundation. He could always find other partners. But for the banks to suddenly gang up and seal his company, it was driving him to the brink. What's going on? What are the other executives saying? Tang Xian was just one of the senior executives at Kaijitu Investment and Trade. Above him, there were 3 other executives. At that moment, another call came in. Tang Xian saw the caller ID, the board of directors. Terrified, he quickly switched the assistant's call to delayed pickup and answered the board's call first. Old Tang, you idiot, you fool. What's going on with you? All the information points to you provoking someone you shouldn't have. Countless bigwigs are now targeting us. Our company will collapse within half an hour, completely sealed off, all because you provoked a bigwig. Tang Xian was dumbfounded. I provoked a bigwig? I didn't even meet any bigwigs today. The board member on the other end roared. Think carefully. Apologize to the bigwig immediately, or our company is done for. The board member angrily hung up, and from the chaos on the other end, it was clear they were in a panic, with people fleeing in all directions. I provoked a bigwig? Tang Xian was puzzled. The only people he had met today were Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing. Could it be? Tang Xian suddenly remembered that after being threatened by him, Yi Jing had calmly stepped out to make a phone call. Now it dawned on him. That wasn't a call to escape. It was clearly a call to have him punished. Beside him, Yi Jing couldn't be bothered with Tang Xian anymore and was about to leave with Zhang Qingxian. But Tang Xian suddenly broke down, crying loudly. Mr. Yi, it was you, wasn't it? It must have been you. The only bigwig I met today was you. Please, I can't lose this job. Don't let our company go bankrupt. I was wrong before. I was blind and ignorant. Please, sir, don't hold it against me. I'm just a fool. I was blind. My eyes were useless. Tang Ziyan was sobbing and pleading in desperation. Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Yigu, what's wrong with him? She didn't know that Kaijitu investment and trade had collapsed. All she saw was Tang Ziyan, who had been fiercely threatening just moments ago, suddenly weeping uncontrollably. Yijing said indifferently, probably having a fit. Let's go. Zhang Qingxian nodded. She knew that Kaijitu investment and trade wouldn't be investing in her anymore, so it was better to leave and look for new investors. Mr. Yi, please don't go. Forgive me. Spare me. I have a family to support. I can't lose this job. Are you going to make me beg on the streets? Is that how merciless you are? Tang Ziyan was filled with regret and utter despair. Chapter 215. A Deal. Tang Ziyan was now absolutely certain that the influential figure must be Yi Jing. With such exceptional skills, being able to take down over 20 burly bodyguards in just a few seconds, such a coincidence couldn't be mere chance. It had to be Yi Jing. If Yi Jing didn't forgive him, everything would be ruined. Tang Ziyan's heart condition flared up. Yi Jing ignored him completely and left with Zhang Qingxian. Although Tang Ziyan has been suppressed, the investment for Qingshuan's company is still an issue. Yi Jing thought for a moment and called the Duan family. Mr. Duan, I have a deal here. I wonder if you'd be interested in it. Upon seeing Yi Jing's call, Mr. Duan immediately responded with utmost seriousness. Mr. Yi, please go ahead and tell me. Yi Jing, have you heard of Mu's Tonghui technology? Mr. Duan chuckled. Of course. Every prominent family in the province knows about Mu's Tonghui technology. It's the most profitable tech industry in our province. It's just a pity that they only engage in high-tech industries and have very strict criteria for partnerships, so no one has been able to collaborate with them so far. Yi Jing smiled. I have a partnership opportunity here. Are you interested? Mr. Duan was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Of course I am. You don't know, there are countless people in the province who want to collaborate with the Mu family, but they don't open up their partnership rights. If you, Mr. Yi, have a way in, this isn't me helping you. This is you bringing me wealth. Yi Jing smiled faintly. It's not a direct collaboration with the Mu family, but an indirect one. Currently, Zheng's flagship group has obtained the opportunity to collaborate with the Mu family. However, due to the urgent need to rapidly expand production, they require an investment. If your Duan family takes on this investment, you'll indirectly gain the chance to collaborate with the Mu family and share in the profits. What do you think? Without much thought, Mr. Duan agreed directly. No problem, Mr. Yi. Even if it's an indirect collaboration, this investment is sure to bring long-term returns. Everyone knows that technology is the best development sector, the most worthwhile to invest in. This opportunity you've found for me is excellent. Yi Jing said, the only issue is that this 500 million investment needs to be provided quickly, within 1 or 2 days. This was quite challenging. Why did Tang Ziyan dare to manipulate Zhang Qingxian over this investment? It was because Zhang Qingxian needed the investment urgently, requiring it within the shortest time possible to immediately expand production. But the investment funds required multiple layers of approval, which made it challenging. Mr. Duan pondered for a moment, then said, don't worry, within 1 day, not just 500 million. I'll invest 800 million. Mr. Duan had considerable guts. Even if the Duan family couldn't come up with the money in such a short time, he would borrow it, as this was one of the rare times Yi Jing had asked him for help. After returning to the Daiwan villa, Zhang Qingxian was in a state of anxiety. I went out all day today and achieved nothing. And if it weren't for Yi Gu coming to save me, Tang Ziyan might have succeeded. Zhang Qingxian felt utterly useless, not even as capable as Huang Yuyan and Lin Yanan. After all, the two of them had still contributed to the company's revenue today, while she had wasted an entire day, accomplished nothing, and even caused trouble for Yi Gu. She didn't know how to face the eager gazes of Huang Yuyan and Lin Yanan when they returned. At that moment, Zheng Qingxuan's phone rang. Unknown number? After a moment of doubt, Zheng Qingxian answered the call. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat familiar. Miss Zheng, I'm Duan Yonghao from the Duan family. Zheng Qingxian immediately recognized him. Ah, the eldest son of the Duan family. Hello. The Duan family had previously had some dealings with her Zheng's flagship company, placing orders with them out of respect for Yigu. However, later, the Zheng family had unilaterally torn up the contract and signed with another company. Although that incident had been led by her elder sister Zheng Liyue, Zheng Qingxian always felt a bit guilty towards the Duan family, so her tone naturally became somewhat humble. Miss Zheng, I heard that your company has partnered with Mu's Tonghui Technology, is that correct? This news had been actively released by the Zheng family. So many companies knew about it, and the Duan family knowing wasn't surprising. Zheng Qingxian quickly replied, Yes, what's the matter? Duan Yonghao didn't beat around the bush. Our Duan family would very much like to participate in this partnership through investment. We're willing to invest 800 million. What do you think? Zheng Qingxian was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. 800 million. Much more than the 500 million she had expected. With this money, Zheng's flagship group could rapidly expand its production lines in a very short time. But what are your conditions? Zheng Qingxian felt that anyone who came knocking on her door like this must have a slew of conditions. However, after Duan Yonghao mentioned a few conditions, Zheng Qingxian felt they were too low. These were even lower than the conditions offered by Tang Xian's Kaijitu investment trade company. Was the Duan family's sincerity this strong? There's one more condition. Zheng Qingxian said shyly. We need this investment very urgently within about 3 days. What do you think? Duan Yonghao chuckled. Don't worry, it won't take 3 days. The funds will be in your company's account within 24 hours. Zheng Qingxian was stunned. The Duan family was too easy to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Qingxian couldn't calm down for a long time. The investment that had troubled her all day was resolved so easily. The Duan family was like a savior who suddenly appeared to rescue her. Last time, when the Zheng family was most in need of orders, it was the Duan family that came to their rescue, saving the Zheng family and her, Zheng Qingxian. That time, the Zheng family had let down the Duan family. And this time, when the Zheng family was most in need of investment, it was the Duan family that stepped forward again. Zheng Qingxian made up her mind that this time, she would not let down the Duan family. Wait, I know what's going on. Zheng Qingxian suddenly realized that the Duan family had always had a good relationship with Yigu. It must be Yigu who persuaded the Duan family. Knock, knock, knock. Thinking of this, Zheng Qingxian quickly ran upstairs to knock on the door. Yigu isn't here? He was with me when we came back. Zheng Qingxian thought of something and quickly ran to the bathroom. She knocked on the door, and sure enough, Yi Jing was inside taking a shower. Unfortunately, the door wasn't locked. Zheng Qingxian knocked hard, and the door unexpectedly swung open. Due to inertia, Zheng Qingxian stumbled right in. Yigu. Zheng Qingxian found herself in the embrace of a wet, dripping man. Chapter 216. Why the rush? Yi Jing was both amused and puzzled. Qingxian, why are you in such a hurry? Zheng Qingxuan's face was as red as an apple, feeling as though her clothes were dampened by the steam from the bathroom. Hastily, she covered her eyes and darted out. After carefully closing the door, she called out to Yi Jing from outside. Yigu, was it you who arranged for the Duan family to cooperate with me? I figured it out. The Duan family has such a close relationship with you. This time, they must have invested because of your influence, right? Yi Jing didn't hide it and chuckled. You figured it out, huh? Zheng Qingxuan's eyes immediately welled up with tears of gratitude. It was indeed Yigu who helped her. Yigu, I don't know how to thank you. Every time I encounter danger or face difficulties, it's you who helps me. Yi Jing just chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. He had helped Zheng Qingxian a few times because she was adorable and kind to him. If it were her older sister, Zheng Liyue, not only would he not help, but he would also watch her downfall with amusement. Then, Yigu, I'll go make you some delicious food. By the time you finish your shower, you can enjoy a feast. Zhang Qingxian didn't know how else to repay Yi Jing, so she decided to showcase her best skill, her cooking. She hurried to the kitchen and started preparing a grand meal, making a clatter as she worked. By the time the feast was ready, it was already late in the evening. Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanin returned from the company. Wow, it smells so good. We can already smell the delicious aroma as soon as we walked in. Seeing Zhang Qingxian busy in the kitchen, the two women quickly washed their hands and joined her. What's the occasion today? Why such a big feast? Upon seeing the abundance of ingredients in the kitchen, their eyes lit up. Huang Yuyan, thinking of the task Zhang Qingxian had taken care of today, excitedly asked, could it be that the company's investment has been secured? She noticed Zhang Qingxuan's good mood, even humming a tune while cooking, which suggested the task was successful. Zhang Qingxian smiled. Yes, thanks to Yi Gu, the investment is secured. Lin Yanin also excitedly asked, how much? Zhang Qingxian gestured with 8 fingers. This much. 800 million. The two women were ecstatic. This amount was even more than they had expected. The key is, when will the funds arrive? Our company urgently needs to expand production lines. I've already coordinated with the production and assembly department. As soon as the money arrives, we'll start assembling the lines immediately. Huang Yiyan quickly said. Lin Yanin added, I've also communicated with the HR department. The workers will be ready soon, just waiting for the production lines. Everything was set, only waiting for the investment Zhang Qingxian had secured. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian became even more grateful to Yi Jing. If not for his help, how would she face Huang Yuyan and Lin Yanin tonight? The two women had worked so hard and prepared so thoroughly. Everything was ready, just waiting for the investment. If she had failed, it would have been too embarrassing. Don't worry, the timing is perfect. Zhang Qingxian smiled. The Duan family promised that the funds will be transferred to the company's account within 24 hours. Yanin, keep an eye on the company's account. It could arrive at any moment. Lin Yanin was overjoyed and quickly checked her phone. Huang Yuyan also jumped excitedly on the spot. That's great. Qingxian, you're amazing. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. It's not me. It's Yi Ji's help. Huang Yuyan. Yi Jing did it? All right, go call Yi Gu down for dinner. Today, he's our biggest hero. At that moment, Lin Yanin excitedly exclaimed, it's here. The Duan family's 800 million has arrived. So fast. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan quickly confirmed, and the three women became even happier. Yi Jing was called down and had dinner with the three women, who frequently toasted him. Usually, they didn't drink at home, but today, they broke the rule and opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate. With the Duan family's investment, the expansion of Zhangshi flagship company's production also entered a smooth phase. One day after work, Huang Yuyan found Yi Jing alone. You're inviting me to a bar? Yi Jing was puzzled. Why would Huang Yuyan suddenly invite him? Huang Yuyan smiled. Let's just chat. I suddenly have a lot I want to talk to you about. All right then. Yi Jing and Huang Yuyan went to the bar. Do you remember the last time, in a bar on this street, you saved me? That time in the alley, I thought I was going to die, but you suddenly appeared and gave me acupuncture. Huang Yuyan suddenly reminisced about the past, feeling deeply grateful, and raised a toast to Yi Jing. This first toast is to thank you for saving my life. Huang Yuyan continued. And that time with Tenghui Technology, the Mu family affair, was that also your doing? Yi Jing smiled. You noticed? Huang Yuyan nodded. I had some suspicions before, but I wasn't sure. But last night, when Qingxian mentioned that the Duan family matter was your doing, I suddenly realized that perhaps you were also behind that incident. She looked at Yi Jing with an incredulous gaze. Your network of connections is far more extensive than I imagined. This second toast is to thank you for repeatedly helping me. After a few drinks, Huang Yuyan's face was already flushed, clearly not a heavy drinker, yet she kept toasting. It seemed like she was intentionally trying to get herself drunk. Yi Jing tried to stop her. All right, drink less. Too much is bad for your health. Huang Yuyan giggled. Well, your medical skills are so good. You even pulled me back from the brink of death last time. Surely you can save me from a little drunkenness, right? Yi Jing was speechless. That's not how it works. If you get too drunk and lose your strength, what if I take advantage of you? Huang Yuyan's eyes sparkled. Would you? Yi Jing smiled faintly and shook his head. I wouldn't take advantage of you. That's enough then. I trust you. Huang Yuyan laughed it off. Suddenly, she raised her chin and asked, Yi Jing, you're really a good person. I really admire you. Huang Yuyan had returned from abroad. She had two reasons for coming back. One was to find out who the actual controller of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce was, and the other was to make a name for herself in the country and bring glory to the Huang family in the capital. But after arriving in the provincial city, she had another goal, to understand Zhang Qingxuan's fiancé, because she found Yi Jing to be incredibly intriguing. The more she learned, the more Huang Yuyan admired and valued Yi Jing. Chapter 217. I want to hear the truth from you. Yi Jing, I want to hear the truth from you. Huang Yuyan said seriously, you're such an outstanding person. Why would you willingly become a son-in-law in the Zheng family? I'm not saying Zheng Qingxian is not good. She's my best friend, and I think she's a wonderful person, especially compared to her sister. But I just can't figure out why, since being a son-in-law is such a derogatory term, many capable men wouldn't even consider it. Facing Huang Yuyan's earnest question, Yi Jing smiled faintly. I never said I would agree to Zheng Qingxian. Due to Yi Jing's special constitution, he was destined to choose one of the women from the betrothal documents. Zheng Qingxian was not one of those women. On the contrary, her elder sister, Zheng Liyue, was the one mentioned in the documents. This meant Yi Jing would help Zheng Qingxian, but the probability of marrying her was very low, unless he could solve the problem with his special constitution. But even the old man couldn't solve it, so Yi Jing might not be able to either. You haven't agreed to her yet? Right. You two haven't even gotten your marriage certificate yet. Huang Yuyan felt like a veil had been lifted from her eyes, and everything suddenly became clear. So, there's still a chance, there's still time, Huang Yuyan said with a laugh, quickly raising her glass to hide her embarrassment. She admired strong individuals, and Yi Jing was the strong person who had appeared in her life. Let's go. You've had enough to drink. Yi Jing helped the slightly drunk Huang Yuyan out of the bar. Huang Yuyan's assistant had been waiting outside, and quickly came over to help support her into the car as soon as she saw them. Drive back to the villa in Dia Bay, Yi Jing instructed, then leaned back in the car to rest. What did Huang Yuyan mean tonight by saying she admires me? Yi Jing chuckled to himself. Could it be that this girl was also captivated by his charm? But one Zheng Qingxian was enough. Adding another Huang Yuyan would be too much. Yi Jing couldn't get involved with women who weren't mentioned in the betrothal documents. As Yi Jing was lost in thought, the car suddenly jolted as if it had run over something. The assistant panicked and quickly hit the brakes, steering the car to the side of the road. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, Ms. Huang. It seems we ran over a stone. Yi Jing asked, just a stone? I feel like it was a nail. The assistant quickly got out to check, looking surprised at Yi Jing. Can you tell the difference between a stone and a nail? As she got out to inspect the tire, two bright headlights suddenly appeared in the dark night behind them, accompanied by the roar of a large truck and the sound of screeching brakes. Be careful. Yi Jing's body moved like lightning. He grabbed the drunk Huang Yuyan, kicked open the car door, and jumped out, pulling the assistant checking the tire along with him. In the next second, the fully loaded truck slammed into the car Yi Jing had been in, crushing it into a metal pancake. That was dangerous, the assistant said, completely stunned. If it weren't for Yi Jing's quick reaction, all three of them would have been crushed. Huang Yuyan, now fully awake, was also terrified by the violent accident. Yi Jing, you saved me again, Huang Yuyan said in disbelief. But how could such a terrible accident happen? In the city, a truck driving so fast? Did the brakes fail? Yi Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. No, the brakes didn't fail. This was intentional. Before he could finish, two men jumped down from the truck, each raising their sleeves to reveal silenced pistols hidden inside. Get behind me, Yi Jing shouted, grabbing a nearby trash can to shield himself. Clang, clang. Two heavy shots hit the trash can, sparking from the impact. Be careful. Huang Yuyin, behind him, was drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't an accident at all. It was a deliberate assassination. If the truck had crushed the three of them, there wouldn't have been any need for the follow-up. The killers must have seen that the truck didn't kill them and decided to finish the job with guns. It's over. Huang Yuyin felt a chill run through her as she faced the two black gun barrels. These assassins might be after me. Huang Yuyin had multiple backgrounds, not only being an international returnee, but also coming from a powerful family in the capital. These assassins could be sent by rival forces in the capital. Unfortunately, I've implicated Yi Jing and the assistant. Huang Yuyin smiled bitterly. She had just started to develop some feelings for Yi Jing, and now she had brought him into deadly danger. It was all her fault. Now, despite being three people, she and the assistant were completely helpless, while Yi Jing was the only one with any fighting ability. But even with some fighting ability, he was still just flesh and blood, just hands. The opponents, however, had two guns, making the odds heavily stacked against them. The next moment, to her astonishment, Yi Jing, facing the two gun barrels, showed no panic. Instead, he took advantage of the brief moment between shots to quickly throw two objects. Smack! Smack! The two objects, thrown with pinpoint accuracy, hit the two gunmen right on the forehead. The two men, initially not taking the thrown objects seriously, were instantly knocked off balance by the impact. "What is this, bricks?" they exclaimed in shock. The young man in front of them had just used two bricks to deal with two professional killers armed with guns? If this had happened under normal circumstances, they would have thought it was absurd. But now, experiencing it firsthand, all they could say was that Yi Jing's movements were too fast, leaving them no time to react or dodge. In the next moment, Yi Jing descended from above, landing a kick on each of them. "Who are you targeting, and who sent you?" Yi Jing asked, looking down at them. "You'll never get anything out of us," the two men said through gritted teeth, before black substances seeped out from between their teeth, causing them to die almost instantly. Yi Jing glanced at them. Poison. These men had committed suicide by poison after failing their assassination attempt. Too bad. No live witnesses, Yi Jing sighed. At that moment, Huang Yuyin approached from behind. "Yi Jing, I already have a guess. These two men might have been sent to kill me." Chapter 218. A New Marriage Contract. "Someone tried to assassinate you? Do you have many enemies?" Yi Jing asked, puzzled. He had never heard Huang Yuyin talk about her personal situation before. The only things he knew were that she was a high-ranking executive who had returned from abroad and that she was close friends with Zhang Qingxian and Zhang Liue. "My Huang family is quite well known in the capital," Huang Yuyin said. "Perhaps it's a rival family from the capital who sent the assassins. They want to kill me here in Jianghai, so I can't return to the capital." Yi Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. He and Huang Yuyin were relatively familiar with each other, and he thought she was a pretty good person. So, he offered, "If you need help, just say the word." Huang Yuyin didn't act shy. She nodded slightly. She thought about Yi Jing's skills earlier. He wasn't afraid of guns. Such extraordinary strength was outstanding in today's modern society, far surpassing many bodyguards. Moreover, his medical skills were superb. He had saved her life when she was on the verge of death in that alley. Still, Huang Yuyin said, "I don't want to bring my troubles to you." Yi Jing smiled. "Don't worry, I don't even consider this a small trouble." Seeing Yi Jing's confidence and powerful aura, Huang Yuyin was momentarily lost in thought. Including the last time. How many times had Yi Jing saved her life? They say that after a girl is saved by a protector once, she subconsciously falls in love with them. And no matter how strong Huang Yuyin was, she was still a woman. She couldn't help but develop a strong liking for Yi Jing. But she knew that this man in front of her was her best friend's fiancé, and she absolutely couldn't have any thoughts about him. Just then, Yi Jing's phone rang. Seeing it was his sister Yi calling, Yi Jing couldn't help but smile. Since Yi had followed director Zhang to Hongdian to film, she had been quite busy. With director Zhang and Wang Chang protecting her, Yi was not only safe but also living like a queen over there. But this little girl was quite hardworking and didn't take her background for granted. Instead, Because of her humble origins, she cherished the opportunity and worked hard to hone her acting skills. Now that the filming of one drama was almost complete, the entire crew admired her immensely. However, this also meant that Yi was extremely busy, often only able to send Yijing a text message at night to express her longing. "Brother, I just finished shooting a scene and finally got some time to call you. I really like the watch you gave me. Everyone in our crew is envious of me. Many girls want a brother like you." Hearing his sister's voice, Yijing couldn't help but smile warmly. "Brother, when are you coming back to Jiangcheng? I miss it there, and also Junyao and the others," Yi said coquettishly. Yijing smiled. "Don't worry, I'll find time to visit our hometown. Maybe during the new year." Beside him, Huang Yuyan suddenly froze. Jiangcheng? Was that Yijing's hometown? Huang Yuyan had always thought Yijing was from the provincial capital, which was why he had naturally become a son-in-law of the Zheng family. But now, Yijing was actually from Jiangcheng. This meant Huang Yuyan rummaged through her small handbag, taking out cosmetics and other items, and then pulled out a piece of paper from the bottom of the bag. This piece of paper she had always treasured and never shown to anyone, not even her close friend Zheng Qingxian. Unfolding the paper, it was a marriage contract. The bride was, of course, the Huang family of the capital, Huang Yuyan, and the groom was Yijing from Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng Yijing. I always thought it was just a coincidence of the same name, because Zheng Qingshuan's Yijing is from the provincial capital. I never expected that he is the Yijing from Jiangcheng, and also my fiancé. Huang Yuyan was shocked and didn't know how to react. She had always thought Yijing was great, and sometimes late at night, she even fantasized that this Yijing was the one from her marriage contract. But most of the time, she laughed at herself for being delusional. After all, there were many people with the same name in the world, especially a common name like Yijing. The Yijing from the provincial capital must be a different person from the one in Jiangcheng. But after hearing Yijing's phone call just now, Huang Yuyan realized that the man in front of her was her fiancé. My fiancé is also my best friend's fiancé. What should I do now? Huang Yuyan stared blankly at the marriage contract in her hand. Huang Yuyan, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Yijing, who had finished his call, asked with a smile. Huang Yuyan hurriedly hid the marriage contract and said, No, I'm still a bit shaken from the assassin earlier. She quickly put the marriage contract back into her small handbag. She needed to think carefully about this and come up with a long-term plan. You should go back first. Yijing asked his female assistant to send Huang Yuyan back, while he called Pu Nan. Investigate the car accident this afternoon and find out where the assassins came from. An hour later, Yijing received a call from Pu Nan. Mr. Yi, the assassins are from the capital. There are photos of their vehicles at a highway exit. They seem to be targeting Ms. Huang Yuyan. Yijing was speechless. So it really was targeting Huang Yuyan? It seemed the Huang family she came from had many enemies. After returning to the Daiwan villa, Yijing found Huang Yuyan. How are you? Feeling better? Huang Yuyan nodded. I took a shower and feel much calmer now. Yijing directly told her the results of his investigation. I checked. They are indeed from the capital. They must be sent by your family's enemies. Huang Yuyan nodded and suddenly asked, Yijing, do you know anything about the Huang family I come from? She was worried that after investigating the Huang family, Yijing might also discover the marriage contract between them. But she didn't know that Yijing didn't take the marriage contracts too seriously. He had only shown a few, like the ones with Bai Shui and Zheng Liyue. The rest were tucked away at the bottom of his bag, and he didn't even remember who they were. He just knew there were some from the capital, Sichuan, and Shanghai. He would check them out when he went to those places. I don't know much about the Huang family you're from, Yijing said, shaking his head. Huang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit disappointed. What would Yijing's reaction be if he knew about their engagement? Huang Yuyan suddenly wanted to reveal her true identity and show him the marriage contract. But she was afraid that this would cause trouble for Yijing and Zheng Qingxian. Forget it. Huang Yuyan shook her head to herself. Chapter 219. Worthless Man. In the past few days, Yijing noticed that Huang Yuyan seemed to be constantly distracted. Not only Yijing, but even Zheng Qingxian had noticed it. Yigu, what's wrong with Yuyin these days? She's always spacing out alone, Zhang Qingxian whispered to Yijing, leaning close to his ear. Yijing shook his head. I don't know either. In his heart, however, he thought it might be the recent car accident and the assassin that had caused some psychological shock to Huang Yuyin, and she was still recovering from it. Many people experience a period of adjustment after a major incident or a severe scare, during which their concentration is impaired. Yijing assumed Huang Yuyin was in such a state. However, since the incident with the gunman, Yijing didn't plan to tell Zhang Qingxian about it, to avoid worrying her. He decided to handle it himself. I'll use some calming methods to help Huang Yuyin settle down. Yijing's medical skills included many ways to calm the mind. The best two methods were pharmacological, through medication, and visualization, by frequently imagining calming artworks or objects. Punan. Yijing called Punan. Do you collect famous paintings? I remember there are a few landscape paintings that have excellent calming effects. Punan replied with some embarrassment, Sir, I don't have a hobby of collecting famous paintings, but I know there's a famous painting exhibition in the provincial capital tomorrow, and it might have what you're looking for. All right. Yijing opened his phone and searched for information about the painting exhibition tomorrow. He found some relevant details. A famous painting exhibition themed around landscape paintings? This suited his needs perfectly. Yijing went outside and found Huang Yuyin. Huang Yuyin, do you have time tomorrow? Let's visit this painting exhibition together. Huang Yuyin blushed. Was this a date? Had Yijing noticed something and was now inviting her on purpose? Will it just be the two of us? Huang Yuyin's face turned even redder. Yijing then realized it might seem inappropriate, so he laughed and called out loudly, Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian came from another living room. What is it? Yijing, take a look at this painting exhibition. Are you interested in going? Zhang Qingxian quickly replied, Of course. There's nothing much going on at the company tomorrow. Let's all go together. She looked at Huang Yuyin. Yuyin, you're not busy either, right? Let's all go together tomorrow. Huang Yuyin nodded slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. So Yijing wasn't inviting her for a date after all? If she hadn't asked that question, would Yijing have gone with just her? The next day, at the entrance of the painting exhibition, Zhang Qingxian had just parked the car. Oh, Zhang Qingxian. Huang Yuyin. A woman's voice exclaimed in surprise from the side. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyin turned to see a woman in an assistant's outfit, wearing high heels and Balenciaga black stockings, walking elegantly towards them. Feng Kaikai? It really is you. Zhang Qingxian also exclaimed in surprise. This Feng Kaikai was their high school classmate, although they hadn't been in touch much since then. You didn't come to the last class reunion. We were wondering where you were. Huang Yuyin also smiled. Feng Kaikai chuckled. I mentioned in our class reunion chat group that I really wanted to attend the last gathering, but unfortunately, I was abroad on a business trip with our boss and couldn't return in time. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit walked over. Feng Kaikai quickly introduced, This is our company's boss, Cheng Tingfei, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Tingfei smiled and extended his hand to shake with Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyin. So, Zhang and Huang are both your high school classmates, Cheng Tingfei said. As a well-known entrepreneur in the provincial capital's business circle, he was naturally familiar with Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian also greeted him with a smile. However, Cheng Tingfei's handshake with the two women lasted noticeably longer. Zhang and Huang, I've admired you for a long time. Cheng Tingfei chuckled. There are few female entrepreneurs locally, and even fewer like you two, who are goddess-level figures. Zhang Qingxian quickly replied, Mr. Cheng, you're too kind. You're a top-ranked entrepreneur in the provincial capital. How could we compare to you? Cheng Tingfei nodded with a smile. My company is doing quite well, but one capable assistant like Feng Kaikai isn't enough. We still need a senior executive with international management experience. He turned to Huang Yuyin. How about it, Huang? Would you like to join my company? I'll triple your salary. Huang Yuyin shook her head and smiled. That's not necessary. I'm quite content at Qingshuan's company. Zhang Qingshuan's expression slightly changed. What was Cheng Tingfei doing? Even though he was a well-known figure, why was he trying to poach her people right away? Haha. Cheng Tingfei laughed loudly. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I wouldn't dream of taking someone else's treasure. By the way, who is this? Cheng Tingfei noticed Yi Jing standing beside the two women. Zhang Qingxian introduced, "This is my fiancé." Huang Yuyin felt a bit uncomfortable. Previously, when she heard this introduction, she would silently wish Zhang Qingxian well and even feel happy for her. But since learning about her own engagement, she didn't know how to react, and there was a faint sense of jealousy. He should have been my fiancé too. Huang Yuyin sighed softly in her heart. Your fiancé? Oh, which family's son is he? People of their level usually married within their social circles, so the man would certainly not be an ordinary person. The female secretary, Feng Kaikai, sneered, "What family's son? I saw in the class group chat that he's just a door-to-door son-in-law, a good-for-nothing." Initially, the classmates in the group chat had mocked Yi Jing, calling him a worthless man and a good-for-nothing. But later, Yi Jing had humiliated them with the icy jade god of wealth, and several influential figures had stood up for him, making the classmates realize that Yi Jing was also a big shot and no longer dared to speak ill of him. However, those later events were never mentioned in the class group chat, as everyone who had witnessed them kept silent. Only someone like Feng Kaikai, who had missed the class reunion, was unaware of the truth. Cheng Tingfei immediately showed a look of disdain. So he's just a live-in son-in-law. In these times, any man with a shred of self-respect would prefer to be an ordinary person rather than a live-in son-in-law. Zhang Qingxian, why keep such a worthless man? You'd be better off finding a better match, Cheng Tingfei chuckled. Not to mention others, I've recently divorced and I could be considered. Chapter 220. Under consideration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically. Mr. Cheng, I advise you not to talk nonsense. Yi Gu and I have a great relationship, she immediately retorted with righteousness, while quickly observing Yi Jing's reaction, fearing he might be displeased. She had received help from Yi Jing on multiple occasions. Without him, she wouldn't even have been able to sit in the position of president. Huang Yuyin also spoke with a hint of displeasure. Mr. Cheng, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Yi Jing is no good for nothing. He is more responsible and dependable than many men. Seeing the two goddesses defending Yi Jing, Cheng Tingfei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, he became even more appreciative of the two women. In his view, it was precisely because these two women were high-quality and kind-hearted that they would defend a good-for-nothing and care about his feelings. If it were those who only cared about money and climbing the social ladder, like his secretary Feng Kaikai, who would bother to consider the feelings of a good-for-nothing? His interest in these two goddesses grew even more intense. All right, my mistake for speaking out of turn, Cheng Tingfei said, though his attitude remained disdainful. Are you here to visit the famous painting exhibition today? Do you have tickets? If not, you can ask me for them. You may not know, but I own a security company. The security arrangements for today's painting exhibition are handled by my company. If I take you in, no one will dare to stop us. At this moment, Yi Jing calmly said, No need to trouble you. We have tickets. As he spoke, he casually took out 3 tickets. He had instructed Pu Nan to get 3 tickets. Even though tickets to such an esteemed exhibition were hard to come by, with Pu Nan's capabilities, there was no chance of failure. You managed to get tickets? They're pretty hard to get, aren't they? Cheng Tingfei muttered before saying, See you inside. After Cheng Tingfei left, Huang Yuyin whispered, Qingxian, why is this Cheng Tingfei's eyes so restless? I noticed he keeps glancing around, especially at your chest. Zhang Qingxian also noticed and said with resentment, Not just me, he was also staring at you. His little eyes were darting around, clearly not a good person, and he dared to slander Yi Gu, unforgivable. Huang Yuyin agreed, Exactly, he can say whatever he wants, but he shouldn't talk about Yi Jing. Yi Jing, listening to the two women, couldn't help but chuckle. When did these two become so united in their animosity? He didn't care what Cheng Tingfei said about him, but the two women were fiercely defending him. All right, let's go in, Yi Jing said. Yi Jing, with his high-level perspective, felt that someone like Cheng Tingfei wasn't even worth interacting with. They had met today, but it was possible they might never see each other again in their lifetime. However, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, like vengeful wives, kept complaining about Cheng Tengfei as they walked. Once inside the exhibition, the two women were immediately captivated by the various precious landscape paintings. Landscape paintings inherently possess a unique charm, allowing people to immerse themselves in their Yi Jing. As the ancients said, immersing oneself in nature carries some of that meaning. This painting is nice. Huang Yuyan, I'll buy this one and give it to you, Yi Jing said, choosing a landscape painting with a calming effect, intending to buy it for Huang Yuyan. Of course, he couldn't be biased, so he selected another painting. This one is for Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan both smiled joyfully, feeling delighted in their hearts. But then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. You're buying the paintings? Do you even have the money for that? Cheng Tengfei reappeared with Feng Kai, mocking, You, a good-for-nothing, can afford these precious paintings? Do you even know how much these paintings cost? Yi Jing calmly replied, 2 million each. What's the problem? Are they expensive? Cheng Tengfei glared at Yi Jing. 4 million is no small sum, and even for many small business owners, it's hard to come up with that much liquidity at once. Of course, for someone like me, a well-known entrepreneur, it's just a small amount, easily managed. But you... Cheng Tengfei shook his head and looked at Feng Kai. Do you think he can afford it? Feng Kai sneered. How could he, Mr. Cheng? He's a good-for-nothing. Everyone in the alumni group says he's a freeloader. At the alumni gathering, he didn't even have his own car. It was Zhang Qingxian who drove the company car. Cheng Tengfei chuckled. Look at you. So poor yet still trying to act tough. Since you love acting so much, fine. I'll stay here and watch how you buy these 2 paintings. After saying that, he turned to Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. If you really receive those paintings, you'd better be careful. Chances are, this guy will buy you some fakes. Zhang Qingxian smiled and shook her head. No, you don't understand, Yigo. He definitely wouldn't give us fakes. He would only give us the real thing. Huang Yuyan also nodded. Exactly. Stop showing your shallow understanding. The attitude of the 2 women made Cheng Tengfei grind his teeth in frustration. How could these 2 women be so oblivious? He was only trying to warn them kindly, but they couldn't see through Yi Jing's true nature. He couldn't understand how this good-for-nothing managed to have both women defending him so fiercely. Yi Jing, is it? Cheng Tengfei decided to shift his target directly to Yi Jing. Do you even know how much each of these famous paintings costs? Let me tell you. I know every single one of the paintings in this exhibition like the back of my hand. Who painted each one, their value, and how much they sold for at auctions. I know it all. After all, as the person in charge of the security system here, he naturally had to do his homework in advance. He had thoroughly researched every detail about these famous paintings. And when it comes to giving ladies famous paintings, I can buy 2 right here and now and gift them to these 2 beautiful ladies. Can you do that? Or will you wait until after the exhibition and sneak off to buy some fakes from a street stall? Cheng Tengfei carried himself with an air of superiority, but his secretary Feng Kai felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she had always been the most favored one. Even Cheng Tengfei's wife knew little about his affairs at home. Only she, as his secretary, knew everything about him. Recently, as she subtly showed her interest, Cheng Tengfei had been increasingly drawn to her. When that day came, she would transform into a golden phoenix, pushing the original wife aside and becoming the wealthy lady of the house. Chapter 221. Sense of Crisis. The sudden appearance of Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan today gave Feng Kai a sense of crisis. If Cheng Tengfei, the CEO, suddenly fell for someone else and started liking Zhang Qingxian or Huang Yuyan, what would she do? In terms of looks and charm, she couldn't compare to Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan at all. The 2 of them were known as the 3 golden flowers of their high school back in the day. In terms of family background and status, one was the daughter of the Zhang family, while the other was said to be from a distinguished family in Beijing and had returned from abroad. In terms of current status and position, one was the CEO of the Zhang Group, and the other a general manager, neither of which could be compared to her position as a secretary. The only thing she could rely on was the playful and flirtatious nature she possessed, which was her secret to winning over Chang Tengfei. CEO Chang, won't you buy one for me too? Feng Kaikai leaned softly against Chang Tengfei. Seeing his secretary feeling neglected, Chang Tengfei laughed heartily. Of course, I'll buy one for you too. Feng Kaikai felt a bit better in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't show any of her thoughts, maintaining her usual coquettish demeanor. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Sure. If you can buy those two famous paintings, I won't say a word and leave immediately. He pointed to two paintings nearby. Those two paintings were the most expensive in the entire exhibition. One was a famous landscape painting priced at 2.5 billion, and the other was a renowned conceptual painting priced at 1.5 billion. Combined, they amounted to 4 billion, which was far beyond Chang Tengfei's means. Even if he liquidated all his fixed assets, he would only have around 3 billion, and he certainly couldn't convert all of that into cash at once. You're talking nonsense. Those two paintings aren't even for sale. Chang Tengfei was also shocked. How did Yi Jing know that these two paintings were the most expensive in the exhibition? Or was it just a lucky guess? In my opinion, if you're going to give gifts to goddesses, you should give these two flower paintings. Chang Tengfei walked over to two paintings that were not expensive, both depicting flower fields. This is what goddesses love the most. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan, however, understood Yi Jing's intentions and covered their mouths, laughing. CEO Cheng, we don't like these flower fields. We like the previous landscape and conceptual paintings. If you're going to give gifts to girls, you have to buy those too. Chang Tengfei was slightly stunned, then snorted coldly. That's not a problem. I have a deep understanding of landscape and conceptual art. I'll go and select even better ones for you two goddesses. Yi Jing said calmly, are you saying that those two landscape and conceptual paintings weren't good? Shall we call the organizers over to ask them? Chang Tengfei certainly couldn't agree to that. If they called the organizers, it would expose the fact that those two paintings were the most expensive, and his reputation would be ruined. No, there's no need to bother the organizers. Let's just look at other paintings. Chang Tengfei tried to move away. All right, buying these two would be fine too. Yi Jing pointed to two paintings nearby. These two. The Yi Jing is quite good. Chang Tengfei finally smiled in satisfaction. The combined price of these two paintings was only 6 million, which was within his budget. This was also the normal price range for most paintings in this prestigious exhibition. Such excellent works, buying them as gifts for the two ladies would be perfect. Chang Tengfei went to find an attendant to make the purchase. Feng Kaikai immediately chimed in. See? This is the right way to pursue a girl. When you see something good, you buy it for your goddess. Unlike some people who, despite being penniless, act like they're some big shot, but when it comes to actually spending money, they freeze up. Our CEO Cheng has the guts. He doesn't hesitate to buy such expensive paintings. Zhang Qingxian whispered next to Yi Jing, Brother Yi, are we really going to let him buy them? What if we can't refuse them later? Now that Yi Jing had pushed things to this point, the two women would find it difficult to accept or refuse the gifts. Huang Yuyan also looked troubled. Yi Jing, maybe we should just run away? Yi Jing smiled. Why run? He won't be able to buy them. Don't let the price fool you. Those two paintings are not for sale. How do you know? Yi Jing just smiled faintly and didn't elaborate. At this moment, Chang Tengfei returned with a troubled expression. The organizers won't sell those two paintings. Yi Jing asked with a smile. Why not? Aren't those paintings within your budget? Did they look down on you and think you couldn't afford them? Chang Tengfei, feeling embarrassed, retorted. How could that be? I may not have 4 billion, but do I not have 6 million? Realizing he had slipped up, it was too late to take it back, so he had no choice but to change the subject. It's because the exhibition doesn't want to sell them. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He turned to the attendants. Do you know who I am? Why won't you sell these two ordinary paintings to me? One of the attendants shook his head. Sir, those two paintings are not for sale. Why don't you look at some others? The attendant's finger happened to point to the two 4 billion yuan paintings. Chang Tengfei roared. Not only am I the CEO of the security company in charge of this exhibition, but I also sponsored this exhibition. I'm one of the bosses, understand? Although he had only symbolically sponsored 1%, it was still a sponsorship. If you don't sell these 2 paintings to me, I'll withdraw my investment. Can you take responsibility for that? The attendants were indeed afraid. They were just ordinary employees and couldn't afford to offend the bosses here. But at that moment, a female CEO in high heels and a red cheongsam walked over. You want to withdraw your investment? Fine. The female CEO immediately called over her assistant. Take CEO Chung to handle the withdrawal procedures. After that, have him leave. Ah. Chung Tingfei was dumbfounded. He had just been bluffing to threaten the attendant, never expecting the real boss to show up. CEO Fong, I didn't mean it like that. Chung Tingfei quickly backed down. Then what did you mean? The cheongsam-clad CEO asked. This is my exhibition. I won't allow anyone to cause trouble here, not even you, CEO Chung. Do you understand? Normally, Chung Tingfei would have swallowed his pride, but he was trying to impress Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. Chapter 222, Demonstration. How could Chung Tingfei possibly back down? Am I causing trouble? Miss Fong, are you blind? I just asked the staff to sell me these 2 paintings. How is that causing trouble? Miss Fong in the cheongsam, who was scolded, also had a very ugly expression. Many of the people attending today's art exhibition were here because of her reputation. Being scolded in front of them was like being humiliated in public. These 2 paintings are not for sale. Miss Fong directly threw out a sentence and then instructed the security guards beside her. Throw him out? Also, Xiao Zheng, how much did he sponsor today? Refund it all to him immediately. Assistant Xiao Zheng quickly operated on her phone and transferred the money back. Fine, 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 Chung Tingfei said with a face as dark as thunderclouds. Since you're being so unreasonable, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I don't believe I can't buy these 2 lousy paintings. They were just 2 ordinary paintings. He wanted to buy them to gift his goddess. Why was this art exhibition repeatedly obstructing him? Security. Chung Tingfei shouted loudly. 10 or so security guards at the entrance outside quickly rushed in, and the security guards inside also gathered around. Miss Fong's expression changed at this moment. It suddenly dawned on her that all the security guards here were from Chung Tingfei's company. They were all his men. Today, I'm going to see why you, an art exhibition organizer, refused to sell me the paintings. What, do you think I can't afford them? I'm determined to buy them. After being blocked several times, Chung Tingfei was extremely displeased. Miss Fong's eyes flashed with panic. Today, most of the security guards here were from Chung Tingfei's security company. These people were indeed difficult to deal with. Yi Jing, however, calmly stepped forward. Are you going to make a move? He looked at Chung Tingfei indifferently, as if he didn't even consider him a threat. What, are you trying to be a hero? Chung Tingfei laughed with anger. You're just a useless son-in-law, and you're acting tough now? Do you really dare to step forward in this situation? Security, take him down first. Chung Tingfei waved his hand, and a group of security guards rushed forward. But the next second, without even seeing how Yi Jing made a move, all the security guards were sent flying. Yi Jing's clothes remained spotless as he calmly walked toward Chung Tingfei. Ouch! Chung Tingfei sucked in a breath of cold air. This Yi Jing was so strong? Those were over a dozen security guards just now. Quick, protect me. Chung Tingfei hurriedly called out to the remaining 20 or so security guards, who quickly surrounded him, shielding him while they gradually retreated. Do you think these security guards can protect you? Yi Jing's figure flashed, and with a kick, he sent the few security guards in front of Chung Tingfei flying. Then, he slapped Chung Tingfei across the face. How dare you hit me? You useless son-in-law. Chung Tingfei was filled with rage, as if his chest was ablaze. What kind of status did he have? Any one of his identities could crush Yi Jing. Why would this son-in-law dare to slap his face? Why were those 2 goddesses so protective of him? Why, when he could clearly afford those 2 paintings, did this art exhibition refuse to sell them to him? In the next moment, a group of people entered from the door. They were the prestigious Miao family from the provincial capital, led by the elderly Miao Su, followed by the eldest son of the Miao family, Miao Wenjun. Who wants to buy my paintings? And who's causing trouble at my art exhibition? Miao Su strode in, followed by over 50 bodyguards. Chung Tengfei quickly pointed at Yijing. Mr. Miao, it's him. It's all him. He's the one who wanted to buy the paintings and started hitting people at your art exhibition. Look at the handprint on my face. He did this. Chung Tengfei suddenly felt as if he had found a backing. After all, many of his company's businesses were connected to the Miao family. In a sense, the Miao family had given him a livelihood. If the Miao family cut off his orders, his company would be in dire straits in no time. To some extent, Chung Tengfei's company was like a subordinate of the Miao family, and he had to pay tribute to them every year. He even attended the Miao family's banquets. Seeing Chung Tengfei being beaten, Miao Su's face also showed anger. Who dared to touch his people? Miss Fong and the Chong Sam quickly stepped forward. Mr. Miao. He insisted on buying the paintings. Miss Fong was also employed by the Miao family and was considered one of their own, as the largest sponsor and organizer behind this art exhibition. However, there was a clear hierarchy, and Chung Tengfei was obviously closer to the Miao family. What paintings did he insist on buying? We're here to hold an art exhibition, not to prevent people from buying paintings. What kind of nonsense is this? Miss Fong quickly explained, Mr. Miao, he wanted to buy these 2 paintings. Fortunately, this friend helped prevent a bigger disturbance. When Miao Su saw the special markings on the 2 paintings, he became furious. You want to buy these 2 paintings? Didn't you see my mark? This is the Miao family's mark, meaning they are not for sale. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Miao Su fiercely kicked Chung Tengfei in the stomach. Those are not for sale? Chung Tengfei was stunned. He went closer to take a look and indeed saw the special Miao family mark in the corner. Most of the paintings at this exhibition were indeed for sale, but there were also many that belonged to the organizers themselves, just brought here for exhibition and to show off. After the exhibition, they would be taken back to hang in their own homes. Many of these paintings belonged to the Miao family's own estate and were not for sale but to be admired by others. Yijing, having been to the Miao family before and knowing about these markings, recognized them at first glance. Damn, I must have lost my mind. I didn't even see the Miao family's mark. Chung Tengfei was now full of regret. Then, he vented all his anger on Yijing. If it weren't for Yijing deliberately pointing him to buy those 2 paintings, if it weren't for his desire to impress the 2 goddesses, he wouldn't have missed that special mark. Mr. Miao, it's all him. He's the one who incited me to buy them. I didn't intend to buy any paintings. Miao Su followed Chung Tengfei's gaze and suddenly trembled. Mr. Yi. Miao Su had once been treated by Yijing, or else he would have turned into a pile of dust by now. Moreover, he had recently noticed that his wife's health was also deteriorating. As people aged, all sorts of ailments would appear. Recently, Miao Su had been thinking about how to invite Yijing to the Miao family to treat his wife, but he hadn't found a suitable reason. After all, such a divine doctor wouldn't lack money or status. The only way to invite him would be through personal relationships. But how could Miao Su possibly owe Yijing a favor? He had been racking his brains for a while without finding an opportunity. Chapter 223, Selling a Favor. Miao Su, who had been unable to find an opportunity, never expected to encounter Yijing at the art exhibition today. And it seemed, his own dog, Chung Tengfei, had somehow gotten into a conflict with Yijing. This made Miao Su's head buzz instantly, and his scalp tingled with fear. I've been trying every possible way to please Mr. Yi, and this dog of mine goes and causes trouble. Bang! Miao Su, filled with resentment, slapped Chung Tengfei hard across the face. One side of Chung Tengfei's face was already swollen. Now it was symmetrical, with both sides swollen. Why did you hit me? Chung Tengfei was shocked, covering his burning cheeks with his hands. Miao Su, however, didn't have time to care about Chung Tengfei. Instead, he approached Yijing. Mr. Yi, it's an honor to have you grace our art exhibition. And Miss Shang Qingxian too. Miao Su smiled. Your presence here makes this place shine. I apologize for that minor incident earlier. Mr. Yi, you wanted those 2 paintings, didn't you? Miaosu personally took them down. I'll sell them to you for 0 yuan. The onlookers were already stunned. Why is Mr. Miao so respectful to that son-in-law? And selling for 0 yuan? That's practically giving them away. He even slapped Cheng Tingfei, who they've been promoting, without hesitation just for that Yi Jing. What kind of identity does Yi Jing have? All eyes were on Yi Jing, including the woman in the Chong Sam, who kept glancing at him. Could this Mr. Yi be a hidden big shot? Mr. Miao rarely lowers his posture, so this Mr. Yi must have an extraordinary background. Many of the female staff at the art exhibition also took the opportunity to sneak a few extra glances at Yi Jing. This kind of person was a potential diamond bachelor. If they could hook up with him, they might even climb the ladder to the Miao family. This guy is so handsome. And he's a distinguished guest of Mr. Miao. Only someone extraordinary would get Mr. Miao to offer paintings personally. I thought Cheng Tingfei was someone important, but in Mr. Miao's eyes, he'd rather slap Cheng Tingfei than offend that guy. If only I could know someone as handsome and well-connected as him, I'd marry him in a heartbeat. Yi Jing took the 2 paintings and handed them to Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan, bring this painting to me later, and I'll refine it for you. Huang Yuyan was taken aback. Refine it? How exactly? Holding the painting, she felt a bit uneasy, as if it were too precious to hold. It made sense for Yi Jing to give a painting to Zheng Qingxian, as they were engaged, but why did he give one to her? She was, at most, just a friend. Yet he treated her the same as Zheng Qingxian. Could it be that Yi Jing had feelings for her? When they got home, Yi Jing took Huang Yuyan's painting. I'll refine this painting. Then, he closed the door. Outside, Huang Yuyan was puzzled. How exactly will he refine it? Inside the room, Yi Jing took out some pre-prepared medicinal powder and evenly sprinkled it on the painting. Using a special technique, he ensured the powder would remain on the painting for a long time. Done. Yi Jing opened the door and handed it back to Huang Yuyan. Where did you refine it? I can't see anything different, Huang Yuyan said, puzzled. She carefully examined the painting up close, sensing a faint fragrance but no other changes. The fragrance was actually the medicinal powder that could help calm the mind. However, Yi Jing wouldn't tell Huang Yuyan about this. The powder worked best when people were unaware. If they knew about it, the effect would be diminished. Holding the painting, Huang Yuyan sniffed the fragrance and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Huang Yuyan emerged from her room, looking refreshed and energetic. Yi Jing nodded in satisfaction. The painting, combined with the medicine, was perfect for helping Huang Yuyan relax. It seemed to have worked, allowing her to sleep well. But in Huang Yuyan's eyes, she was starting to see Yi Jing differently. Could he have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would he give me a painting, just like he did for Zheng Qingxian? And why didn't he give one to Lin Yanan, who also lives in the villa? There must be something more to it. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Yuyan happily went to work. Yi Jing, however, had no idea that Huang Yuyan had been thinking so much. He looked at Zheng Qingxian, who hadn't left yet. What's wrong with Qingxian? Why hasn't she left yet? Usually, she goes to work with Huang Yuyan. Zheng Qingxian shook her head, her expression a bit off. Yi Jing frowned. The last time Zheng Qingxian had looked like this was when the company had rapidly expanded, causing cash flow problems. She had to seek investment. What was happening this time? Zheng Qingxian blinked and said, Yi Gu, am I useless? Yi Jing was puzzled. What do you mean? The chip scraps business and the collaboration with the Mu family are going well, aren't they? Zheng Qingxian replied, yes, the company is doing well, and we've even opened up new revenue streams. But it's all thanks to Huang Yuyan. She came up with the idea to collaborate with the Mu family, and she handled all the processes. The only thing I did was find some investment, and even that was thanks to you. I feel like I have no presence at all. Zheng Qingxian looked down, feeling disheartened. She looked at Yi Jing earnestly. Yi Ge, do you not like me anymore? Like yesterday, when you bought 2 paintings and gave one to me and one to Huang Yuyan. Yi Jing was speechless. He had just given them paintings. But these two women were overthinking so much. Yijing chuckled. Why would you think that? Zhang Qingxian shook her head, trying to put those thoughts aside. Forget it. Complaining won't help. I need to work harder. I need to become more outstanding so that Yi Gu will like me. Huang Yuyan is my good friend, and I should be happy for her success. Not only should I support her, but I should also do better than her in other areas. Yijing didn't know how to respond, but seeing Zhang Qingxian rekindle her spirit, he felt relieved. As long as she didn't fall into a negative spiral, that was enough. That evening, Zhang Qingxian excitedly returned home early. Yi Gu, I found my niche. You have to support me this time. Yijing smiled. Sure. What's your niche? I'll definitely support you. Chapter 224, New Path. Our Zhang family has always been involved in low-end industries, haven't we? Zhang Qingxian was in high spirits. After saying that, she felt extremely thirsty and quickly picked up a bottle of water that Yijing had just drunk from, gulping it down noisily. Hey, that's my water. Before Yijing could even say it, Zhang Qingxian had already finished the whole bottle. Ah, your water? Zhang Qingshuan's face turned red instantly, but there was nothing she could do since she had already drunk it all. Feeling extremely embarrassed, she had to convince herself inwardly. Yijing is going to be my future husband anyway, so what's the big deal in drinking a bit of his water? Maybe in the future, even his saliva. Oh right, I was talking about the new path. Zhang Qingxian quickly changed the subject. Our Zhang family has always been involved in low-end industries, right? Specifically, things like agricultural irrigation. This time, one of the labs I've been investing in has developed a brand new spray irrigation system using Mu family's latest chip technology. It has intelligent control devices, which has improved the spraying efficiency by 90% and reduced labor costs by 70%. It's a huge leap forward. Zhang Qingxian spoke with great enthusiasm. It was rare for her to achieve a breakthrough in any field, so she was exceptionally happy. The previous chip scrap cooperation project was Huang Yuyan's achievement. This time, I finally have my own contribution. I can prove myself. On the surface, Zhang Qingxian was the president, but deep down, she was a very ambitious girl who also wanted her own achievements. She didn't want to rely on others every time, whether it was her best friend's help or her fiancé Yijing's assistance. Congratulations, Yijing said sincerely, smiling as he looked at the excited girl, unable to help but feel some admiration and appreciation. This time, I want to hold a product launch for the intelligent spray irrigation system, but I'm worried that no one will come. Zhang Qingshuan's mood dipped slightly. After all, our Zhang family hasn't been in contact with the relevant partners for a long time. It's considered a sunset industry, and many partners have even switched to other fields. Yijing smiled. Don't worry, some of the families that have collaborated with the Zhang family, like the Mu family and the Duan family, will come. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. How could that be? The Mu family collaborates with us on high-end chip technology projects, which have nothing to do with this spray irrigation system. How could they come? Other families are the same. They don't involve themselves in this, so they won't come. In the business world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal profits. If you don't have a project that makes money together with your partners, why would they come to support you? Yijing smiled. Don't worry. I'll help you call some people to come and support the event. Zhang Qingxian could only nod. I'll also try to contact some companies in the relevant industry. But deep down, she didn't hold much hope. After all, it was a low-end and declining industry. Even if she had made significant technological innovations today, how many people would really understand it? After letting Zhang Qingxian rest, Yijing took out his phone. Mr. Duan, I have a product launch tomorrow. Are you coming? The Duan family didn't even ask what kind of product launch it was and immediately agreed. Don't worry, we'll definitely be there. How much investment do you need? The Duan family didn't even ask about the product and directly offered to invest. A moment later, Yijing called the influential Miao family, Mr. Miao Su. The Miao family also said they would definitely be there tomorrow. Qilong, Mu family, Tenghui Group, Lu Longjun from the Lu family, Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Finance. One phone call after another, and all of them agreed to come. The next day, Zhang Qingshuan's product launch was held in a large auditorium. It's already 10 o'clock, and no one has come yet. Zhang Qingxian felt a bit worried. About 60% of the companies she contacted directly said they wouldn't come, and the remaining 40% called to say they would be a bit late. Sigh, I've put so much effort into this technological innovation, and just as it's bearing some fruit, why isn't anyone appreciating it? Zhang Qingxian started to feel a bit self-pitying. Beside her, Yijing smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. I've had people evaluate your product system, and it's quite commendable. Yesterday, Yijing had experts evaluate the system, and the results were naturally very encouraging. Such an excellent product could greatly increase agricultural yields and reduce costs. But these days, no matter how good your product is, it's useless without the right marketing and promotion. Since the Zheng family has always been involved in low-end industries, even if it's related to high-tech chips, it's done in collaboration with the Mu family. Who would believe that the Zheng family could develop such an advanced, intelligent agricultural system? So for a while, there were hardly any companies from the industry coming. Sister, your product launch doesn't seem to have much of an audience. At this moment, an unpleasant voice came from a distance. Zhang Liue and Zhao Zhongjia walked over with smiles. Yijing frowned. Did you invite your elder sister's family? Zhang Qingxian shook her head. No, I didn't notify anyone in the family this time. Even Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan couldn't come because of work at their companies. This time, it's just me and a few assistants working here. Then why are they here uninvited? Yijing's tone was displeased. Qingxian didn't invite you. What are you doing here? Zhang Liue spoke sarcastically. What, not welcome? You don't even have a ghost here. Coming to add some atmosphere for you, and you don't even appreciate it? Zhao Zhongjia also laughed. Yeah, it's too cold and pitiful here. I've never seen such a miserable product launch. Should I spend some money to hire some extras to add some fake atmosphere? No need. Zhang Qingxian snorted angrily. My product is real and good. I don't need fake things to boost fake popularity. What I need are real partners. Zhang Liue mocked. Come on, sister. Who doesn't know that this is just a reinvention of a declining industry? Being behind is being behind. Being behind means getting beaten. That's what the great figures say, don't you know? Moreover, even if this minor innovation in a declining industry is useful, how much can it really help? Give it up. Sister advises you to listen. These are the suggestions of someone who has been through it. Yijing said calmly. What kind of someone who has been through it? Someone who has failed. Zhang Liue's face darkened, and she immediately stopped talking. If it weren't for Qingxian choosing you as her fiancé, how could I have lost my position as president? Chapter 225. Even they don't come? Yijing, aren't you acquainted with the Duan family? Aren't you familiar with people from Tenghui Group? Zhang Liue sneered. So, even they didn't come? It seems your connections aren't that great after all. Kubaili gloated. Let me tell you, business partners need to bring benefits and profits. Why did they previously favor you? Wasn't it because you had chip products? This time, why didn't they come? Isn't it because you're in a low-end industry? Even if it's a slight innovation, so what? Zhang Liue shook her head. Second sister, you were never cut out to be a president. You've worked so hard for so long, invested so much money, and what have you brought? Just this so-called new irrigation system that no one cares about? That thing, apart from wasting our Zhang family's human and financial resources, what else is it good for? The two of them sang in unison, almost making Zhang Qingxian cry. She had put so much effort into this, was it really worthless? Yijing affirmed, no. I'm certain that Qingshuan's smart irrigation sprinkler system will sell very well. It's a highly technical, significant invention. Hearing this, Zhang Liue felt a bit better. Heh, what good is your certainty? Is the market convinced? Do experts approve? Do the capitalists recognize it? No one acknowledges it, just you two. Why don't you two play with that smart irrigation system in your bed? Kubaili glanced at his watch and said, it's already 10:30, and not a single person has come. Liue, shall we leave too? Zhang Liue mocked, let's go. Let this place be deserted, barren. Let them two play by themselves. Just as they were about to leave, 3 Rolls-Royce Golden Phantoms suddenly appeared in the distance. Huh? That's Meow's car. Zhang Liyue was shocked, and Kubeli was also excited. Is there another event nearby? Did the Meow family come for those events? The top-tier noble family of the provincial city, the Meow family. A level higher than our first-class families. Kubeli was thrilled and quickly went to flatter them. Mr. Meow, you came in person? Seeing Mr. Meow and the next generation head of the Meow family, Meow and June, get out of the car, they were even more excited. Meow Su glanced at Zhang Liyue. Is this your product launch event? Zhang Liyue was stunned and instinctively replied, No, Mr. Meow. What's there to see at this product launch? Our Zhang family has many other businesses. Would you like to take a look? And the Ku family. Before she could finish, Meow Su pushed her and Kubeli aside directly. I'm here for the product launch. What are you interfering for? Move aside. The bodyguards behind him didn't give them any good looks either, directly bumping them aside. Zhang Liyue and Kubeli were a bit confused. Why would a family as big as the Meow family come to such a small product launch? It's just something related to agricultural irrigation. What's so good about it? As Meow Su approached the auditorium entrance, Meow and June shouted loudly, The Meow family congratulates the Zheng family's product launch with a golden toad, wishing you continuous progress and great fortune. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian inside, along with a few assistants, came out. Mr. Meow, you're too kind. Yi Jing's words made Meow Su feel honored. He kept saying he dared not. With Yi Jing's significant status, such an important figure, even a little help from him carried a different weight. Please, come in and take a seat. Yi Jing said, We've arranged seats for you. The Meow family chuckled and went inside. Outside, Zhang Liyue and Kubeli exchanged glances. The Meow family must be blind, right? How could their investment vision be so poor? That irrigation system, what can it achieve? Kubeli also grumbled. Probably the Meow family's evaluation experts made a mistake. That irrigation system, at most, how much industrial value can it have? 100 million tops? For a big noble family like the Meow family, it's nothing, definitely an evaluation error. Zhang Liyue laughed. Maybe they evaluated it at 100 million, and the old man misread it as 100 billion. Kubeli also burst out laughing. At that moment, the distant sound of cars roared. In the next moment, 100 luxury cars came roaring, each worth millions, and every car had congratulatory messages written on it. Congratulations to the Zhang family on the successful development of their new agricultural smart irrigation sprinkler system. Zhang Liyue's face trembled. What kind of publicity is this? 100 luxury cars, neatly arranged, are already eye-catching. If they run around the entire provincial city for a day, wouldn't everyone in the province know that the Zheng family has developed a smart agricultural irrigation system? This is the best publicity method. Could this have been arranged by Second Sister? Just as Zhang Liyue and Kubeli were shocked, the leading car's door opened, and out came the Duan family's representative, Duan Yonghao. Zhang Liyue's gaze sharpened. Why did the Duan family come? This is another major clan, very influential in the provincial city. But wasn't there some animosity between the Duan family and the Zheng family before? The Zhang family first took the Duan family's order and then canceled it. Wouldn't the Duan family mind at all? Duan Yonghao is here. Yi Jing came over and smiled. Welcome, please come in. Duan Yonghao smiled. Congratulations, a new product launch, a new beginning. There's not much I can do, just a little help with the publicity. Zhang Qingxian was deeply moved. Thank you so much. You've already helped us a lot. She was truly shocked. First the Meow family, then the Duan family. What's more, these two families were very thoughtful. The golden toad from the Meow family had a great meaning, and the publicity method from the Duan family could greatly help her. Why did the Duan family come? Zhang Liyue was extremely jealous. If it were her product launch, would the Duan family come? In the next moment, Kubeli covered his mouth and said, Look at the sky. What's up with the sky? Zhang Liyue instinctively looked up. 15 hot air balloons were floating slowly overhead, and under each hot air balloon, there was a long vertical banner, all congratulating Zheng Qingshuan's new product launch. And the signature below was Qi Long. How is this possible? Even the largest underground organization in the provincial city has come to congratulate second sister? Chapter 226, Living Better. Zhang Liyue and Kabaili stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Many people on the ground were also stunned, looking up at the sky. It's been a long time since I've seen such a breathtaking scene. It's been almost half a year since we last saw a hot air balloon in our provincial city, hasn't it? The last time hot air balloons flew, there were only 2 of them. This time, there are more than 10 of them. The entire provincial city can see them. What's more, those banners. It has forced everyone in the entire provincial city to see it. This time, even if Zheng Qingshuan's product is as bad as a pile of shit, it's bound to be a huge success. With such overwhelming publicity, even a rotten egg could sell for a sky-high price. If someone were to promote me like this, I'd even offer my body in return. This is just too big of a move. Today, countless people in the entire provincial city were looking up at the sky. At this moment, the Dragon Lord of Qi Long made an appearance. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this scene? Miss Zhang, is this level of publicity sufficient? Should we add more fuel to the fire? Zhang Qingxian quickly replied, it's enough. The entire provincial city now knows about my product. Please, come inside. She was overwhelmed with gratitude in her heart. Yi Gu, did you arrange all this too? Yi Jing smiled. No, this was all their own idea. I just told them to come over. As he spoke, a sudden barrage of fireworks erupted outside. Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Financial approached with a smile. Mr. Yi, Miss Zhang, I don't have much to offer, so I'll just set off a $10 million firework to make some noise. At least it can attract some attention. The crowd outside instinctively gasped. A $10 million firework, just to make a sound. How vast is Miss Zhang and Mr. Ye's network? To curry favor with these two, they spent $10 million, not expecting any return, just to make a sound? Zhang Qingxian and Kabaili were completely dumbfounded. Such a move. When they held their product launch, not only was there no such grand occasion, but even a single celebrity didn't bother to congratulate them. They didn't even bother to put on a show of courtesy. And today, every single celebrity present was generous, as if they were afraid of being outdone by others, creating an almost competitive atmosphere. Are these people crazy? Just for some crappy agricultural spraying and irrigation system, are they going insane? Zhang Qingxian simply couldn't understand. Kabaili also couldn't understand. Am I out of touch with the times? Even our Ku family's latest and best products didn't receive such a massive amount of publicity. What kind of luck did Zhang Qingxian have? Why are all these celebrities, bosses, and entrepreneurs so optimistic about her product? People nearby were all drawn in by the sound of the fireworks, the hot air balloons, the luxury cars, and more. Those who had stood up Zhang Qingxian in the morning, the various industry partners who had planned not to come, were all regretting it. Damn it! If I had known the Zhang family's publicity would be this big, we should have gone early. Now it's probably too late. The Zhang family's product launch is probably packed with people by now. At the Zhang family residence, Zhang Leoi, Zhang Laodai, and many other Zhang family members were also surprised, looking in the direction of the sky. Is that the direction of the grand hall where my second sister is holding her product launch? It should be, but why are there so many hot air balloons and the sound of fireworks? Is there some other event happening at the same time? Zhang Leoi's face showed a hint of worry. This is bad. The crowd will definitely be drawn away by someone else. Our Qingxian and Yi Jing's product launch might not have anyone watching. He instructed a few juniors. You guys go quickly and cheer for your second sister. Give her some support. The juniors, receiving the order, hurried out. Zhang Laotai, however, shook her head. Alas, you're just too partial to this second sister of yours. Zhang Leoi smiled. She's my own granddaughter. How can I not be fond of her? Who else would I be partial to? Laodai, however, said, you should show some affection to Zhang Liyue too. Don't you care about your elder granddaughter anymore? Do you only focus on the second one every day? Zhang Leoi was furious. It's not my fault that the elder granddaughter made poor choices. It was her engagement, yet she gave it to the second one. How is that my fault? And look at how our Zhang family's business has been thriving since Qing Xian took over. Isn't that great? Loud Eye shook her head. The Zhang family's business is doing well, but it's almost becoming Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing's alone. Since they took over Zhangshi flagship group, the company has been developing better and better, but the profits distributed to the Zhang family have been decreasing. These two kids just like to eat alone, not sharing any benefits with their own family. What kind of relatives are they? Upon hearing this, Leoi didn't dare to speak up. This was indeed the truth. Since Zhang Qingxian took power, she hasn't given these leeching members of the Zhang family any opportunities. If you want to make money, fine, come to the company and work hard. If you just want to lie at home and expect to get dividends and profits, then go back to sleep. Loud Eye said, I don't care about all that. All I know is that since the elder granddaughter Liue lost power, our Zhang family's quality of life has plummeted. Don't you think about giving Liue more business? At least she can make our Zhang family's life better. Zhang Leoi remained silent. We'll talk about this later. At that moment, a few juniors hurriedly ran back from afar. Grandpa, those fireworks and hot air balloons were all to congratulate our second sister's product launch. All the big families and clans in the provincial city brought gifts to congratulate our second sister and second brother-in-law. Hearing the juniors' voices, Zhang Leoi laughed. See, our Zhang family still needs the Qingxian family to lead us to prosperity. Loud Eye rolled her eyes and went back into the house. This is too grand of a scene. Zhang Qingxian was incredulous, stunned by the magnificent spectacle before her. In the distance, Zhang Liue and Kabaili were so envious that their eyeballs almost popped out. But that wasn't all. Everyone only heard a series of piercing sounds in the sky, and suddenly more than a dozen helicopters began to scatter money and promotional flyers in midair. Many of those promotional flyers were directly tied with money. In an instant, countless people in the entire provincial city rushed to grab those flyers. The flyers were promoting Zhangshi's new product released today. Wow, Zhangshi is really generous. Just to promote a new product, they're giving us money directly. Quick, grab the money. Haha, Zhangshi is indeed rich and powerful. What Zhangshi? Didn't you see the signature on the flyer? It's the Mu family. Chapter 227. A grand gesture. Wow. The Mu family is actually helping the Zhang family distribute money, all just to promote their new product? I thought the previous few families were already making a huge splash, but the Mu family is even more extravagant. It's baffling why so many families are going to such lengths, spending money and resources, just to promote the Zhang family. What are they after? Who knows? But from now on, no one will dare to mess with the Zhang family. Their connections are incredibly strong. The onlookers, looking at Zhang Qingxian, now had expressions filled with fear. This family, once considered a third-tier clan, would no longer be seen as such from this day forward. Even second-tier families wouldn't have such a lavish network of connections. Yigu, they're all here because of you, right? Zhang Qingxian knew very well that her own influence wouldn't have been enough to attract such a crowd. Yijing smiled faintly, just some friends who are willing to give me some face. Zhang Qingxian hugged Yijing's arm. Thank you, Yigu. Wow, even companies within the industry and investment firms have been drawn here. This product launch is going to be a success. Yijing chuckled. With such a powerful lineup of supporters, how could anyone not show up? Even the most clueless person would know that the Zhang family's new product was going to make waves across the province. Not far away, Zhang Liue was feeling utterly miserable. Comparing herself to others only made her feel worse. Why didn't she have a husband like Yijing? She glanced at Zhao Zhongjie beside her. Sure, he was from the Zhao family, but aside from his decent background, he didn't seem to measure up to Yijing in any way. It was me who turned down Yijing's proposal, and now my younger sister is reaping all the benefits. Why? Why is she doing so well with Yijing's help, attracting all these powerful figures to support her? Why? Zhang Liue's heart was filled with resentment. Zhao Zhongjie was at a loss for words. Those influential figures weren't just beyond his reach. Even his father wouldn't be qualified to sit with them. I deeply regret not accepting the engagement. Zhang Liue was so distressed that she started pulling at her hair. Zhao Zhongjie, hearing this, asked curiously, "What did you just say?" Realizing she had let something slip, Zhang Liue quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Come on, let's go inside. Let's see if my younger sister will mess up this product launch." Zhao Zhongjie also smirked. Traffic and connections are one thing, but in the end, it all comes down to the product itself. If her product falls flat, this whole event will turn into a farce. The more Yijing helps her, the more embarrassing it will be if things go south. Zhang Liue silently hoped for that outcome. The two found a gap and slipped into the venue. On stage, Zhang Qingxian was extremely nervous. "Yigu, what if I mess up? Will they laugh at me?" Yijing calmly encouraged her, "Don't worry, I'll be right here. If you make a mistake, I'll help you correct it. Besides, there are professionals and assistants around. You can leave the technical parts to them." Zhang Qingxian nodded. Moments later, Zhang Qingxian, along with the professionals and assistants, took turns on stage to introduce the product system. Many of the bigwigs in the audience had initially come just to show support for Yijing, but the more they listened, the more serious and focused they became. Those at their level had sharp eyes, and they quickly saw the vast profit potential in this smart agricultural irrigation system. Technology is indeed the primary productive force. With this intelligent irrigation system, the watering in many farmlands, medicinal fields, and orchards can be more humane than ever before, even adjusting irrigation plans based on daily weather changes. This fully leverages the capabilities of the Mu family's chips. Many companies within the industry saw the potential for growth, and even the investment firms were eyeing the opportunity with excitement. This product was definitely worth investing in. By the end of the product launch, numerous investment companies had already approached Zhang Qingxian to discuss investment intentions. Industry professionals were also lining up to seek cooperation. This scene made Zhang Liue green with envy. All of this should have been mine. The Mu family's and the Duan family's resources, those investment firms, they should all have been mine. That CEO position should have been mine. Zhang Liue's eyes were filled with madness. She regretted her past self for rejecting Yijing's proposal and pushing such a promising man to her younger sister. "Give him back to me. Give my husband back to me." Zhang Liue lunged at Zhang Qingxian, her hands flailing. "Liue, what are you doing?" Zhao Zhongjie noticed Zhang Liue's erratic behavior and tried to stop her, but he missed and Zhang Liue charged forward, grappling with Zhang Qingxian. "Younger sister, give me back my husband. He's my husband, not yours." Zhang Qingxian was stunned. "Big sister, what's wrong with you? What husband?" Zhang Liue angrily retorted, "Yijing is my husband. The engagement document had my name on it. Why did you take him from me?" Zhang Qingxian was dumbfounded. "Big sister, you tore up the engagement document and refused to marry Yigu. I stepped forward to say I was willing to marry him to protect our family's reputation and avoid being seen as untrustworthy. What's the point of saying all this now? Yigu and I have already formed a deep bond. You don't know how good he is to me. I will never give him back to you." Zhang Liue flailed her arms. "You thief. It's all your fault." Once a proud CEO, she was now suffering repeated defeats at the hands of her younger sister, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Zhao Zhongjie quickly stepped in to stop her. "Stop acting crazy. What's gotten into you? Where's your confidence?" Zhang Liue glared at Zhao Zhongjie. "It's all because of you. Compared to Yijing, what are you good for? You're just lucky to have a good background. What else do you have?" Yijing, standing nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhang Liue was finally showing some intelligence. "You're talking about me?" Zhao Zhongjie, after being berated by Zhang Liue, also turned pale. "I've done so much for you, and marrying you is already a favor. Yet you're nitpicking? Fine. All those gifts I gave you were just wasted." Zhao Zhongjie stood up and left, breaking up with her on the spot. Chapter 228, Break Up on the Spot. Zhao Zhongjie took out the marriage certificate on the spot and tore it up. Zhang Liyue, given your Qin family circumstances, I'm doing you a favor by even considering you. Yet you dare to bite back? Fine. From today onwards, this engagement is annulled. After all, he had already had his fun with Zhang Liyue, so whether the engagement was dissolved or not didn't matter anymore. Give it to me. Zhao Zhongjie extended his hand, and Zhang Liyue was stunned. What do you want? She sneered. Do you want to take back all the gifts you gave me? Are you that petty? What kind of man takes back gifts from a woman? Zhao Zhongjie chuckled coldly. The little trinkets I gave you regularly aren't worth much, so I'll let that slide. But the engagement ring I gave you the other day is worth 12 million. That's not yours to keep. Zhang Liyue immediately retracted her hand. On it was a dazzling red diamond, the size of a pigeon's egg, worth 12 million. What you gave me is mine. There's no taking it back. Zhang Liyue still wanted to keep the ring. Zhao Zhongjie snatched her hand and took it back. Didn't you understand, you bitch? This is an engagement ring. Since we're not engaged, how can you have it? With the ring in hand, Zhao Zhongjie left without looking back. Zhang Qingxian looked sympathetically at her elder sister. Although all this was due to her sister's own actions, she was still pitiful now. Sister, don't be too sad. Zhang Qingxian wanted to console her sister. But to her surprise, Zhang Liyue was like a hen that had been provoked, ready to peck at anyone. It's all your fault. Zhang Liyue extended her long nails, ready to scratch Zhang Qingxuan's face. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Smack. Just as Zhang Liyue's nails were about to reach Zhang Qingxuan's face, Yijing's hand shot out and slapped her hand away. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you still have any decency as a man? Zhang Liyue lunged at Yijing, completely unrestrained and ready to attack anyone. Seeing this, Long Yi from the Red Dragon stepped forward. How dare you lay hands on Mr. Yi? Die, you! Long Yi kicked Zhang Liyue hard in the stomach. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Mr. Yi won't live past the day. Was it this hand that touched Mr. Yi? Then I'll start by chopping off this hand. Long Yi whipped out a dagger and was about to cut off Zhang Liyue's hand. Zhang Liyue had only dared to act so brazenly because she thought Yijing, being a man, wouldn't dare to touch her. But now, seeing the gleaming blade, the cold light made her suddenly sober up. Don't cut off my hand, please. Zhang Liyue suddenly cried out, I'm a woman. How can you be so heartless to me? I've lost so much, and you don't feel any sympathy for me? You heartless people, don't you have any compassion? Can't you feel sorry for the weak? Long Yi wasn't interested in her whining. He'd cut off more than just wrists in his time, and countless women had died by his hand. Stop! At this moment, the Zhang family members, who had been alerted, finally arrived. They had been curious about the commotion at Zhang Qingxuan's place and had come to check it out. But as soon as they arrived, they saw Long Yi from the Red Dragon about to cut off Zhang Liyue's hand. Yijing, is this how you treat our Zhang family? The old lady, leaning on her cane, was furious. She knew that Long Yi from the Red Dragon had repeatedly backed Yijing, so he must be close to Yijing. This must have been Yijing's doing. What did our Zhang family do to you to deserve such harsh treatment? The aunts and uncles chimed in. Yijing, after all, she's family. How can you bear to cut off your sister's hand? Absolutely not, Yijing. Qingxian, hurry and talk some sense into him. Zhang Qingxian also said, Yi Gu, it's not necessary. Although sister has her faults, we can't resort to such extreme measures. Seeing Zhang Qingxian plead, Yijing finally waved his hand. Long Yi let go of Zhang Liyue and shoved her towards the Zhang family, leaving a final warning. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time. Get lost. Zhang Liyue had no face to stay any longer and quickly returned to the Zhang family's ancestral home. A group of younger relatives and aunts who were close to her followed her back. Left behind were Zhang Leoi and the old lady, looking at the grand scene, and the many companies that had come to discuss investments and partnerships. Qingxian has done quite well, Zhang Leoi said with satisfaction. It was the right decision to give her the presidency. He watched as more and more investment companies signed business investment agreements. Many industry partners had also signed contracts. In other words, Zhang Qingshuan's product system not only had the funds to develop and iterate, but also had a large sales volume, lacking nothing. It's good, but it's just these two making all the money, the old lady said sarcastically. What does that have to do with our Zhang family? A company that doesn't give dividends to the Zhang family, a group that doesn't allow the Zhang family to benefit, is that still a Zhang family group? It's probably Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing's group now, the old lady said with displeasure. Say less. Zhang Leoi glared at her. Go back quickly. A moment later, Zhang Leoi and the old lady returned home. As soon as they entered, a servant said, Master, someone is here to see you. He says he's from Western Sichuan. Western Sichuan? Zhang Leoi frowned. I only served in the army there. Could it be an old comrade? He said, Let him in. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, showing great respect. Master Zhang, my name is Su Yi. You can call me Xiao Su. I am the chairman of the Longxi Group in Western Sichuan. As soon as these words were spoken, a gasp echoed through the hall. Longxi Group. This was a domestic listed company and one of the top 200 in the country. Such a massive company far surpassed the Qin family. Even the powerful hidden family of the provincial capital, the Mu family, was slightly behind the Longxi Group. What brings you here? Zhang Leoi was puzzled about the visitor's intentions. Sui took out an old photo. Master Zhang, take a look at this. Is this you? Zhang Leoi took it and immediately understood. Chapter 229, Brotherhood in Arms. The photograph showed a hurrying of two men, one being Grandpa Zhang and the other Su Changwei. Su Changwei is my father, said Su Yi. He said he is extremely grateful for your Mingzhuren from back then. Sui sighed. He said that if it weren't for you taking a bullet for him on the battlefield, he wouldn't have survived. Grandpa Zhang also sighed. Yes, it's because of that bullet that I developed the chronic illness. Fortunately, Yi Jing was able to cure that illness. Thinking of this, Grandpa Zhang felt even more gratitude towards Yi Jing. By the way, how is Changwei doing now? Asked Grandpa Zhang. Sui's expression darkened as he shook his head. My father passed away 3 years ago due to illness. Before he died, he specifically instructed me to come and repay your Qing. Grandpa, if there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Although I haven't personally experienced the camaraderie you shared with my father, I understand the importance of repaying kindness. No matter what you ask, I won't refuse. Before Grandpa Zhang could respond, the old lady beside him was already quite excited. Grandpa, this is the chairman of the Longxi Group. A little help from him would be enough to keep our Zhang family well-fed and happy. Grandpa Zhang glanced at her indifferently. Is the camaraderie between me and Changwei something that can be measured in money? Besides, our Zheng Group is doing well enough. We don't need a favor from a comrade's son. The old lady glared at him fiercely. You make it sound so easy. Haven't I made it clear to you? While the Zhang Group makes money, how much of it actually goes to the Zhang family members? I think we should let Su Yi support Liyue. That child Liyue is very sensible and knows how to benefit the family. And if Liyue succeeds, won't our Zhang family be walking on 2 legs instead of 1? It's always better to have a backup plan. Grandpa Zhang fell silent upon hearing this. There was truth in what she said. Who wouldn't want the family business to reach new heights? I just don't know if Sui would agree. Grandpa Zhang said, feeling somewhat hesitant. Sui laughed heartily. Grandpa, this is a minor matter. Supporting development is something I do often in Sichuan. I even have ready-made cooperation projects, investment funds, and sales channels. If you're willing, I can help you set up a new company in no time. This time, the old lady took over the conversation directly. That's great. Quickly go and call your elder sister over so Liyue can regia with Su Yi. Su Yi, you should know that our Liyue has been a CEO for many years and has a lot of experience in this area. The two of you should be able to easily build a new company together. Before the old lady's words had even finished, a younger family member came over and whispered, Grandma, elder sister doesn't want to come over. What? The old lady was shocked, as if hearing something unbelievable. Zhang Liue had always been the most obedient, so why had she suddenly become rebellious? However, she quickly realized that Zhang Liue had been deeply affected by Zhang Qingxian and had also been betrayed by Jiao Zhongjia, who had broken off their engagement. She was probably in a period of emotional low right now. I'm sorry, Sui. My eldest granddaughter is a bit emotionally low right now. I'll go talk to her, the old lady said, leaning on her cane. Sui smiled. Grandma, I'm also free, so I'll go with you. Grandpa Zheng and the others also decided to join them. When they arrived at Zhang Liue's room, they saw her sitting at her vanity table, quietly weeping, her face showing a dandan you. When Sui saw this scene of the beautiful woman in sorrow, he was struck like lightning. This was just like Lin Dayu from the novel Dream of the Red Chamber. That pitiful, teary-eyed appearance immediately touched Sui's heart. This is a true Juishermei. Seeing Zhang Liue's sorrowful tears, Sui couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Liue, how are you feeling now? The old lady called out a few times, but Zhang Liue seemed not to hear, not even turning her head. I'm sorry, Sui. My eldest granddaughter is a bit tersu right now. Please wait a moment. I'll go talk to her. Sui's eyes were now fixed on Zhang Liue, as if his gaze was welded to her face. He waved his hands frantically, even a bit nervously. It's okay. It's okay. I like watching. I'm willing to wait. The old lady, who was about to approach, saw through Sui's intentions at once. Her eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that the Zheng family was destined to rise again. The Longxi group was a major conglomerate, and if the Zheng family could just get a small order from them, it would be enough to catapult them to prosperity. And if Sui and Zhang Liue could marry, the Zheng family would instantly transform from a humble chicken to a phoenix, soaring to new heights. By then, no matter how well Zhang Qingshuan's flagship group developed, it would pale in comparison. Liue, look who's here, the old lady said softly. This is Sui, the chairman of the Longxi group, here to visit your grandpa. Zhang Liue, who had been quietly weeping and unresponsive, suddenly came to life upon hearing the words Longxi Group. Longxi Group? Chairman Su? Zhang Liue, her tears still weightagan, turned to look at Sui. Sui, seeing her face clearly, was completely smitten, utterly melted. Zhang Liue's type was exactly what he liked. The description of a teary-eyed Jiishermei run in books couldn't be more accurate. Miss Zhang, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Sui, chairman of the Longxi Group. Please do Zhao. Zhang Liue also nodded. Zhang Liue from the Zheng family. Nice to meet you too. Seeing Zhang Liue come back to life, the old lady Lu Chula Xinjiao Bushenda Xiaoruo. She knew exactly what her eldest granddaughter was thinking and what could revive her spirit. Sui was the perfect remedy. You two should chat and get to know each other better. Grandma will leave now. The old lady gave a meaningful look to Grandpa Zheng and the other Zheng family members, and they all left. Even Tiashinda Guansang Lamun for the two young people. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise I'll help Liue feel better, Sui assured repeatedly. Su Changwei is my father, Sui sighed. He said he is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace during those years. Sui continued. He said if it weren't for you shielding him from a bullet on the battlefield, he wouldn't have survived. Grandpa Zheng also sighed. Yes, it was because of that bullet shield that I developed a chronic illness. Fortunately, that illness was cured by Yi Jing. Thinking of this, Grandpa Zheng felt another wave of gratitude towards Yi Jing. By the way, how is Changwei now? Grandpa Zheng asked. Sui's expression darkened, and he shook his head. My father passed away 3 years ago due to illness. Before he died, he specifically instructed me to come and repay your kindness. Grandpa, if there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. As a younger generation, although I haven't personally experienced the camaraderie between you and my father, I understand the importance of gratitude. No matter what request you make, I won't refuse. Before Grandpa Zheng could react, the old lady beside him was already quite excited. Grandpa, this is the chairman of the Longxi Group. A little help from him would be enough to keep our Zheng family well-fed and happy. Grandpa Zheng glanced at her indifferently. Can the camaraderie between me and Changwei be measured in money? And our Zheng group is doing quite well. We don't need a comrade's son to support us. The old lady glared at him fiercely. You make it sound so easy. Haven't I explained it to you? The profits of the Zheng group may be good, but how much actually goes into the pockets of these Zheng family members? I think we should let Su Yi support Liyue. That child Liyue is very sensible and knows how to benefit the family. And if Liyue succeeds, won't our Zheng family be walking on 2 legs instead of 1? It's always better than limping along, isn't it? Grandpa Zheng fell silent upon hearing this. What she said made a lot of sense. Who wouldn't want the family business to take another step forward? I just don't know if Sui would agree, Grandpa Zheng said, feeling a bit troubled. Sui laughed heartily. Grandpa, this is a small matter. Isn't it just about supporting development? I've done this many times in Western Sichuan. I even have ready-made cooperation projects, investment funds, and sales channels. If you're willing, I can help you set up another company in no time. This time, the old lady took over the conversation directly. Great, that's wonderful. Go call your elder sister over. Let Liyue and Su Yi connect. Young man Su Yi, you don't know. Our Liyue has also been a president for many years, with a lot of experience. The two of you should be able to build a new company together very easily. Before the old lady's words had even finished, a younger family member came over, bowing his head and saying, Grandma, elder sister doesn't want to come over. What? The old lady seemed to hear something unbelievable. Zhang Liyue had always been the most obedient, so how could she suddenly become rebellious? However, she quickly understood. Zhang Liyue had been greatly stimulated by Zhang Qingxian and had her engagement broken by Jiao Zhongjia, that ungrateful wretch. She was probably in a period of emotional low right now. I'm sorry, Su Yi. My eldest granddaughter is a bit down lately. I'll go talk to her. The old lady leaned on her cane. Su Yi smiled. Old lady, since I'm free, I'll go with you. Grandpa Zheng and the others also decided to go along. When they arrived at Zhang Liyue's room, they saw her sitting at her dressing table, quietly weeping, her face showing a faint melancholy. When Su Yi saw this scene of a beautiful woman in melancholy, he was struck like lightning. This was just like Lin Dayu in the novel Dream of the Red Chamber. That pitiful, teary-eyed appearance immediately struck a chord in Su Yi's heart. This is a true beauty. Seeing Zhang Liyue's melancholic tears, Su Yi couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and console her. Liyue, how are you feeling now? The old lady called out a few times, but Zhang Liyue seemed not to hear, not even turning her head. I'm sorry, Su Yi. My eldest granddaughter is a bit special. Please wait a moment. I'll go talk to her. Su Yi's eyes were now fixed on Zhang Liyue, as if his gaze was welded to her face. He waved his hands repeatedly, even a bit flustered. It's okay. It's okay. I like watching. I'm willing to wait. The old lady, who was about to go over, saw through Su Yi's thoughts at a glance. Her eyes lit up with shrewdness, and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that the Zheng family was destined to rise again with the help of a company. The Longxi Group was a major conglomerate. If the Zheng family could just get a small order from them, it would be enough to make the Zheng family prosperous. And if Sui could marry Zhang Liyue, the Zheng family would transform from a humble chicken to a phoenix, soaring to new heights. At that time, no matter how well Zhang Qingshuan's flagship group developed, it would pale in comparison. Liyue, look who's here. The old lady whispered, This is Su Yi, the chairman of the Longxi Group, here to visit your grandfather. Zhang Liyue, who had been quietly weeping and not paying attention to anything, suddenly came to life upon hearing the words Longxi Group. Her heart, which had been as cold as death, suddenly revived. She felt that missing Yi Jing was like missing the best chance to soar in life. But upon hearing the mention of the Longxi Group, she suddenly came back to life. Longxi Group, Chairman Su? Zhang Liyue, with tears still on her face, turned to look at Su Yi. Su Yi, seeing her face clearly, felt his whole body melt. Zhang Liyue's type was exactly what he liked. The description of a teary-eyed beauty in books was no exaggeration. Miss Zhang, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Yi, chairman of the Longxi Group. Nice to meet you. Zhang Liyue also nodded. Zhang Liyue of the Zheng family. Nice to meet you. Seeing Zhang Liyue come back to life, the old lady also revealed a knowing smile. She knew exactly what this eldest granddaughter was thinking and what could make her regain her spirit. This Sui was the perfect remedy. You two chat more, get to know each other better. Grandma will leave first. The old lady gave a look to Grandpa Zheng and the other Zheng family members, and they all left. The old lady even thoughtfully closed the door for the two young people. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise I'll make Liyue feel better, Sui assured repeatedly. Chapter 230. A new company for you. Hearing Sui's address, the old lady's smile grew even more radiant. Afterward, the old lady left, closing the door behind her. Miss Zhang, my grandmother mentioned that you've been a president before? Sui asked gently. Zhang Liyue nodded and was about to wipe away her tears, but Sui stopped her. Don't. I like it this way. After a slight pause, Zhang Liyue immediately adopted a pitiful expression, her tears lingering in her eyes. As an actress, Zhang Liyue was indeed professional. Oh, you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman in the world. Sui couldn't help but gently stroke Zhang Liyue's hair. Zhang Liyue's face blushed, and her eyes grew even more moist. I have been a president, serving as the president of the Zheng family for a total of 6 years. Then I'll just give you a company. I have a few companies here in the provincial capital. Which one do you like? I'll give it to you directly, Sui said grandly, his hand sweeping with authority. Zhang Liyue, however, shook her head. No, I still want to start from scratch and build my own company. She was a shrewd person. Even if Sui gave her one of his companies, it would be filled with Sui's people, all from the Longxi group. Completely taking control of it wouldn't be easy. But starting a new company would allow her to arrange all her own people. She even thought about pulling out her former trusted subordinates from Zhang Qingxuan's company to rebuild her team. That way, she could show Zhang Qingxian that she could rise again, even surpassing Zhang Qingxian. Let's put the company matter aside for now. You're so sad. I want to take you out to relax. How about we spend a week in the Maldives? Just the two of us, Sui suggested. Zhang Liyue had the same idea and smiled. All right, I'll listen to you. In the past few days, Zhang Qingxian had been extremely busy. People lining up to cooperate or invest with her were like a school of fish crossing a river. Even Huang Yuyan was envious of Zhang Qingxuan's recent signing volume. Qingxian, this scientific research project you've invested in is really paying off. You're amazing, Huang Yuyan said sincerely. In her heart, she really hoped Zhang Qingxian could achieve her own success, which would make their relationship smoother. Now, her best friend had finally proved herself. The only thing that made her a bit jealous was that Yi Jing seemed to be treating Zhang Qingxian better and helping her more. When would this man pay more attention to her? Qingxian, congratulations. Huang Yuyan came over and smiled. The intelligent system you're in charge of is even more profitable than the chip project I'm handling. You're incredible. Zhang Qingxian chuckled wryly. What's so incredible about it? I'm almost dead from being busy these days. Although she said that, her heart was actually very happy. She had finally proven her abilities. Although a large part of the credit went to the people Yi Jing had invited to help promote, everyone could see that the core competitiveness was still her sharp eye in selecting and investing in that scientific research project. Without this core competitiveness, no amount of promotion would last long. The orders wouldn't be flowing in like they were now, continuously increasing. Huang Yuyan smiled, and unfortunately, I'm just your subordinate. The success of my chip project is also yours, isn't it? Zhang Qingxian nodded with a smile, and the two women exchanged a glance, feeling the relationship was very comfortable. At that moment, Zheng Fei's phone rang urgently. Second sister, come quickly to the provincial first hospital. Little brother Ishan suddenly fainted. Zhang Qingxian was shocked. Okay, I'll be right there. Huang Yuyan, hearing Zhang Liyue's unusual tone, immediately asked, What's wrong, Liyue? Do you need my help? What happened? Zhang Qingxian said urgently, I have to go to the hospital. My little brother is sick. This Ishan was the youngest member of the Zhang family who was closest to Zhang Qingxian. Whenever other young members followed their eldest sister Zheng Liyue, this little brother was Zhang Qingxuan's loyal follower, and their relationship was the best. In the entire Zheng family, Zhang Qingxian was most concerned about this little brother. Do you need my help? Huang Yuyin quickly asked. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. No, there's still a lot of work at the company. You guys keep busy. Yi Jing, who was beside her, stood up. I'll go with you. Zhang Qingxian nodded. With Yi Jing around, she indeed felt much more confident. For some reason, whenever something happened, as long as Yi Jing was present, Zhang Qingxian didn't feel as panicked. A short while later, the two arrived at the provincial first hospital. The main influential figures of the Zheng family had all gathered. Ishan was a lively and beloved member of the family, almost like a mascot. So many people liked him. So many people? Zhang Qingxian glanced inside and saw they were all from the Zheng family. Only her eldest sister, Zheng Liyue, was missing. Where's the eldest sister? Didn't she come? Someone beside her replied, the eldest sister is on her honeymoon. Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Honeymoon? With whom? Didn't the eldest sister just break up? Just after ending her engagement with Jiao Zhongjia, did Zheng Liyue go on a honeymoon alone? Yi Jing beside her looked curiously over. A younger member of the Zheng family explained, yesterday, a grandson of Grandpa's old comrade-in-arms arrived. He's the chairman of the Longxi group, named Su Yi. He took the eldest sister on her honeymoon, saying they're going to the Maldives. Hearing the name of the Longxi group, Zhang Qingxian covered her mouth in surprise. That's the largest listed group in Western Sichuan. Chairman Su actually took a liking to the eldest sister? She exchanged a glance with Yi Jing. The eldest sister is really charming. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Your charm is even greater. His words weren't flattery, but entirely sincere. Zhang Qingxuan's beauty was pure and refined, while Zheng Liyue had a more mature and worldly charm, combined with her personality, which Yi Jing didn't particularly like. Really? Hearing herself praised by Yi Jing, Zhang Qingxian blushed slightly. However, she still focused more attention on her little brother, Zhang Yishan, inside. At that moment, Yi Jing saw a figure walk in from the next room. It was Cheng Tengfei, whom he had humiliated at the art exhibition before. Why is he here? Yi Jing frowned, and Zhang Qingxian also wondered, yeah, what's he doing here? I called him. The old lady Zhang suddenly spoke up. He knows a very skilled doctor named Jiang Chao who specializes in treating comas. I asked him to come and take a look. Chapter 231. Master Wang Mingyang. Behind Cheng Tengfei, Jiang Chao in a white lab coat stepped forward and approached Zhang Yishan's hospital bed. I do have some excellent experience and techniques in dealing with comas, Jiang Chao said, glancing at Zhang Yishan. My acupuncture method will definitely wake him up. With that, Jiang Chao took out some silver needles and prepared to insert them into Zhang Yishan's head. Yi Jing, noticing his technique, felt something was off and quickly intervened. Your acupuncture method is incorrect. Don't just stab randomly. The human brain is a very complex area. If you mess around, he might never wake up again. Jiang Chao glanced at Yi Jing dismissively. What's your identity? A family member of the patient? I'm a professional doctor. You just need to fully cooperate with me. Do you expect me to listen to you? Zhang Qingxian quickly explained, Master Jiang, my Yi brother also knows some medicine. Jiang Chao laughed. Oh, a fellow practitioner? Then I won't hold back. Where do you practice, or which hospital do you work at? Yi Jing shook his head. Beside him, Grandma Zheng chimed in. What practice? He's not a doctor. Master Jiang, please hurry up with the treatment. This prolonged coma isn't a solution. Cheng Tengfei, seizing the opportunity, mocked, Yi Jing, I went at great lengths to invite Master Jiang to help your Zheng family. Why are you causing trouble? If you delay the treatment, what will you use to compensate? After being humiliated by Yi Jing last time, he harbored a grudge. Last time, Mu's people helped Yi Jing, but this time, no one was around. He wanted to see who could help this so-called good-for-nothing. Yi Jing shook his head. It's not that I'm deliberately obstructing. His acupuncture method is indeed incorrect. If he continues like this, your brother might become a vegetable, never getting up again. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? The treatment hasn't even started, and you're already saying my brother will become a vegetable. If you weren't my brother-in-law, I would have hit you already. The younger Zheng family members were furious, waving their fists. They had long been displeased with Yijing. Since Yijing came to their Zheng family, the dividends and profits for each family had visibly decreased, and their living conditions had plummeted. They didn't dare to vent their anger on their second sister, so they channeled all their frustration toward Yijing. Many felt that it was Yijing's arrival that had caused them to lose those income sources. Yijing, stop spouting nonsense. Let Master Jiang treat properly. Yes, Master Jiang is the professional one. Don't interrupt. The Zhang family members all spoke up to stop him. Jiang Chao sneered. Hear that? Don't use your half-baked skills to question my professionalism. If something goes wrong with my treatment, my background will vouch for me. If I followed your advice and something went wrong, what would you use as a guarantee? Chang Tingfei also scoffed. Yijing, stop giving orders. Leave the professional work to professionals. You're just causing trouble. Yijing shook his head. You're using the Xinmin 7 Needles method, aren't you? The Xinmin 7 Needles are not used like this. Stop immediately. Jiang Chao showed a hint of surprise. Oh, you know about the Xinmin 7 Needles? Seems like you've read quite a few medical books, but knowledge alone isn't enough. Acupuncture requires verbal instruction and a lot of practice to master. It's not something you can just read about in books and then start giving orders. Yijing calmly said, Are you sure your Xinmin 7 Needles are correct? Of course, Jiang Chao replied. My Xinmin 7 Needles are passed down from Master Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang? Yijing showed a faint trace of mockery. This so-called Master Wang Mingyang had once wanted to apprentice under Yijing, but Yijing hadn't agreed. Yijing had never properly taught Wang Mingyang the Xinmin 7 Needles. It was likely that Wang Mingyang had seen Yijing use them during his battle with Master Wei from Western Sichuan, imitated them, and then passed them on to Jiang Chao. The mention of Master Wang Mingyang's name garnered respect from everyone. Since it's from Master Wang Mingyang, it must be reliable. Yijing, stop causing trouble. It's Master Wang Mingyang's needle technique. You, an outsider, wouldn't understand. At that moment, a 60-year-old elder carrying a medicine chest briskly entered. Everyone who saw him bowed and greeted him. Master Wang Mingyang is here, someone announced. Jiang Chao instantly became excited. My master is here. He rushed over excitedly. Master, I'm about to use the Xinmin 7 Needles you taught me. There's a comatose patient here. Let's see if the Xinmin 7 Needles can wake him up. Wang Mingyang glared harshly at Jiang Chao. I've told you countless times. Your Xinmin 7 Needles are only at a superficial level. Even I, your teacher, am only at a half-baked level and can't perform them on patients yet. You need more study and practice. Have you already started treating the patient? Jiang Chao shook his head. No, someone stopped me. Wang Mingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing you were stopped. Otherwise, my reputation would have been ruined by you. At that moment, he even wanted to thank the person who had stopped him. Jiang Chao was confused. Master, your Xinmin 7 Needles are already at a divine level. You're recognized as the #1 divine doctor in the entire province. Why can't you use them? Even you can't use the Xinmin 7 Needles easily? What #1 divine doctor? Wang Mingyang said, That's just a polite title given to me by some colleagues in the industry. The real #1 is Mr. Yi. My Xinmin 7 Needles were learned from him. At this, the people around quickly greeted Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, it's an honor to have you here. My grandson is saved. Master Wang, your medical skills are renowned throughout the province. Today, we are fortunate to witness your art. Grandma Zheng also exclaimed in delight. I thought having Master Jiang here was great, but I didn't expect his master, Master Wang Mingyang, to come personally. Mr. Cheng, we have to thank you for this. She assumed that Chang Tingfei had called Master Wang Mingyang over. Chang Tingfei was also confused. He had no idea that Master Wang Mingyang had come because he was worried about Jiang Chao misusing the Xinmin 7 Needles and had followed to keep an eye on him. However, this didn't stop him from taking credit and smiling. You're welcome. It's what I should do. If there's anything like this in the future, just let me know. Chapter 232, Compliments. But after all, it is Master Wang Mingyang's benevolence as a healer that truly matters. Whether the patient is noble or humble, whether the illness is severe or mild, he always comes to take a look. Master Wang is truly someone worthy of our deepest respect. Everyone nodded, their gazes filled with respect for Master Wang Mingyang. As the crowd heaped praise on Wang Mingyang, he suddenly shuddered. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Forgive my oversight, I didn't see you earlier. Wang Mingyang quickly bowed deeply. Zhang Chao, you fool. The 7 needles of the mystical gate were passed down by Mr. Yi. I learned them from him. Mr. Yi is right here, and you dare to show off your skills in front of him? Don't you want to take this opportunity to learn from Mr. Yi? Zhang Chao was dumbfounded. This son-in-law of the Zheng family, Yi Jing, was the legendary Mr. Yi? He suddenly trembled all over. Mr. Ye's reputation in the world of traditional Chinese medicine across the province was unparalleled. His fame soared after defeating Master Wei from Western Sichuan, and many TCM practitioners now idolized him. And just moments ago, he had spoken disrespectfully to Mr. Yi. Zhang Chao trembled. Mr. Yi, please don't take to heart what I said earlier. I was just talking nonsense. My mouth tends to get me in trouble. I hope you can overlook my foolishness. You are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. Zhang Chao knelt down and kowtowed, banging his head on the floor. His master had already bowed, so if he didn't kowtow, it would be unthinkable. Everyone around was stunned, unsure how to react. Yi Jing was being so highly regarded by Master Wang Yangming. Even the renowned Dr. Zhang Chao had knelt down. Madame Zheng was dumbfounded. This? Master Wang Yangming, could you have mistaken him for someone else? Teng Chengfei also looked incredulous. Was this Yi Jing really that impressive? Wang Yangming said coldly, I have personally seen Mr. Ye's countenance. How could I mistake him? Mr. Yi, last time I was too far away and couldn't see how you performed the 7 needles of the mystical gate. Could you show me again this time? Zhang Chao also grew excited. Yes, Mr. Yi. I missed seeing it before and it's been a great regret. Could I see it this time? Yi Jing said indifferently, It's possible, but there are those who don't believe in my medical skills. Zhang Chao knew Yi Jing was referring to him, so he immediately slapped himself several times. These slaps were forceful, and soon his cheeks were swollen. Mr. Yi, it was just my foul mouth. How could I not believe in your medical skills? Wang Yangming chimed in, Mr. Yi, if you're still not satisfied, should I break this foolish disciple's leg? For the chance to see the 7 needles of the mystical gate, what was one leg of a disciple? There were plenty of disciples, but only one person knew this technique. Yi Jing glanced at Cheng Tingfei. I wasn't talking about your disciple. It's him who doesn't believe in my skills. Wang Yangming, furious, turned to Cheng Tingfei. Mr. Cheng, from now on, neither I nor any of my disciples will treat anyone from the Qing family. You'd better take care of yourself. Zhang Chao also glared furiously, as if wanting to tear him apart. Seeing the situation, Cheng Tingfei forced a few awkward laughs. Everyone's against me, huh? Fine, I'll leave. Hold it. At that moment, a voice sneered from the side. It was Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Financial. He quickly flattered with a smile. Mr. Yi, I came today with my company for a health checkup. When my men told me they saw you at the hospital, I rushed over to see if anything was wrong. Yi Jing nodded faintly. This guy upset you, huh? Nie Baichuan kicked Cheng Tingfei hard. Can't you use your eyes a bit? How dare you anger Mr. Yi? Don't you want to live? From now on, every time I see you, Cheng Tingfei, I'll beat you up. A few kicks sent Cheng Tingfei out the door. Was there anyone else who upset Mr. Yi? Step forward. Nie Baichuan scanned the room, and everyone quickly lowered their heads. Nie Baichuan, with his underground connections, was someone not to be trifled with. No one wanted to provoke him. Even the Zheng family members avoided eye contact, with Madame Zheng hiding behind the crowd. Mr. Yi, can we start the treatment now? Wang Yangming was eager to see the legendary 7 needles of the mystical gate. Yi Jing nodded and approached Zhang Yishan's bed, taking the silver needles from Zhang Chao. With a few swift flicks, The 7 needles flew out and gently landed on Zhang Yishan's forehead and neck. The 7 needles of the mystical gate, flying needles with a flick. Zhang Chao and Wang Yangming exclaimed in awe. So this is the 7 needles of the mystical gate. We've learned so much. Zhang Chao trembled with excitement. Master, there are so many techniques in the 7 needles of the mystical gate. I can't understand them all. Wang Yangming also sighed. Disciple, don't even mention it. Even after seeing it for the second time, there are still many parts one only grasps superficially. There's just too much depth here. How could one fully understand it in a single viewing? Zhang Chao suddenly sighed. If only I could become Mr. Ye's disciple. Wang Yangming shook his head. The news has long been out that Mr. Yi doesn't take disciples. Otherwise, would you have a chance? I would have already sought him out as a master. The two carefully observed Yi Jing's needle technique, then studied the positions where the needles were placed on Zhang Yishan's head, finally feeling satisfied. Brother Yi, why hasn't Xiaoshan woken up after you've inserted the needles? Yes, what's going on? 2 minutes had passed since the needles were inserted, yet Zhang Yishan on the bed showed no signs of waking up. Many people began to grow anxious. Yi Jing, maybe your needle technique is wrong. Madame Zhang stepped forward. I've said it before. These feudal remnants of traditional Chinese medicine are unreliable. You insisted on letting Yi Jing insert the needles, and now you've harmed Xiaoshan, haven't you? Many others echoed her. Yes, I also think that in such situations, Western medicine should be relied on. Traditional Chinese medicine is unreliable. If it were reliable, Xiaoshan would have woken up by now. But just as everyone was murmuring, Zhang Yishan on the bed suddenly moved his eyelids. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes. Where am I? Zhang Yishan's mother was the most excited and happy, rushing over immediately. You scared your mother to death, child. Why did you suddenly faint? Zhang Yishan finally realized, I'm in the hospital? He looked around at the people, apologetically. I've caused trouble for everyone, and Sister Air, you're all here, Grandma? Zhang Yishan felt guilty and apologized to everyone. Chapter 233 can only serve as auxiliary. Beside her, Zhang Qingshuan's eyes lit up. Yi Gu, you really cured Xiaoshan? Yi Jing checked Zhang Yishan's condition. Yes, he's cured and can be discharged. It was only then that Zhang Yishan realized it was his brother-in-law who had cured him and quickly expressed his gratitude. He's really cured. The Zhang family members all looked incredulous. This second son-in-law actually knew how to treat illnesses? Mr. Yi, we'll take our leave first. Wang Mingyang came over to bid farewell, observing your Xin Min Qizhen this time. We've gained a lot. We need to go back and review and ponder over it carefully. Zhang Chao also respectfully bowed deeply. Yi Jing nodded slightly, and the two left. A moment later, a group of white-coated figures quickly entered the room. The one at the front wore gold-rimmed glasses and was Director Liu from the hospital's neurosurgery department. Seeing so many people present, he frowned. What's going on here? Why so many people? Don't you know patients shouldn't be disturbed? All of you out. The nurse on duty quickly explained, Director Liu, the patient's symptoms have all disappeared, the coma is gone, and all the instrument readings have returned to normal. Director Liu was stunned and hurriedly checked again, eventually muttering to himself, Impossible, no medication has been used, how could he be cured? The nurse quickly added, This gentleman cured him. He used silver needles, a traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture technique. Director Liu looked suspiciously at Yi Jing, then carefully examined the patient and finally concluded, Impossible. I know traditional Chinese medicine, and I've studied acupuncture for a while. I assert that acupuncture doesn't have such a powerful effect. Currently, acupuncture can only alleviate minor symptoms, like strokes, but for this kind of neurological coma, only neurosurgical procedures can be used. Acupuncture definitely cannot cure it. Zhang Laodai immediately chimed in, Listen to this. This is what a professional has to say. Zhang Qingxian whispered beside her. What is he talking about? I think his medical skills aren't as good as EGE's. The young doctors following Director Liu were immediately displeased when they heard this. What do you know? Our Director Liu is the honorary president of the first hospital of our province and a professor at the medical university. What he says is absolute truth. Another student who followed Director Liu for further studies added, Director Liu is renowned nationwide in neurosurgery, and even foreign doctors come here to learn from him. You dare to say he's stronger than Director Liu? Director Liu didn't directly mock Yi Jing, but instead inquired, May I ask where you are employed, young man, and under which master you studied medicine? The nurse quickly added, Director, he hasn't studied medicine. He's just what did that person just say? A medical enthusiast, someone who's read a few medical books. The young people behind Director Liu couldn't help but laugh out loud. They even lost interest in continuing to mock Yi Jing. Talking to such an utterly unqualified person would only lower their status and be a complete waste of breath. Director Liu's face also darkened. A medical enthusiast without a medical license dares to randomly puncture and treat patients. This is my hospital, my ward, my patient. If you mess around and something goes wrong, I'll also be held responsible. Do you understand? By the end, Director Liu's eyes were wide with anger as he shouted. Yi Jing said calmly, The patient is awake, and all indicators have returned to normal. What else do you have to say? Facts speak louder than words. Director Liu was momentarily speechless, but quickly shook his head. Even if you've temporarily cured him, that only means the symptoms currently appear to be gone. Who knows what hidden complications there might be? I've seen too many patients who, after being treated here, relapse a few days later and have to be readmitted. Yi Jing sneered, How dare you say that? Isn't that because your treatment methods are too lousy? The young people behind Director Liu were furious, glaring at Yi Jing as if they wanted to beat him up. But upon reflection, wasn't Yi Jing's point valid? If their medical skills were better, would the patients relapse? Director Liu snorted coldly. What I mean is that even with our professional equipment, we can't detect many deeply hidden complications. What you see now might look cured, but who knows? Zheng Laodai nodded. Yes, Director Liu is right. We believe in science, in the hospital. This kind of acupuncture treatment can't cure serious illnesses. I was also sick recently, with half my face paralyzed and expressionless. People said acupuncture would help and could restore it. So I went for half a month, every day getting acupuncture and being irradiated with some heat lamp, but it was useless. My lips and eyes still couldn't move. It was only after going to a Western hospital and getting infused for a few days that I got better. From then on, I knew that traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture is just a scam. Director Liu's expression softened a bit, and he defended traditional Chinese medicine a little. This can't be said too absolutely. Traditional Chinese medicine does have its uses, but not major ones. It can only serve some minor, auxiliary functions. Like in our hospital now, patients are first treated with Western medicine, with bold and decisive measures, and then when they're almost healed, we use a combination of Western and Chinese medicine to slowly recuperate the patient. In other words, traditional Chinese medicine can only serve some auxiliary, rehabilitative functions. Zheng Laodai nodded deeply. Director Liu is absolutely right. You all listen, don't believe in any traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture techniques in the future. Believe in the hospital, understand? Her words seemed to be addressed to the many Zheng family members, but her final gaze was sharply fixed on Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxian defended her fiancé. You say acupuncture is useless, but Yi Gu did indeed cure Xiaoshan. Director Liu shook his head. No, this can only be explained as a medical miracle. Sometimes, patients do experience temporary recoveries. I suggest keeping the patient under observation to prevent any more serious, irreversible consequences. Yes, observation is necessary. Zheng Laodai finally made the decision. My dear grandson is very delicate. He needs to be observed for a few more days. Qingxian, don't always defend your Yi Jing. Haven't the doctors said it? This time it was just a coincidence. Who knows next time? With that, Zheng Laodai led the Zheng family members out. Chapter 234, Don't Take It to Heart. Brother Yi, don't take what my grandmother said to heart, Zhang Qingxian comforted Yi Jing, worried that he might be upset. Yi Jing replied indifferently, It's fine. Your grandmother is just ignorant. She has no understanding of traditional Chinese medicine treatments. Look at Grandpa Zheng. Has he ever questioned Yijing's medical skills? Never. Because he has personally experienced how brilliant Yijing's skills are, instantly relieving his severe pain. Only when Grandma Zheng falls ill and pleads with Yijing for help will she truly understand how powerful his medical skills are. But by then, whether Yijing is willing to treat her is uncertain. At the Zheng family's gate, two glamorous figures appeared. Liyue, did you have fun these past few days? Sui smiled. After the trip to the Maldives, you seem much more cheerful. Zheng Liyue nodded. This is the real me. I mean, after going out to play, my mood has improved a lot, but this melancholic feeling isn't so easy to shake off. As she spoke, she once again assumed her pitiful demeanor, looking like a modern-day Lin Daiyu. Poor my dear. Sui affectionately put his arm around Zheng Liyue's shoulder, and she took the opportunity to lean against his broad chest. After the Maldives trip, their relationship had grown much closer, like a pair of lovebirds in the honeymoon phase. How about this? After visiting your grandparents, I'll invest in a company for you, so you can be the CEO again. How does that sound? Zheng Liyue nodded softly, shyly saying, but won't that cost you too much? Sui laughed heartily. What's the big deal? My grandfather owed your grandfather a life-saving debt, and now that you're my girlfriend, I have to treat you well. Don't worry about opening a company. Even buying you a villa wouldn't be a problem. Zheng Liyue's eyes lit up. You really want to buy me a villa? Sui paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. He had just been speaking casually, but now it seemed he would have to spend a significant amount. However, in this honeymoon phase of their relationship, spending some money on this delicate woman was nothing to him. After all, as the chairman of the Longxi Group, he wasn't short of cash. Yes, tell me, anywhere in this city. Just point out the villa you like, and I'll buy it for you right away. Zheng Liyue had long grown tired of living in the Zheng family's ancestral home. Although it was a villa, and there were even multiple buildings, it had many drawbacks. The planning was outdated, and despite being a villa, it was quite old compared to the newly built ones, which were both comfortable and modern. Moreover, the ancestral home wasn't just occupied by her. It housed many of the Zheng family's relatives, in-laws, and even her grandparents. Dealing with all these relatives' small talk was a daily hassle. Zheng Liyue had long envied Zheng Qingxian for being able to live in the luxurious Banyan Bay hillside villas. Unfortunately, she didn't have that luck. It was supposed to be hers, Yijing, and even the Banyan Bay villa, but her grandfather had given it all to her younger sister instead. Sui, would you buy me a villa at Banyan Bay hillside? My younger sister's villa is there. I don't ask for much, just something slightly better than theirs. Sui agreed without hesitation. All right, let's go meet your grandparents, and then we'll buy you a villa. Darling, I love you so much. Zheng Liyue hugged Sui and gave him a passionate kiss. You too. Be careful. There are people around. A few younger family members teased as they walked out and saw the scene. Sister, brother-in-law, you should be a bit more discreet, the girls joked. Hearing the term brother-in-law, Sui burst out laughing. Where are your grandparents? Inside. They've been waiting for you since they heard you were back. Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng clearly valued Sui, the heir of the Longxi Group, and saw him as their future grandson-in-law. Sui, how was your trip to the Maldives? Was everything smooth? Grandma Zheng asked with a smile. It went quite smoothly. We had a great time, Sui replied with a smile. Grandma, I want to buy Liyue a villa at Banyan Bay hillside. What do you think? Before Grandpa Zheng could speak, Grandma Zheng became excited. That's wonderful. Banyan Bay hillside is a great place. The land there is 10 times more expensive than ours. Sui chuckled. I checked. It's not that expensive, only 13 times more than here. Quite cheap. 13 times. The Zheng family members were stunned. The price was astronomical, especially for a villa at Banyan Bay hillside. Grandpa Zheng muttered, if it weren't for that old comrade who gave it to me, I wouldn't have been able to afford it myself. When he mentioned that villa, Grandma Zheng frowned unhappily. I told you we should have moved into the Banyan Bay villa, but you insisted on leaving it for Yijing. Now he and our second granddaughter live there every day without even appreciating your kindness. Enough. Don't bring that up. Grandpa Zheng shot her a look. Now that Sui has the means, it's a good thing. Our Zheng family will have 2 villas at Banyan Bay. Grandma Zheng immediately brightened up. After all, whether it was the first son-in-law or the second, it ultimately belonged to the Zheng family's property. Great, great. Go ahead and buy it. Grandma Zheng was more than supportive, as she wouldn't have to pay for it anyway. Sui led a large group of Zheng family members to Banyan Bay hillside, where he promptly paid and purchased a villa in a higher position than Yi Jing and Zheng Qingshuan's. Haha, it feels so good. The view here is even better than my younger sister's villa. Zhang Liyue was ecstatic, as if all her recent unhappiness had vanished in that moment. Of course it's better. The higher the position, the better the view. Look, the one down there is Yi Jing and Zheng Qingshuan's. The younger Zheng family members exclaimed, "Wow, you can even see into my sister's yard from here." Everyone was amazed. Indeed, the higher the better. Sui's eyes gleamed with an idea. He quietly pulled Zheng Liyue aside and said with a smile, "Your younger sister has been snatching your things left and right, hasn't she?" According to Zheng Liyue's account, her younger sister was a villain who had taken everything that belonged to her. "What's your plan?" Zheng Liyue asked. Chapter 235. Bombard him with cannons. What do you think about bombarding him with cannons? Sui's face lit up with a mischievous smile. Zheng Liyue was startled. That's murder. Murder is illegal, dear. You'll get arrested. She had finally caught herself a golden bachelor, and if he really ended up in jail, where would she find another one like him? No, calm down. I know you don't get along with the second sister's family, but you don't have to throw yourself in with them, Zheng Liyue hurriedly advised. Sui laughed. What are you thinking? I mean, using ceremonial cannons. We'll shower their yard with fireworks, just to annoy them a bit. Zheng Liyue's eyes lit up at this. Our house is on higher ground, and the second sister's house is below us. We can throw things into their yard at will. Today, it's fireworks. Tomorrow, it could be something else. We'll just keep making them miserable. You're a genius, dear. Sui waved his hand, summoning a few younger members of the Zheng family behind him. He pulled out a large sum of money and said, Go, buy a lot of ceremonial cannons. Make sure they're accurate and in large quantities. We'll cover the sky with fireworks. The rest of the money is for you to buy toys. The stack of money he held was more than enough to buy 10 ceremonial cannons, with plenty left over. The remaining money would serve as a reward for the youngsters, making them very happy. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're so cool. The group of youngsters excitedly ran off to buy the cannons. Moments later, 10 ceremonial cannons were set up in the yard by the staff. Everyone, since today is our housewarming celebration, let's celebrate right here, Sui announced. The Zheng family members were all beaming with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Such a great occasion deserves a celebration. Even Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng came over to watch with smiles on their faces. This villa had been written into Zheng Liyue's name with their own eyes, making it part of the Zheng family's assets. Naturally, they were thrilled. Then I'll light the fuse, Sui signaled to his subordinate, who immediately ran over to do so. With 10 consecutive bangs, countless fireworks soared toward Yi Jing and Zheng Qingshuan's villa. Haha, not bad. They're really accurate, Sui laughed. Grandpa, Grandma, everyone, since we have such good news, shouldn't we go share the joy with the second sister's family? The younger generation, having already received money from Sui, now looked up to him. They all chimed in, yes, yes, let's go together. The second sister's family just moved in, and they haven't invited us over yet. Brother-in-law, lead us there. A large group of people marched toward Zheng Qingshuan's house. Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng, supported by their servants, slowly made their way there as well. Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian were at home when they suddenly heard several heavy objects fall into their yard. What's that, cannonballs? Then, a sea of fireworks rained down, covering their entire villa yard. Who's celebrating? Why so many fireworks? Zheng Qingxian and Yi Jing came out to see what was happening. Yi Jing, upon seeing the scene, had initially planned to help celebrate, considering it important to maintain good neighborly relations. But after looking around, he noticed that apart from their own villa yard being covered in fireworks, the surrounding area was surprisingly clean, with only a few stray fireworks scattered around their property. Everywhere else was spotless. This is clearly targeting us. We need to go and settle this, Yi Jing calmly said. Zhang Qingxian quickly stopped him. Don't, Yi Gu, please don't be impulsive. Everyone living here is either rich or noble, especially those on the upper part of the mountain. No one here lacks background. Maybe it was just an accident that the fireworks landed in our yard. As they spoke, a loud bang sounded, and a cannonball fell from the sky, heading straight toward Zhang Qingxuan's head. Yi Jing reacted quickly, moving swiftly and slapping the cannonball away with a single palm. At that moment, a group of people appeared on the road nearby. Second sister, we're having a housewarming celebration. Why didn't you come to congratulate us? Zhang Liyue began, scolding them immediately. Even Grandpa and Grandma, along with everyone else, came to celebrate. Why didn't you? Do you have something against us? Or are you trying to separate from the Zhang family? Next to Zhang Liyue, Sui's eyes suddenly widened. What did he see? A true beauty. Zhang Qingxuan's beauty was exactly what he had always envisioned as the perfect woman. Zhang Liyue, after spending a few days with her, had made him realize that she was probably putting on an act to seem like the woman he liked. Sui even thought that perhaps it was because Zhang Liyue and Zhang Qingxian were cousins, sharing similarities in both figure and face. Maybe it was those few similarities to Zhang Qingxian that made him fall for Zhang Liyue. Maybe what he truly liked was Zhang Qingxuan's type. Zhang Qingxian, sister, you didn't inform us. I had no idea you were having a housewarming today. Where did you move? I'll go buy a gift now. As soon as Zhang Qingxuan's heavenly voice came out, Sui felt half his body go numb. This was it. This was the true goddess of his dreams. And the woman beside him, Zhang Liyue, was merely a cheap imitation, a substitute. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of Zhang Qingxian, blocking Sui's view. Everyone, did you just finish celebrating? So, those fireworks were yours? Sui, annoyed at being blocked, replied with an unpleasant tone, yes, those fireworks were ours. What's it to you? They almost hit my Zhang Qingxian. Do you think I have an opinion? You're Zhang Qingxian? So, you're Yi Jing? Sui's face darkened even more. It dawned on him that what he truly liked was Zhang Qingxuan's type. But now, Yi Jing was Zhang Qingxuan's fiancée. His hatred for Yi Jing grew even stronger. My fireworks were just randomly shot into the sky. Who knows how they ended up in your yard? It's fate, understand? Fate wanted to hit you, but luckily it missed the second sister. As Sui spoke, Yi Jing let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Yi Jing then stepped forward and slapped Sui across the face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Sorry, my slap was just randomly thrown. Who knows how it ended up on your face? It's fate, understand? Fate wanted to slap you. Chapter 236. It's all destiny. When Yi Jing said this, Sui's face changed. Yi Jing, you dare to hit me? I am the chairman of Longxi Group. As a useless loser who married into the family, do you really dare to hit me? Yi Jing said indifferently, it wasn't me who hit you. Your face bumped into my hand. I haven't asked you for medical expenses yet. Zhang Laodai, who had just been helped over by others, could no longer listen to this. Yi Jing, what are you saying? Do you still know the order of seniority? He is your future brother-in-law. Is this how you treat your elders? Zhang Laoi said, all right, stop arguing. We're all one family. Don't say such alienating words. Sui, you are partly responsible for this matter, and Yi Jing, you are also partly responsible. Just step back a bit. How could Zhang Laoi not see that it was Sui who provoked Yi Jing first? Otherwise, with Yi Jing's good temperament, how could he have hit someone first? Grandpa, he hit me. Are we just going to let this go? Sui was unwilling. What he had done was at most spraying some confetti in Yi Jing's villa courtyard, which could be cleaned up by those useless servants. But Yi Jing had given him a solid slap in front of so many people. If he didn't get even, where would the face of the chairman of Longxi Group go? Did he not care about his reputation? Seeing Su Yi's angry look, Zhang Leoi sighed inwardly. The more prestigious the background of a son-in-law, the harder it is to discipline. He felt that he was barely able to control Su Yi, and if the two sons-in-law were to clash in the future, the entire Zheng family would suffer as well. Yi Jing said indifferently, "What do you want?" Su Yi snorted coldly, "You, a useless loser, hit me once. Of course, I have to hit you 10 times in return." He gave a look to the bodyguards behind him, and they immediately stepped forward. Zhang Laodai also said, "Yi Jing, you were indeed wrong. Let your elder brother-in-law vent his anger. Remember in the future not to upset your elder brother-in-law, and to listen to him, understand?" The aunts and uncles also chimed in, "Yes, Sui is such a gentleman. You made him so embarrassed. What is this supposed to mean? Sui is the chairman of Longxi Group. Does he not have any face? You slapped him right away. Where is your grace? Where does his face go? Let Sui slap him back 10 times quickly." Hearing the surrounding discussions, Sui's face showed a trace of pride, but in his heart, he looked down on the people of the Zheng family. It seemed that the Zheng family were all sycophants who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing his wealth and the many bodyguards behind him, they immediately sided with him. 10 slaps, huh? Yi Jing smiled faintly, "Sure." With a kick, he sent the charging bodyguard flying back. The bodyguard was like a bowling ball, knocking over the group of bodyguards behind him. Then, there was no longer any obstacle in front of Yi Jing. He walked up to Sui and started slapping him left and right. 1 slap, 2 slaps, 3 slaps. He slapped him all the way to 10 slaps. Sui was slapped dizzy and almost fainted. "This is the 10 slaps you asked for, Sui. Blame your aunts and uncles for this." After finishing, Yi Jing pulled the dumbfounded Zhang Qingxian and returned to the villa, closing the door directly to refuse visitors. This Yi Jing is simply lawless. "Old master, look at you, still siding with such a violent person? With just a bit of strength, he acts so recklessly. What if he hurts someone?" The aunts and uncles all complained. Zhang Laodai also said angrily, "Old master, did you see that? The second son-in-law you brought in is getting more and more lawless. In the future, who knows who will be in charge of the Zheng family?" Zhang Leoi was also helpless. He had just asked the younger generation of the Zheng family who had arrived earlier and naturally knew that it was Sui who made the first move. Yi Jing's counterattack was justified, but his counterattack was indeed a bit excessive. For now, the priority was to calm Su Yi's emotions. After all, it was not easy to bring in such a high-quality son-in-law. "Su Yi, don't take it to heart. Yi Jing is just like that. You should avoid him in the future." Su Yi still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor on the surface, dismissing everyone. But as soon as everyone left, his face darkened. So what if he knows a few tricks? Having a bit of strength is useless. Call over some experts from the headquarters in Western Sichuan. Bring over 20 of them. I don't believe he can beat them. This time, I'll beat him to the point where he can only lie in bed and recover. And Sui thought of Zheng Qingshuan's stunning beauty and couldn't help feeling itchy. Such a beauty was actually taken by Yi Jing, that loser who married into the family. What a waste. His expression changed, and he came up with a good plan. Zhang Qingxian is now a president, right? Presidents are always very strong. Only by first breaking down her confidence and making her desperate would she have no choice but to turn to him. And with that loser Yi Jing unable to help her, as soon as he showed a bit of kindness, wouldn't the desperate Zhang Qingxian have to come begging to him? At that time, he could have both Zhang Liue and Zhang Qingxian. Sui said to his assistant behind him, "Investigate what project Zhang Qingxian is currently working on." This information was public, and the assistant quickly investigated and reported back. It's an intelligent irrigation sprinkler system. In addition, her subordinate Huang Yuyan is working on a project involving chip-off guts. After a slight recollection, Sui showed a few smiles. "I remember that our Longxi group has a relatively advanced intelligent irrigation sprinkler system, right? Bring our product over from Longxi Group. I want to expand it in this provincial city. Also, Make a comparison between the two products. Let me see what advantages our product has. As for the chip side, go and talk to the local Mu family and see if we can cut off the project cooperation. Soon, Sui's layout in the provincial city began. But unfortunately, the negotiations with the Mu family did not go smoothly. The Mu family was willing to cooperate with the Zheng family more because of Yi Jing's face and would not give up the cooperation just because of Longxi Group's persuasion. It's fine. After all, the chip field is dominated by Huang Yuyan, and it has little to do with Zheng Qingxian. Listening to his assistant's report, Sui sipped his coffee and said calmly, "As long as I compete down Zheng Qingshuan's project, she will definitely be overwhelmed and desperate." Chapter 237. No Way Out. "That's when I'll step in," Sui said to his assistant. "Have we brought our Longxi Group's products here?" "Mr. Su, our products are already fully distributed and are just waiting for your order. Once our product launch begins, they'll be available for sale across the entire provincial city." Sui smiled. "Call Liue over. I want her to host this product launch. This product will be the first one for her newly established company." Soon, Zheng Liue arrived. "Honey, what did you call me here for?" Over the past few days, Zheng Liue had been managing the Bayview Mountain Villa. Since acquiring that villa, she felt her mood had improved significantly, as if her wishes had been fulfilled. Sui pulled Zheng Liue into his arms. "Don't you remember? I told you I'd start a company for you." Zheng Liue's eyes lit up. "Really? When will it happen?" Sui pulled a notebook from the table. "This project. We'll start with this. I'll give you 100 million yuan in startup capital. How does that sound?" Hearing that Sui was serious about starting a company for her, Zheng Liue straightened up in excitement. "This project is an intelligent spraying system? Isn't that the same as what my second sister is doing?" Zheng Liue was slightly surprised. Was this meant to compete with her own sister? Sui nodded. "Yes, it's the same. This is our Longxi Group's intelligent spraying system from Western Sichuan, with lower costs." Zheng Liue exclaimed, "Lower costs? Wouldn't that make it more competitive than my sister's system?" Sui nodded. "Yes, but there's a problem. Its effectiveness isn't as good as your sister's." Zheng Liue's brows furrowed. Lower costs are what many companies want to see, but if the effectiveness is worse... She frowned. Knowing she was a competitive person, if she was going to do something, she had to outperform her sister in every aspect. "Honey, I have an idea." Zheng Liue suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a smile appearing on her face. "Since our company is still in its infancy with this intelligent irrigation system, unlike your operations in Western Sichuan, where everything is already refined and mature. What I mean is, we could fabricate some data. The buyers wouldn't be able to tell the difference." Sui frowned. "You mean falsifying the effectiveness data?" Zheng Liue shook her head and smiled. "How is that falsifying? It's just a friendly exaggeration of our strengths while not actively promoting our weaknesses. Why don't we set up a pre-sale system? That way, during the launch, we can have all the companies in the provincial city pre-order. At the product launch, we'll only promote two aspects. One is our lower cost compared to my sister's, while still being an intelligent spraying system, making people think they're the same thing and achieve the same results. The other is to highlight our excellent features while deliberately not mentioning the inferior effectiveness. Once the product is fully distributed and all the buyers start using our product, we can gradually improve it later, right? And by then, those buyers who were lured by the lower price and have already widely deployed our product will find it hard to switch back to my sister's system, even if they regret it later. After all, the initial deployment costs are enormous. If they're unhappy, we can always give them some rebates." Sui listened and also smiled. "Liue, you're a business genius. This way, the buyers won't be too angry, as we're only slightly less effective, but we've genuinely helped them save costs. We can even compensate for the loss in effectiveness by giving cash rebates to the key decision makers, so they won't have much to complain about. And our product will dominate the entire provincial market. By then, everyone will be using our product. Even if something breaks and needs replacement, they'll have to come to us. It's a never-ending business." Sui found himself increasingly satisfied with Zheng Liue. Before, he had thought Zhang Qingxian was more like Lin Daiyu, more in line with his tastes. Now, however, it seemed Zhang Liyue was the perfect choice for a wife, while Zhang Qingxian could remain his secret mistress, serving his primal desires. All right, I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. Soon, the Zhang Group issued a statement. A new product launch for the intelligent irrigation system is imminent. The previous intelligent irrigation system released by the Zhang Group had already garnered significant publicity, so this announcement immediately stirred the entire provincial city. This was Zhang Liyue's strategy, leveraging the massive attention generated by Yi Jing earlier. The Zheng family is releasing another intelligent irrigation system product? Could it be an upgraded version? The Zhang family's R&D capabilities are impressive. They've only just released a product, and now they're releasing another one. It must be an upgrade. We should pay attention to this. The last product launch by the Zhang family created quite a stir. This time, we need to keep a close eye on it. The announcement by the Zhang Group immediately caused a huge stir in the provincial society. Only the Zhang family members themselves were confused. Is second sister releasing a new product? Why is there no news? Do you know anything? I don't know. Even Zheng Leoi and Zheng Laonai were puzzled. Is Qingxian releasing a new intelligent irrigation system? In the Zhang Group's flagship company, Huang Yuyan also wondered, Qingxian, is your intelligent irrigation system product being upgraded? Zheng Qingxian shook her head. No, the research project I'm working on has just started. The next upgrade will probably be in 3 months. It's still too early. Upgrading in the manufacturing industry is relatively slow. 3 months is already quite fast, considering the vast resources Zhang Qingxian has mobilized. Oh, not you? Then who released this news online? Huang Yuyan showed Zhang Qingxian her phone. Zhang Qingxian was equally puzzled after seeing it. Not me. I don't know who released it. She called Zheng Leoi to inquire, but even he was unsure. Qingxian, only the president's office has the authority to use the Zheng family's official account. Wasn't it you? Your grandfather, and I thought you were upgrading the new product. Chapter 238. New product. Only the president's office has the authority to use it? Zhang Qingshuan's mind flashed with a suspicion. Currently, the president's office is indeed under her control, and it is controlled by Lin Yanan, but before, it was under the control of her elder sister, Zhang Liyue. It seems there are still remnants of my elder sister's people in the president's office. Zhang Qingxian immediately called Lin Yanan. Go check who released this message. When Lin Yanan saw the message released by Zhang Corporation's president's office on the internet, she shuddered all over and her scalp tingled. Since this fell within her responsibility, without her approval, someone had improperly used the authority of the president's office to release information about Zhang Corporation's next steps on the internet. To put it bluntly, it was her oversight, her dereliction of duty. I'll check it right away. Lin Yanan quickly found a person named Xiao Qiu. This was someone who had been in the president's office during Zhang Liyue's time. Lin Yanan thought she was efficient, so she never replaced her, but it turned out she was the one who caused the trouble this time. President Zhang, I used the president's office's account to release that message. You can punish me? Sui gave me 200,000 to release that message. Xiao Qiu, who had no depth, confessed everything at once. Zhang Qingxian sighed. You've already done it. It's too late to say anything now. Go to finance to collect your salary and leave. Lin Yanan was extremely anxious. What should we do now? What is Suyi's purpose in releasing this message? Is he deliberately spreading false information to make us lose credibility with our external partners? Zhang Qingxian was also unsure, not knowing what her elder sister and Sui were trying to achieve with this sudden move. Just then, Zhang Liyue released another message under her own name. Another girl from the president's office ran over. President Zhang, take a look at this message. Zhang Qingxian saw. My elder sister has released another message using her personal account, saying that the product launch previously mentioned is her own, and the grand hall chosen for the launch is the same one I chose last time. This is to follow the path I took last time. And she also said, Zhang Qingshuan's face suddenly darkened. Her product is from the Longxi Group in Western Sichuan, with lower costs, higher technological content, and better effects. Isn't this Su Yi's product? Huang Yuyan, who was beside her, frowned. What does our elder sister mean? We understand that she wants to make a comeback, but why does she have to deliberately overlap with our project? Lin Yanin also couldn't figure it out. Yes, isn't your elder sister also part of the Zheng family? She could have done any other project, which would also be expanding the Zheng family's territory. Why did she choose this project, making you sisters compete against each other? Huang Yuyan also showed displeasure. Everyone else is making the pie bigger, but our elder sister is making it smaller, competing right in your backyard. Zhang Qingxian sighed. I'll ask my elder sister. She dialed the phone. Elder sister, are you going to release the smart sprinkler irrigation system product? Zhang Liue on the other end said, yes, your brother-in-law just happens to have resources in this area, so I'm using them. What's the problem? Zhang Qingxian quickly said, elder sister, as far as I know, there are hundreds of projects under the Longxi Group, with over 100 advantageous projects. Couldn't you choose one of those instead of one that competes with me? Zhang Liu sneered, how come? Do I need to ask your opinion as the Zheng family president about what product I make? Has your hand stretched this far? I'll tell you, Zhang Qingxian, this time I'm starting my business with the help of my boyfriend, not with the support of the Zheng family. This has nothing to do with you, the president of the Zheng family, so you can't interfere. Zhang Qingxian shook her head repeatedly. Elder sister, I'm not interfering. I just mean, why do we have to compete? Zhang Liue chuckled. This market is inherently competitive. If your skills are inferior, just admit defeat. Strength is the most important. If you admit that your product is inferior to mine, just take it off the shelves and refund the buyers. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, Zhang Liue directly hung up the phone. Zhang Qingxian was momentarily stunned. Was her elder sister really that angry? What should we do now? My elder sister seems determined to compete with us. Zhang Qingxian felt a bit sad. Lin Yanin said with difficulty, the most critical thing is that the advantages listed on her product's promotional page are even more competitive than ours. If their product is released, it will definitely have a significant impact on ours. Just then, the girl from the president's office ran out again. She said in panic, it's not good, Linjia, President Zhang. Some buyers just called, saying they are canceling their pre-orders for our products, saying they are going to buy Zhang Liue's. It's not good. We have more buyers canceling their orders. Zhang Qingshuan's face looked a bit bad. Her elder sister was trying to use the advantages from the Longxi Group to knock her down. What should we do? All eyes were on Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian slightly shook her head. I don't have a good solution for now. Facing such a strong competition, where the other party's product is better, it's no wonder the buyers are changing sides. When the day's work ended, Zhang Qingxian and the other two women returned home. All of them looked like frostbitten eggplants, lacking energy. Yijing smiled. What's wrong with you three? Why do you all look so listless? Normally, if he said this, even if Zhang Qingxian was in a low mood, she would reply to him and explain. But this time, even Zhang Qingxian hesitated and for a while, no one spoke. Yijing's expression became slightly serious. It seemed these three women really encountered some difficulty. Yanin, tell me. As a subordinate, Lin Yanin couldn't refuse, so she said, Yi Gu, it's Zhang Liue, the elder sister's family, they're going to hold a new product launch. After she explained the situation, Yijing nodded. All right, I understand. After saying that, he went upstairs. Zhang Qingxian and the others looked at Yijing's back, then continued to sit there, feeling low and trying to think of solutions. After arriving in the bedroom, Yijing also opened the product promotional page released by Zhang Liue and saw that not only was there a promotional page, but there was also a pre-sale page. When he clicked in, he found that almost all the buyers who had previously negotiated cooperation with Zhang Qingxian had switched sides. Chapter 239. Changing Flags. No wonder Qingxian was so upset. It turns out all the clients have left. Yijing picked up the phone and dialed a number. On the other side, the head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce, upon seeing the phone number, shuddered and quickly answered the call without letting it ring more than twice. Mr. Yi, please instruct. Yijing said calmly, Su Yi, the chairman of Longxi Group, has brought a smart sprinkler irrigation product. Look into it and see if there are any flaws. Understood. The head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce immediately arranged two tasks. On one hand, through various connections, they quickly contacted technicians within Longxi Group. After a combination of threats and inducements, the technicians soon revealed the true parameters of their product. On the other hand, they used hacker techniques to access the internal database of Longxi Financial Group and obtained all the detailed information about the product. An hour later, the head of the Chamber of Commerce called back. Yijing, you're saying their product is involved in false advertising? Yes, Mr. Yi. Their product isn't as good as advertised on the promotional page. Moreover, we found a recently written plan by Su Yi in a hidden folder on his computer. Yijing opened it, revealing Su Yi's detailed plan for the next steps. First, use false advertising to widely distribute this batch of products across the entire provincial city. After various purchasers have actually used their product, they will gradually discover its true flaws. At that time, Zheng Liue and Su Yi will start offering rebates to the heads of these purchasers, using money to silence them. Purchasers will face a dual dilemma. If they switch, the initial investment will be wasted, and they will have to reinvest. If they don't switch, the heads can pocket the rebate, and the company won't lose much money. After all, although Longxi Group's product is less effective, it's cheaper. So overall, while there is a loss, it's not significant and still within acceptable limits. At this point, many people will choose not to switch and continue using Longxi Group's product. Zheng Liue and Su Yi have quite the plan. After reading the plan, Yijing said to the head, I have a task for you. At the time, I want you to hack their product launch and release this plan. Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll make the arrangements right away. After finishing the call, Yijing returned to the first floor of the villa. Don't be so upset. I've already resolved the matter for you. Zhang Qingxian asked in confusion. Resolved? Huang Yuyin and Lin Yanan were also puzzled. The three of them were still frowning with worry. Yet Yijing went upstairs for a while and claimed it was resolved. The three women quickly opened Zhang Liue's promotional page. It's not resolved. It's still being promoted there. And more purchasers are defecting. Even those who originally signed orders with us have defected, all going to my older sister's side. Zhang Qingxian was on the verge of tears. She had originally hoped to turn things around with this product, but instead, her older sister had intercepted everything. The previous promotional event had been so successful, but now it seemed like it had all been for her sister's benefit. Yijing comforted the three women. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Su Yi and Zheng Liue's launch event to see how they embarrass themselves. The three women, hearing Yijing's confident words, showed signs of doubt. Could it be that Yijing really found a solution? The next day, at the Grand Auditorium, Zheng Liue and Su Yi were waiting at the entrance. It's almost 11, and there aren't many people here. Only those who pre-ordered have come, not a single major family from the provincial city. Zheng Liue was getting anxious. After all, her younger sister's product launch had been a grand affair with many influential figures attending, garnering a lot of attention in the provincial city. If she couldn't match that level of impact this time, it would be hard to justify. Sui smiled. Don't worry. This time, we've relied on pre-orders to get so many purchasers to order our product. These people will all come, which is already a significant turnout. I've also arranged for some representatives from major families. Don't worry, it won't be too embarrassing. He had spent generously to invite many third-rate families, ensuring that at least the numbers wouldn't be weaker than last time. Look, people are coming, Sui pointed to the parking lot with a smile. Zheng Liu saw the people arriving in the parking lot and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, quite a few third-rate families from the provincial city had come, comparable to the level of her Jing family. Although not high-ranking, the advantage was their numbers, which could fill the auditorium, preventing it from looking too empty. However, as those people approached, they were whispering among themselves. This launch event isn't hosted by Zheng Qingxian. Yeah, last time it was Zheng Qingxuan's event that attracted the Mu, Duan, Miao, and Shi families and other major clans and families. Why is it Zheng Liue this time? I wonder if Zheng Liue can attract those major families. Zhang Liu snorted coldly. These third-rate families, despite already being paid by her fiancé to attend, were still unsatisfied, hoping to use the opportunity to connect with major clans and families. Everyone was calculating more than anyone else. Sui said indifferently, "You don't need to care about them, as long as they come." Just then, the two of them heard the distant third-rate families suddenly become excited. "Look, isn't that Miss Zhang Qingxian? And Huang Yuyan?" "Ah, that's more like it." With Zhang Qingxian, the head of Zhang Corporation, here, the product launch is sure to be a success. "Let's go," hurry inside. If the major clans and families arrive later, we might not even have seats. A group of people quickly push their way in. Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, Lin Yanan, and Yi Jing appeared in the parking lot and were walking towards them. Zhang Liu's expression slightly changed. What are they doing here? Are they here to cause trouble? Sui also narrowed his eyes. This Yi Jing was difficult to deal with, and who knew what tricks he was planning? His eyes turned, and he sneered, "Don't worry, I've set up plenty of security today. He won't be able to cause any trouble. And their presence has a benefit. Haven't you seen how the third-rate families have calmed down? Let them in." Chapter 240. Temporarily letting them in. Zhang Liu also nodded slightly. Let them go in for now. It's good for those third-rate families to get the wrong idea. The news of Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing appearing together at the grand auditorium spread like wildfire. People from the Mu, Miao, Duan, and Shi families, as well as those from Ye Baichuan of Xinhong Financial and the Red Dragon, rushed over to celebrate. They thought Yi Jing was up to something again. Even though Yi Jing hadn't invited them this time, they were all very perceptive and showed up anyway. However, this time, because they had come in such a hurry, they hadn't prepared any promotional tactics. Inside the grand auditorium, it was truly packed to the brim. So many people. The big families and wealthy clans are really here. The members of the small third-rate families were overjoyed, feeling that this time they had come for the right reason. Meanwhile, the big clans were whispering among themselves, "Were you invited by Mr. Yi?" "No, Mr. Yi didn't notify us this time." "We weren't notified either. I wonder what Mr. Yi is planning. Anyway, let's just wait and see. As long as we show our support for Mr. Yi, we can't go wrong." At that moment, Zhang Liu and Sui on stage began the product launch. Afraid that people might misunderstand, she clarified right from the start. "Hello, everyone. Today marks the first day of the opening of Liu Company, as well as the ceremony for our product launch." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Liu Company? Not Zhengshi Flagship Group? The name sounded like it belonged to Zhang Liu personally. In the future, our company's main business will be to represent the products of Longxi Group in this provincial capital. The first product we're introducing today, I believe many of you are already quite familiar with, and some of you might even know its specifications by heart. It's the Intelligent Sprinkler Irrigation System. As Zhang Liu introduced, the PPT behind her projected in real time. Please take a look. The sprinkler irrigation system we represent from Longxi Group is more intelligent, with lower costs and good results. All the parameters were displayed on the screen. At this moment, a member of the Miao family frowned and spoke up, "Miss Liu, does the intelligent sprinkler irrigation system you represent compete with the system released by Miss Zhang Qingxian of Zhengshi Flagship Company?" As soon as this was said, everyone pricked up their ears. Although many already knew this in their hearts, it was the first time someone had deliberately brought this issue to the surface. Zhang Liu replied calmly, "Of course. This market is naturally a competitive one. Competition drives progress, and progress drives social development and technological breakthroughs. The stronger one's strength, the more they deserve to dominate the market. The products we represent from Longxi Group are more powerful, more technologically advanced, smarter, and with lower costs. It's only natural for us to take them and bring benefits to everyone, to the people of the provincial capital. Everyone, I'll ask you one question. Are our products' parameters good?" Below, a large group of pre-orderers who had already paid shouted in unison, "Yes." They had switched to this product after seeing its parameters, which were almost entirely superior to Zhang Qingxuan's previous products. If they're good, then what's the problem with buying our products? Zhang Liu smiled. "This way one, It stimulates the market. 2. It gives my younger sister's products pressure, driving them to improve. And 3. It allows all the purchasers to truly enjoy the benefits of technological progress. Why not? Many were convinced by this righteous argument. However, those who were close to Yijing frowned. Zhang Liyue is deliberately competing with Zhang Qingxian and Mr. Yi. There are so many products from Longxi Group she could have represented, but she chose one with a competitive relationship. She's clearly trying to stir up trouble. The major clans whispered among themselves, discussing how to stop Zhang Liyue later. At that moment, Yijing's phone rang. It was the head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Yi, shall we start the operation? Yijing replied calmly, start. The head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce immediately said, all right, I've also arranged someone on site who will explain the data in real time. Yijing was very satisfied. This head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce was quite reliable. In the next moment, the PPT on the projection screen suddenly flickered, and the data changed. Simultaneously, another figure leaped onto the stage from below. Everyone, I'd like to talk about a different version regarding Longxi Group's products. Look at the big screen. These are the real data of Longxi Group's intelligent sprinkler system. Isn't it different from what you imagined? The data on the screen was even highlighted in red for comparison. One side was the fake data Zhang Liyue had just presented, and the other was the real data. Dear purchasers, you've been deceived by Zhang Liyue and Su Yi. They used fake data to make you buy in advance. Zhang Liyue and Su Yi's faces changed drastically. Who are you? You're slandering us. Zhang Liyue glanced at the data and turned pale. The data was indeed real. It seemed the other party had come prepared. Who was this person? Was it someone arranged by her younger sister? Security. Sui reacted faster. With a wave of his hand, 3 or 4 people rushed onto the stage to stop the man. Unexpectedly, the man's skills were also good. He quickly dealt with the 3 or 4 people. Everyone, the data I've exposed is all real. Look, these are the feedback results from various purchasers in Western Sichuan who use this product. All of you are insiders. I believe you can tell at a glance whether I'm telling the truth. As soon as he said this, the crowd below erupted in commotion. The purchasers quickly saw through the deception. It turned out that the product they bought was deliberately fabricated by Zhang Liyue and Su Yi. What they bought was just a low-cost, low-quality counterfeit. Get him off the stage quickly. Sui immediately ordered more security personnel. These personnel were originally there to guard against Yijing, but now they had to be diverted to deal with the man on stage. The people from the Mu, Miao, Duan, and Shi families, as well as those from Xinhong Financial and Red Dragon, who were close to Yijing, all looked at him. Mr. Yi. They all sought instructions from Yijing. Yijing nodded slightly. The bodyguards from these major clans, as well as those from Red Dragon and Ye Baichuan, all rushed down to block the security personnel. Chapter 241. The situation escalates. Don't stop him, let him speak. Nye Baichuan took the lead, stopping Su Yi's bodyguards at the foot of the stage, while behind him, a group of bodyguards from various major families glared menacingly at Su Yi. Su Yi had brought quite a few bodyguards, but compared to the combined forces of the opposing families, their numbers seemed paltry. The host on stage continued, everyone, look at this data comparison chart. It further proves how fake Zhang Liyue's products are. All of you who pre-ordered their products have been deceived. The merchants below couldn't sit still anymore. Had they all been fooled? They had spent so much money just to buy inferior products? Refund. Damn it, refund. You deceived us. This is fraud. How dare you? The enraged merchant surged forward, scaring both Zhang Liyue and Su Yi. No, it's not like that. Zhang Liyue tried to salvage the situation, quickly saying, don't listen to the guy on stage. He's lying to you. That data isn't real. It's completely fabricated. The PPT he showed is entirely made up. What evidence does he have to prove any of this is true? The merchants calmed down slightly. After all, the comparison data in the PPT was just the host's word. What if Zhang Liyue and Su Yi were also victims? At that moment, the host unleashed his trump card. On the projection screen, a document appeared. It was the plan Sui had written to deceive the merchants. Every detail was laid out clearly. Everyone, do you see? From the very beginning, Sui intended to deceive you. He made some attempts to cover it up, but the fraud is undeniable. Sui's face turned pale as sweat soaked through his clothes in an instant. This document was only on his personal computer, which hadn't been lost. How had the other party obtained it? How did you steal my file? Sui was drenched in sweat, his face ashen. What's more, his laptop contained many other sensitive files. If those were leaked, he would be finished. Unable to hold back, he asked the question. Steal? Your plan was accidentally leaked to our platform through unconventional means. Dear suppliers, this plan is now available on your procurement platform for you to download and review. With that, the host quickly left the stage and disappeared into the crowd. It's all fake, all fake. Don't believe it. Sui panicked. If this plan was made public, not only would Zheng Liyue's company be affected, but even Longxi Group would suffer. This was digging at his very foundation. The person who leaked his plan was despicable. If Sui found out who it was, he wouldn't let them off easily. This data is so poor. The product is no good. Yeah, the data was fake. So the Longxi Group from Chuanxi is that bad? I'll never buy from Longxi Group again. Zheng, your product is no good. Just refund us. Yeah, refund us. I'm going to buy products from Zhengshi Flagship Group instead. Their products are the real deal. Many merchants turned away, all demanding refunds. Zheng Liyue and Sui's faces turned as black as coal, their expressions grim. Who had sabotaged their carefully laid plans? How could someone be so malicious? Everyone, our product may be less effective, but it's cheaper. It can still be used as a low-end product. Sui rushed to the stage to salvage the situation, hoping to avoid a total loss. His goal wasn't just today's product, but to restore the reputation of Longxi Group. For a giant corporation, reputation was more important than the product itself. Everyone, Zhang Qingshuan's products may be better, but they're also more expensive. Our product is cheaper, and today I'll offer it to you at a 50% discount. Buy it at half price and get a low-end product that's still somewhat effective. He had essentially admitted his product was low-end, just to prevent the company's reputation from collapsing. But there were still few takers. After all, in this industry, what mattered most was profit and immediate results. In agriculture, timing was crucial. If you missed the right moment, everything would be wasted. So effectiveness was paramount. Below the stage, Zheng Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, and Lin Yanan watched the scene with mixed emotions. So this was Yi Ji's backup plan. He actually got hold of Sui's plan. That's impressive. Now, Sui's reputation in our province is sure to plummet. Even if some still trust him, it won't be like before, with everyone flocking to him. The three women felt different emotions. Zheng Liyue, I advise you to run your company honestly and stop these underhanded tactics and malicious competition. Yi Jing said calmly, otherwise, you'll just become a joke for the entire province. In the future, don't even think about doing projects similar to Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan's. Hearing this, Sui suddenly realized, this was your doing, wasn't it? Yi Jing smiled faintly, finally figured it out? It was you. Sui raged, you heartless bastard. Why did you sabotage my launch? Zheng Liyue also angrily said, Yi Jing, what right do you have? Can't you stand that we're more powerful than you? Yi Jing was slightly surprised. More powerful? You mean your ability to fake things? He wasn't surprised by their power, but by their audacity to lie so blatantly. The Mu family chimed in with a laugh. Haha, is Zheng Liyue's brain fried? She's the one who cheated, yet she's blaming others now. Zheng Liyue retorted angrily. If you hadn't exposed this, we wouldn't be in trouble. Following our plan, those merchants wouldn't have lost anything, and our products would still be selling well. Sui remained silent, but seethed with anger inside. You're really twisting the truth. You cheated, and now you don't want it exposed? Yi Jing shook his head. Chapter 242, Exposing the Fraud. In short, it's all your fault. You ruined my company. Zheng Liyue blamed everything on Yi Jing. Sui was even more enraged. He was not only concerned about Zhang Liyue's company, but more importantly, the reputation of the Longxi group behind it. It was Yi Jing who had destroyed his company's reputation. Thinking of this, Su Yi, filled with anger, kicked fiercely at Yi Jing. "How dare you touch Mr. Yi? You're asking for it." Long Yi, the leader of the Red Dragon group, had been closely watching Sui the entire time. Without Yi Jing's command, he had refrained from acting. But now that Sui had taken the initiative to attack, he could no longer hold back. He swung a steel pipe, striking Sui's leg with a heavy blow, and then swung again, hitting Sui's abdomen.
Ugh.
Sui spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body collapsing in weakness. My leg is broken." Sui felt a searing pain in his leg, but that wasn't the worst of it. The most excruciating pain came from his abdomen, as if an internal organ had been crushed by that blow. "No, I can't take it anymore. Hurry, take me to the hospital now." Sui howled in agony. His bodyguards hurriedly carried him into a car, which sped off toward the hospital. Zhang Liyue glared fiercely at Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. "This isn't over. We will settle this score with you." Yi Jing smiled faintly. "All right, I'm waiting." The First People's Hospital of the province. In the internal medicine department, Sui's face was pale, and what made his heart race even more was what the doctor told him. "Is it true, doctor? My kidney was really damaged? What should I do then?" The doctor sighed. "You have 2 injuries. The broken leg is manageable. Since you arrived in time, we can fix it with a steel plate, perform surgery, and with some rest, you should recover mostly. But your kidney issue, our hospital can't treat it." Sui raged. "Can't treat it? What do you mean? Is your hospital so poor? In Western Sichuan, this wouldn't even be an issue." The doctor, hearing this, also lost his patience. "Then go back to Western Sichuan to treat it." Zhang Liyue quickly interjected. "Doctor, please calm down. Consider it again. Money is not a problem. He is the chairman of the Longxi group. Please use the best medicine, as long as you can heal his kidney." The doctor's attitude softened. "It's not that I won't use the best medicine, but your kidney was indeed smashed by the steel pipe. That blow was too severe. In this case, I can recommend a renowned doctor. With his skills, he might be able to heal your kidney. Perhaps only he in the entire provincial city can treat it." Half a day later, Su Yi, whose leg injury had been treated, arrived at the Xuanhu Jishitang. "Is this the place? Is the Master Wang Yangming inside the best doctor in the entire provincial city?" Sui looked at the figure inside. His bodyguard quickly replied, "Yes, Chairman Su. We inquired and found that Wang Yangming is indeed the most famous doctor in the provincial city. It's said that his 7 needles of the Mystic Gate are unparalleled, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh. We asked many people, and they all said Master Wang is extremely skilled. Even his disciple, Jiang Chao, is known as a divine doctor." Zhang Liyue added, "Honey, Master Wang Yangming is indeed very skilled. Many local wealthy families, when they fall ill, invite him to treat them. Even patients from all over the country come specially to seek his help." Sui nodded, covering his stomach with his hand, groaning in pain. "All right, then hurry and carry me in." Inside the clinic, Sui frowned. "Why are there so many people queuing up?" Zhang Liyue whispered, "Because Master Wang Mingyang's reputation is too big, so there are many patients coming to see him." Sui shook his head. "I can't wait that long." He snapped his fingers, and immediately a bodyguard leaned in. "Go, get us to the front of the line." The bodyguard, clearly not a stranger to such tasks, smoothly approached the first person in the queue. "Give your spot to our Chairman Su, and I'll give you some money." The man sneered. "Oh, so money is everything? Fine, throw money at me, see if I care. Don't forget, this is the provincial city. Every inch of land is precious. Who here isn't a wealthy person? Do you think I'm interested in a measly 100 or 2? But the next moment, the bodyguard pulled out 3 stacks of cash. "Here's 300,000 yuan. Is that okay?" The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his attitude. Yes, of course, you can go first." He thought it was too easy to earn 300,000 yuan. He could simply queue up again later, or come back in the afternoon. Wasting half a day for 300,000 yuan was a great deal. Even the people behind him were envious, thinking why didn't the bodyguard approach them? For 250,000, they would have agreed. Next, Sui was immediately carried in by his bodyguards. Doctor, I have an external injury. My kidney was damaged. Please take a look. It hurts so much. Sui was sweating profusely from the pain. Wang Yangming came over to examine him. The kidney was struck by external force. How is it, Master Wang? Can my condition still be treated? Sui looked at Wang Yangming with hope. In other places, there would be no hope. Wang Yangming stroked his beard and smiled faintly. But here, you still have a chance. In the entire provincial city, only I and my master can treat it. Sui's eyes lit up. You have a master? Can he come out and treat me? Usually, wouldn't the master be more skilled? I don't lack money. Hurry and call your master. Wang Yangming shook his head. That might not be possible. First, he is not swayed by money, and second, he doesn't even recognize me as his disciple. I was the one who insisted on acknowledging him as my master. Sui was shocked. Wang Yangming was already the most renowned master doctor in the provincial city, yet the other party didn't even acknowledge him as a disciple. Your master is quite unique. Sui had no choice but to say, all right, then please treat me quickly. Money is not an issue. Sui signaled to his bodyguard, who immediately took out a card. Master Wang, there's 1 million yuan in this card. Once you heal our chairman Su, there will be another 3 million. Wang Yangming didn't even glance at the card. Having treated many wealthy families, he was often paid millions in consultation fees and had long become indifferent to such sums. Lie down. I'll give you acupuncture. Chapter 243. Respect for teachers and virtue. Your kidneys have been damaged, but fortunately, you encountered my 7 needles of the mysterious gate. Otherwise, you'd be bedridden for the rest of your life. And without kidney function, you'd have to rely on dialysis, leading to a poor quality of life in your later years. Master Wang Mingyang said calmly, even the most renowned Master Wei from Western Sichuan, where you're from, would be powerless against this condition. Surprised by the treatment, Sui exclaimed, Master Wei? He's a legendary doctor in Western Sichuan. Wang Mingyang chuckled disdainfully. When Master Wei came to our provincial capital, he arrogantly organized a medical conference, but my master defeated him in one go. After that, Master Wei slinked away. Only then did Sui believe that the medical skills here might be far superior to those in Western Sichuan. Where is your master? I'm increasingly eager to be treated by him personally. All patients want the best treatment. Wang Mingyang shook his head. You might as well give up on that. My master rarely treats patients. He only does so when the timing, location, and circumstances are all favorable. All right then, Sui sighed and lay down helplessly. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Chao rushed back and shared today's events with his little apprentice. Did you hear? My grandmaster appeared at the Grand Hall for the product launch today. The little apprentice replied, Grandmaster. Oh, you mean the Mr. Yi that master has recently acknowledged, right? Ever since Wang Mingyang learned the 7 needles of the mysterious gate from Yijing, everyone in the Huaxia Medical Hall had come to regard Yijing as their grandmaster and master. Yes, and Sui from Longxi Group tried to act recklessly toward Grandmaster, but the Dragon Lord of the local Red Dragon faction kicked him, shattering his kidney. The little apprentice gasped, but soon questioned, Brother, we also had a patient with a shattered kidney today. Could it be that Sui? What? Jiang Chao frowned. Where is he? The little apprentice replied, They paid to skip the line and went in first. Master is probably treating him now. Jiang Chao hurried inside. In the treatment room. Oh, it's so comfortable. This 7 needles of the mysterious gate is indeed amazing and magical. Haha. Sui felt that his kidney, which had been excruciatingly painful just moments ago, no longer hurt after Master Wang Mingyang's acupuncture. He even had the leisure to laugh. Seeing Sui regain his vitality, Zhang Liyue also felt relieved. Don't move. I've only learned a little from my master about the 7 needles of the mysterious gate. I'm only decent with the first 3 needles, but the latter ones are still a bit rough. I haven't fully mastered them yet. Don't move, or I might make a mistake, and it'll be your problem. Sui immediately stopped talking and obediently lay still, cooperating fully. At that moment, the door was pushed open with a bang. Who the hell is it? Can't you see the master is treating a patient? Sui snapped, signaling his bodyguards to drive the intruder away. The master had just said that no interruptions were allowed, and now someone had barged in, making noise. This was clearly against Sui. Disciple, what's wrong? Wang Mingyang recognized his most talented disciple, Jiang Chao, and asked. Jiang Chao had stood out among many disciples and earned the title of a divine doctor. He was the most outstanding disciple under Wang Mingyang. Upon hearing that it was Wang Mingyang's disciple, Sui immediately shut his mouth. After all, it was their own people. It wouldn't be wise to offend them. What if they refused to treat him? In this entire provincial capital, only Wang Mingyang could treat his kidney. Master, stop treating him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chao's first words upon entering made Suyi's face turn pale. Zhang Liue also protested. We paid to see the doctor. Why won't you treat us? You run a medical hall. A doctor's compassion. What kind of talk is this? Just barging in and refusing to treat us. Are you bandits? Wang Mingyang's face darkened. Disciple, don't speak recklessly. Jiang Chao grew anxious. Master, you don't know how his kidney was shattered. He offended Mr. Yi. Wang Mingyang was stunned. His kidney was kicked by Mr. Yi? Jiang Chao shook his head. Not directly by Mr. Yi, but he offended him, and someone else kicked him. Wang Mingyang immediately stood up. I'm sorry, but I won't treat you. He quickly withdrew the 3 needles he had just inserted. What? Sui was dumbfounded, then furious. You just refused to treat me? How do you run a medical hall? As he spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his kidney area again. Quick, put those needles back. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Liue also quickly said, Master Wang, whatever the price, we'll pay. Why the sudden refusal? Is this how a doctor behaves? Wang Mingyang said coldly, It's precisely because I'm a doctor that I know the importance of traditional virtues, respect for teachers and virtue. First and foremost, I am a disciple, and only then am I a doctor. Respect for teachers and virtue teaches me that if my master is insulted, I must stand up for him. Sui was both anxious and in pain, groaning. Where did I offend your master? I don't even know who your master is. Just treat me already. I'm dying. Wang Mingyang sneered. My master is Mr. Yi. You offended him earlier. Don't you remember so soon? Sui and Zhang Liue exchanged glances, bewildered. The kick that injured him was from the Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon faction, who had done it to defend Yi Jing. Could Yi Jing be that Mr. Yi? Damn it, your master is Yi Jing? Sui was shocked. That good-for-nothing was actually the master of this renowned doctor? Wang Mingyang stood up furiously and glared sharply. How dare you address my master by his name? Get out now, and I won't treat you anymore. Whether I run a medical hall or am a beggar, I know how important respect for teachers and virtue is. Wang Mingyang immediately opened the door, and countless waiting eyes outside shot in. What's going on with that person who cut the line? Why isn't Master Wang treating him? I think I heard that the one who cut the line insulted Master Wang's teacher. Chapter 244. Insulting the master? Deserved. Insulting someone's master? Deserved. How can someone who doesn't even understand the importance of respecting their teacher come here for treatment? Haven't you heard that the lineage of Master Wang Mingyang and Divine Dr. Jiang Chao values traditional virtues above all else? Get him out of here. The crowd waiting outside, already displeased with the queue jumping, was now even more indignant. Everyone shouted to have them removed. The security guards at the clinic, hearing the commotion, also approached from the entrance. Sir, please leave. Master Wang has said that our clinic does not welcome you, the security guard said, speaking politely despite the presence of so many bodyguards behind Sui. He could only grit his teeth and ask them to leave. That good-for-nothing Yi Jing is your master? Are you out of your mind? He's not even a doctor. Sui, having developed an interest in Zheng Qingxian, had inquired about Yijing. He found out that Yijing was nothing but a jobless drifter. Not only was he not a doctor, but he didn't even have a job. If not for Zheng Qingshuan's pity, giving him a nominal title as a team leader in Zheng's flagship group, Yijing would have been just a jobless drifter. Could someone like that be a divine doctor? What a joke. I won't allow you to insult my grandmaster. Inside, Jiang Chao, being younger, lacked the composure of Wang Mingyang. Unable to hold back any longer, he swung his fists and charged forward. However, with so many bodyguards around Su Yi, there was no way Jiang Chao could get close. The bodyguard standing at the front kicked Jiang Chao back with a single move. The kick landed, and Jiang Chao collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. You actually hit Divine Dr. Jiang. The crowd in the clinic, seeing this, was immediately outraged. Everyone began to condemn Su Yi. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit a doctor? If you're not here to see a doctor, just leave. Why hit the doctor? We'll fight you. Divine Dr. Jiang and Master Wang are the people we respect the most. Who do you think you are to hit him? Jiang Chao, clutching his stomach, angrily said, Hit me all you want. Even if you kill me, we won't treat you. You've offended Mr. Yi. Not just us. No one in the entire province will treat you. The entire medical community in the province had heard of Yi Jing's battle against the master of Western Sichuan, Wei. Therefore, doctors across the province held great respect for Mr. Yi. Once the news of Su Yi insulting Mr. Yi spread, no doctor in the entire province would treat Su Yi. What did you say? Su Yi was furious, gesturing for his bodyguards to attack Jiang Chao. Don't touch him. Wang Mingyang shouted, stepping in front of Jiang Chao to block them. What, are you willing to treat me now? Su Yi glared. Impossible. I will never treat someone who insults Mr. Yi. Give up that thought. Su Yi coldly said, Fine, then beat him to death. Several bodyguards pushed Wang Mingyang aside and continued to punch and kick Jiang Chao. They only stopped after nearly killing him. Honey, what should we do next? Zhang Liyue was at a loss. Don't worry. I don't believe that in this vast province, there's no place to treat me, Su Yi said, waving his hand. Let's find other divine doctors. I don't believe it's true that no one will treat me, as Wang Mingyang said. Inside the clinic, Wang Mingyang quickly checked on Jiang Chao's condition. This is bad. His heart meridian is shattered. If we don't seal it with the 7 needles of the Mystic Gate soon, Jiang Chao will be done for. The little apprentice beside him began to cry, Then, master, quickly seal his heart meridian. Wang Mingyang shook his head, troubled. My mastery of the 7 needles of the Mystic Gate isn't complete. If it were to seal the meridians of the kidneys or other organs, I could manage. But the heart is the most critical part of the body, incredibly complex. I have no confidence in performing the 7 needles here. In the entire country, perhaps only my master can perform the 7 needles of the Mystic Gate on the heart. Unfortunately, he still refuses to acknowledge me. I will try calling him. Wang Mingyang cautiously dialed Yijing's number, his heart filled with anxiety, unsure if Yijing would agree to help. Master! As soon as the call connected, Wang Mingyang was both surprised and cautious. He was surprised that Yijing actually answered the call, but cautious, fearing that Yijing might refuse to treat and hang up immediately. I'm not your master. Yijing's words instantly plunged Wang Mingyang's mood into despair. Master, please don't hang up. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Yijing then said, Speak. What is it? Wang Mingyang hurriedly recounted everything that had just happened. Su Yi came to you for treatment? And Jiang Chao was beaten half to death, nearly causing his heart to stop? Yijing frowned. All right, I'll be there now. Jiang Chao had been beaten while defending him, so Yijing decided to go and take a look. Shortly after, Yijing arrived at the Xuanhu Jishitang, Hall of Universal Salvation. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi is going to the Hall of Universal Salvation. I heard it's because Jiang Chao was beaten while defending Mr. Yi, and his heart is in critical condition. This time, Mr. Yi will definitely use the 7 needles of the Mystic Gate to save Jiang Chao's life. To think someone would dare to insult Mr. Yi. This is a disgrace to the entire medical community of our province. Doctors from various clinics, renowned physicians, and divine doctors all headed toward the Hall of Universal Salvation. At the Hall of Universal Salvation, Master! Wang Mingyang's eyes were slightly red. During the time they waited for Yijing, Jiang Chao's condition had worsened, nearing death, especially his heart and breathing, with more exhales than inhales, barely hanging on to life. Those people are complete bastards. They beat him to the brink of death, every punch aimed at his heart. If Jiang Chao isn't treated soon, he might not make it, a divine doctor from another clinic, who had rushed over, indignantly said. Others were also filled with anger. After this, we must avenge divine Dr. Jiang. And that so-called Su Yi, we will boycott him. No doctor in the entire province will treat him. That's right, I'd like to see who dares to treat him. The Hall of Universal Salvation was packed with renowned doctors and divine doctors from various clinics. Yijing examined Jiang Chao and said, "Needles." Wang Mingyang quickly brought over a box of brand new, unopened silver needles. Yijing swiftly moved, inserting all 7 needles into Jiang Chao's heart area within a second. Although Wang Mingyang was saddened, he also planned to take this opportunity to observe and learn from Yijing's technique of the 7 needles of the Mystic Gate. Chapter 245. The Needle Flies in a Second. After observing twice before, he had gained some insights into the first 3 needles, which was why he dared to use them on Su Yi. But this time, even with his eyes wide open, he couldn't see how those 3 needles were placed. So, Master was never using his full strength before. This time, to save someone in an emergency, he must have used all his strength, completing all 7 needles in less than a second. And it was on the most complex and dangerous area, the heart. Only now did Wang Mingyang have a clear understanding of Yijing's true medical skills. Truly amazing. Not just Wang Mingyang, but all the famous doctors and renowned physicians present were equally astonished. The 7 needles of the Mystic Gate are truly miraculous. Mr. Ye's medical skills are far beyond our level. This kind of speed, unless taught hand-to-hand, is impossible to learn, let alone even see. As everyone was marveling, the once dying Jiang Chao on the bed regained some color, and the cyanotic skin around his chest gradually returned to normal. Cough, cough. Jiang Chao's eyelids fluttered, and he woke up. I was saved by my grandmaster? I thought I was definitely going to die this time. Wang Mingyang checked Jiang Chao's condition and excitedly said, "Don't worry, you won't die. With your grandmaster's 7 needles of the Mystic Gate protecting your heart, not only has your heart been healed, but you've also gained a blessing. The needles have improved your heart function, making it stronger than a normal person's, capable of handling greater blood flow." Those around them also showed shock. Is this true? Not only is he fine, but he's also been blessed. Wang Mingyang nodded. If you don't believe me, come and feel his pulse. One by one, they checked his pulse, each showing astonishment. 7 needles not only cured him but also strengthened his heart. A double benefit. Mr. Ye's medical skills are truly beyond admiration. After everyone had taken turns feeling the pulse, they were all filled with admiration. However, when they finished studying Jiang Chao's case, they found that Yijing had already left without anyone noticing. Everyone, you must have heard about Su Yi's situation. Wang Mingyang stepped forward. I have a favor to ask of all of you here. The crowd quickly replied, Please speak, Master Wang. Wang Mingyang, I hope that all the doctors in the provincial city can unite. Mr. Yi has an immeasurable influence on our medical community here. This time, I hope we can all work together and refuse to treat Su Yi. As soon as he said this, everyone agreed. Don't worry, Master Wang. Even if you didn't say it, we would never treat that Su Yi. He dared to insult Mr. Yi, which is a taboo for our entire provincial city. No one here will treat him. Su Yi and Zheng Liu arrived at another renowned clinic. Honey, this is one of the better clinics in our provincial city. Aside from Wang Mingyang, he's the best. Su Yi nodded, his expression slightly displeased. This time, I'll see if he still treats me. The group walked in. The Zheng physician glanced at Su Yi. What's the illness? Su Yi, annoyed, replied, Are you the doctor or am I? Can't you tell what's wrong just by looking? Instead of getting angry, the Zheng physician smiled. All right, so you're testing my medical skills. Very well, let me take a look. The Zheng physician began to take his pulse and then calmly said, It's nothing more than a leg injury and a ruptured kidney. Not too difficult to treat. Not difficult? Sui exclaimed in surprise. Great, then treat me quickly. Money won't be a problem. The Zheng physician nodded, but it requires a special technique called the 7 Needles of the Mystic Gate, which I can't perform. You'll need to go to Master Wang Mingyang for that. Wait, you're not by any chance Sui, are you? Did you just come from Master Wang Mingyang's place? Seeing the condition and the entourage, the Zheng physician suddenly realized Su Yi's identity. Leave, I won't treat you. The Zheng physician stood up and gestured for them to go. Su Yi's face darkened instantly. You're all in on this together, aren't you? I'll make this clear. If you don't treat me, I'll destroy your shop. The Zheng physician, with a hint of pride, coldly said, Go ahead and smash it. Even if you destroy my shop, I will never treat you. Sui raged, Fine, then I'll destroy your shop. Attack. With a wave of his hand, his bodyguards rushed forward and started smashing the place. After destroying the shop, Sui and Zheng Liue headed to another pharmacy next door. However, as soon as they stepped inside, there was a sudden outcry. It's Sui. Close the door. The clinic's door slammed shut with a bang. Suyi's mood was terrible. Damn it. It's all because of Yi Jing. Damn that Yi Jing. I want to kill him. Zheng Liue also panicked. Honey, what should we do? If all the doctors in the provincial city refuse to treat Sui, what will happen to his kidney? Will he still be able to be intimate with her? If Sui can't perform, will he still marry her? Will she lose her chance at a life of luxury? Sui grumbled, Don't worry. I'll invite famous doctors from Western Sichuan to treat me. I'll clean up the medical community in this provincial city sooner or later. And that Yi Jing, I'll kill him. Before, Sui only harbored resentment towards Yi Jing. But now, he truly felt a murderous intent towards him. First, Yi Jing damaged his kidney, then he told all the doctors not to treat him. Since you're not showing benevolence, don't blame me for being unjust. One day later, the famous doctors and experts from Western Sichuan had arrived. The Western Sichuan physician had his own methods and quickly stabilized Su Yi's kidney. Mr. Su, my treatment, although not a permanent cure, will allow you to live a normal life. You can also engage in slightly restrained intimacy, no more than once a month. Slap. Sui slapped the physician hard across the face. I can only have sex once a month? What's the point of this kidney then? The physician, covering his face, meekly said, Mr. Su, at least this way, you'll survive. If I hadn't treated your kidney, you'd only be able to live with the help of dialysis machines. Chapter 246, The Cure. Sui sneered. Should I thank you then? Let me tell you, you'd better come up with a cure as soon as possible, or I won't let you off. Sui ordered the doctor to scram and work on a secret remedy for him. Then, he turned to the expert from Western Sichuan. Brother Zhang, my godfather hired you at great expense from Western Sichuan, saying you're the most reliable. Zhang Dihao said indifferently, I appreciate the old man's praise, but I've never failed a mission. His words carried a strong sense of confidence. Just give me a name, and I guarantee he won't live past tomorrow night. Suyi's face immediately lit up with a smile. Indeed impressive. The target's name is Yi Jing, a son-in-law of the Jing family. He has some skills. None of my bodyguards are a match for him. Don't worry, Chairman Su. Even warlords have fallen to my hands. After saying this, Zhang Dihao disappeared into the darkness. Along with him, 10 other figures also vanished. Suyi's face showed a hint of smugness. Did you think that by telling the doctors in the provincial city not to treat me, you could control me? How naive, Yi Jing. With those measly tricks of yours, what makes you think you can compete with me? Behind me stands my godfather and the entire Longxi group. A few people from here would be more than enough to crush you. He could already foresee that by tomorrow, Yi Jing would be lying dead in the street, and in a few days, the doctor would find a cure for him. In the future, he would still be alive and kicking, the glorious chairman of the Longxi group, while Yi Jing would be just a cold, lifeless corpse. The next day, Su Yi summoned the doctor from Western Sichuan again. Tell me, how's the secret remedy coming along? Su Yi felt that the pain in his kidney area was getting worse. The doctor from Western Sichuan had talked big, saying he could maintain his kidney condition, but in just one day, the intense pain had returned. Have you come up with the remedy or not? I'm about to die from the pain. The doctor from Western Sichuan wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly examined Su Yi. Upon checking, his face changed drastically. Chairman Su, your kidney. It's worse than yesterday. If this continues, within 10 days, it will completely fail. At that point, even a god won't be able to save you. What? Su Yi was shocked. You said yesterday that with your method, the problem wasn't big. Why this sudden change today? The doctor panicked. I thought my method would work yesterday, but I didn't expect this. Your kidney really can't be delayed any further? Su Yi was so furious he wanted to kill the doctor. But he knew that the most critical thing now was to seek medical treatment immediately. Otherwise, even if he killed the doctor, he would die in 10 days. Immediately, Su Yi quickly left with his bodyguards and arrived at a renowned clinic. Doctor, please treat me. Money is not a problem. Su Yi gave a side-eye to his bodyguard, who promptly opened a suitcase filled with cash. Roughly glancing, there were 2 million inside. That's 2 million in cash. Besides this, I'll give you a card with 5 million more. If you can cure me, I'll give you another 5 million. Understand? I'm the chairman of the Longxi group. I'm not short of money. Su Yi was now completely buying his life with money. As long as his illness could be cured, he was willing to pay any price. This money, it's a lot. The doctor's eyes widened at the cash in the suitcase. Truthfully, cash had a stronger impact. It seemed that the 2 million in cash was even more than the 5 million in the card. A lot, huh? Su Yi's face showed a hint of a smile. Come on, if you cure me, all this money is yours. What do you say? After struggling for a moment, the doctor's eyes showed a resolute look. I'm sorry, but I can't take your money. Damn it, another stubborn one. That idiot Yi Jing. Is he really worth you listening to him like this? Does what he says amount to a royal decree? Su Yi's face showed a venomous expression. Listen all you want, but by tomorrow, he'll be dead. He waved his hand, and the robust bodyguards behind him immediately rushed forward and smashed the pharmacy. After a while, Su Yi went to another clinic. But the situation was almost the same as before. No matter how much money he offered, the doctors there refused to treat him. Damn it, damn it. Are these doctors all idiots? Money on the table and they won't take it? Su Yi was furious, but the anger only intensified the pain in his kidney. No, if this continues, I'll really end up like the doctor from Western Sichuan said, dying here. At that moment, Su Yi's phone rang. Godfather? Seeing the caller ID, Su Yi's expression brightened. Could it be that his godfather had found a doctor to treat him? Godfather is really reliable. Su Yi quickly picked up the phone. Godfather. On the other end, Zhu Pan said gravely, Yao, in that provincial city, find someone for me. No matter what method you use, you must find this person. Su Yi was slightly disappointed. It turned out to be a task, not help for his condition. All right, Godfather. You name it, and I'll dig through the ground to find them. It's a man named Mr. Yi. Godfather recently found out about a serious illness during a medical checkup. After investigating, through some acquaintances, he learned about this Mr. Yi. His medical skills are exceptionally high. The big fraudster master Wei from our Western Sichuan, who swindled so many people here. It was Mr. Yi who exposed him. When Su Yi heard the name, Mr. Yi, his entire head buzzed. He didn't even hear clearly what his godfather said afterward. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi was dumbfounded. His godfather had a serious illness? And only this Mr. Yi could cure it? Su Yi knew very well that this Mr. Yi was none other than Yi Jing. Realizing this, he quickly picked up the phone and called the assassin, Zhang Dihao. Cancel the mission. Brother Zhang, immediately withdraw all your arrangements. Zhang Dihao on the other end was puzzled. Chairman Su, I've already completed preliminary investigations and arrangements. I just need to ambush Yi Jing on his usual route, and I'm confident I can take his life. Hearing that Zhang Dihao hadn't acted yet, Sui quickly said, Listen to me, come back immediately. Cancel all your arrangements. Don't attempt to assassinate Yi Jing. Zhang Dihao had no choice but to reply, All right, I'll return right away. Chapter 247. For my godfather. Mr. Su, what's going on? Zhang Dihao returned with everyone else. Why was the assassination mission cancelled? Sui sighed, My godfather is sick, and only Yi Jing can cure him. He covered his kidney and said, And my kidney issue. It seems that only a few people in the entire provincial capital can cure it. These few people are all related to Yi Jing, like they're his disciples. Zhang Dihao was stunned. This Yi Jing is a miraculous doctor? Sui nodded solemnly. It seems so. Zhang Dihao frowned. Then what do we do? Can't we touch him? Not necessarily, Sui revealed a cruel smile. While waiting for you to return, I've come up with a new plan. We'll hold off on killing him for now. His life still has some use. Zhang Dihao also smiled. Mr. Su, you mean we should kidnap him first? Sui nodded with a smile. Yes, but he's quite skilled. We need to find a way to subdue him while keeping him alive. We'll need to think carefully about how to do it. Take a few days off first. I'll call you when I come up with a good plan. Understood. Zhang Dihao led his men away. Suyi's expression darkened. Damn it. For my godfather's illness, Yi Jing can't be killed yet. After kidnapping him and having him cure my godfather, I'll personally tear him apart. Sui returned to Wang Mingyang's Xuanhu Jishir Hall with a hefty sum of money. He had no idea how many days it would take to come up with a plan to kidnap Yi Jing, but his condition was worsening day by day, and he didn't know if he could hold out until then. He could only try his luck again with Wang Mingyang, offering a hefty sum. Wang Mingyang, your 7 needles of the Mystic Gate are the best after Yi Jing's, and the most likely to cure me. Besides, no one's watching here, so who would know you treated me? Sui took out 20 million. If you cure me, this 20 million is yours. Moreover, I came discreetly, so no one knows you treated me. What do you say? Wang Mingyang shook his head directly. Leave. I haven't settled accounts with you over my disciple Jiang Chao's matter yet. How dare you come asking for treatment? Sui was furious but held it in. He had some preparation before coming, but he didn't expect Wang Mingyang to refuse so decisively even with 20 million on the table. Fine. I'll see what your reaction will be after I personally kill Yi Jing. Sui vented internally before leaving Xuanhu Jishir Hall. Just before leaving, he happened to see someone else being turned away by Wang Mingyang. Master Wang, please, treat my father. My father is really on his last legs. You're the only one in the entire provincial capital who can save him. Wang Mingyang's voice was calm. Last time you invited my disciple Jiang Chao, you upset Mr. Yi. For that, I won't treat anyone in your Cheng family. Cheng Tingfei was speechless. How could Wang Mingyang hold a grudge like this? This man was a doctor. Yet he refused to treat his father? You're asking for trouble, aren't you? I'm paying for the treatment, not asking for free service. Cheng Tingfei cursed as he left. Sui saw this man and had an idea, signaling his bodyguards to call Cheng Tingfei over. You're Cheng Tingfei? Cheng Tingfei immediately recognized Sui and understood his identity. Mr. Su of Longxi Group? Nice to meet you. I'm Cheng Tingfei from the Qing family, running a few companies myself. He only ran a few small companies, with one security company barely managing. If he could attach himself to someone like Su Yi, the chairman of a major group, he'd be set. How did you offend Yi Jing? Sui asked. Cheng Tingfei quickly recounted the previous incident. I kindly invited Dr. Jiang Chao to treat a young member of the Zheng family, Zheng Ishan. I didn't expect Yi Jing to be so ungrateful and try to kick me out. Later, I was scolded by Zheng Qingxian, Yi Jing, and the Zheng family matriarch. Sui nodded. And now you're still trying to get Wang Mingyang to treat your father? Cheng Tingfei nodded heavily. Exactly. My father suddenly fell seriously ill 2 days ago. After checking around the entire provincial capital, only Wang Mingyang can treat him. But for some reason, he insists I offended Yi Jing and refuses to treat us. Can you believe there's such a thing in the world? Sui gestured, and Cheng Tengfei immediately came over. The two lowered their voices. I have a plan that can make Wang Mingyang, or even Yi Jing himself, treat your father. Cheng Tengfei instinctively asked, what plan? Sui revealed a smirk. Let's go to the coffee shop to talk. Cheng Tengfei immediately became alert, realizing Sui was worried about being overheard. All right, the coffee shop next door is owned by a friend of mine. It's safe. They arrived at the coffee shop and took a private booth. The curtains were drawn, and Sui's bodyguards surrounded them. All right, no one else is around. Cheng Tengfei whispered, Mr. Su, go ahead. As long as it can treat my father, I'll cooperate with any plan. Sui whispered, I plan to kidnap Yi Jing. As soon as he said this, Cheng Tengfei was shocked. He almost jumped out of his seat. Although he hated Yi Jing deeply, he hadn't reached the point of wanting to kidnap him. After all, it was a crime, and as the boss of several companies, he didn't want to risk getting involved. No wonder Sui chose such a secluded place to discuss the plan. It was indeed shocking. Mr. Su, think carefully before you say that. Sui said calmly, I've thought it through. Not only do I need Yi Jing to treat me, but my godfather needs Yi Jing, and so does your father. Why don't we find a way to kidnap Yi Jing and force him to treat us? Or use Yi Jing as leverage to force Wang Mingyang to treat us? Cheng Tengfei frowned but eventually said, if there's anything that can truly threaten and force Wang Mingyang, it's indeed Yi Jing. That's right, Sui said calmly. I want you to take the lead and trick the Zheng family matriarch out, then use her to lure Zheng Qingxian out. Yi Jing is particularly concerned about Zheng Qingxian. Once we have Zheng Qingxian, Yi Jing will be trapped. After saying this, Sui waited for Cheng Tengfei to agree. Cheng Tengfei thought for a while, initially feeling some resistance, but considering his father's condition, he made up his mind. Chapter 248. Making up my mind. All right, I'll take care of this. Cheng Tengfei also made up his mind. Half a day later, Cheng Tengfei arrived at the Zheng family residence. Madam Zheng, I've come to apologize to you regarding the previous matter. Cheng Tengfei carried 2 boxes of supplements. Upon seeing the 2 boxes of supplements, Madam Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. The supplements were expensive, clearly purchased from a prestigious traditional Chinese medicine shop. You know, you didn't have to bring anything, Madam Zheng said politely, but her hands were very honest, already reaching out to take the 2 boxes and handing them to a younger member of the Zheng family. Cheng Tengfei remained calm, inwardly sneering, but on the surface, he smiled amiably. Madam Zheng, the renowned Dr. Jiang Chao I invited for Zhengishan last time didn't really help you, but instead caused a lot of trouble for Miss Zheng Qingxian and Mr. Yi Jing, who ended up blaming me quite a bit. This time, I've come to apologize to you and Miss Zheng Qingxian. Madam Zheng responded repeatedly, oh my, you're being too polite. Having received Cheng Tengfei's gifts, the smile on her face was impossible to hide. And this jade bracelet, I'd like to give it to you. Cheng Tengfei then presented a jade bracelet. Madam Zheng's eyes widened. This jade bracelet was worth at least 1 million. More importantly, it was a vibrant green, very pleasing to the eye. You know, just to apologize, you didn't have to bring such a generous gift. I feel embarrassed wearing it, Madam Zheng said, but her hands were already putting on the jade bracelet, asking Cheng Tengfei, how does it look? Pretty? It looks great, of course. It suits you perfectly. Cheng Tengfei smiled. So, is the matter settled? I'd like to invite you and Miss Zheng Qingxian to a dinner at Jacala tonight. Of course, since this involves a bit of my personal reputation, I don't want too many people knowing about my embarrassment, so I'd appreciate it if you could bring only yourself and Miss Zheng Qingxian. It would be best if only the 2 of you came. If too many others come, where would my face be? Don't you think so? Having already accepted the gifts, Madam Zheng didn't suspect anything and immediately agreed, don't worry, tonight it will just be me and Zheng Qingxian. Of course, since my legs aren't very convenient, I might bring another little grandson to help me. Chung Tingfei smiled. Of course, that's understandable. Then, shall we meet tonight? Yes, see you tonight. By evening, Chung Tingfei was already waiting at Jacala. Chairman Su, you're here. Seeing Su Yi, Chung Tingfei immediately went to greet him. Behind Su Yi, there were more than a dozen people, all dressed in athletic attire, looking very skilled. Su Yi whispered, my men will go up first and take positions. You bring Madame Zhang and Zhang Qingxian here. Behind him, the assassin Zhang Hao led a group of assassins into the private rooms, 2 rooms away from the one Chung Tingfei had reserved. To avoid being discovered and spooking the target, the rooms were deliberately chosen a little farther apart, with 1 room in between. After everyone went upstairs, Chung Tingfei anxiously waited. In the distance, he saw the Zhang family's car arrive. Sure enough, after Madame Zhang and a little grandson got out, the car drove away. Madame Zhang, you've finally arrived. Chung Tingfei happily went to greet them. Please, let's go to the private room. I've already reserved it. Once upstairs, could you please call Miss Zhang Qingxian and ask her to come over? Madame Zhang, still wearing the 2 jade bracelets, smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely call her over today to help you reconcile. A moment later, inside the private room, Chung Tingfei started by toasting. Although Madame Zhang was old, she could still drink a few cups. After a few rounds of drinks, Madame Zhang smiled. It was just a small misunderstanding, nothing serious. I'll accept your apology on behalf of Zhang Qingxian. Chung Tingfei shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. I need to hear Miss Zhang Qingxian accept my apology personally. Madame Zhang chuckled. All right, I'll call her now. Qingxian, come over for a bit. I need to talk to you. What do you mean? What's the matter? Can't your grandmother call you? Hurry up and come over. Seeing Madame Zhang finish the call, Chung Tingfei felt relieved. His mission was complete. Once Zhang Qingxian arrived, everything would depend on Chairman Su's arrangements. A short while later, Zhang Qingxian arrived. However, she wasn't alone. She also brought her secretary, Lin Yanan. Grandma, I still have a lot of work at the company, still working overtime. Why did you suddenly call me over? Mr. Chung? Seeing Chung Tingfei, Zhang Qingxuan's expression slightly darkened. After all, the last incident had left some unpleasantness between her, Yi Jing, and Chung Tingfei. However, being a businesswoman, she didn't show any displeasure on her face. Instead, she smiled and said, Grandma, what's Mr. Chung up to today? Madame Zhang said, just take a seat first. We'll talk slowly. Normally, she had little presence in the Zhang family. Family matters were mostly decided by Grandpa Zhang. But this time, she felt she had played a significant role and was particularly assertive, so she took on the airs of a matriarch. Chung Tingfei smiled and said, That's right, Miss Zhang Qingxian. Let's discuss things at a leisurely pace. After Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan sat down, Chung Tingfei began to speak. Madame Zhang, Miss Zhang Qingxian, today I want to apologize to you, and also ask you for a favor. Confused, Zhang Laotai wondered what this was about, as it hadn't been mentioned before. Zhang Qingxuan's expression stiffened slightly. She knew that Chung Tingfei's unexpected appearance was bound to bring trouble. Go ahead, let me see if I can help, but don't think that just because you've involved my grandmother, I'll definitely do you a favor. I will only help if it doesn't harm my company's interests. Chung Tingfei smiled and said, Rest assured, this matter will definitely not harm your company's interests. My father was diagnosed with bone cancer at the Provincial People's Hospital 2 days ago. Unfortunately, they can't treat it there. I've heard that across the entire provincial capital, only 2 people are capable of treating this condition. Your fiancé, Yi Jing, and another doctor named Wang Mingyang. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang was the first to object. Why do you still believe in that superstitious traditional Chinese medicine? I know Yi Jing's medical skills. He just randomly punctures people with needles. His medical skills are not up to par. You should listen to the hospital. Zhang Qingxian frowned slightly and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chung, but I can't make decisions for Yi Gu. If you want to invite him, you'll have to approach him directly. Cheng Tengfei 摇了摇头，说道，看来是谈不拢了。Chapter 249. No agreement reached. Chung Tengfei shook his head with regret. Originally, I was planning to give you one last chance. Chang Tingfei looked pityingly at Zheng Qingxian and the old lady Zheng. But alas, you didn't cherish it. Zheng Qingxian sensed a change in Chang Tingfei's tone and immediately became alert. What do you mean? What do I mean? Chang Tingfei sneered. I gave you a chance to save your lives, but you didn't cherish it. What can I do about that? A chance to save our lives? The old lady Zheng also sensed something was amiss. Chang Tingfei, explain what you mean by that. What exactly are you planning to do? What am I going to do? Hee, you'll find out soon enough. Chang Tingfei was calm and composed. Zheng Qingxian immediately stood up, went to support the old lady, and gave a glance to the young grandson. Quick, take your grandmother and leave. The old lady Zheng also felt something was off. This Chang Tingfei had deliberately prevented her from bringing other Zheng family members, clearly fearing she would have backup. Hurry, let's go. As the two were about to leave, Chang Tingfei suddenly stood up and blocked their path. Now, it's not going to be that easy to leave. At that moment, the door to the private room was opened, and Sui along with two others entered. Miss Zheng Qingxian, Madam Zheng, once you've stepped into this room, don't even think about leaving. Seeing Sui, the old lady Zheng felt a slight sense of relief. After all, this man was her eldest granddaughter's husband. He wouldn't harm her, surely. My good grandson-in-law, Sui, hurry and see this Chang Tingfei. He's threatening us and wants to harm us. The old lady Zheng quickly added, I'm counting on you and Zheng Liyue to take care of me in my old age. This Chang Tingfei suddenly appeared, and I have no idea what he's up to. Sui sneered, Madam Zheng, didn't you notice? I didn't even call you grandma anymore. The old lady Zheng's last shred of hope was instantly shattered. It seemed today, Sui and Chang Tingfei had joined forces to target her and Zheng Qingxian. Zheng Qingshuan's expression turned cold. Sui, what exactly do you want? Aren't you afraid my sister Zheng Liyue will find out what you're doing? Sui sneered. Find out? What good would that do? I'm on the verge of death. He suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a large patch of dark bruising on his abdomen. Do you see this? It's all thanks to your good-for-nothing brother-in-law, Yi Jing. He had someone kick my kidneys to a pulp, and now, only he can treat me. I'm using you to lure Yi Jing here, forcing him to treat me. Zheng Qingshuan's mind raced, thinking of ways to escape. For now, she decided to play along. Sui, don't do this. It's just about treatment, right? We can arrange a time for you to come to the Zheng family home, and I'll have Yi Jing treat you. Hee, do you think I'd believe that? Sui's face twisted with venom. Don't even mention him. In the past few days, I've searched the entire provincial city, but not a single doctor is willing to treat me. Those so-called masters of medicine are all like fools, blindly defending Yi Jing, treating him as if he's the founder of some mythical seven needles of the Taoist sect. Zheng Qingxian was shocked. So Yi Jing's medical skills were that renowned? All the masters of medicine in the provincial city recognized his abilities. Before, she only knew that Yi Jing could practice medicine and had some skill, but she had no idea he had achieved such fame and prestige. The old lady Zheng, on the other hand, was full of doubt. Was Yi Jing's medical skill really that exceptional? So much so that Sui would risk his life to threaten them? Sui, don't talk nonsense. With my status as an old lady, do you think I can't call Yi Jing over? Don't worry, once we return, I'll definitely arrange for Yi Jing to treat you. Sui let out a cold laugh. You stupid old hag, haven't you realized the situation yet? Not only do I want Yi Jing to treat me, but I also want his life. He was practically foaming at the mouth. I'm using you two to lure Yi Jing here, then I'll force him, kidnap him, make him treat me, and then treat my godfather. Chang Tingfei quickly chimed in, and treat my father too. Sui continued with venom, Madam Zheng, Zheng Qingxian, blame Yi Jing for being heartless, and blame those stupid doctors for refusing to treat me. With that, he signaled to the bodyguard, who promptly knocked the old lady Zheng unconscious with a chop to the neck. The young grandson tried to resist but was no match for the towering bodyguard, who knocked him out with another chop. Zheng Qingxian, call Yi Jing. Zheng Qingxian shook her head. No, I won't. She had already figured out that Su Yi's sole intention was to force Yi Jing to treat him. As long as Yi Jing didn't show up, there was still a chance to find a way out. But if Yi Jing came, Su Yi's men would likely kidnap him immediately. At that point, it would be too late, and even she and her grandmother's lives would be worthless. Su Yi might even become completely deranged and kill them all. Won't call? That's not up to you. Su Yi snatched Zhang Qingshuan's phone, forced her to unlock it using facial recognition, found Yi Jing's number, and dialed it. Qingxian? What's the matter? Yi Jing's voice came through the line. Woo-woo. The bodyguard forced Zhang Qingxian to speak, but all she could manage was muffled sounds. Su Yi lost patience and spoke coldly. Yi Jing, Zhang Qingxian and Madame Zhang are in my hands. I advise you to come to Jutsai Lu within 10 minutes. Otherwise, their fate will be uncertain. Yi Jing's voice on the other end instantly turned cold. Su Yi, if you dare to lay a finger on Zhang Qingxian, I'll make sure you die a painful death. Su Yi sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of death now? After that little dragon of yours destroyed my kidneys, I'm already living worse than death. Let me make it clear. I want you to come alone, not with any of your underground thugs. If I see anyone else, I'll kill Zhang Qingxian and Madame Zhang immediately. Do you understand? Yi Jing replied calmly. Don't worry, dealing with someone like you doesn't require any help. 10 minutes later, Yi Jing arrived at Jutsai Lu. Chairman Su, he's here. Chung Tingfei hurried up to report. Tie up Madame Zhang and Zhang Qingxian securely and have someone guard them. Also, check if there's any movement from Qi Long. Soon, a bodyguard whispered, We've been watching Qi Long. In the past 10 minutes, there's been no movement from his people. Sui laughed out loud. Seems this Yi Jing is quite arrogant. Does he really think that without that so-called Dragon Lord, he can handle me on his own? Chapter 250. He's a scumbag. Without that red dragon helping him, just relying on Yi Jing alone, he's just a useless piece of trash. Sui said triumphantly with a laugh. This time, our plan is definitely going to succeed. Chung Tingfei also showed an excited smile. If that's the case, can my father's illness be cured too? Sui glanced at him. Yes, after I kidnap Yi Jing. You bring your father over, and we'll force him to treat your father. Chung Tingfei showed hesitation. What if he still refuses? Sui sneered. When people are on the brink of death, they can even do things that go against their principles, let alone just asking him to save someone's life. Don't worry, he'll definitely do it. Otherwise, we'll throw him into the river. Then, we'll use Yi Jing's life to threaten Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang will definitely treat your father. Hearing Su Yi's detailed plan, Chung Tingfei felt reassured. You really are insightful, Chairman Su. You've thought of everything. Su Yi's gaze shifted to Zhang Qingxian. You're so beautiful. How should I deal with you? After I kill Yi Jing, I'll take you back to Lungxi Group and lock you up in the basement. I'll enjoy you every day until I get bored of you. As for you, Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang shuddered, feeling an ominous premonition. She quickly said, I still have my uses. Please don't kill me. I can command the Zhang family to cooperate with you and transfer the Zhang family's assets to you. Heh, your desire to survive is quite strong, Sui said coldly. But do you think I would believe your nonsense? You're just an old woman with no value at all. As soon as Yi Jing arrives, I'll kill you. Granny Zhang trembled uncontrollably, her pants soaked with yellow liquid, clearly having wet herself out of fear. This Yi Jing, this son-in-law, has ruined me. Granny Zhang hated Yi Jing the most at this moment, not Su Yi. If it weren't for Yi Jing, would she be in this situation? Would these people have evil intentions? Bang! In the next moment, the doors suddenly shattered, and a figure entered. Su Yi, Chung Tingfei. Yi Jing scanned the room, relieved to see Zhang Qingxian unharmed. Then, his cold gaze landed on Su Yi. Heh, Yi Jing, you actually dared to come? You've got quite the nerve. Sui signaled to the bodyguard beside him, who immediately went out to check the surroundings and returned, nodding. Yi Jing said indifferently, Why wouldn't I dare to come? Did you get kicked so hard last time that you want me to come back and kick your liver out? Sui shouted angrily, "Don't spout nonsense. Was it you who kicked me? It was because you had the Red Dragon organization and someone like Long Yi with you that I couldn't fight back. But today, you came alone. I'm not afraid of you at all. Yigu, run quickly. They have ambushes." Zhang Qingxian anxiously shouted, but soon, another bodyguard gagged her with a cloth. Sui waved his hand, and a dozen figures leaped in, immediately surrounding Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxuan's face showed despair, and Granny Zheng also sighed. "Are you stupid? We all knew he invited you here with ill intentions. How did my second granddaughter end up with such a fool? Shut up. Stop making noise." Sui coldly glanced at Granny Zheng and Zhang Qingxian. "Knock them out." The bodyguards behind them immediately struck each of them with a hand knife, knocking them unconscious. "Yi Jing, now it's just us. Understand this. Without anyone else helping you, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash." Sui and Cheng Tingfei stepped back, signaling to Zhang Dihao. Zhang Dihao grinned savagely, holding a chain in his hand as he charged towards Yi Jing. At the same time, the other 10 people behind him took out crossbows, aiming at Yi Jing. These were professional assassins. Although firearms are prohibited in China, these crossbows were easier to avoid detection. Zhang Dihao swung the chain, aiming to wrap it around Yi Jing's body. This was their usual tactic. Once the chain was wrapped around, even if Yi Jing could break free, it would take time. During that time, they could easily shoot arrows into Yi Jing's body. They had used this method to assassinate countless people, succeeding many times. But this time, before the chain could even be thrown, Yi Jing flicked his wrist, and a silver needle pierced through the gaps in the chain, directly piercing Zhang Dihao's neck. In an instant, Zhang Dihao's body went limp, and he collapsed. Quick, quick, quick. The remaining men were shocked and quickly took out their crossbows, aiming and firing at Yi Jing. Sui also panicked. "Quick, quick, restrain him." He had seen Zhang Dihao in action a few times before, but never had he seen him go down so quickly. But in the next moment, he saw all 10 men, including Zhang Dihao, collapse to the ground. "Is this all the trouble you can cause me?" Yi Jing strolled towards Sui. "Do you have any other tricks? Use them and try to kill me." Sui was terrified. Where could he have any other tricks? "Yi Gu, Yi Daddy, Grandpa, spare me. I have no more tricks. This time, I was just joking with you. I didn't mean to do anything to you." Only now did Sui realize that even without the Red Dragon, Yi Jing was not someone he could afford to provoke. The man had taken out all those professional assassins in the blink of an eye. "Oh, is that so? Just a joke?" Yi Jing glanced at Cheng Tingfei beside him. "Well then, I'll joke with you too, Cheng Zong. Could you do me a favor?" Cheng Tingfei's face was even more strained than a forced smile. "Mr. Yi, please feel free to tell me." The sight of Yi Jing effortlessly dealing with those assassins had left a deep impression on him, filling him with fear. "Pick up that steel pipe." Cheng Tingfei followed Yi Jing's instructions and picked up the steel pipe. "Break all his limbs." "Ah." Cheng Tingfei was dumbfounded. Asking him to hit someone? Although he was a boss and had done many dirty things, he had always ordered his subordinates to do them. He had never done it himself. Now, being asked to break someone's limbs, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. "What? Were you shouting threats earlier? Planning to kidnap me and kill me? Oh, now just asking you to break his limbs, and you can't do it? Well then, how about I break your limbs first?" Yi Jing glanced at Cheng Tingfei, making the latter shiver. Okay, I'll do it right away." Cheng Tingfei had no choice but to force himself to approach Sui, raising the steel pipe high. "You dare!" Sui's eyes widened in fury, threatening Cheng Tingfei. Chapter 251. Ribbon-Cutting Ceremony. "Sorry, Su Dong, bear with it." Cheng Tingfei gritted his teeth and slammed a heavy stick onto Sui's leg. Bang! With a loud thud, Sui screamed in agony. Yi Jing said calmly, "That's too light. You won't break his leg like that." Bang! 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 The sound of smashing legs echoed throughout the entire room. Finally, after more than a dozen hits, one of Sui's legs was finally broken. Even Yi Jing showed a look of pity. "Sui, you really suffered today, meeting this novice who breaks legs. He sat down and said patiently, the second leg, you should have some experience now, right? Chung Tengfei gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to smash the other leg of Su Yi. This time, he was much more experienced. With a fierce effort, he broke Su Yi's leg in just 5 hits. The hands were even easier, each only needing 2 or 3 hits to break. Not bad. You have quite a talent for this, Yi Jing praised. Hearing Yi Jing's compliment, Chung Tengfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's your turn now. Should I help you? Or will you do it yourself? Yi Jing looked at Chung Tengfei with a half-smile. These two were the masterminds and accomplices behind the plot to harm him and Zhang Qingxian, so he certainly wouldn't let them off. Chung Tengfei was terrified upon hearing this. He moved his feet and immediately tried to flee. But Yi Jing's silver needles reached Chung Tengfei's neck the next moment, making him go limp and fall to the ground. Yi Jing waited for 2 more minutes before the door was urgently knocked on. Mr. Yi, Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon, along with a large group of people, rushed over. Yi Jing pointed at Su Yi and Chung Tengfei, deal with these people. After that, he picked up Zhang Qingxian, while 2 other Red Dragon subordinates carried the old lady Qin and the little grandson, and they left the place. By the river. Dragon Lord, should we throw these people into the river to feed the fish? The subordinate tied up Su Yi and Chung Tengfei with heavy stones and put them into bags. Dragon Lord nodded solemnly. These people dared to provoke Mr. Yi, so they must die. They have crossed the line and cannot be spared. Dragon Lord watched as the 2 were thrown into the river, then led his men away. Where is Su Yi? Zhang Liyue had been unable to find Su Yi for several days. She had managed to latch onto such a rich suitor, but for several days in a row, her calls went unanswered. Staying in the villa on Half Mountain in Daiwan, Zhang Liyue felt very lonely. No, I need to contact his secretary at Longxi Group. Such a big person can't just disappear, can he? And those bodyguards he always brought with him have suddenly disappeared too. Zhang Liyue felt something was off. Previously, Sui had given her the contact numbers of several secretaries at Longxi Group, as they were involved in the funding for the new company. Zhang Liyue had contacted them a few times. Hello, has your chairman Su returned to Chuanqi? I haven't seen him for several days. The secretary quickly replied, no. If Chairman Su had returned, he would have asked us to arrange a flight. He hasn't contacted us recently. However, we will contact him. Please wait a moment. The secretaries naturally had some special ways to contact him. But after trying these contacts all day, they suddenly found that Su Yi seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Longxi Group quickly informed Zhu Pan, Su Yi's godfather and the actual controller of Longxi Group, about this. Su Yi has disappeared? Zhu Pan frowned, dialing Su Yi's number himself, only to find that it went unanswered. Even the secretaries and bodyguards who were always with Su Yi had disappeared at the same time. Su Yi must be in trouble. Zhu Pan, nearly 60 years old but looking like he was only in his 40s, was full of energy. Su Yi's trouble happened after I sent him to look for Mr. Yi. Are these two events related? Is it possible that looking for Mr. Yi is very dangerous, leading to Su Yi's disappearance? Zhu Pan valued and cared for Su Yi greatly, so the moment Su Yi disappeared, Zhu Pan had his assistant book a flight to the provincial capital. He also opened a price on the black market. Anyone who could find Su Yi or provide clues would be rewarded with 50 million. Moreover, Zhu Pan hired detectives from all over to head to the provincial capital, vowing to turn the entire city upside down to find Su Yi. Did you hear? Su Yi from Longxi Group has disappeared. The various prominent families, wealthy clans, and enterprises in the provincial capital had been engrossed in discussions about Su Yi's disappearance over the past few days. That Su Yi, as soon as he arrived in the provincial capital, tried to compete with our local enterprises. Instead of expanding the market, he focused on swallowing our share. It's a good thing he disappeared. But I heard his godfather, Zhu Pan, is not someone to be trifled with. Once he arrives, he'll definitely dig up the entire place. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. At the Mu family, Mu Fengchun and Mu Jingtao were also talking about this. I thought Longxi Group was a strong dragon crossing the river, aiming to make a big splash in our provincial capital. Who would have thought that after just a few days, before even having a single round with Mr. Yi, he suddenly disappeared? Mu Jingtao lowered his voice. Grandpa, do you think Su Yi's disappearance has anything to do with Mr. Yi? Mu Fengchun glared fiercely at his eldest grandson. What nonsense are you talking about? If Mr. Yi hears this, I'll have to skin you myself. Mu Jingtao immediately fell silent. Don't tarnish Mr. Ye's reputation, but at the same time, if it's true that Longxi Group provoked Mr. Yi, then our Mu family will also make a stance, understand? When facing such a crushing force from Chuanxi, we must unite as one. Mu Jingtao quickly replied, Understood, Grandpa. Just as they finished talking, their granddaughter, Mu Xinjia, came bouncing over. Little granddaughter, is your body better? Mu Xinjia smiled. Of course, thanks to Mr. Yi. My illness healed so quickly. Speaking of Yi Jing, Mu Xinjia's face turned red. When Yi Jing treated her, he had once treated her while she was completely naked. Her entire body had been seen by Yi Jing. At that time, Mu Xinjia had thought she would marry no one but Yi Jing. Grandpa, our family's private bank is completed, and you said you would let me manage it, right? Mu Xinjia looked expectantly. Can I invite Mr. Yi to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Chapter 252. Are you here for business? Mu Fengchun chuckled. You can invite him, but whether Mr. Yi is willing to come depends on your ability. Mu Xinjia's face turned slightly red as she said, I'm sure I can invite him. In her heart, she thought, I've already been seen by Yi Jing, so asking him to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony shouldn't be too difficult for him. He probably won't refuse, right? All right, then this time, Grandpa won't help you, Mu Fengchun said. I can handle everything else related to the private bank, but when it comes to Mr. Yi, it's a bit special. Grandpa can't help you with that. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll call Mr. Yi myself. After returning to her room, Mu Xinjia dialed the number she had never called before. I wonder if he'll even answer my call. What if he sees it's an unfamiliar number and just rejects it? Or what if he answers but doesn't agree to my request? After all, we don't have a deep friendship, just that he saved my life once. Mu Xinjia found herself caught in the dilemma of a young girl. Just then, the phone connected. Hello? Yi Jing looked at the unfamiliar number and only recognized the Mu family girl when he heard her introduction. What is it? Mu Xinjia eagerly said, I'd like to invite you to the opening ceremony of our Mu family's private bank for the ribbon cutting. Do you have time? Yi Jing replied calmly, Sure. He wasn't particularly busy lately. The search for his parents' clues was still ongoing with Qing Huang. Sui had just been dealt with, and Zhang Qingshuan's company was on the right track. He had some free time. That's great. I'll send a car to pick you up then. Mu Xinjia was thrilled. In her mind, Yi Jing had agreed simply because he felt close to her. After all, even Grandpa had said that even if he personally invited Mr. Yi, there was a high chance he wouldn't come. It seems I hold a pretty high position in Mr. Ye's heart. The next day, the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony. Before it began, Mu Xinjia had already sent someone to pick up Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, this is a super VIP guest card specially for you. My grandfather said that this private bank is fully authorized to me to manage, and it's now my property. I'm in charge here, so I've decided there will only be 3 super VIP guest cards. One for my grandfather, one for myself, and the other for you. After saying this, Mu Xinjia blinked vigorously, trying to hint at something. Yi Jing nodded calmly. So, I'm quite important, huh? He didn't care much about the bank card, as he had the entire Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce at his disposal and could get as much money as he wanted. However, since the card was a token of the young lady's sincerity, he accepted it. Of course, you're important. Mu Xinjia, seeing Yi Jing accept the card, jumped for joy. Feel free to look around. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will start soon. I need to go greet some other guests. Today, Mu Xinjia was the host and naturally very busy. Yi Jing nodded and waved her away. He strolled casually through the private bank. The building had 5 floors. The first floor was for the general public, the second and third for major clients, the fourth for top clients, i.e., gold and diamond levels, and the fifth housed the bank's offices and services for super VIP guests like himself. In other words, the light blue card Yi Jing held was in a class of its own. As he wandered aimlessly, a voice called out from the side. Yi Jing. Yi Jing turned to see a man who looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he smiled. Zhao Yonggang? Zhao Yonggang was a former classmate from middle school. You're also developing in the provincial capital now? Zhao Yonggang said with a smile. Back in the day, you were one of the rich kids in our class and a top student. Unlike me, I dropped out after middle school. But Zhao Yonggang's eyes gleamed with pride. Even though I only finished middle school, many college students, postgraduates, and even PhDs work for me now. I run my own company and am doing pretty well as my own boss. Take a look at this one next to me. She's a second-tier actress, and now she's relying on me for a living. As Zhao Yonggang spoke, the woman beside him cozied up to his side. Yi Jing looked over and recognized her from a popular TV show where she had played the second female lead. She had disappeared after that, and it turned out she had been kept by Zhao Yonggang. How about you? Zhao Yonggang asked casually. I heard you didn't do well later on. Even though you were a top student, you seemed to vanish without a trace. Zhao Yonggang's words carried a hint of disdain for top students. The more he could belittle them, the more excited he became, and the prouder he felt about his decision to drop out of middle school. I'm doing okay, I guess, Yi Jing replied, not particularly interested in further conversation. He was about to head to another floor. But Zhao Yonggang wasn't willing to let go of the opportunity to belittle an old classmate to boost his own ego. He turned to the actress beside him. Look at him. What's the point of studying? He's just out there working for others. Doing okay? Huh? Yi Jing, I heard from our classmates that you're unemployed. Is that true? You were a top student, always at the top of the class. You can't have ended up that badly, right? Zhao Yonggang spoke with a smile, but every word was meant to demean Yi Jing. Yi Jing replied calmly, I don't have a job, but I don't need one. The actress's eyes lit up at this statement. Who didn't need a job? Rich second-generation heirs, those with wealth from land requisition, who had so much money they didn't need to work. Those were the kind of people she wanted to be with. Like this Zhao Yonggang, although he was quite wealthy and had his own company, he was stingy and wouldn't spend much on her, just giving her a few thousand a month, like she was some street beggar. If this Yi Jing was a rich second-generation heir or someone who knew how to spend money, she'd be willing to give her body to him for a few months. But the next moment, Zhao Yonggang burst out laughing, exposing Yi Jing. I heard you've become a live-in son-in-law at the Zheng family. A kept man, of course, doesn't need to work. The actress rolled her eyes in disdain, muttering, so he's just a kept man. She had been excited for nothing. Tell me, with such a trashy identity, why are you even here at this bank? Are you here for business? Zhao Yonggang mocked. Chapter 253, Pitiful Knowledge. Yi Jing, I'm here today for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Zhao Yonggang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Are you joking with me? What kind of identity do you have? You're just a freeloader who doesn't even go to work. You're here for the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Do you know who gets to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Those are the big shots from various noble families, and powerful figures from both the legal and illegal worlds. What kind of identity do you have to attend the ceremony? Are you kidding me? Yi Jing responded indifferently, believe it or not, it's up to you. Hear that? This freeloader has a very strong ego, Zhao Yonggang said to the actress beside him. Just saying one thing to him, and he's already upset. Believe it or not, he says, already throwing a tantrum, isn't he? Yi Jing said calmly, Zhao Yonggang, isn't it just a small company you run? What's this, feeling empowered on edge? Zhao Yonggang sneered, I just can't stand you so-called top students from back then. What good is studying hard? In the end, aren't you all beneath me? Let me tell you, I've specifically hired some of the top students from our class to work in my company. Among the top 5, 2 are working as security guards in my place. What about you? You were always in the top 3 in terms of grades. Want to come to my company and be a security guard? Yi Jing smiled faintly, no need. I'm not planning on that for now. He stood up to leave. He didn't feel it was worth his time to engage with such a small-minded person, just wasting his breath. Unexpectedly, in Zhao Yonggong's eyes, this action made Yi Jing look cowardly. See? I told you, this kind of person has a very strong ego. Can't say anything to him. Look at this, Yi Jing. This is the silver card I got here. Do you know what that means? It means my financial transactions here can reach up to 50 million. Only at this level can you get a silver card. Can you? You just said you're here for the ribbon cutting, right? Since you're such a big shot, you should have a card from the bank too, right? I heard that today, every big shot attending the ceremony gets a gold card. Come on, show me what your gold card looks like. Yi Jing sighed. All right then. He took out the super VIP guest card that Mu Xianjia had just given him. Zhao Yonggang and the actress were momentarily startled when they saw Yi Jing actually take out a card. But when they saw it was a light blue card, they muttered, "This isn't gold." Yi Jing, I told you. Today's big shots all have gold cards, representing a golden, noble identity. This light blue one, with no marks on it, isn't it just a fake card you made yourself? Zhao Yonggang thought more and more that this was possible. This Yi Jing, a loser who lives off others, seeking self-esteem, pretending to be a VIP, and making a fake card to satisfy his vanity. You're truly pitiful. Zhao Yonggang shook his head. Living like you, it's a tragedy. Yi Jing chuckled. Don't you know? This isn't just a super VIP guest card. It's unique. You're still joking, calling it a super VIP guest card. Do you know what the consequences are for making fake cards? Now, take your card and leave quietly. I can pretend nothing happened. Out of respect for our old classmates, I won't report you. But if you insist this is some super VIP guest card, then you're forging a fake card. Do you know that's a crime? If the Mu family behind this private bank finds out, you'll be beaten to death by them. Yi Jing shook his head calmly. If you're ignorant, don't judge with your pitiful knowledge. He stood up to leave, not planning to deal with Zhao Yonggang anymore. But those final words angered Zhao Yonggang. Damn it, I was considering our old classmates' bond and letting you leave. Fine, you're the one refusing to drink the respectful wine. Security, security, come over here. There's someone forging a fake card here. Zhao Yonggang's loud outcry immediately drew the attention of many people. Today was the grand opening, and the place was already crowded with people. Not only were there various big shots and influential figures, but also a large number of passers-by attracted by the event. With that shout, hundreds of people in the hall turned their gaze toward them. The security guards, of course, didn't dare to take any matter lightly today and quickly ran over. What's going on? Zhao Yonggang pointed at Yi Jing. Him. It's him. He's forging a fake card from your bank. The security guards were shocked. Their bank had just opened, and someone was already forging fake cards? Sir, please take out your card so we can verify its authenticity. Yi Jing took out his light blue card. The security guards looked at it and immediately frowned. The card did have the words Mu Group Private Bank printed on it, but it didn't specify the level of the card, nor did it have a card number. This card is strange. The security guard's attitude immediately changed, their faces turning serious. Sorry, sir. Our bank cards have multiple levels, but none are like yours. Zhao Yonggang, hearing this, became even more smug. Hear that, Yi Jing? Your forgery of a bank card has been exposed. Don't blame your old classmate for reporting you. Who told you to make a mistake first? Yi Jing said calmly to the security guards. You don't recognize this card? The security guards' eyes were stern, and they were about to escort Yi Jing away. This card doesn't exist in our bank. Yi Jing was speechless. It seemed that Mu Xianjia had just made the super VIP guest card, and there were only 3 in total, one for her, one for Grandpa Mu Fengchun, and one for Yi Jing. At present, neither she nor Grandpa Mu would have used the card, as it was their own bank, and Yi Jing was likely the only one to have revealed the card so far. It was normal that they didn't recognize it. Call your manager over. He should recognize it, Yi Jing said calmly. The 2 security guards, seeing Yi Jing's demeanor, began to hesitate in their hearts. This person didn't seem like someone who would intentionally commit a crime and forge a card. Not daring to act rashly, they decided to play it safe and called the manager over. This card. Manager Chin looked at it and shook his head. It's not from our bank. It seems to be a forgery. Ha ha ha, heard that. Yijing? You were so confident, even calling for the manager. Chapter 254, Fake Card. Zhao Yonggang laughed so hard he bent over backwards. You're joking with me? And now you want to call the manager over? Are you trying to make this public knowledge? Do you think there aren't enough people who know how embarrassing you are? The bigger the commotion here, the more people gather to watch. The manager shook his head and said to the two security guards, "Come with us." Yi Jing was speechless. Was Mu Xinjiao really this unreliable? Wasn't there any training for the most prestigious VIP card? Just as he was about to act, the crowd suddenly gasped. Mr. Mu Fengchun is here. Quick, make way. My goodness, Mr. Mu is here. He's here to support Miss Mu Xinjiao. Many people speculated that this private bank of Miss Mu's was just a personal venture, that the Mu family wasn't backing it. Now it seems those rumors are debunked. Yes, with Mr. Mu Fengchun personally showing support, it means the entire Mu family is behind this bank. This bank is definitely going to be huge. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apply for a card. The promotions are really generous. Before, we were worried the bank didn't have enough backing. Now that it does, we can't wait. Seeing Mr. Mu Fengchun arrive, everyone was elated and excited. However, Mr. Mu Fengchun ignored the crowd and walked straight past everyone toward Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, you're here too. Your presence brings great honor to the Mu family. Mr. Mu Fengchun quickly approached, shaking Yi Jing's hand with both of his, showing great respect. The manager beside them blurted out, Mr. Mu, he forged a fake card. Nonsense. Mr. Mu Fengchun slapped the manager across the face. Which eye of yours saw him using a fake card? This card here. We don't have such a card in our bank. Mr. Mu Fengchun's face darkened as he took out his own light blue card from his wallet. So, you're saying my card is fake too? At this, the crowd gasped in surprise. Even Mr. Mu Fengchun had the same card, so it was clear this wasn't a fake card. This super VIP card represents the most prestigious identity. Our Mu Family Group Bank only issued 3 of them. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. It turned out this young man wasn't a fraud using a fake card, but the Mu family's most esteemed guest. The manager was dumbfounded, covering his face and stuttering, I didn't know. At that moment, Mu Xinjiao arrived, her face cold. You didn't know? The latest training materials were sent to every manager's email this morning. You were too lazy to read them, and now you blame the guest? You're fired. With such professional conduct, I doubt any bank in the entire province would dare hire you. As soon as Mu Xinjiao said this, a leader from a commercial bank immediately spoke up, Indeed, a manager who doesn't know his business. We wouldn't dare hire him either. Another bank leader chimed in, we wouldn't either. All the banks present to support the Mu family expressed their agreement. The manager's face turned pale as a sheet. He cried out, No, miss, don't fire me. I've worked so hard for the opening of this new bank. You can't just abandon me like this. Mr. Mu, please, say something good for me. I'm an old employee from your household. I just didn't recognize it. I was too busy to read the materials. Mu Xinjiao's voice was icy. I know you're busy, but professional competence comes first, doesn't it? This morning, you could have put other work aside, but the business materials were a must-read. The other bank leaders nodded in agreement. As a manager, if you don't even know your own business, what else can you be expected to do? No matter how much the manager apologized or pleaded, it was no use. Wasn't it you who kept saying Mr. Ye's card was fake? Mu Xinjiao frowned, looking at Zhao Yonggang. Zhao Yonggang stammered, Well, I didn't know. You didn't know? So you just spouted nonsense? Mu Xinjiao said, You're a silver-level user of our bank, here for a loan, right? Zhao Yonggang nodded. Yes, I want to borrow 50 million. I just started a new project, and I've already submitted my project details to your bank's reviewer. He thinks I'm a very qualified client and plans to approve the loan. Mu Xinjiao said flatly, Good. I now declare that our bank is canceling your loan eligibility. Zhao Yonggang was stunned. Why? My qualifications are clearly the best. Sorry, I have the final say. I don't think your qualifications are up to par. Why? Mu Xinjia shook her head. Because I don't think someone who casually slanders others will run a company well. Zhao Yonggang snorted angrily. Heh, you're retaliating against me, aren't you? Just because I said his card was fake? If your bank won't lend to me, I won't come to you. I'm a top-notch client. I can get a loan from any bank. He turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a leader from a commercial bank beside him said coldly, "Don't bother coming to our commercial bank. We won't lend to you either." A leader from the Bank of China also laughed, "Don't worry. Our Bank of China won't lend to you either." One after another, the leaders expressed their stance, just like before. The people around whispered among themselves, "Zhao Yonggang's done for. He's offended the entire banking industry. Ha, the Mu family has so much influence. How could the banks not give the Mu family face? Zhao Yonggang offended the Mu family's eldest daughter. He's up against the entire banking industry. I heard he's just a small business owner. This is bad. If he can't get loans anywhere, his business can't grow." Zhao Yonggang's face turned pale. If no bank would lend to him, he really had no options. Would he have to turn to underground lenders for high-interest loans? Damn it, all you banks are in cahoots. If it comes down to it, I'll just borrow from loan sharks. Zhao Yonggang's company was in rapid expansion, in dire need of funds to expand its territory. If pushed to the edge, he would resort to borrowing from loan sharks to fuel the company's growth. Once the company grew, he wouldn't even need to consider the interest on those high-interest loans. Chapter 255. Usury. Mu Xinjia had the security guards escort the man out. "Brother Zhao, you're not doing so well, are you?" The actress began to show her disdain for Zhao Yonggang. "You told me that once you secured a loan from the bank and your company expanded, you'd increase my monthly allowance, right? But it seems no bank is willing to work with you now. How do you expect your company to grow?" Zhao Yonggang's face turned extremely grim. It's all because of that Yi Jing, who knew he had such a close relationship with the Mu family. A good-for-nothing who lives off others, who would have thought he'd latch onto the Mu family and even have Miss Mu Xinjia defend him so fiercely. Suddenly, Zhao Yonggang had an epiphany. Could it be that he's playing both sides? He's already married into the Jing family, and now he's living off Mu Xinjia too? Yes, that must be it. The actress widened her eyes in disbelief. No way. Can he really live off two families? He's the ultimate gold digger, isn't he? It must be true, Zhao Yonggang confirmed. But let's not talk about him now. The most urgent matter is to solve my funding problem. Do you still want that increase in your allowance? The actress immediately turned on her charm. All right, let's not talk about him. Let's focus on solving your funding issue first. No matter what happened to Yi Jing, he was just an outsider. What mattered most to her was that Zhao Yonggang could resolve his financial troubles and expand his business. A short while later, Zhao Yonggang found himself at Xinhong Finance. This was a financial company owned by Nie Baichuan, offering loans with interest rates higher than banks. However, the qualification requirements were much more lenient. With such good qualifications, why come to me instead of the banks? Nie Baichuan was surprised by the credentials. With such qualifications, the banks should be fighting over you, shouldn't they? Nie Baichuan chuckled as he looked at Zhao Yonggang. He wasn't an easy man to deal with. If Zhao Yonggang couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, Nie Baichuan wouldn't just hand out a loan. Speaking of this, Zhao Yonggang had a belly full of grievances. Brother Nie, you wouldn't believe it, but those banks are so shady. It's much better here with you. I just offended someone and said his card was fake, and then the Mu family canceled my qualifications. It didn't stop there. All the banks followed suit and canceled my qualifications. Oh, is that so? Nie Baichuan's interest was piqued. He laughed heartily. You're just unlucky, aren't you? Exactly. Zhao Yonggang grumbled. That Mu Xinjia from the Mu family isn't a good person either. I just mistook one card. Who knew it was that special? But brother Nie, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Even though I got kicked out later, I gave him a good scolding beforehand. Nie Baichuan took a sip of wine and said indifferently, So, You got your revenge? Yes, he. He was actually an old classmate of mine. Back then, he was a top student. But what good did that do him? Just like us, who didn't even finish middle school, he's no better. Now, you're the boss of Shinhong Finance, and I run a decent construction company. Isn't that much better than those who went to college and now have to work 996 jobs? Nia Baichuan glanced at him coldly. That's true, but don't think you can cozy up to me with this and get a higher loan limit. Zhao Yonggang chuckled awkwardly. He had deliberately said those words to try and build rapport and maybe get a higher loan limit. Brother Nia, could you approve a loan of 50 million? My business needs to expand urgently, and I really need that much money. Nia Baichuan replied, I'll do a quick review. Don't worry, if the banks can approve it, I can definitely approve it. As a loan shark from the underworld, he didn't place much emphasis on the borrower's qualifications. If they couldn't repay the loan, he had plenty of ways to make them pay back in other ways. The review is done. After a brief look, Nia Baichuan said, 50 million. Huh? The money will be released immediately. Zhao Yonggang was overjoyed. His problem was solved. He couldn't wait to celebrate with the actress, so he quickly took out his phone and sent her a message. Go book a room at a nearby hotel. I've secured the loan, and the money will be released soon. Once that happens, my company can expand rapidly. In just half a month, the scale of my company will triple. I'll increase your allowance then. Go book a room now, we're going to celebrate. The actress outside, upon seeing the message, was overjoyed. Although Zhao Yonggang, that skinny guy, couldn't satisfy her in bed, at least he wouldn't skimp on the money. The actress happily went to book a room. Inside the Shinhong Finance building, Zhao Yonggang patiently played with his phone, waiting for the loan to be released. At this moment, Nia Baichuan was packing up, preparing to head to the Mu family's private bank. After all, despite his relatively low status, he had been invited to attend the subsequent events, even if he couldn't participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Moreover, he had heard that Miss Mu Xinjia had invited Mr. Yi, and Nia Baichuan was determined to make an impression in front of Mr. Yi. Before leaving, Nia Baichuan casually asked, By the way, what's the name of the person you insulted? I'll go and have a laugh at his expense later. Zhao Yonggang quickly shook his head. No, don't laugh at him when you go. Even though I insulted him left and right, his card seems to be real. Even the Mu family's old man has the same card. Nia Baichuan frowned. So, the person is someone even Mr. Mu Fengchun values? What's his name? Zhao Yonggang hurriedly replied, It's Yi Jing, an old classmate of mine. Yi Jing. Nia Baichuan's eyelids twitched. There was only one person in the entire province who could be called Yi Jing and be valued by Mr. Mu Fengchun. That was Mr. Yi Jing himself. Smack. Nia Baichuan jumped up and slapped Zhao Yonggang hard across the face, the force of the blow sending him rolling to the ground. Zhao Yonggang, incredulous, clutched his face and stood up, his eyes full of astonishment. What's wrong, brother Nia? Why did you suddenly hit me? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Didn't do anything wrong? You've offended Mr. Yi, and you think you didn't do anything wrong? Nia Baichuan kicked Zhao Yonggang hard in the stomach, making him vomit his previous day's meals. Do you know what happened to the last person who insulted Mr. Yi? He was thrown into the river to feed the fish. You want to end up the same way, don't you? Nia Baichuan kept kicking, until Zhao Yonggang was half dead. Chapter 256. Borrowing money again? Still fucking thinking about borrowing money from me? Screw you. Nia Baichuan summoned a few of his subordinates and had Zhao Yonggang beaten up again, leaving the man half dead before tossing him out. In a nearby hotel, a celebrity who had booked a room waited for a long time but didn't see anyone arrive. This Zhao Yonggang is so unreliable. Where could he have gone? The celebrity arrived at the entrance of the Shinhong Financial Building but stopped when passing by an alleyway, where she saw a moving figure. The figure lay on the ground, barely breathing, bruised and swollen, almost beaten to death. The sight startled the celebrity, who wanted to leave in disgust. But the figure grabbed her ankle. Don't go. Call an ambulance for me. The celebrity panicked. Don't touch me. If you do, I'll call the police. Zhao Yonggang was so badly beaten that his face was swollen like a pig's head, making it unrecognizable. "It's me, Zhao Yonggang," he shouted in frustration. "Can't you even recognize my clothes? Call an ambulance for me." Only then did the celebrity realize it was Zhao Yonggang's outfit, and the build was similar, though the face was so swollen it looked like a bun. She quickly dialed 120. On the ambulance, Zhao Yonggang finally relaxed. His life had been saved. If he had been sent to the hospital any later, he might have really died there. What puzzled him the most was why Nye Baichuan, upon hearing the name Yijing, suddenly changed his attitude, just like the Mu family before. Could it be that Yijing has become some big shot? Is he so important that even the Mu family and these underground figures value him greatly? Zhao Yonggang finally understood that Yijing was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Zhu Pan arrived in the provincial capital and immediately gathered all the local media. He held a press conference. At the press conference, all the media's cameras were focused on Zhu Pan. "I'm here to discuss one thing," Zhu Pan said. "My adopted son, Su Yi, the chairman of Longxi Group, has gone missing. It's been almost a week now, and even if he's still alive, he must have suffered inhuman treatment. Here, I'm calling on the officials in the provincial capital to help me find him as soon as possible. Additionally, I'm announcing a stance. Longxi Group will spend a significant amount and offer a 5 million yuan reward for any information about Su Yi. If someone directly finds him, alive or dead, they will receive the full 5 million. Zhu Pan was making it clear that Longxi Group would spare no effort to search for Su Yi in the provincial capital. At the same time, I will also send private detectives and various teams to search everywhere. So, I advise anyone who has harmed my adopted son to turn themselves in. Otherwise, if I find them, the consequences will be severe." After speaking, Zhu Pan glared fiercely at the screen. All the media flashed their cameras, capturing the moment. Big news. The whole provincial capital is going to be in an uproar. Spending 5 million just to find one person? This is huge. But it's understandable, given who he is, the chairman of Longxi Group. His net worth must be billions, right? Soon, the entire provincial capital learned about the disappearance of Chairman Su Yi through various media outlets. Chairman Su disappeared? Didn't he just visit our provincial capital recently and say he was going to sponsor Zhang Liu's company? I don't know. How did he suddenly go missing? I bet it has something to do with the Zhang family. Sure, don't talk nonsense. At Zhangshi Flagship Group, many people were discussing this matter. Not only because of Zhu Pan's press conference, which had been extremely popular recently, but also because Su Yi had been closest to the Zhang family during his visit to the provincial capital. In particular, it was rumored that he had planned to start a company with Zhang Liu and compete with their CEO, Zhang Qingxian. Even if Su Yi's disappearance had nothing to do with them, Zhu Pan would surely keep a close eye on the Zhang family. Huang Yuyin came over and whispered, "Qingxian, you and Yijing. You're not involved in Su Yi's disappearance, are you?" Zhu Pan, Su Yi's godfather, has been investigating intensely these past few days. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes flickered with panic, but quickly hid it. I don't know. That's the best. Huang Yuyin breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get involved with Su Yi's disappearance. Otherwise, you don't know what that crazy Zhu Pan might do. Zhang Qingxian nodded. After Huang Yuyin left, she revealed a worried expression. I wonder if Su Yi's disappearance is related to that night. On that night, she and her grandmother, Zhang Laotai, had been tricked by Su Yi and Cheng Tingfei. Afterwards, Su Yi had gone mad, threatening to kidnap Yijing and make him cure Zhu Pan's illness before killing him. He also wanted to imprison Zhang Qingxian. In short, he had said many horrible things. After that, she and Zhang Laotai were knocked out. When she woke up, she was already at home. She heard that her grandmother was also safe at the Zhang residence, though she had been frightened and hadn't been seen in public for days. I hope Su Yi's disappearance has nothing to do with Yijing. Zhang Qingxian was clever and vaguely guessed that the matter was most likely done by Yijing. Because after that night, both Su Yi and Cheng Tingfei had disappeared, and Yijing had definitely come to save her, which had created a feud with Su Yi. Hopefully, Su Yi disappeared because of something else after leaving that place. Zhang Qingxian could only comfort herself with this wishful thinking. A moment later, Yijing arrived at the company, looking as calm and composed as usual. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxian felt a bit more at ease and went back to work. Meanwhile, Huang Yuyan approached Yijing. Yijing, I want to ask you something. Yijing smiled lightly. Go ahead. Why so polite? Huang Yuyan looked around to make sure no one was nearby, but she still wasn't confident, as her next question could bring trouble to Yijing. Yijing, come this way. Huang Yuyan led Yijing to an empty small meeting room, then turned off all the monitors and closed the door. What are you doing? Yijing chuckled. Don't you know that with just the two of us here, and the door closed, the soundproofing in this meeting room is pretty good? Chapter 257. Creating such favorable conditions? You've created such favorable conditions for me. If I really wanted to do something, could you resist? Yijing looked at Huang Yuyan with a half-smile. Huang Yuyan smiled back. If you really wanted to do something, I wouldn't stop you. After all, she and Yijing were engaged, though he didn't know that she was the Huang family's daughter. She was the only one who knew about their engagement, and she also had to consider that Yijing was her best friend's fiancé, while Yijing himself was completely unaware of all this. If Yijing were to do something to her and things were to go further, it might actually help her take that final step and break through that thin layer of uncertainty. Seeing Huang Yuyan so open-minded, even to the point of seeming like she was offering herself, Yijing was left dumbfounded. Are girls nowadays so open? Yijing wondered aloud. Huang Yuyan smiled gently. I'm not open to everyone. I'm only open to you because you're special. What's so special about me? Yijing asked, puzzled. Because I'm your best friend's fiancé? Huang Yuyan gave him a glare. It's for other reasons. Let's not talk about that for now. She then stared intently into Yijing's eyes. Tell me the truth. Did you have anything to do with Suyi's disappearance? Yijing just smiled faintly. What do you think? Huang Yuyan continued. As far as I know, Qingxian and Madame Zheng were called over by Suyi that night, and then you went as well. This is something no one else knows. Qingxian only told me, not even Lin Yanan, her secretary. Tell me, did you make Suyi disappear? Yijing didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, I had Cheng Tingfei break all his limbs. Then I crippled Cheng Tingfei as well. After that, I had the people from Qilong take care of him. I assumed Qilong threw him into the river to feed the fish. Yijing was well aware of how Qilong's Dragon Lord handled things. He didn't object to the extent of the Dragon Lord's actions. Su Yi, who had dared to kidnap Zheng Qingxian, had already been sentenced to death in Yijing's mind. He deserved to die. It really was you. Huang Yuyan trembled all over, growing anxious and pacing back and forth. What should we do now? Zhu Pan came from Western Sichuan with a large group of people from the Longxi group, and he's also hired many private investigators and enforcers. They're searching all over the provincial capital. If he finds any clues and traces it back to you, what then? Huang Yuyan was getting worried. Yijing smiled calmly. Don't worry. I don't even consider Zhu Pan a threat. Even if he comes straight to my door, I'm not afraid of him. Huang Yuyan grew even more anxious. No, you can't be so careless. I need to think of a way. She knew Yijing was formidable, not only in his medical skills but also in his martial prowess. But Zhu Pan had come prepared. He would surely bring a lot of skilled fighters with him. Even if Yijing was skilled, he couldn't take on an entire group by himself. How many could Yijing possibly handle? The Longxi group was throwing money around like it was nothing, and countless desperate men would be willing to fight for Zhu Pan. How could Yijing possibly withstand that? No, we have to leave the city for a while. Huang Yuyan quickly came up with a plan in her mind. She needed to take Yijing away to avoid the trouble. However, if she directly asked Yijing to leave, he would definitely refuse. She had to go through Zheng Qingxian. That morning, Huang Yuyan instructed her subordinates to arrange the upcoming work, then went to the president's office to find Zheng Qingxian. Qingxian, take a look at this flyer. Zheng Qingxian took it with curiosity and immediately smiled. Oh, are you thinking of going to the beach? The flyer advertised a seaside resort near the city, featuring beach villas, beach sports, surfing, yachts, and various other activities. Yes, Don't you think we've been working too hard lately? Now that the company is on track, why don't we go and have some fun? Zhang Qingxian hesitated for a moment. It was indeed the best time to take a break. Earlier, both she and Huang Yuyan had been pushing themselves too hard, one for the chip technology project and the other for the smart spray system, working day and night. Now that both major projects were on track, they weren't as busy as before. Well, okay. You arrange it? Huang Yuyan smiled. Of course. Just wait, we'll leave tonight. Zhang Qingxian was surprised. Ah, so soon? Huang Yuyan smiled. Of course. Isn't it exciting to go out and play? We'll take the high-speed train tonight and head straight there. Then we'll stay in a hotel for the night, and tomorrow morning, we'll wake up right by the beach and can start having fun. Isn't that great? Zhang Qingxian thought about it, and it did sound wonderful. All right, let's do it. Huang Yuyan lowered her voice. Yi Jing is also a big contributor. Aren't you going to bring him along? Of course I am. Please arrange the itinerary for 3 of us. Zhang Qingxian smiled. All right, no problem. Leave it to me. Huang Yuyan immediately took out her phone and started arranging the trip. Soon, she had everything planned for the 3 of them. Then, Huang Yuyan went to find Yi Jing. Yi Jing, we'll be leaving tonight for a vacation in the coastal city. Yi Jing was taken aback. Just the 2 of us? Why was Huang Yuyan acting so strangely today? First, she wanted to lock them in an office together, and now she was suggesting a vacation. Huang Yuyan blushed slightly. No, it's not what you think. Qingxian is coming too. Yi Jing asked, puzzled. Can you explain more? To increase the chances of Yi Jing agreeing, Huang Yuyan quickly said, Qingxian mentioned that she's been feeling a bit tired lately due to work and wants to go to the beach in the coastal city for a break. Here, take a look at the flyer. Yi Jing glanced at the flyer, and it did look quite appealing. That sounds good. Seeing that Yi Jing agreed, Huang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. I think this should be safe now. As long as we take Yi Jing away and avoid this period of trouble, things should be fine. Huang Yuyan knew that despite Zhu Pan's recent bluster, there were reasons behind it. On one hand, Zhu Pan was still angry after losing Gan Yaozi. On the other hand, he was desperate to resolve the matter quickly because the Longxi Group's headquarters were still in western Sichuan. If Sui's disappearance dragged on and Zhu Pan stayed here for too long, there might be unexpected developments in western Sichuan. That's why Zhu Pan was acting so urgently and aggressively, wanting to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Direct Interruption. As long as we can get through this period, we'll be safe. Huang Yuyan said that evening as she boarded the high-speed train with Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing. By midnight, they had already arrived in Linhai City. The sea is so comfortable, Yi Jing exclaimed, experiencing a seaside vacation for the first time. With 2 beautiful women by his side, the feeling was indeed different. Brother Yi, shall we rent a yacht and go out to sea for fun? Zhang Qingxian asked, envious of others who were sailing out on small boats. Sure, Yi Jing agreed, heading to the nearby yacht rental place and spending some money to rent a small yacht. The 2 beautiful women quickly changed into swimsuits, joining Yi Jing, who was already wearing beach shorts, on the yacht. The yacht was just the right size for the 3 of them. Yi Jing took the helm, while the 2 women excitedly took photos on the boat. This small yacht couldn't venture too far into the deep sea. They could only play in the nearby shallow waters, even staying close to the beach. Yay! So happy! Zhang Qingxian exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. It's been so long since I've relaxed. Huang Yuyan, your idea was really great. She rarely had the chance to relax like this. Yi Jing watched as Huang Yuyan and Zhang Qingxian enjoyed themselves, and his mood also lightened. However, just as the 3 were savoring this moment of relaxation and joy, a large yacht beside them sped past, splashing water all over them. What's going on? Can't that big yacht see that there are people here? Zhang Qingxian was displeased. She had been enjoying herself, but being suddenly splashed with water by someone nearby was certainly not pleasant. Huang Yuyan also frowned but said nothing. Don't be angry. I'm sure they didn't mean it. Yi Jing's brow furrowed slightly. Unintentional? If it was unintentional, the other party wouldn't have turned around and driven back towards them again. The large yacht sped towards them, and when it was about 20 meters away from Yijing's small yacht, it suddenly changed direction, turning sideways just 3 meters away from the small yacht, creating a huge wave that rushed towards Yijing and the others. Once again, Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan, and Yijing were drenched. These two incidents made it clear to all three that the other party was doing this on purpose. Haha, how does it feel? On the large yacht, a young man in floral shorts laughed loudly, looking down at the three on the small yacht. He was a rich second-generation local from Linhai City. Despite having the most beautiful companion on this beach, he had just seen Yijing and the two women on the small yacht while floating on the sea. Why should Yijing have two top-tier beauties? Not only did these two women possess the usual stunning looks of beautiful women, but they also exuded a presence that ordinary women lacked. It was the composed and dignified demeanor that Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan had developed from years of being CEOs of their companies. This air of authority instantly overshadowed the superficial beauty of the women beside the young man, turning them into mere ornaments. So, the young man felt displeased and wanted to cause trouble for Yijing. You poor guy, can only afford such a small yacht, the young man thought, adding silently. And yet you have two top-tier beauties with such presence. Yijing glanced at him. Yeah, I'm just a poor guy. Go ahead and throw 1 trillion at me to crush me. You bastard! The young man raged, ordering the driver, ram his boat. The driver was afraid. Zhou Xiao, we can't do that. Someone will get hurt. This is the open sea. If we flip their boat, they'll drown. Zhou Yibing sneered. It's fine. I can save them later. I have a lifeboat, after all. Of course, I'll save the women first. As for that man, if he's willing to call me dad and beg on his knees, I might show mercy and save him. We can't do that, Zhou Xiao. The driver still didn't dare to commit murder. But Zhou Yibing grabbed the steering wheel himself, heading straight for Yijing's small boat. They're coming again, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan said, showing signs of impatience. Why do they keep splashing us with water? Does this person enjoy bothering others so much? The two women were already annoyed. Although the seawater wasn't dirty, being splashed repeatedly was certainly unpleasant. Yijing frowned, looking at the crazed figure at the helm of the large yacht. No, he's not just splashing us. He's trying to ram us. Don't move, Yijing said suddenly, bending his knees and stomping heavily on the yacht. The small yacht tilted sharply under his force, almost flipping Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan overboard. Yijing used this momentum to leap onto the large yacht that was about to collide with them. Brother, you can jump so high? Huang Yuyan was shocked. Is this even a height a human can jump? If he went to the Olympics, he could probably easily win a gold medal, right? While the two women were still in shock, Yijing leaped onto the large yacht, snatched the steering wheel from Zhou Yibing, and then kicked him hard. Zhou Yibing fell to the ground, about to speak, when he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. You dare kick me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I'm backed by? Yijing looked at him as if he were an idiot. You dared to ram me. Do you think I care who you are? Should I wait until you kill me before considering who's behind you? Zhou Yibing raged. You dare kick me till I bleed? Fine. You're very brave. You're not afraid of death. In Linhai City, no one dares to treat me like this. I do whatever I want by the sea every day, and no one has ever stopped me. You dare to stop me. You're very bold. Come on, someone tell him who I am. As soon as he finished speaking, someone was about to respond, but Yijing gave him an unceremonious slap. Ouch, that was deafening, Yijing laughed. Your background sure scared me half to death. Zhou Yibing was speechless. You didn't hear anything. You just heard the slap, right? Fine, I'll tell you myself. Smack. Before Zhou Yibing could finish, Yijing gave him another slap, cutting him off. Chapter 259. Savior. All right, I'm not interested in hearing about your petty connections. Let's talk about how you wanted to run me over. How do you plan to resolve this? Yijing looked at Zhou Yibing. What do you want to do about it? Zhou Yibing covered his mouth, glaring at Yijing with hatred. Yijing said calmly, apologize to the two ladies on my yacht, And since your hands like to harm people, I'll cut them off. What the hell? You think you can just cut them off? Who do you think you are? Zhou Yibing couldn't even stand the idea of apologizing, let alone the thought of having his hands cut off. I just wanted to ram your yacht, didn't I? It's not like you die from it. Even if you capsized and fell into the water, if you begged me for mercy, I might not have left you to drown. It's just a small matter, and you want to cut off my hands? Do you think you're some kind of god? Zhou Yibing gave a subtle glance to the driver beside him. The driver understood immediately and sped the yacht back toward the shore. On the open water, there was no one to call for help. Only by returning to the shore could Zhou Yibing's backers and Mu Hourenwu step in to support him. Yi Jing saw this and understood the situation, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he leaped back onto his own small yacht. Let's go back. The two women, having been splashed with water and nearly capsized, no longer had the mood to continue their outing and nodded in agreement. A short while later, both yachts returned to the shore. Zhou Yibing quickly disembarked from the large yacht and instructed the driver, follow them and don't lose them. The driver nodded. Yi Jing and the two women returned to the shore, returned the small yacht, and didn't rush to leave. Yi Gu, what did you say to that man when you went onto the big yacht? Zhang Qingxian asked curiously. Huang Yuyan also looked over, sensing that something unpleasant must have happened on the large yacht. Yi Jing smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about it. I was just trying to make a new friend with him. Yi Jing glanced back and chuckled. He's probably gone to find some new friends for me to meet. We just need to be patient and wait. Zhang Qingxian was puzzled. Is that all? It's that simple? Yi Jing nodded. Huang Yuyan, being more perceptive, sensed something from Yi Jing's words and asked with concern, Yi Jing, is everything really all right? Should we leave now? Yi Jing said calmly, it's fine. If we leave, what will happen to our new friend when he arrives? Huang Yuyan felt anxious, but seeing Yi Jing so composed, she was also influenced and calmed down a bit. Our Huang family has an office here in Linhai City. I'm not sure how many people the office head can mobilize, though. Not feeling reassured, Huang Yuyan quickly went to the side and made a discreet phone call. How many people can you mobilize? What? Only 10? How skilled are they? Just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Huang Yuyan was disappointed, but she understood. The main strength of the Huang family was concentrated in the capital, and in other cities, there were at most only small offices, some of which didn't even have an office. These 10 people were better than nothing. All right, bring those 10 people over. Huang Yuyan prepared for the worst. At worst, she would have these 10 people hold off the attackers while she, Yi Jing, and Zhang Qingxian made a quick escape. A short while later, Zhang Qingxian suddenly exclaimed, Yi Gu, so many people. Not only had she noticed, but everyone on the beach was startled. It felt as if the sand beneath their feet was trembling. There were too many people. They were packed so tightly that they almost burst through the entrance of the beach. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? It looks like someone's causing trouble, but I don't know who the target is. I hope we're not involved. The tourists on the beach were either watching the spectacle or feeling afraid and quickly moved away. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Looks like our new friend has arrived. Huang Yuyan, seeing the sheer number of people, felt utterly hopeless. Even if her 10 people arrived, it wouldn't make a difference. They wouldn't even be able to provide cover. Yet, Yi Jing remained as composed as ever, as if nothing in the world could make him panic. He's truly my fiancé, with such a calm and unflappable demeanor. No, what am I thinking? He's Qing Xuan's fiancé, and this is not the time to be thinking about such things. Huang Yuyan felt her face flush as a series of strange thoughts crossed her mind in that instant. Kid, weren't you acting tough just now? This time, Zhou Yibing had brought a large contingent of his backers, and his confidence soared. Try acting tough now, can you? Zhou Yibing stepped forward, intending to slap Yi Jing's face a few times. However, before his hand could reach Yi Jing's face, Yi Jing caught it and snapped it with a crisp sound. I said earlier, since your hands like to harm people, I'll break them. If you had taken the chance to run, I wouldn't have bothered chasing you. That would have shown you were smart enough to escape with your life. But since you came back so foolishly, don't blame me for breaking them. Yi Jing then grabbed Zhou Yibing's other arm and snapped it with another crisp sound. Are you all dead? Get him! Zhou Yibing shouted, and only then did the crowd react. Several enforcers roared and charged forward. They were all stunned by the scene. No one expected that facing such a large group, Yi Jing, alone and unafraid, would quickly break both of Zhou Yibing's arms. Was this the courage of an ordinary person? As the enforcers charged, Yi Jing didn't even look at them. With 2 precise punches, he sent them flying. From behind the crowd, a figure leaped high, passing over everyone's heads, and rushed toward Yi Jing at high speed. The sound of rushing wind accompanied his approach. Brother Sun, save me. Hearing this sound, Zhou Yibing was overjoyed. He was saved. Sun Ting was a war king, and Zhou Yibing's cousin, who had recently returned to Linhai City to visit family. Sun Ting was Zhou Yibing's greatest backing. Usually, Zhou Yibing flaunted Sun Ting's name, committing countless evils, and the people of Linhai City, fearing Sun Ting's retaliation, dared not touch Zhou Yibing. Today, with Sun Ting in Linhai City, he became Zhou Yibing's greatest savior. Chapter 260, A Major Incident. Release him. Seeing Yi Jing holding Zhou Yibing's arm, Sun Ting shouted coldly. With just his words, the temperature in the entire area seemed to drop by several degrees, and everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. It's General Sun Ting. That kid is done for. With General Sun Ting intervening, that kid will at least have his limbs broken today. Everyone looked at Yi Jing with pity. I said, release him. Are you deaf? Sun Ting said coldly, so my words don't carry weight in Linhai anymore? Since you pretend not to hear, I'll make sure you really can't hear. With a calm tone, Sun Ting took a few steps towards Yi Jing and swung a palm towards Yi Jing's ear. As a war general, he was immensely strong. A single slap could easily render an ordinary person's ear useless, possibly even causing a concussion. However, Yi Jing merely glanced up and counterattacked, grabbing Sun Ting's arm. As a war general, instead of serving the country, you're here defending scum like this. I think this arm of yours is better off gone. With a crisp snap, Yi Jing twisted Sun Ting's arm, breaking it. Ah! Sun Ting winced in pain. His face contorted in shock and anger as he looked at Yi Jing. How was it possible? He, a war general with such strength, was easily disarmed by this man? Just how powerful was this person? But what infuriated him even more was that this man, knowing he was a war general, still dared to attack him. Didn't he fear retaliation from the entire military? This guy is finished. He actually dared to assault a war general. And he broke the war general's arm. Is he insane? Isn't he defying the entire national machinery? Quick, stay away from him. Don't get involved. The crowd, seeing this, quickly scattered, distancing themselves from Yi Jing, afraid of being associated with him. Huang Yuyan and Zheng Qingxian, behind Yi Jing, were also panicking. Yi Jing, he's a war general. Huang Yuyan hurriedly said, whether he's a scumbag like Zhou Yibing or not, his status as a war general means we can't confront him. We can only report it to the police. We can't attack him. Yi Jing replied calmly, so, because he's a war general, he's above the law? Even if he's protecting scum, I have to endure it? Can't I fight back? Where in the world is such a rule? Huang Yuyan quickly said, Yi Jing, I know you're standing up for us, but this person's identity is special. If we provoke him, countless military personnel will come forward to seek justice for him. Even if we go to the authorities, we won't gain any advantage. Zhou Yibing sneered, now you're scared? Huh? What were you thinking earlier? You dared to lay a hand on me, on my brother Sun Ting. You're quite capable, aren't you? Sun Ting also glared at Yi Jing with a dark expression, clearly harboring thoughts of killing him. After all, he was a war general. Did he have no pride? Having his wrist snapped in front of so many people, where would he put his face? Sun Ting immediately used his other hand to press a button on his communication device. Instantly, alarms blared. In the distance, a construction signal tower suddenly sounded an ear-piercing alarm, echoing throughout Linhai City. This was a privilege reserved for war generals. In times of danger, they could sound the alarm, summoning all military personnel in the city to assist. Within just a few breaths, several figures were seen rushing towards them. Run, run! Get out of here! This place is going to turn into a battlefield. Everyone, hurry and leave. The crowd panicked, hearing the alarming siren and seeing the rapidly approaching figures. Indeed, provoking a war general didn't lead to a good end. Huang Yuyan and Zhang Qingxian also turned pale, instinctively taking a few steps back. Oh no, we've caused a huge mess. Huang Yuyan even felt a tinge of regret. The idea to vacation in Linhai City was hers. If it weren't for her suggestion, they wouldn't have come to Linhai, and this incident wouldn't have happened. If we had stayed in the provincial capital, maybe Zhu Pan wouldn't have found any evidence to go after Yi Jing. Ah, it's all my fault. Huang Yuyan was filled with self-reproach and regret. Zhang Qingxian, beside her, also felt at a loss. What should we do now? If it were ordinary civilians, Zhang Qingxian could have used her family's connections to find a solution. But these were military personnel, especially someone as high-ranking as a war general. What could she do? Ha ha ha, just wait to die. Zhou Yibing laughed wildly. You brought this upon yourself, daring to provoke me. Soon, you won't even know how you died. Today, he had made a grand appearance. After this incident, who in Linhai City would dare to mess with him? They would all think of Yi Jing's fate today. That was the power of intimidation. After this, he, Zhou Yibing, would have even more sway in Linhai. No matter how arrogant he was, what could others do to him? Sun Ting glared venomously at Yi Jing. If his arm had been lost in battle, he could have earned some military merit. But to have it broken so inexplicably by this man, he was consumed with resentment. Today, he would make Yi Jing pay dearly for this humiliation. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures rushed towards them. In an instant, Sun Ting felt a sudden tension. He sensed a powerful presence approaching from a distance. This aura, it's a war god. Sun Ting was shocked. A war god had come to Linhai City? The military personnel, standing at a distance, all looked in that direction. When they saw who it was, everyone immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings to General Gu. Gu Zhanhong was one of the 8 war gods of China. This time, he happened to be passing through Linhai City and heard the alarming siren, which prompted him to rush over. Is there an enemy situation? Who sounded the alarm? Gu Zhanhong spoke, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Sun Ting, with some hesitation, said, General, someone attacked me and broke my arm. Gu Zhanhong moved swiftly, his figure like a blur, instantly appearing beside Sun Ting. He glanced at Sun Ting's arm and said gravely, a skilled opponent. Where is the enemy? He instinctively thought that the one who broke Sun Ting's arm was an enemy sent by another country. If that were the case, the situation would be serious. He would have to report it to the Dragon Group, making the higher-ups take notice. Sun Ting pointed at Yi Jing. It's him. He broke my arm. Gu Zhanhong looked in the direction Sun Ting pointed, and his body suddenly trembled. Mr. Yi. Gu Zhanhong suddenly knelt heavily on the ground. Gu Zhanhong pays his respects to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi was the designated next leader of the Dragon Group. Chapter 261. Invitation to take office. However, Yi Jing had yet to move and had not agreed to take up the position. Oh, it's you? Yi Jing recognized Gu Zhanhong, one of the 8 great war gods. He smiled with interest. So, are you here to treat me as an enemy and arrest me? Gu Zhanhong was drenched in cold sweat and quickly knelt deeply. No, I dare not. Even their old team leader, when facing Yi Jing, had to fear his power. As just one of the war gods, how could Gu Zhanhong dare to be presumptuous in front of Yi Jing? But your subordinate here wanted to arrest me. Judging from his eyes, he even wanted to kill me. Yi Jing glanced at Sun Ting. Is this the elite within your ranks? Someone who rashly attacks me to protect a scumbag and even activates an alarm? No wonder I don't want to take up the position in the Dragon Group. After saying this, Gu Zhanhong trembled even more. If the other 7 war gods and the old team leader found out that he had protected his subordinate and angered Mr. Yi, and even made Mr. Ye's impression of the dragon group worse. They might tear him apart alive. Mr. Yi, things are not as you see them. Our dragon group is still very good. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? It does seem quite good. At this moment, Gu Zhanhong wished he could kill Sun Ting. He glared at Sun Ting with murderous eyes, making the latter tremble. War God. I didn't mean it. I don't even know Zhou Yibing well. It was just a coincidence today. Bang! Gu Zhanhong couldn't take it anymore and kicked Sun Ting hard in the stomach, causing the latter to curl up like a shrimp. It's all your fault for tarnishing the reputation of the dragon group. If not for you, how could Mr. Yi be angry with the dragon group? Bang bang bang. Gu Zhanhong continued to kick Sun Ting repeatedly. Soon, Sun Ting lost consciousness. After all, Gu Zhanhong was a war god, and his strength was considerable. That kick would have killed an ordinary person instantly. Fortunately, Sun Ting was a war king, which allowed him to withstand so many blows. But after continuous beatings, he was on the verge of death. The other war kings and soldiers nearby didn't dare to intervene. An enraged war god was an invincible beast. Who would dare to provoke him? Wasn't that asking for death? Sun Ting is almost beaten to death. Should we try to persuade War God Gu? Heh, you go ahead and persuade him if you dare. I certainly don't. I was just saying, I wouldn't dare either. The speaker chuckled awkwardly, and everyone subconsciously moved away from Gu Zhanhong, afraid of being implicated and suffering undeserved consequences. Gu Zhanhong continued to beat Sun Ting until he was half dead, barely clinging to his last breath, before finally standing up from him. Then, as if dragging a dead dog, he lifted Sun Ting's limp body and disdainfully tossed it to his subordinates. Go, find a doctor for him. If he can be treated, then let him have another chance to sacrifice for the country. If not, then so be it. The crowd quickly carried Sun Ting away to find a doctor. As for you, Zhou Yibing, right? Gu Zhanhong's cold gaze fell on Zhou Yibing. When dealing with Sun Ting, Gu Zhanhong had considered the old bond and still left him with a sliver of life. But facing Zhou Yibing, Gu Zhanhong looked at him as if he were already dead. You dared to provoke Mr. Yi repeatedly. Don't you know how you're going to die? Tell me, how did you provoke Mr. Yi? At this moment, Zhou Yibing was completely terrified. The scene of Sun Ting being beaten was deeply etched in his mind, impossible to forget. In his eyes, Sun Ting had been an invincible figure, towering above, with high status and formidable strength. Yet, such a godlike person couldn't even resist in front of Gu Zhanhong. And this Gu Zhanhong called that young man, Mr. Yi, with utmost respect. Now, Zhou Yibing realized he might have provoked the most terrifying person in his life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked him. It's all because of this foul mouth of mine. Zhou Yibing tried to slap himself, but found his hands had already been crushed by Yi Jing. He struggled to lift his broken hands to slap himself, but after several attempts, he couldn't manage it. Just tell me, how did you offend Mr. Yi? Gu Zhanhong's tone was icy, his eyes like frost. Zhou Yibing swallowed hard at that menacing gaze. He had no doubt that Gu Zhanhong had already decided to kill him. As a war god, they had the right to act first and report later, even the privilege to kill ordinary people. As one of the 8 great war gods, killing an ordinary person like him wouldn't even be questioned by higher authorities. Killing him would be in vain. I wanted to ram his yacht with my yacht. Zhou Yibing dared not lie and stuttered as he recounted the incident. Good, very good. Gu Zhanhong's face was filled with anger. You wanted to ram Mr. Yi? Come, let me let you ram enough. He ordered his subordinates, go, bring his yacht here. Soon, his subordinates brought Zhou Yibing's large yacht over. Tie him to the bow. Immediately, someone tied Zhou Yibing to the very front of the yacht. Start the boat. Aim for that reef and ram it. Kill him. As soon as he said this, Zhou Yibing immediately wet himself in fear. No, I was wrong, my lord. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have rammed anyone. I was just momentarily possessed. I didn't think it through. Please, don't kill me. Zhou Yibing was so scared he wet his pants, the yellow liquid staining them. Gu Zhanhong didn't care and directly ordered his subordinates to start the yacht and rev the engines to full power, heading straight for the reef. Just before the collision, the subordinate leaped off the yacht, and the entire yacht crashed heavily into the reef. With a loud boom, a huge explosion occurred. Naturally, Zhou Yibing at the front couldn't escape and, in terror and agony, watched as his body was torn apart by the reef before losing consciousness. War God, he still has a breath left. The subordinate checked Zhou Yibing, whose limbs were all broken, and dragged him back like a dead dog. He's lucky to be alive. Gu Zhanhong snorted coldly, like Sun Ting, take him to a doctor. Whether he can be saved depends on his own fate. After dealing with these two, Gu Zhanhong returned and knelt respectfully in front of Yi Jing. Chapter 262, Private Waters. My lord, I have dealt with all those who offended you. Gu Zhanhong knelt heavily, bowing his head to show his respect. Behind him, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyin covered their mouths, their eyes wide in disbelief. So, Yi Jing's status was that high. Even Gu Zhanhong, one of the 8 war gods of Huagua, treated him with such reverence. Yi Jing, however, was not impressed. Do you think dealing with these two will convince me to take the position? This incident only makes me look down on the Dragon Group even more. Let the old leader continue to hold the position. I have no interest in leading the Dragon Group. After saying this, Yi Jing left with the 2 women. All the onlookers spontaneously made way for Yi Jing. After all, even a war god had to show such respect. Who dared to provoke him? In the following days, Gu Zhanhong ordered that all expenses for Yi Jing and the 2 women in Linhai City be covered. He also arranged various entertainment and leisure activities for them to enjoy. A private beach with a swimming pool. This was a secluded beach pool within a private area where no one else was allowed to swim. Today, it belonged solely to Yi Jing, Huang Yuyin, and Zheng Liyue. Yi Ge, how did you get to know Gu Zhanhong? He seems to respect you a lot, Zhang Qingxian asked curiously as she swam in her swimsuit. Huang Yuyin also looked over, equally curious about her fiancé. Yi Jing casually replied with a smile, it was just a chance meeting. We have mutual friends. He wasn't lying. They had indeed met through a mutual friend, the former leader of the Dragon Group. Oh, I see, Zhang Qingxian said with a hint of disappointment. She had thought Yi Jing's prowess was what earned the war god's respect. However, Yi Jing's current strength was already impressive, having defeated even a war king. This was far beyond her previous understanding of him. Zhang Qingxuan's beautiful eyes lingered on Yi Jing, particularly his slightly defined muscles. They weren't overly bulky, just perfectly proportioned, yet he possessed such immense strength. Still, Yi Jing's skills might only be slightly stronger than a war king's. Compared to a true war god, he was probably still weaker. After all, Gu Zhanhong had never fought Yi Jing, showing respect only due to their personal relationship. Splash! Huang Yuyin suddenly scooped up a basin of water and poured it over Yi Jing. You dare splash me with water? Yi Jing laughed, retaliating by splashing water back at Huang Yuyin. Huang Yuyin then splashed Zhang Qingxian, and the 3 of them engaged in a playful water fight, laughing merrily. This vacation is so relaxing. And to have a private swimming area like this is something I never dared to dream of before, Zhang Qingxian said as she comfortably leaned back in a beach chair, soaking up the sun, and soon fell asleep. Huang Yuyin glanced over and whispered, Yi Jing, keep it down, Qingxuan's asleep. Yi Jing looked over and whispered back with a smile, she's been pushing herself too hard lately. Let her sleep a bit longer. Huang Yuyin suddenly said, Yi Jing, what swimming styles do you know? Teach me, please. I only know the dog paddle, and it's so ungraceful. Yi Jing casually replied, I know quite a few. Breaststroke, freestyle, backstroke, butterfly. Huang Yuyin's eyes lit up. That many? Please teach me. Every time I go to the swimming pool, I only do the dog paddle, and it's so embarrassing. Yi Jing began to patiently teach her. As it was swimming, there were inevitably some physical interactions. Huang Yuyin's face turned red, and then, thinking of something, She tentatively asked, Yi Jing, when do you plan to fulfill your engagement with Qingxian? Yi Jing didn't directly answer but said, it's likely that Qingxian and I won't be able to get married. The old man had mentioned that due to his special constitution, he needed to marry a woman with a similar unique physique to balance it. Those 7 marriage contracts were more like life-saving talismans for Yi Jing's future. However, 7 was a bit too many. Yi Jing only needed 1. The others, he would have to find a way to dissolve. You and Qingxian can't get married? Huang Yuyan asked, why not? Yi Jing smiled, there are some secrets I can't share. Huang Yuyan wondered if Yi Jing's heart was no longer with Zhang Qingxian, and if there was a chance with her. She gulped nervously. After all, she was Yi Jing's rightful fiancée. Why didn't she have the courage to confront this situation? Yi Jing, do you think I am pretty? Huang Yuyan suddenly emerged from the water like a lotus, brushing her hair. Yi Jing smiled. Of course you're beautiful. Huang Yuyan was indeed a stunning beauty, with a different aura from Zhang Qingxian. While Zhang Qingxian had a pure and innocent charm, Huang Yuyan exuded a more westernized sophistication, likely influenced by her time spent abroad. Since you think I'm pretty, then? Huang Yuyan moved closer, about to say something. Zhang Qingxian suddenly rolled over, startling Huang Yuyan. However, Zhang Qingxian only mumbled something in her sleep and then drifted back off. Huang Yuyan, what were you going to say? Yi Jing asked in a low voice, puzzled. Huang Yuyan quickly waved her hand. Nothing. Nothing at all. Her heart was racing, and she was flustered. Just moments ago, she had almost impulsively revealed her engagement to Yi Jing. If Zhang Qingxian had heard, she would have been utterly embarrassed. She didn't want to hurt her best friend, even if it meant suffering herself. Qingshuan's asleep, let's rest too. Sunbathing is really good for the body, Huang Yuyan said as she found a lounge chair and lay down. However, as she lay there, staring at Yi Jing in the chair next to her, she found it impossible to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts. The 3 of them spent a total of 3 days in Linhai City. Zhang Qingxian soon complained that they couldn't keep playing, as there were many matters at her company that needed her attention. Especially on the 3rd day, her phone was almost constantly ringing with urgent matters demanding her return. The trio returned to the provincial capital. Huang Yuyan immediately sent someone to discreetly inquire about Zhu Pan's movements. Fortunately, it seemed Zhu Pan had quieted down a bit, possibly due to the lack of news about Su Yi. However, another piece of news made Huang Yuyan even more alarmed. Chapter 263, Precious Medicinal Herbs. Is what you're saying true? Huang Yuyan's heart sank upon hearing this news. It's true, Ms. Huang. Zhu Pan is actively searching for a divine doctor known as Mr. Yi. Huang Yuyan slumped into her seat, thinking, could it be that Zhu Pan has discovered that Yi Jing is the Mr. Yi rumored to have exceptional medical skills in the provincial capital? Huang Yuyan had been personally treated by Yi Jing twice, so she knew that Yi Jing was indeed the Mr. Yi making waves in the medical community of the provincial capital. But she quickly regained her composure. Zhu Pan probably hasn't discovered it yet. His public search for Mr. Yi is likely for medical treatment. With this thought, Huang Yuyan immediately opened her computer to look up information. After a while, she smiled. You scared me. I thought Yi Jing had been exposed. It turns out Zhu Pan is also sick. And this happened 10 days ago. It seems Su Yi searched for Yi Jing throughout the entire provincial capital. This way, Yi Jing's safety might actually increase. Huang Yuyan was most worried about facing desperate, reckless individuals with nothing to lose. In such cases, there was no room for negotiation, only the need to fight. But as long as Zhu Pan still needed Yi Jing, there was room for maneuver. The Pharmacy of Benevolent Healing. Wang Mingyang's face changed drastically upon seeing the visitors. Show them out, he said without hesitation, instructing his disciples to usher the guests out. The visitors were Zhu Pan, Su Yi's godfather, whom Wang Mingyang had refused to treat in the past. Mr. Wang, I hear you are the best divine doctor in the entire provincial capital. Please, take a look at my illness. Zhu Pan smiled, requesting medical assistance. I'm sorry, I won't treat you. Please leave. Zhu Pan, however, had come prepared. I've heard about your situation. You once had some conflict with my godson, which led to a disagreement with your master, Mr. Yi, and that's why you refused to treat him, right? Zhu Pan continued calmly, but that was my godson's issue, not mine. I have no conflict with Mr. Yi and have even heard of his deeds in Western Sichuan, which is why I've come to the provincial capital to seek him out. Seeing Zhu Pan's respectful attitude, Wang Mingyang's expression softened slightly. Moreover, Zhu Pan was right. Su Yi's issues were separate from his. What's your illness? After relaxing a bit, Wang Mingyang prepared to examine him. Zhu Pan, however, wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, My illness is quite troublesome. Even you might not be able to cure it. After consulting over a dozen renowned doctors nationwide in Western Sichuan, I believe only your master, Mr. Yi, can treat it. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang's temper flared. Could there be a disease he couldn't cure? Sit over here. I don't need to ask. I'll take your pulse myself. Wang Mingyang placed his fingers on Zhu Pan's wrist. After a moment, he stroked his beard and said slowly, You have liver issues, ascites, cirrhosis, cholecystitis. You've had surgery on your liver, haven't you? Zhu Pan nodded, praising, Indeed. You are renowned in the provincial capital for your medical skills. I've undergone autologous liver transplant surgery. I once had liver cancer that affected the surrounding bile ducts and pancreas. After 3 surgeries, the doctors concluded that no further operations were possible, and I could only seek treatment through traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Mingyang nodded and continued to take the pulse, pondering. After a while, he also sighed softly. You're right. This illness is indeed troublesome. With my skills, it's not enough. Only my master, using the Xian Min's 7 needles, could possibly keep you alive for another 20 years. Upon hearing this confirmation, Zhu Pan's eyes lit up. Excellent, excellent. I knew coming to the provincial capital was the right choice. Could you recommend your master, Mr. Yi, to me? Wang Mingyang shook his head indifferently. No, my master doesn't hold regular consultations. Whether he treats someone depends entirely on his mood. Zhu Pan smiled. Don't refuse so quickly. Take a look at this list first. He handed Wang Mingyang a list. Wang Mingyang took it suspiciously, and his face changed dramatically. Is this the list for the Qingyang auction house in 3 days? The Qingyang auction house was set to host an auction of rare and precious medicinal herbs in 3 days, including an 800-year-old ginseng and a 600-year-old glossy ganoderma. Each of these herbs was worth a fortune. More importantly, these precious medicinal herbs were often unavailable at any price. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to acquire them unless someone decided to sell. Without a seller, you might wait half a year without success. Zhu Pan smiled. Mr. Wang, if you can help me establish contact, not only will I generously sponsor your pharmacy with 5 million to renovate, but I will also gift you 3 precious medicinal herbs. These 3 herbs are entirely up to you from this list. At the auction, once you see a herb you like, just bid once, and I'll take care of the rest. No matter the price, I'll ensure you get it. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang's breathing grew heavy. Any herb, any price, directly purchased for him, and 3 of them. This meant Wang Mingyang could possess 3 top-tier, precious medicinal herbs. What do you think, Master Wang? Is my sincerity enough? Zhu Pan said painfully, All I ask in return for this is for Mr. Yi to treat me, an old man in need, just once. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mingyang nodded slightly. All right, I'll mention this to my master. Satisfied, Zhu Pan left. Later, Wang Mingyang called Yi Jing. Master, I'd like to discuss something with you. Wang Mingyang recounted the situation with Zhu Pan. Yi Jing chuckled. So, you've accepted his benefits and are now trying to persuade me? Wang Mingyang felt a bit awkward. Master, it's not that I've accepted his benefits. After all, he's right, Su Yi is Su Yi, and Zhu Pan is Zhu Pan. Moreover, if he really can offer 3 precious medicinal herbs, I intend to donate them all to you for your use, without taking a penny. As for the 5 million he offered for renovating the pharmacy, I don't plan to accept that either. Yi Jing said, No need. I've agreed to it. For Yi Jing, he didn't care whether Zhu Pan had found evidence of Su Yi. Even if Xu Pan personally came to seek revenge in front of Yi Jing, he wouldn't take it to heart. What caught his interest was the list of precious medicinal herbs. Upon seeing the list, an ancient prescription popped into his mind, perfectly matching a few of the herbs on the auction list. Chapter 264. Auction. From the beginning to the end, Yi Jing had never feared that Xu Pan would find him, nor had he feared that Xu Pan would uncover evidence against Su Yi. This time, he could take the opportunity to meet Xu Pan and see what methods he had. A few days later, the auction. At the entrance, various prominent families and clans began to arrive one after another. Luxury cars entered in succession. Yi Jing and Wang Mingyang had just arrived when they saw the Mu family members. Mr. Yi. Mu Xinjia, representing the Mu family, brightened up upon seeing Yi Jing. You're also attending the auction? Mu Xinjia was eager to curry favor with Yi Jing and volunteered. If there are any precious medicinal herbs you want, just give me a hint, and I'll help you bid for them. Yi Jing smiled. All right, then I thank you for your kindness. Also, you should rest more these days. Your illness has only just recovered, and with the recent events you've been dealing with, avoid spicy food recently. Mu Xinjia's face flushed instantly. All right, I understand. She was also pondering how Mr. Ye's medical skills were so remarkable. Without even taking her pulse, just by looking at her, he knew she was having her period. At that moment, the Duan family's vehicle arrived. Elder Duan was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a heavy aura and a heavy step. Mr. Yi, you've come too. I knew I'd run into you at such an event. And Mr. Wang. Elder Duan greeted them with a smile and then introduced the man behind him. This is my nephew, Duan Yonggang. He's the pride of the Duan family, having spent the past few years defending the border, where he sustained a minor injury. The middle-aged man behind him spoke in a deep voice. Uncle, why bring that up? Elder Duan chuckled. Mr. Yi is no outsider. He's a distinguished guest of our Duan family. You must pay your respects whenever you meet him in the future. Duan Yonggang nodded. Understood. Yi Jing glanced at Duan Yonggang and suddenly said, Does the old gunshot wound on your body still ache occasionally?